Oh, baby. We made it. Friday. It's not a payday Friday, but good morning to everybody out there getting off their graveyard shift. If you're at work, what is happening? Good morning to everybody out there working overnight. Truck drivers, janitors, plumbers, coaches, all the high school teams, Pop Warner teams, college teams, junior college teams getting ready for the football season, going through double days. I know that's tough. Hang in there. Game time will be soon. The games will be here in no time, folks. We're getting closer and closer and closer to week number 1 in the NFL. We got Giants and Rangers. Bochy's coming back tonight. We'll touch on that a little bit. But right now, I'm locked in on a couple things, Shasky, before I pass the ball to you.
I'm so ready.
All right. So we got inter-squad scrimmages, Niners and Raiders. We'll get into that. Because I'm hearing things about Trey Lance that, We're
going to have a lot of walking back.
So we got that going on, all right? Jimmy Garoppolo being spicy, doing all that stuff, whatever. Then we got the NBA release the Christmas Day games and the opening night slate. And the opening night slate has the Phoenix Suns coming to Chase Center. Kevin Durant in front of fans for the first time. Chris Paul against his former team. Oh, my God. I got up out of bed. I said, oh, boy, it's on the popping.
And I'm going to do what I probably should never do to you. I need 4 tickets for that game because Nash Solomon called me immediately, and I need to go to that game. Michelle wants in because she hates KD.
Dude, so I don't know why she would. KD deserves
but my wife
ovation.
just never like KD. She just doesn't like KD. She loved that Draymond punked him.
Yeah,
I know. It takes 2.
All-time great. Bradley Beal, Devin Booker, DeAndre Ayton against the New York Warriors. It's going to be amazing.
After what Clay did?
That's the nightcap.
I know.
Of Nuggets and Lakers in Denver on ring night.
Did our friends the Kings, who rate so well, did they make the Christmas game?
I try to tell Kings fans, y'all not making it on Christmas Day.
No. I knew you were gonna go there.
I saw the Christmas Day slate. And look, the Warriors are going to Denver, Colorado to spend Christmas in the Rocky Mountains. And the Niners are playing the Ravens. But all the boys up in the 916 talk about they moved the needle. They're the reason why ratings are so high in the first round. And they talking Christmas Day games. They talking MLK Day games. I'm like, yo, pump the brakes.
How many do they get? They are. I honestly do
they
love
will get primetime games.
What?
They will get primetime games.
Yeah, but did they get any of the marquee ones?
Sacramento. No, they'll get some marquee games.
But like when they roll out the red carpet and you get like all of these matchups, they really thought they were going to be that team.
Oh, they thought they were getting a Christmas Day game. They thought they were spending Christmas and go to one center.
Thank God we won against them.
Oh, my God.
Woo! We didn't win. All of this would be all for naught.
The poor Kings fans. The Christmas Day slate came out. I said, boy, Kings fans aren't going to be happy. KC up in Sacramento replied immediately.
What'd he say?
Just had a Mike Brown meme looking like kind of mad. Just like, y'all was doing y'all doing your top 20 games of the season. You talk about your summer league, and y'all was out here begging for Christmas Day games. Pause. Y'all got to do something. You got to make it as the first round before you get a Christmas Day game.
All right, so you are gonna you bring up all the NBA. I'm not gonna lie to you. You know what yesterday was for me?
What's that?
Yesterday was the official start of the NFL season. I injected everything football related into my veins.
Yep.
I felt like a heroin addict. Yep. I first off, I scoured the internet looking for just Raider reporters to give me their particular. I love the guys who cover the Niners, but I kind of had enough with all of them. I want something different. I want
Vic Tafur.
Exactly.
You want a Tashawn Reed.
Exactly. It's like going to a new restaurant with your lady. You know what I mean? I want to try something different. So I scoured the internet. I found all kinds of stuff. We'll get to the Niners and the Raiders joint practice. And my God, Kyle Shanahan at a podium. You're a politician. I don't trust anything that comes out of your mouth anymore. You called Brock Purdy the real deal. You're in love with Jimmy Garoppolo. You said both are 2 top 15 quarterbacks. What the hell are you smoking, old man?
Well, Kyle Shanahan, let's just stop the cap.
I mean, Jesus.
He said Jimmy Garoppolo's the best quarterback we've had since Steve Young. And I'm saying Jeff Garcia on line 1, Colin Kaepernick on line 2. Jimmy Garoppolo's not better than those 2 guys. It's not even debatable to me. It's not even debatable.
The way we've tried to rewrite the Kaepernick years it's honestly... It's disgusting.
Well, no.
Because those games happened.
No, those games happened. But then they say, the last year, you get to see he wasn't an NFL quarterback.
But what about the year and a half?
You look at the context, and you look at the personnel around him.
I mean, come on.
The dude threw 16 touchdown passes, 4 interceptions, throwing to Jerry Curley. And Torrey, what's his name? Torrey Smith, who was already checked out, who stole a bag from the Niners.
If I say the name Carlos Hyde to people, they laugh.
They laugh.
If I said Brock Purdy had Carlos Hyde and was throwing to Jeremy Curley, would anyone say, man, Brock Purdy's being set up for success?
Well, you know what's going on right now? These disclaimers. Every time we report about Brock Purdy, it's Brock Purdy going against the first-team defense. Where was that last season?
I just...
No, hold on. What was that last season for Trey Lance? Because I keep bringing this up. He had no kid on training camp, half of it, with the hamstring injury. Debo was out of shape. We all acknowledge that. Debo acknowledged it. So we're not saying anything new.
I know. I saw it firsthand.
And that defense was a top 2 unit in the league.
I came on here and I said, Debo gets 0 separation. Everyone's like, I'm like, he's my favorite player. But do you want me to be honest or do you want me to lie to you? Do you want me to pull a Shanahan and go to a podium and tell you that he had 2 top 15 quarterbacks and he let one of them go?
Yeah, well, he would have never drafted Trey Lance if Jimmy Garoppolo was a top 15 quarterback. He would have never drafted Trey Lance if he felt that strongly about Jimmy Garoppolo. He would have never flirted with Kirk Cousins. He would have never flirted with Matthew Stafford. He would have never flirted with Tom Brady. He would have never flirted with one of these other quarterbacks.
What was his assessment on Brady then? If he says he had 2 top 15 quarterbacks, but he deemed Tom Brady not good enough to be on his team. Yeah. Like, there's so many inconsistencies. Again, he's now, I love Shanny in terms of play calling. At a podium, dog, just less is more. Just less is more.
What about the Max Crosby stuff? Max Crosby was talking trash to Shanahan because in their interview process, when Crosby was in the NFL draft, he was at the combine, and Chris Kosaric was going crazy on him. Now, they blame Chris Kosaric for that because he was saying, look, man, I learned from an old coach, you got to kind of scare these kids, and you want to test them or whatnot. So they basically, Crosby was like, oh, these Niner dudes are clowns. Or cloud, so he talks that talk, and he remembers.
I kind of love Max Crosby.
I do like Max Crosby.
I kind of love him.
I like what he said. Okay. We don't prepare all year just to not make the playoffs. I don't do this stuff all year to not make the playoffs.
And so like another thing that I noticed is a lot of comparisons last week or so, like Brock Purdy to Drew Brees and Aaron Rodgers and how they handle this. Dog, I watched episode 1 of Hard Knocks. The guys were going up. By the way, Garrett Wilson. I am betting so much money on Garrett Wilson this year.
He's a stud.
Just his whole personality. That guy he has the prerequisite personality that I believe to be that's Hall of Fame intangibles. I don't know if he'll end up being, but his personality is A1.
Honestly, I can't believe Ohio State lost to Michigan with him and Olave at wide receiver.
And Sauce Gardner.
And CJ Gardner.
Also, I love Robert Saleh.
Robert Saleh's a stud.
I don't know if he can be a head coach, but
we're going to find. Well, Jeff Ulbrich, former 49ers linebacker, is losing his mind.
53, Hawaii?
He's losing his mind.
I know.
Taking shots at Belichick and the Patriots.
How about when he was showing the film? Okay, so we're all over the place, but Hard Knocks, it's Aaron Rodgers' practice. They're showing the film, and he's talking to his defense, Ulbrich. He's like, that's who we have on our team, guys. So just stay in the game.
Stay in the game.
He's showing a throw. He's like, there's no throw there. And look at this throw. He hits him right there. Aaron Rodgers, by the way, the more and more, you're right. Yeah, we should have done everything.
Made the trade.
Yeah.
Made the trade.
You were right.
I would have dealt with him.
You were right.
But you know what? You were right about Brady. You're right about. Here's the problem.
It just
Shanahan.
100%.
Shanahan.
And that's why I keep coming back to you. Dog, you're over at a podium and you're talking up Jimmy G, all this stuff. This year is forget the quarterback, as in Brock Purdy or Trey Lance or Sam Darnold. It is all about you better figure this thing out. Because I'm watching Aaron Rodgers, and I'm telling you right now, I know it's Hard Knocks. I know it's going to hype you up. They're winning 12 to 14 games. You think I'm kidding? That guy looks completely rejuvenated, does he not?
He's doing some bad. I got a difference.
He's making Nathaniel Hackett look like Mike Holmgren.
Yeah, but you know what though? With Aaron Rodgers as his fly just keeps flying around here.
I had the same thing happen to me earlier.
Bugging me. Shoe fly, shoe, don't bother me.
It's like Westworld. We're dead in here.
Yeah, I mean it's just nasty. They're kind of going out of their way to kiss his ass to make sure he's...
Of course they are.
As soon as they first some adversity...
It's Aaron Rodgers. He's the most insecure guy ever.
As soon as they first some adversity, let me see how he reacts.
Yeah, but Ponce, I contrasted that with watching the ending, because I had cut it off, the Johnny Manziel doc.
Oh.
Anybody who compares Trey Lance to Johnny Manziel...
Wait, are people doing that?
It's the first off, you're an idiot if you're doing that.
There's not people doing that.
Yes, there are people doing that.
No, there's not.
And honestly, watching the Johnny Manziel doc... I feel offended by the way that everyone around him treated him. And also, Johnny deserves a huge slice of the culpability pie. His own family, like they just... It was honestly disgusting enabler behavior from layer to layer, whether we're talking about Cliff Kingsbury, whether we're talking about Sumlin, whether we're talking about the people around him at Texas A&M, Johnny, his buddies.
How about the Kingsbury look?
I just let him do his thing.
I just let him do his thing. If he's hungover, I just let him do his thing.
And he's like bragging about watching zero film in the. I'm just saying, of all the sports.
By the way, that doc.
The Agents of Clown too.
It felt like Johnny was begging for forgiveness, and it's like, you know what? You were an enabled little spoiled brat.
100%.
You went out there.
Even if you weren't rich.
Because you went out there and you got caught up in, I'm taking photos with Drake. I'm taking photos 100%. With LeBron. I'm hanging out with superstars. I got $100,000 under my bed. I don't have to do anything. I'm Johnny Manziel. I don't watch film. I don't do this. I can do whatever the hell I want. Stop it. Stop it. He's a legend for that 1 year. But there's some racial elements to that. And I'm just thinking to myself, boy, people thought they had the great white hope in Johnny Manziel, and they did everything to turn their back on Johnny Manziel and let him do whatever the hell he want to do. Not too many people get away with that.
I totally agree with you.
And so I'm looking at it, I'm just like, I don't feel sorry for you. You blew everything.
The family faked a heart thing. The family faked a heart thing so that he could get out of taking a drug test. And like right there, and this goes back to, you see this in a lot of situations. Johnny's not the only one, but like family doing enabler behavior because that's going to be the breadwinner. Yeah. That's going to guy who's going to bring the gravy train. And so like all of this, like Johnny Manziel versus Trey Lance, like anyone who's making any of those comparisons, like honestly, you're insulting. Yeah. You're insulting Trey Lance's family and Trey Lance the individual. At what point has this guy proven that he's not watching plays, studying the playbook? It sounds like he's taking this quantum leap forward. And honestly, you know what? Shame on the 49ers for leaving him for dead. I think the whole reason they brought in Sam Darnold, the more and more I've thought about this, the whole reason they brought in Sam Darnold is because they were ready to write this guy off at every single... I mean, come on. When you draft somebody, all right, and you move what you did to go get that person, you got to put the best infrastructure around him. And the fact that you were willing to literally hit the parachute button so quickly, to me, shows me you lack your own convictions.
Well, Vic Tafur tweeted yesterday. Vic Tafur, longtime Raiders beat writer. SF Chronicle, now The Athletic, now covers.
I'm on fire this morning. I'm sorry, B.
You are.
I'm so fired up.
Slow down for a second. I'm slowing down because you're getting uptight. You're getting upset. There's no reason to be upset. It's a Friday.
Honestly, Johnny Manziel disgusted me, B.
No,
it really did.
It
disgusted me.
No, listen, I wasn't impressed with that documentary whatsoever. Yeah, you had a couple kids.
I wanted to slap him.
But you know what? I don't even want to say what I really want to say because it will turn some people off. But I just thought, boy, what if that was Marcus Mariota? Could he get away with things like that? What if that was Caleb Williams? What if that was, Michael?
We talk about Jamarcus Russell, for example. Like the way Jamarcus has come on years later and talked about like the real actual family struggle that he had going on inside of his head and the real substance abuse which he acknowledged and where he's at now in his life versus then. And to see Johnny like this whole flipping out, he was looking for someone to feel empathy for him. Yep. And honestly, straight up, this is my uncle taught me this way back in the day. You're either a victim or you're someone who's going to proactively change your life. To me, I looked at Johnny and I go, this guy's going to have more problems than the rest of his life because he truly hasn't embraced. He still wants to be a victim.
He still wants to be a victim, and he's not a victim. He had everything he had. He had everything he wanted. Even his agent pissed for him at the draft combine to pass the drug test.
Unbelievable. I mean, then bailed on him at the first sight.
Me and Anna, we watched that last night. I was like, this kid. What this kid, dude? He's not going to figure it out. He's still got problems with his dad, but his dad is even. I look at his dad. It's like you're an enabler too.
Exactly.
You're an enabler too, and then he doesn't talk to his best friend. He cuts him off right away. You enabled your best friend to do some of the things for you. Mm-hmm. So forget Johnny Manziel. I'm
sorry. I saw comparisons between you, like, Johnny and Trey flaming out. I'm like, what?
Nah, forget. Well, who said that? Is anybody credible said Trey Lance like Johnny Manziel?
I saw that online, like a lot of rhetoric.
Forget who's who. It could be some guy with 5 followers tweeting Trey Lance's fun. Who cares? Nobody credible in their right mind is going to compare Trey Lance to Johnny Manziel because of one strip club video where he was throwing some money as a 22-year-old. Hell, I'm 40 and I still want to throw some money in a strip club. What the hell does that mean? You're immature? Please, you want to have a little fun. Anyway, Vic Tafur is going to join us at 7:20. And our boy Q is going to join us at 6:50.
And why Q?
Q, because he was down there. We had booked him early in the week. I went on this station. We'll ask him about Jimmy Garoppolo and how Raider fans are embracing him and, whether or not Jimmy feels like he was scored by Shanahan or whatnot. But Vic Tafur, we made a last-minute call on him. We were going to have David Lombardi on. We said, no, let's go to Vic because Vic quote-tweeted Matt Barrows. Matt Barrows tweeted, Trey Lance just let a good-looking drive to in practice. His 4th down throw in the end zone was on target, but dropped by Cameron Latu, who's dropping everything. He's dropping everything. That's why I like Braden Willis a lot better than him. He looks a lot better than Cameron Latu. Vic Tafur quote tweeted, Matt Barrows has said, "Who is going to trade for Lance? Worth a shot for some team looking for a future starter." And I said, damn. Vic, and I quote tweeted and said, Vic Tafur just don't say things to say things. That guy's watched a lot of football. Whether it's Cal Berkeley, whether it's the Raiders, whether it's the Niners, Vic Tafur has watched a lot of football. Your boy Q has watched a lot of football. That guy who was on Eric Crocker's video, former wide receiver, Fresno State.
Third all-time leading receiver in Fresno State history, and also now current Raider beat reporter.
So
Josh Harper.
Josh Harper.
Harper. Thank you.
Josh Harper. Josh Harper said, damn, Trey Lance looks like one of the best quarterbacks out here.
Special, next level, next big thing. We're going to pull the sound. I timestamped it for the boys. I was blown away. I wanted to hear unbiased opinion. And you know what? All of them said, like, I really thought heading into practice
That he was garbage.
that he was garbage, which is a fair assessment.
Because of how people cover him.
And, like, see, we bring him up, and the first thing people say, Trey can't stay healthy. That is true. That is 100% true.
Yep.
To this point, he has not stayed healthy. And to this point, what fans have seen on television hasn't been the best, right? But what he's doing now is really what matters. And I think he's taking this big leap forward. And honestly, this Jeff Christensen guy who Mahomes works with, this quarterback guru coach, this guy's made himself a lot of money.
A lot of money.
Because it looks like in a short amount of time, this guy's taken a big step forward. The big separator from everybody who's been watching every single day of 49er practice, it sounds like to me, Trey Lance's familiarity with the playbook and his decisiveness in the pocket has taken a huge step forward. And when you're comparing him to Darnold, because that's the quarterback competition.
Wasn't Jeff Christensen Jimmy Garoppolo's quarterback coach for a while?
That I don't know.
I could have sworn that was the same guy.
That I don't know.
What's up?
At 2 minutes to the break.
Oh, I thought you added it on the conversation.
Yeah.
I think Jeff Christensen might have been Jimmy's guy,
but
too.
Mahomes has clearly been working with him, and he worked with Trey Lance, and everybody's saying the mechanics look better, the feel looks better, the ball's coming out with less wobble, like everything looks better. He's trending up. Why are we ready to move off of a 23-year-old player when this team can't keep quarterbacks healthy?
Well, you know what?
What are we doing?
Jeff Christensen and I, we follow each other. And I believe he was Jimmy Garoppolo's quarterback coach.
Oh.
Back in 2017, Christensen and Garoppolo worked together.
Boom, there it is. And they had worked together for a long time.
Why is this guy not hired on it? Keep going.
But Garoppolo, remember when he first came here, we were like quick release, arm, throws rifles. We thought there's something here with Shanahan in their system in which they want to make a quarterback, hey, you have to run our system, you got to be robotic in it, you got to, no. How about let the special talent take over? How about let it take, is that why they didn't scout Mahomes?
Is that
why they didn't draft Watson?
Rumor was against the 49ers' number one defense, Jimmy looked better than Brock. That's what people are saying. And I'm going to be honest with you, that's a hard pill to swallow as a Niner fan.
Wow.
Because, you know, if you're all about winning a Super Bowl, I get it. There's a financial component to it. I was ready to move off of Jimmy, but you're telling me Brock looks 100% healthy. Yeah, and I've been saying all offseason, he missed a valuable time of offseason getting ready with his guys. He's still it's fair to be a little skeptical here.
Apparently somebody on YouTube said Josh Harper's brother also works with the 49ers organization. He knows something. Maybe there's smoke there. But my thing is
he said, and I know we'll pull the sound, but he went and goes, I thought he was weak, hesitant, didn't have good mechanics. This is a former wide receiver.
No, he's not weak.
No, I know, but this is what he said. He said he went into practice thinking he was.
Right.
And then he came out thinking, oh, no, he's way better than I thought. And then Crocker asked him about Brock Purdy, and he went straight to Lance.
He didn't even answer about Brock Purdy?
He went back, but he was like, nah, I think they're going to go to Trey at some point. Like, that's the way.
Here's the other thing. We know, after watching these practices, one thing we keep hearing from both sides, Raiders and Niners, beat writers, Sam Darnold's looking worse and worse by the day. So, thank the heaven. You got to keep Trey. Anyway, we'll continue this conversation. Your boy Q at 650, Vic Tafur 720. We got Scott Oster 920. We got a lot going on here. Christmas Day, Warriors going to Denver, but opening night in the NBA, the Phoenix Suns coming to Chase Center to take on the Golden State Warriors.
You know who he is.
Chris Paul against his former team. KD coming back in front of fans at Chase Center. Oh, my gosh, I can't wait. Oh, I got a joke.
And then
yesterday.
Devin Booker, the man that Klay Thompson gave the 4 rings to.
Yeah, no doubt. I
can't wait for this.
I can't wait for this as well. And, by the way, Media Day for the Warriors, October 2nd. I'm going to try to get us to do our show from there
Nice.
at Chase Center that morning, and then we'll do all the media stuff
Nice.
and do all the touring. It'll be a lot of fun there at Chase Center.
I'll wear a suit that day.
No, don't wear a suit. Why would you wear a suit?
Well, because hoping that I can get in one of those NBC commercials.
No, you will not. You will not even be near the tent. I'll make sure
Me,
security.
you, Jordan Poole from last year.
I'll make sure security drags your ass away. Do not go near the NBC tent. We're gonna break, guys. We're gonna break. We're
on
break.
fire. This is the number one show in the Bay. We'll go to break when we want to go to break.
We're gonna break. All right. Well, don't say that. See, now you got Lubman all pissed off. Shout out to YouTube and Twitch. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. We love you, YouTube. We love you, Twitch, and of course the Xfinity Mobile text line. We love you as well. This segment was brought to you by Golden State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Like I said, your boy Q650. We're rolling on Niners and Raiders in their squad scrimmages. Trey Lance, what's up with him? The breaks. We could go 4 straight hours without a break. Who can do that? Who can do that around here? That's what's coming up, sponsored by Chilton Auto Body.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body has 15 convenient Bay Area locations to help restore your vehicle to pre-accident condition. Chilton Auto Body.
Listen to me every day, 3 to 7, playing your best hip-hop and throwbacks. Now back to my boys Bonte and Shasky right here on 95.7 The Game.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, football is officially back in the Bay Area. Tune in on Sunday immediately following the final whistle for overtime. 95.7 The Game's post-game show. The show that we built, Shasky. Mark Grandy and Sterling Bennett will bring you instant reaction and analysis after the first preseason game of the year. Check out overtime immediately following every single game this season. I see something. I see it right here, 925 Xfinity Mobile text line. Bonte, can you just come to terms with Brock as a starter? It's not a competition. They announced who number one was months ago. I never said Brock Purdy was not the starter. Brock Purdy's going to start football games. What I am saying is it will be asinine to move off of Trey Lance right now. Do not move off of Trey Lance right now to think that Sam Darnold could be your great number two in case Brock Purdy goes down. Folks, just close your eyes. Everybody out there in the Bay Area, driving on the bridge, 880, right. 101, 280, 580,
680,
680, whatever the hell you want.
If you're on the 380 going from 280 to 101.
The 37.
Wait, are we telling drivers to close their eyes?
Oh, well, drivers, keep your eyes open.
No.
People at home, close your eyes. Yeah. Or if you're at school, if you're in your office.
If you're around the breakfast table this morning.
If you're driving, keep your eyes open. Yeah. We don't need any accidents. God bless your souls. But honestly, talk to yourselves. Sam Darnold, backup quarterback for the 49ers, he's one play away. You really want Sam Darnold to lead this team out on the football field and start at quarterback for your Super Bowl contending 49ers? Sam Darnold? Like, really? Really, Sam Darnold? We got to stop. We got to stop with this. Sam is who he is. All right? He's a good number 3. He's going to turn the ball over. He can make a couple throws, but he's inconsistent. Don't move off of Trey Lance. Brock Purdy's a starter, but do not move off of Trey Lance.
You know what I didn't? I don't think the Niners either. I didn't have Trey is more game ready than Sam Darnold. Sam's a more reclamation raw project than Trey Lance, which I didn't have on my bingo card. But now that it's played out for a couple of weeks, everybody's acknowledging like Trey looks better than Sam Darnold.
Trey Lance's second half against Houston may be as good as any game Sam Darnold has played in this league.
Okay, I'm
He's
trying.
Had a couple games here and there.
I don't even know what the signature Sam Darnold game is.
Exactly. Exactly. He made a deep throw against the Dallas Cowboys one year. Remember that MetLife Stadium? Everybody went crazy. Trey Lance had to win an important football game. The last time I watched Sam Darnold on a football field for the Carolina Panthers, he went 5-15 for 43 yards against the New Orleans Saints. He went 5-15 for 43 yards.
The New Orleans Saints, who have hired John Gruden as the special assistant to the quarterback, even though he's suing the NFL.
That team that couldn't do anything. They had a good defense, but Sam Darnold, the last time we saw him on a regular season NFL football field, he went 5-15 for 43 yards. And we're trying to convince ourselves that this guy's going to help us this year. Let's just stop the cap. Let's stop. I'm not doing it no more.
Well, I thought he was the greatest thrower the 49ers have ever got. Remember, what was it? How did Matt Mayock go first? And Matt, I'd say it to your face.
Oh no.
What did he say?
Mayock, I love you.
I do too. I listened to him and Jay Lee Chan this morning as I was doing a bunch of stuff.
Listen. What did he say? He's got the liveliest arm he's ever seen in 49ers camp.
He can make all the throws.
Yeah, stop.
Maybe the best arm. And I'm thinking, come on, man. Come on. Really?
It's propaganda with Sam Darnold. So here's Josh Harper, who joined Eric Crocker on his YouTube channel. Eric Crocker, we had him on last Friday, and he keeps it a buck. We're gonna get him on next week. Actually, we'll book Croc for next week. We got to get him on at least twice a month. Josh Harper on Jimmy, Trey Lance, and Brock Purdy. Remember, he's number 3 all-time receiver at Fresno State. He was at practice, unbiased, not a Niner guy, not a Raider. Just here's Josh Harper.
He's covering the Raiders now.
Jimmy G looked better. Jimmy G looked like the more mature NFL-ready quarterback, and Trey Lance just looked like that quarterback that could be the next big thing.
Wait. So, hold on, because you skipped over Brock. So you said Jimmy G
looked better than Brock Purdy. You know, they were making the same types of throws, but it just Jimmy looked way more comfortable.
Jimmy looks like the 9-year version of
Brock Purdy is what I'm saying, yeah. And I'll go to Trey Lance. Trey Lance just looks like, okay, this kid could be special. Like, he got something to him. I never really seen Trey Lance throw in person. When he throws the ball, shoots out his hands. Like, it's just and it was on the money today. So, like, he really changed my mindset of how I felt about Trey. Just seeing him in person, I think he still has a chance to be special crop.
Still has a chance to be special.
The guy, it sounds like he wrote him off, like a lot of us have, and that's fair. Which is fair. Like, we're going off what we've seen, and this is somebody who went in with an open mind and saw it unbiased, didn't have an opinion one way or the other, and he skipped right over Brock and went right to Trey Lance. I found that to be one of the most interesting things because he asked him who looked better, Jimmy or Brock, and he went straight to Trey Lance.
And then Vic Tafur, who we're going to have on at 7:20. Who is going to trade for Lance? Worth a shot for some team looking for a future starter.
Why? Okay. If this were running backs, if this were tackles, if this were linebackers, you don't trade areas of depth that are like, it's not crushing you financially. I don't understand why you would move off of the most important position in sports when you have some depth there. Let it play out. Let it play out.
You just don't give up all that draft capital and give up on a guy after 2 years. Now, some teams do, but you don't have any reason to. We don't know if Brock Purdy's a guy yet. He's starting this year. He's a starter right now, but we don't know if he's the franchise guy. You know, you want to say Trey Lance is injury prone? Well, Brock's had 2 major injuries so far. The broken ribs that he played through showed his toughness, and we appreciate that. And the torn UCL. That all happened in 8 games. That happened in 8 games. So we don't know if Brock Purdy can stay healthy throughout the duration of a 17-game season. Brock Purdy deserves to start again. They averaged 34.5 points heading into that Dallas game with Brock Purdy under center. I'm not mad at Brock. What I'm a little disturbed about is, like, we're really ready to give up on Trey Lance because we have Sam Darnold and Brandon Allen.
That I no.
Just
no.
let Trey learn.
No.
Let Trey get the reps. Let Trey be Trey.
Wait, we all agree. Christian McCaffrey is more established and better at what he does than any of the Niner quarterbacks.
Yep.
Okay. Is anybody in a rush to trade Eli Mitchell, to trade Jordan Mason?
No.
Is anybody in a rush to trade? Like, forget quarterback. I don't know why we do this. And it's not like, here's the thing. Okay, yeah, Trey's making $10 million this year, all right? And there are some slight financial improvements next year if you move off of him right now. Slight. You can always rework these things. And if we're going to go save $1 million here, save $1 million there, I would love to go through the entire roster and have a sophisticated conversation about where they can shave and save money before I get to the most important position in sports, quarterback. I would question, why did you give a couple $1 million to Sam Darnold when nobody was probably going to give, Sam Darnold that kind of guarantees?
Boy.
Last year, you gave Sudfeld guaranteed money and had to move off it. Like,
and we haven't heard from him since. Where's he? Was he in Indianapolis last year or something like that?
I'm watching Aaron Rodgers. I'm watching Aaron Rodgers right now, okay, on this Hard Knocks. He's 40. He's 40, all right? What I'm saying is, at quarterback, they play a long time. I'm watching Kirk Cousins. How old is Kirk Cousins right now? 33?
Yeah.
34?
Yep, 34.
People are talking about acquiring him next year. He'd be
Right.
35 years old. So at 23, we're ready to say, done, can't play, get rid of him.
Go get a 35-year-old for $30+ million.
What?
They really screw up your cap.
I
You're
watched
35
Alex
next week.
Smith
By the way,
be mediocre
Frank-
at 27 years old.
Frank Mello, oh my God, Greg Cole did a number on you guys. When Trey played in college, he looked great because of the level of competition. Lance is practicing with scrubs right now. Well, I would say, even though Carson Wentz is out of the league right now, pre-injury, Carson Wentz was the MVP of this league.
Well, he
played at the same school.
He had as much talent as anyone in the league. If we were doing a draft
he played the same
through
school.
12 weeks of that year, how
played
many
the same
people are
school.
taking him in the top 10?
Then he came back and started, and Philly made the playoffs again. He got hurt. Injuries have killed him. I don't want to hear that. Trey Lance didn't just play well in that competition. He dominated the competition. Dominated a pro-style offense. Go ask Christian Watson.
Christian Watson looks pretty damn good for the Packers.
Right?
That's a great point.
And Trey Lance is throwing dimes to him.
I mean, everybody always says, like, oh, competition. It's like, okay, Steve McNair went to Alcorn State.
Right.
Like,
Jerry Rice went to Mississippi Valley State.
Where did T.O. go?
Tennessee Chattanooga.
Exactly. Like,
What are
God,
we
great
doing?
players could come from anywhere.
Anywhere.
Joe Staley, one of the greatest players in 49er
Right.
history.
Central Michigan.
Where?
Central Michigan.
Where?
Ben Roethlisberger. Where did he go?
At
Miami of Ohio.
Exactly.
Tony Romo. Where'd he go? Northern Illinois? Was it Eastern Illinois? One of those Illinois schools. One Illinois. It was one of the other Illinois. The MAC Illinois. So I don't want to hear the college stuff. Don't want to hear it. Do not want to hear it. Your boy Q. Raider Nation Radio.
God, I'm so fired up.
Raider Nation Radio. Locked On Raiders podcast. Locked On Bets podcast. He does it all in Las Vegas. Down in and everything with the Raiders in the city of Las Vegas. My boy Q. Your boy Q. Joining the Morning Roast. And that'll be brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking. No compromises.
Since first opening its doors in 1964, Fremont Bank has approached...
Dre was talking. I mean, he's got things going right away, but those are my brothers. I love those guys. So we had a good time out there competing. So
now back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
That's Las Vegas Raider quarterback Jimmy Garoppolo, and how weird it is to see him in a Raiders uniform after spending his last, 5 seasons with the 49ers? Now he's down to Las Vegas playing under Josh McDaniels, former offensive coordinator with the New England Patriots, and he loves that offense. Loves Josh. Loves what they're doing. And I heard a lot of connections from Jimmy to Jacoby Myers, a former Patriot. He's got Devontae. He's got Hunter Renfrow in the slot. We'll see if they get Josh Jacobs back. I know he's not in camp, and no Raider fans are worried about him, but boy, Jimmy Garoppolo, apparently he carved up the number 1 defense of the 49ers.
You know, it's interesting. I think I would have been probably classified as somebody who was very frustrated with Jimmy Garoppolo, even though I really did like Jimmy G.
You didn't like Jimmy.
What?
You didn't really like
I did like Jimmy. I was first on that gravy train.
You didn't like what train?
The whole Jimmy G gravy train. Who wasn't optimistic and excited? I almost cried when he tore his ACL. For Christ's sake.
We're all on the gravy
train. One of my
train.
famous moments.
No, you did cry when he got hurt.
Wasn't even on air.
Then you hated him.
That's what happens when you have family. You love them strong and you hate them even more. No, but honestly, I didn't know what I would feel seeing him in a Raider uniform, and would I root against? Would I root for? I have to admit, I think I'm going to be pulling for Jimmy G this year, which
Why?
I didn't think I was going to say.
Why? You're not going to hate watch him?
No,
Why?
I actually think I am pulling for him. I just don't have animosity.
You couldn't even give him credit after the Minnesota game in the playoff game, and now you're rooting for him. Come on,
yeah,
stop
because
the cap.
honestly,
you're capping right now.
No, because I'm going to tell you why. I really feel like when people don't get their just dues or their appreciation in real time, that bugs me. It does bug me.
He didn't get appreciated.
No.
We should have. He
by
changed
the coach,
culture.
by the fans, by myself.
He changed the culture here.
Yeah.
He helped change the culture with the 49ers, and we didn't embrace him, and now Shanahan's out there lying, saying he's the best quarterback the Niners have had since Steve Young. I don't know.
Look, I admit, I have hater tendencies, okay?
Right.
So I'm going to be pulling for him.
So
I can't believe I said that.
Let's bring in our guy, Q. And it's funny, our producer, Sam Lovin, he texted me yesterday. He goes, what's Q's real name? I said, damn, that's a great question. So I scoured the internet looking for Q's real name, and everything says, your boy Q. I've been knowing Q for almost 6 years now. When he was down in Waco, Texas, covering the Baylor Bears, now he's taking over Las Vegas for the Raiders Nation Radio, 920 AM out in Vegas. Also, Locked On Raiders podcast, Locked On Bets podcast. He does everything with the freaking Raiders, does everything with the Las Vegas Aces, and I still don't even know his name. Your boy Q. What is your government name, or are you keeping that on the hush-hush?
No, it's all good. I always tell everybody, and thanks for having me on, man. I always tell everybody that that's my son's name. It's Keon Myers, but yeah, there you go.
I like your boy Q. I like the fact that you can roll around with Q. When you can roll around with just the letter Q, that's when you know you're somebody. Q, hey, thanks for coming on, man. You always show me love. You show Shasky love, and the Bay Area loves you no matter what. So, inter-squad scrimmages here. We're talking about Jimmy Garoppolo and not appreciating him. How are Raider fans appreciating Jimmy so far? I know it's only been a couple weeks, but apparently he carved up the Niners' first-team defense yesterday. How's the Raider Nation embrace Jimmy so far?
It's still hot and cold when it comes to Jimmy because everyone knows the injury history, and so that's a big concern. And, of course, after having Derek Carr for 9 years, is it really an upgrade at the quarterback position? And we hear all he knows Josh McDaniels' system. Okay, that's great, but he hasn't been in it for a while because he's there in San Francisco with Kyle Shanahan. So there's a lot of hot and cold fans right now when it comes to Jimmy G, but I do think that they like the fact that he talks a little bit of trash. Like, that was something that stood out to me when Max Crosby talked to us the first time weeks ago when training camp opened up. He said, Jimmy came out the first day and he started talking mess to me. And so I think that Raider Nation likes that because they knew the personality of Derek Carr, and that was absolutely 100% opposite. So I think that they're appreciating that, and now they're embracing, since it's that time, it's go time, and this is who the quarterback is. Now they're just appreciating the guy that can be Jimmy G. They're just hoping he stays healthy.
So a lot of people were saying that Jimmy G, quote-unquote, outplayed Brock Purdy. What were your thoughts on that?
It's hard to really say in a joint practice, especially as far as we were from a lot of the action, because most of it was taking place on the middle field, and there's 3 fields out there at the Intermountain Healthcare Performance Center. But, he did well, right? He didn't do bad. He's had a couple good days in a row now for Jimmy G. I don't know. I'm interested to see if he's going to practice today because he's basically been on a pitch count But I think it's more a testament to the Raiders' defense is actually playing better, right? They're looking like they're starting to come together, something that we hadn't seen in a very long time. And they've been doing that now. They've been stacking days, about 4 or 5 days, where the defense looks like, hey, we actually know what we're doing, right? And so that's been something that's been a big surprise. It's not just been Max Crosby. It's been a lot of other guys. So, yeah, Jimmy G did his thing. He's getting familiar with his weapons, and he has some really good ones. And Devontae Adams, it's funny. I don't know if you heard the presser yesterday, but he was talking about Devontae Adams, and he almost slipped and said he's the best wide receiver I ever played with, and he caught himself. Like, I totally saw that coming.
But he is.
He is. He's not that guy. Jimmy's not that guy where he's trying to disrespect Tebow or Brandon Ayuk or anyone else he ever played with. So he almost said it, but he didn't.
Yeah, that's Jimmy for you. We're going to pod you down for just a second, Q. We're going to get you a new line here. We got something popping there. Q, your boy Q, Locked On Raiders podcast, Locked On Bets podcast, at your boy Q254 on Twitter, host of Unnecessary Roughness on Raider Nation Radio, 9:20 a.m. He's dialed in on the Raiders, Vegas, everything. You see the enthusiasm me speaking with about Jimmy Garoppolo. So far, it's hot and cold. I think Raider fans want to wait and see what Jimmy Garoppolo can make in 17 games. But, boy, he is set up to have some success in this offense with Devontae, with Hunter Renfrow, with Jacoby Myers. That's a hell of a trio at the wide receiver spot for Jimmy.
What was harder to swallow, the Niners to embrace Sherman or Raider fans to embrace Jimmy?
I don't know. That's a great question. Well, Jimmy did the Raiders no harm.
Yeah, but there's just that natural rivalry.
It's a natural rivalry. We got to see Sherman twice a year, sometimes 3 times a year. The Raiders never even saw Jimmy.
Yeah.
I don't think Jimmy ever played a game against the Raiders. When they did, it was Nick Mullins at quarterback.
But it sure did feel like this station, the other station, for about 4 years, Jimmy or Carr? Carr, Jimmy.
It was a lot
Jimmy
of that.
or Carr?
It was a
Carr,
lot of that.
Jimmy.
Yeah, so we got Q back. Q, thanks for coming back on there. How are Raider fans feeling about Derek Carr's departure? You brought up Carr a little bit because we did a lot of that. Who'd you rather have, Jimmy or Carr? We watched a lot of Carr here in Oakland, California. How are Raider fans been embracing that departure of Derek Carr as he's now in New Orleans, ironically working out with John Gruden and company?
Right. Well, a lot of fans are still angry, and hopefully this is a better connection now. A lot of fans are still angry by the way that he was sat down for the final 2 games of the 2022 season, and then they're even more angry because the guys that did it were former Patriot guys, right? I mean, that makes it worse. I mean, I could have benched Derek Carr, and they'd have been like, okay, that's fine. But Josh McDaniels sits them down, coming from the Patriots, they the Patriot way, and McDaniels stinks. He's a terrible head coach. So there's more hate towards him and Dave Ziegler and anyone who comes over from the Patriots than there is even about Carr being gone. But that's going to be something that a lot of fans are hanging on to, is the fact that, well, Carr did this, Carr did that, they did him dirty, this, that, and the other. Look, it's a business, right? At the end of the day, it's a business. We all know that. Relationships and all that don't really matter a whole lot in the NFL. And guys like Josh McDaniels and company aren't really worried about too many relationships. So I think a lot of the fan base is still, tripping on Derek Carr being gone, and they're going to pay attention to everything that the Saints do this year and see, I told you, or they'll say, see, that's why he's gone. So it's kind of a love-hate relationship.
All right, as someone with zero skin in the game, if you will, no bias whatsoever, a lot of hype around Purdy.
Yep.
What were all your thoughts? Give me all your thoughts on Brock Purdy, because guy was awesome last year, but I'm talking about what you saw yesterday.
He looked pretty good. I thought that there was moments where he looked really good. There was the Raiders defense came up with some nice pass breakups a couple times, and there was one interception I saw from Brock Purdy. But guys, I've liked Brock Purdy for a long time. As Vontae mentioned at the top, I was in Waco, Texas. I covered the Big 12 like a glove. He came from Iowa State, and I was there at Baylor when they ripped his red shirt off, and everyone said, "What are you doing? He's too good to rip his red shirt off." That dude could play, man. He always has been able to play, especially in a pro-style offense, coming from Iowa State under Coach Matt Campbell. I wasn't surprised. I didn't think he was going to play at that level. I mean, I'm not trying to be Nostradamus, but I thought that he was going to be a good quarterback. He was just going to need some time to grow in the NFL. But under Kyle Shanahan and with that great defense around him and the great weapons he had around him, he had an opportunity to just go in there and be comfortable. I like Brock Purdy a lot. I hope that injury is gone and in the past, and he's able to continue with his career and be that guy without any setbacks. But, man, he's a good one, and he's always been a good one going back to college.
See, Q, when I watched him at Iowa State, I thought he was just another guy. You know what I mean? I thought he was another guy. And I remember the Iowa game where he got benched, and your boy may have had some juice on that. But I was just like, man, this guy is I don't know. So, all right, that's your President Brock Purdy, and he's going to be the starter to start the season, no doubt about that. And we hope his elbow holds up. It was a hell of a story last year. What did you think of Trey Lance?
Yeah.
What did you think of Trey Lance?
That's a great question, and I really don't know, right? I have Raider fans call me all the time and say, well, now that the Raiders get to see him up close and personal, they're going to make a trade for him. And I said, yeah, but what? What has he done? Right? I mean, what are you trading for? That's like closing your eyes and throwing something against the wall and hoping it sticks. Like, I mean, he's done nothing but be injured so far. It's like he's almost like a Bigfoot, right? You hear the story of how great he could be, but you've actually never really encountered Bigfoot, right? You never really seen it, but you know the story. So I don't know, man.
But what did you see yesterday?
Not much. He ran with the third string, right? In the first play, he fumbled. So it's like there's not a whole lot of anything that to talk about with Trey Lance. When Sam Darnold's before you, it kind of tells you all you need to know.
Wow. So you thought Sam Darnold...
Very interesting.
So Sam Darnold played before Trey yesterday, and how did Sam Darnold look at all? Did you notice anything different with him? Did he see ghosts? What was your impression of Sam Darnold?
No, he was okay. You know, he was nothing to write home about. He was Sam Darnold, right? I mean, you kind of know what you're getting with Sam Darnold. The thing about it, what I noticed the most is that Sam Darnold got snapped before Trey Lance. That stood out. That was like that, wow. Whoa, okay, this is really going down. And so I feel like Sam Darnold's going to inevitably be the backup quarterback, and Trey Lance is going to be, well, he'll be Trey, number 3.
Wow. How disappointing. Wow. If Trey opens up at number 3, I don't see a scenario. I think they would just move off from Trey. I think they would trade him for pennies on a dollar. That's wild. Can you believe, Q, how much draft compensation they traded up for? This is where Shanahan kind of... We love Shanahan, but he gets on our nerves at times. And yesterday he said after practice that Jimmy is a top 15 quarterback in this league, and he's the best 49ers quarterback since Steve Young. Yet he flirted with every single quarterback in the league, it felt like. Didn't scout Mahomes, didn't draft Watson, kept Jimmy, didn't want Jimmy. Did he draft Trey Lance by moving up all this compensation to go get Trey Lance? I don't know if Shanahan knows when he watched Q. I really don't. And that would be a massive, massive swing and a miss if they just move off a Trey after 2 years after giving up all that compensation.
Yeah, I mean, look, you know it. They'll never, ever get the return on investment if they move on from him. And I think that's inevitable, that they're going to have to move on from him and let him be someone else's problem, man. He hasn't been that guy and been so injured and banged up. And every time he gets an opportunity, he doesn't take that opportunity. And it's just a big unknown. So at some point, I think you just got to move on, especially if Brock Purdy proves to be really healthy like he looks right now. Then why not? Just cut your losses, call it a day. That was a swing and a miss, and you move on. That's all you can really do.
I'm really surprised here because everybody else seemed to have a very different opinion from you, from Trey Lance. I'm a little surprised that you're coming on here and dumping all this water on our smoke this morning. Keep it 100.
Hey, that's what we do, man. We keep it 100. I'm from the Bay, man. You know how we get down the Bay. We're at 100 all the time.
So is there any other takeaways here? Because it sounded like Max Crosby absolutely destroyed Colton McKivitz. Are there any things that stand out to you, when it comes especially to the Niners, when it comes to them, like an area of concern that sticks out from even 2 fields away?
No, I mean, I thought they did a solid job. I really did. It's one of those, people always want to say, who won the day? Who did this, that, and the other? I thought it was solid on both sides. I love the way that the 49ers warm up, man. They had beat juice, man. They came out like it was game day, man. You could hear them yelling and screaming and fired up, and I was like, okay, hold on. I'm about to put some pads on myself. I don't know what I was going to do with those, but they had me fired up. I'm interested to see what today looks like, right? It's nice to go in there and kind of get acclimated, and it was a rainy day at first, and then, a little overcast yesterday, which is weird for this area. But I'm interested to see this morning what it looks like, how they ramp things up, because I don't expect to see any of the starters or anybody who matters on Sunday. So I think today is the day where it really goes down. So this will be interesting later on this morning.
Q. Good stuff, man. Sorry to wake you up so early, but I know you got to get to practice in about an hour and 15 minutes, man. You're doing a damn thing out in Las Vegas. So proud of you, man. You found something out there. You moved from Waco, Texas. Now you're in Sin City, Raider Nation Radio, 9:20 a.m. You're covering it all. It should be a fun year of Raider football, man. We'll catch up with you soon.
Yeah, man. Hey, if Vontae Hill wants to be on the radio at 6:50 in the morning, I'm on the radio at 6:50.
That's my guy, man. That's my guy. That's my guy. You're my boy Q, and that's how we know you are. We don't even know. The government is scrubbed from the internets. It's your boy Q. Q, have a good one, man.
Appreciate it.
Q. Shasky's got his jaw dropped right now. Look, you're listening to 95.7 The Game. This is fun. This is a lot of fun. KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. What I did not tell you guys was that the day before, I'm in the house and I said, I want to go back and watch Brock Purdy. And I started fired up the old Game Pass. Watch the Dolphins game, watch the Bucs game.
The Niner games,
the Niner stuff and like that. And I'm just thinking, is Brock Purdy really the guy?
Okay.
Is he the guy? Now, he deserves a start. But Q came on Just said he was third string, fumbled the first snap.
Yeah, well, I've heard that too. And then Shanahan yanked him immediately. When we went to a couple practices, Poe was the center when Trey was there, and he fumbled snaps on those days.
Right.
Poe's not. I don't know. Look, we could say it's on Trey. We could say it's on Poe. I don't know. Like when you're working with the backups, that's what ends up happening.
Now he's in Big 12 country, and he had a very different opinion about Brock Purdy in college than I did, and we all swing and miss. I missed on Brock Purdy, but I mean the NFL kind of told you how they felt about Brock Purdy. He's the last pick in the NFL draft. But Q's opinion, he looked good. That's why it's always fun to ask each and every beat writer. I like different
diverse opinions.
That's the first guy said, hey, Trey Lance, we don't know. He's a myth right now. And he is a myth. Boy, Vic Tafur said something yesterday that we're going to ask him about, and we'll try to get some more information on Trey Lance. But the fact that Trey Lance will be QB3 over Sam Darnold, you heard Q. Sam was Sam. You know what you're getting with Sam.
Sunday can't come quick enough.
You know what you're getting with Sam.
What do you think the television numbers are going to be Sunday?
Through the roof. Through the roof. We're watching it. So Wet wanted to go to the driving range Sunday. I said, no, Saturday.
What? Sunday?
I was like, no, Saturday.
If you're going to play golf on a Sunday, it's 6:30 to 7:30 a.m. in the morning.
I'm getting up at like 9 o'clock like it's game day. Like 1 o'clock can't come soon enough. I may hit the pool to kill some time. May hit the hot tub to kill some time. May hit the treadmill to kill some time. May walk around the neighborhood to kill some time. But 1 o'clock, I mean by 12:30, I'm sitting down. I'm locked in. I got the legal pad out. I'm ready to go. Who's inactive? Who's active? Who's playing? Who's not? Is Trey going to start? Is Darnold going to start? How disappointed would you be if Darnold starts that game on Sunday?
It is what it is. Like that to me would be a big indicator of them leaning in the direction of Sam Darnold. Disappointed for Trey's career? Yeah, as a Niner fan, like I just want to see the best guy play. I want to have one of the best quarterbacks in the game. Why is that? I'm watching Aaron Rodgers on Hard Knocks, and I'm going, yeah, I want that. I want my defensive coordinator, there's Jeff Ulbrich in the show, turning to his defense and going, we've got that guy. We've got that guy who just made that throw that wasn't there. Like that. That's what I want. Right. We used to have that growing up. We haven't had that in years.
Shanahan. All right, let me pull this out.
And then if you don't think that Brock is the next Aaron Rodgers, for some reason you're a hater. And I'm like, do you understand how rare it is to be Drew Brees or Aaron Rodgers? Every team in the league is dying for one of these young players to pop like that and have 15 years of sustained success.
So back to Jimmy for a second. Shanahan was asked about him because Jimmy wasn't too fond of Shanahan being so cold when he was asked in the offseason. A couple days after they lost to Philadelphia, he was asked, is there any scenario in which Jimmy Garoppolo will be back? And Shanahan said, no. Very sternly, no. Jimmy walked out. Jimmy wasn't too happy about that. But Shanahan was asked about that after practice yesterday. Here's his answer.
I think Jimmy was unbelievable for us. We won lots of games. I think that was a simple question. Is there a scenario where he'll be back here next year? And I gave a common sense answer, and no. I think that was a little overblown on trying to be a shot at him or anything. I mean, we knew Jimmy wasn't coming back on his standpoint and our standpoint, financially and everything. So that was just the common sense answer. But anytime I've been asked about Jimmy and what he meant to us and how he was, I've never said it differently. So Jimmy was unbelievable here. I think he was the best quarterback here in about 20 years since Steve Young. Has an unbelievable record, and every time he played and stayed healthy, we were either in the Super Bowl or NFC Championship game. So I hope no one insinuates I've ever said differently.
So that's Shanahan on Jimmy. And, it is what it is. Here's what Shanahan said about Sam Darnold's progress in training camp.
I think Sam's gotten better each practice. It's his first time in this offense, and I've been really encouraged with just how he spits the plays out, how he can call them, where he is now compared to the first couple days. He doesn't seem like it's his first time going through it, so he's getting better each week, getting more comfortable, and I'm excited to see him in some of these games.
That's Shanahan.
And he loves Sam Darnold. I don't get it. This is why I can't wait to see it myself. I want to have the opportunity to be able to rewind after the game and go back and watch everything myself. This is going to be a very scrutinized preseason game.
Yeah, Monday's show is going to be absolute flames.
The biggest thing, though, to come out of yesterday wasn't the news about quarterbacks. To me, it was George Kittle being hurt again before the season even started with an injury that I think could linger.
So apparently he suffered an adductor strain, George Kittle. Now, I don't see it blown up everywhere, but I honestly thought it was underreported, to be honest with you. This is one of the premier tight ends in football. One of your best tight ends in franchise history. So George Kittle will also be out for a week, but his injury is not expected to be long-term. To me, that's an adductor injury is tough. We saw, you brought it up, Andrew Wiggins. Andrew Wiggins missed 15 games. Now, it would have been about 12, but he got sick on the back end of it. 12 games in the NBA, that's 3 weeks. I would be surprised we didn't see George Kittle until Pittsburgh week 1.
Again?
Which stinks from this standpoint. The rapport with Brock Purdy, rapport with Trey Lance, rapport with Sam Darnold, rapport with your offensive line, rapport with the blocking scheme. That stinks.
It really does stink. And then the other part of this is like, not only does it suck for synergy and stuff, they had him on a pitch count. Like he's barely playing in practice.
Right.
This isn't good, man. These soft tissue injuries. Like I know we want to compare Kittle to all the tight ends in the game. I know this. Kelsey plays every week.
Yep.
And there's a big difference. And I'm not saying that Kittle's not great. He is. But when you want to be one of the greats of all time,
yep,
health and being available is part of that. And I think that Kelsey has enjoyed much better availability week to week for his guys.
Let me make it clear.
He never misses. Kelsey never misses games.
He does it. Let me make it clear to the 630 on the Xfinity mobile text line. Ain't nobody at this station, let alone this show, are rooting for Purdy to have season-ending surgery. That's some sick stuff right there. Some idiot on the Xfinity mobile text line. Shouldn't even read the text. But don't put that on us. Nobody's rooting for injuries. I want Brock. If Brock Purdy's leading us to the Super Bowl, man, I'm all on the Brock train. I'm all on. I don't care who plays quarterback for the 49ers. I just want it reported accurately and give my assessment on why I like this quarterback and why I don't like that quarterback. Never said anything about Brock Purdy having a season-ending. Nobody's wishing for injuries. You idiot. Stop texting. Don't block that number. What a fool. Vic Tafur coming up, 7:20. Vic Tafur, The Athletic, to give his perspective on the joint practices with the Raiders and Niners. That's coming up, sponsored by Chilton Auto Body.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body has 15 convenient Bay Area locations to help restore your vehicle.
50 Cent. I was down a Master P rabbit hole this morning. Not even on his music, just his Instagram page. And he actually talked about 50 Cent. He goes, oh, I love 50 Cent. He posted a picture of 50. He goes, man, I invested in 50 when he was young. This Wankster song on that 8 Mile soundtrack. I had never heard anything like it.
Honestly, similar to Eminem, one of the more popular songs actually isn't even close to one of his best songs.
No, it's not even his best songs.
It's like not even close.
But it's so sick.
No doubt. No doubt.
It's a hard song.
I mean, the video.
The video's just sick. The video just, man, said just use a Wankster. But you never pop nothing. In high school, you was the man, homie.
I mean, Ja's career was
done.
I mean, he ended his career, right?
Done.
And I'll be real with you. I think Ja made as good, if not better, music than 50.
Nah, he didn't make better.
You're lying if you did not
He
bump.
didn't make better music.
What?
He didn't make better music than 50.
So
It
you
was
didn't bump
different.
any of the Shanti songs with him? Come on.
You're putting words in my mouth. I didn't do that.
That first album before he went all like R&B pop.
Ja was not better than 50. I'm not saying that. Ja had hits.
I'm saying his catalog is pretty damn good.
His catalog's good. But he ain't no 50 Cent.
No, 50's awesome, but like 50, the farther he got away from Dr. Dre producing the beats, I do think that the product got watered down.
A little bit. That's all. It always happens like that.
He's not going to ever recover from Firefest, though. Ja.
Well, that too. But I'm telling you, go back to that first Ja album.
Ja was good.
Murder.
But the first 250 albums were better than any Ja album. Come on.
Probably
no.
But I'm talking about like collection of hits. When you go to
no doubt.
When you go to a concert,
Ja has hits.
He has hits, dude.
Hits.
Like the song with J-Lo is, it's one of the.
Hits.
You hear that song at a wedding
hits.
and you get out on the dance floor.
He's got hits, but you know what? He ain't 50. 50's intro songs on Power and Raising Canaan are hard. Come on, you know you like it. Big Rich
I love
Town.
50. I love 50. But I think we've
just got.
We as a society have written Ja off, and we're acting like he wasn't on TRL top 5 for like 5 years straight.
Oh my gosh! People hating in the roast. You know, somebody said that. Robert Saleh said that on Hard Knocks yesterday. If you don't got haters, you not popping. Okay. We got a lot of haters.
Totally agree with him on that.
You know what? I'm gonna embrace that. I'm going to embrace that. So I do notice the haters coming out a lot. True story. I had a hater. He's been commenting on Instagram. I think he deleted everything because I found out who he was. This joker was just, you're such a Trey Lance lover. He's all in the comments, right? He's tagging me and everything. I'm like, who is this bot? The guy started texting me. The guy literally texted me, Bonte, why do you love Trey Lance so much? I'm like, who is this? Don't worry about it. But if you would never say some of the things on this. So I found out who it was. I was like, you got haters out here looking up my phone number. The guy was from Virginia. So, you don't got haters, you don't got popping. Vic has a lot of haters.
Look, here's the thing. I know it's the unpopular thing to say. Everybody agrees that Ja got destroyed by 50, but you're all pretending like you didn't bump Ashanti and Ja.
We never said that.
J-Lo and Ja.
We never said we didn't.
Where is Ja?
We bumped Ja. We did. We never said that, Shasky. You're insinuating that. We're just telling you he ain't no 50 Cent.
Oh, but I feel like
Vic out here.
50's first 2 albums, and then everything else has been
Come on. G-Unit album?
G-Unit.
Yeah, you love that. Come on, stop. You love that.
There was a couple good hitters.
All right, let's get Vic
I'll give you
Tafur.
that.
Vic
There
Tafur.
was.
We're wasting time, man.
Sorry.
Got to get the practice, man. He ain't got time.
Sorry,
for this.
my bad.
And we got him on the line for free. So Vic's going to start charging us after 5 minutes. Vic Tafur, The Athletic, longtime friend of ours here at 95.7 The Game. Vic, my man, Vegas Vic. Should I just start calling you Vegas Vic? Did you move down there?
I did, man. So that name fits, yeah.
Yeah, I like Vegas Vic, and you get to go to all the fights because I know you're a big boxing fan. Spence, Crawford, man, you're living a life, Vic. Damn, you come a long way from covering the Cal Bears. But look, man, welcome to the Morning Roast, man. Long time no talk. We miss you out here in the Bay Area, but you sent out a tweet yesterday that caught all of our attention here in Niderland, and it was something about Trey Lance. And as you watched the joint practices yesterday, Brock Purdy, Jimmy Garoppolo, and we'll get to all that, Kyle Shanahan and Max Crosby talking trash. But you quote tweeted Matt Barrows by saying, basically, who's going to trade for Lance? It's worth a shot for some team looking for a future starter because Lance apparently led a touchdown drive. Well, it wasn't a touchdown drive because Latu dropped the pass or whatnot. But what are your thoughts on Trey Lance? Because a lot of Niner fans are saying, see, Vic, he covers the Raiders. He likes what Lance is doing. What did you see in Trey Lance to make you say something like that?
I mean, he looked good, but it was against the third team, so I can't go too crazy. But, I mean, obviously he's got some talent. Obviously, I'm not sure he's in their plans for the future, so I think it makes sense if you're another team, like maybe, I'm not even saying the Raiders, but it could be another team that needs a quarterback for the future, a guy who can be your starter down the road, maybe give him a shot, and I don't think the price would be too high. So that was all I was saying. I just think that it makes sense, I think, for a lot of people.
Did Brock Purdy blow you away?
No one blew me away, man. It was hot. It was, you can't see very well. Like, we had the binocs out. The Raiders aren't great at access, as your guy Greg Papa said. So I just think you see what you can see. I think everybody looked fine, but no one really stood out. I think there were very few interceptions. I think there was only one on the day, so that was good, I think, for both teams. But Purdy was fine. I mean, Lance was fine. Jimmy G was fine. So I just thought, let's look at what's going to happen long term.
Vegas Vic here on the morning. Also 95.7 The Game. Vic Tafur up from the Athletic. So that whole, real quick, we can have some laughs here. I saw the video where somebody was complaining about, the access down at Raiders practice. And I saw all you guys kind of tweet. It was like, well, that's the normal protocols here. Did you guys kind of laugh at that? Where somebody was claiming basically, oh, man, the Raiders are treating Papa like crap because he was there for 21 years and wasn't that kind of funny?
It was. I mean, I love Greg. Obviously, he had a little tantrum. That's fine, but that's just the way it is down there. But no one can see anything. It's kind of like, that's kind of what they want to try and do is kind of limit your access and what you can see. But you get binocs, you can make it work. But I get it. I mean, Greg was the guy with the Raiders for a long time. So obviously, and he also now they got the Niners. So I think he's used to certain things. You can probably walk him where he wants to go on the field, and that's not going to happen here in Henderson.
Well, just in general. Why is everyone so afraid of practice being filmed? I just don't get it. I legitimately don't get it. Like, we act like they've got like the nuclear codes and they're all going to go 18-0 or 17-0 if nobody watches any of our plays in practice. It's kind of an absurd concept, is it not?
I'm totally with you. I think it's ridiculous that coaches are worried about, like, oh, they said who's going to be a second team tackle or who's competing for this spot or this guy had a nice, pass. I just think if you're a good coach, you have confidence in what you're doing in your team. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what people in your right report or see or what injury updates you give. Just, do your job and focus on your guys in your locker room, getting better and knowing your scheme and performing. And I just think the whole thing, the whole paranoia, I think is really, it's kind of absurd.
It is pretty funny. George Allen back in the day with the Washington, he would have all the Fitzes covered up. He thought helicopters were spying on him. He thought it was the Cowboys spying on him. Al Davis, too. Al Davis is paranoid like that. It's real quick, Vic. Jimmy Garoppolo, it really feels like he's happy to be back with Josh McDaniels in his offense. Feels like he gets to do a little bit more. Is that what you're kind of gathering from Jimmy Garoppolo as well? Because we kind of taking his shots towards Shanahan when he say, man, Shanahan kind of does this thing and the quarterback sit in one room. But it feels like Jimmy Garoppolo is very, very happy to be down there in Vegas where it feels like he's wanted.
Yeah, it's a very soft landing spot. Obviously, he says himself that Josh kind of taught him football when he came up, taught him the offensive systems. So I think he's very happy getting back with Josh. And obviously, the system's changed since he left. They've upgraded. They actually added some things he used with the Niners. But and plus, Vegas and Jimmy Garoppolo is also a perfect marriage. I mean, just like off days, I can't imagine what he's doing. So I'm sure he's having a good time. So I think he's very happy where he is right now.
Were you surprised that Kyle Shanahan praised him so much?
Obviously, Mike Silver had the story the other day where they kind of showed some of the problems they had when they broke up. So, I think it's obvious to go the other way and say, hey, man, that was my guy. I loved him. But I don't think they talked yesterday. I'm not sure I don't think they did speak to each other. So, clearly, there's still some stuff there that needs to be resolved between them at some point.
I was waiting on the picture of Jimmy and Kyle Shanahan hugging it out from one of you guys, whether it was David Lombardi, Vic, Marcus Todd. I thought one of you guys would take that photo, but apparently you guys are so far away from the field, you can't really see anything.
No, but we heard they didn't talk. I think both of those guys acknowledged they didn't say hi to each other. So clearly there's still some ice that needs to be thawed there.
Vic, just in general, the Niners really feel themselves, right? Like from afar, they really have a high sense of self-worth, don't they?
Well, pretty good. You should. If you're a good football team and you got some swagger, that's part of the deal. So I respect that. The Raiders want to get there at some point. I'm not sure they're close, but I get it. If you got talent and you got, you should be happy about it and proud of it and walk like you're the guy.
Vic, real quick before we get you out of here, I know you got an early practice, man, out there in Henderson, Nevada. Hopefully it's not too hot out there for you guys, but just overall, when you look at the quarterback situation and the Niners, the way the Niners have handled it, for a championship team to get so close or a contender to get so close to that Super Bowl, it kind of feels weird how it's just All right, one day Sam Darnold, one day, Brock Purdy's obviously going to start the season, but they bring in Darnold. They trade all these draft picks for Trey Lance, and it seems like Trey Lance is on the outskirts. How you from afar looked at the 49ers situation in the way they handled the quarterback situation?
Yeah, it's crazy. And you got to give the coaching staff a lot of credit. They definitely overcame some obstacles. They thought the unconventional way was not a true, definite guy. So I think they definitely got Brock Purdy ready, and he looks like he's going to be the guy. And they not only love Sam Darnold, so they clearly have some things working in the quarterback room. So they're in a good spot. They got some depth, and I think that's why I mentioned I think making a trade makes sense.
You think Trey Lance has the ability to be a starter in this league?
I don't know, but I think he deserves a shot. I think that's how much he's going to get a shot there. So I think he showed enough. He got drafted. He got traded for pretty highly. So our team also liked him. He's got the skill set. So at some point, I got to give a chance to develop, actually, prove he can or can't do it. I'm not sure what's going to happen there.
Well, just from your time covering the league, anyone that says like, "Oh, he's a bust and can't be salvaged, and he's on the level of Jamarcus or like Johnny Manziel or whatever," that's kind of an absurd notion, right?
For sure. I mean, these guys need a chance to develop, learn something, need a chance to. You need reps, and not only in games, but also in practice. I'm not sure they'll get those this year, so I think that's also a key part of it. But it's way too early to call him a bust.
Yeah. Josh Jacobs, Vic, we got to hold out of here with Nick Bosa. A lot of people say running backs aren't important, but the Niners traded for Christian McCaffrey. They took off. Josh Jacobs, any resolution anytime soon with Josh Jacobs and the Raiders?
Nah, he's pissed off. He's not going back for a while, I think. But then again, if the tag is $10.1 million, and it doesn't matter how pissed off you are, it's hard to walk away from $10.1 million. So it doesn't have any leverage. So I do think he'll be back before the first game of the season.
Just one last thing I'll leave you with, because I know you're staring at that AFC West. I am selling all Sean Payton stock. His arrogance is through the roof, and any man whose first move of business is to give Mike McGlinchey $50 million in free agency is doomed for failure. Mark that down. You can use it later on as your own material.
I'll mark it down. I'll put on my little list of things to watch this year.
I won't be looking for Vic's bets. Sometimes I fade the big
Hell
Vic.
Yeah.
Sometimes I paid the big Vic, but Vic is Vic, man. It's so good to talk to you, man. You're doing your thing with the Raiders. You've been doing it for a long, long time. Thanks for spending some time with us this morning.
All right, guys. Take care.
See ya.
Anytime, Vic Tafur, The Athletic. On the morning roast, so we're going to get to the calls, 888-957-9570. So a couple things I'm gathering from the Raider beat writers. Number one, you can't see a damn thing. All right? Got to bring binoculars to see things. So all these reports about who looks great, we might as well just, like this depth chart right here, this unofficial depth chart, just throw the crap out the window.
Okay.
Just throw it out the window. They can't see nothing. They can't see anything. Now, I did see somebody in the chat that said, I don't know who said it, but kind of made me chuckle during the interview. Said, boy, if Trey Lance would have thrown an interception, we would know who was intended for, who was the target, who intercepted it. We don't know those things with Brock Purdy because we can't see. That's what we're going to claim, right? So you can't really get a great evaluation. Now, Ryan Hensley, he does a great job covering the Niners. He just texted me and said, well, I heard that Trey Lance got reps before Sam Darnold. But these guys can't see anything, so how the hell they know who's getting what rep or whatnot? That's what I'm gathering here. That's why I can't wait till Sunday to actually see a game. A game. Not practice, a game. I need a game in my life, Shasky. Not practice. A game.
So what the Raiders have you like multiple fields away?
They got multiple fields. By the way, shameless shout-outs. Almost forgot. 15 minutes. Line them up. Shameless shout-outs coming up.
Here's what I would say. And it's the same thing in Niner practice. Like, they're like, stop filming at this time. Why? What are we hiding? What are we hiding? Well, you're going to run stupid plays in the preseason. I haven't seen one smoke screen, okay? We know the smoke screen's in the playbook. Here, let me close my eyes. Kyle Shanahan's offense, 7 years in. A lot of slants, a lot of intermediate digs.
Well, it's also, but no, it's
a lot of deep crossovers.
I think what you're missing here is this. They may want to cut a player and bring him back on the practice squad. They don't want anybody to see something. So you flip fake news around a player or whatnot, you cut them, and you hope that nobody sees them or snatches them up. That's all that it's little things. You want to protect certain players. Some player may have a flaw. You don't want that getting out in training camp.
How long have you been in this medium?
Right, I've been in a long time.
Okay. When was the last time the final guy was a fringe guy that they tried to sneak onto the practice squad, made an impact in any game?
For example, Matt Breida. Kevin Jones, Blue Wire podcast, one time, he broke Matt Breida. It was like, Matt Breida, the team's really liking him. He has some sources, but nobody knew who Matt Breida was.
Okay. So
the Niners were irate
Okay.
I'm sure there's other examples, but I'm just using this example for you.
Okay.
The Niners were irate that it got out because they wanted to sneak him through the practice squad. They wanted to cut him and not pay him. It was like, oh, this is our little project here. We want nobody to do all that. Then, I don't want the Washington football team seeing what I'm doing. If we're having bad snaps or if we got a D in who's getting blown off the ball, I don't want them seeing that. I don't.
I just think we're like
you got to protect something.
Oh, come on.
You might as well just invite the media members to the coach's office. Here's our blackboard. Take a picture of our X's and O's.
No, I would say this is what I would tell you.
Media members. Here's our play sheets. Here's our play calls. Go ahead, take a picture of it.
No, it's not about play calls. Like you're gonna do. Kyle's been running the same plays over and over and over with slight variations. Like that's like all I'm saying is this: you're the NFL. The fervor for what's going on is through the roof.
Exactly.
You have a 17 games. This isn't Major League Baseball where you play every single day. If you live streamed all of the practices from a top field view, do you know what the viewership would
the
be?
teams don't give a damn about that.
Yeah, I can tell.
They don't give a damn about that.
Yeah,
they
but
don't
they're
care
worried about the
you.
wrong thing.
No, they want to protect their assets. They want to protect their play calls. They want to protect their practice methods. They want to protect the way they teach.
What are you hiding?
You don't want that. You want to hide everything.
What are you hiding?
What are you talking about? You just say, hey guys, let's live stream our practice. Because that's the only time we get to work on smoke screens. That's the only time we get to work on jet sweeps. That's the only time we get to work on formations.
When you're doing real installs, right? Real installs. Like right now, we're going through the most basic stuff. I hear you once we get to like preparing for week 1 against this team. All I'm saying is this. If you gave a zoomed out version and you put it on YouTube, you just said, boom, here you can watch 49er Raider joint practices. People would be all over it.
Oh, yes, we will. We're all over it anyway. We're all over it anyway, but you're not going to sit there and start, hey, man, these guys are running a 2-minute drill. Let's see how they run a 2-minute drill. Let's see what this quarterback is doing in a 2-minute drill. Oh, this guy. You can pick up on tendencies early in the preseason. The Super Bowl year when the Chiefs beat the Niners. Remember, I went back and I watched the preseason game against the Chiefs and Niners.
Okay, but time out. You got to watch the preseason game.
The game, not the practices.
Okay.
You should not be live streaming practices.
What? No, just these scrimmages.
Let me install my formations for everybody to see. No, I'm not doing that.
Bonte, I know that the Niners are going to run. Oh, what are their different personnel combinations that everyone likes to call it? They're going to run 21, and they're going to run this.
Yeah, but you don't know what's coming out of that. You don't know what's coming out of that.
And guess what?
They run different plays in different formations.
Here's what I know. They will run a lot of motion pre-snap.
Oh, my gosh.
And they're going to move Juszczyk from one side to the other, and they're going to do some misdirection.
So you want to give teams earlier preparation for your offense? Teams know that, boy, the Niners run a lot of window dressing. They'll run a lot of. So let's go ahead and watch the installs, but you don't know when it's coming.
The Chiefs are letting you film anything you want. You know why? Because the Chiefs are like, this is who we have. We don't give a damn.
No, they don't film everything.
Still found a way in the Super Bowl.
They don't film everything. They don't film intra-squad scrimmages.
All of it's all over the internet.
Come on.
Every team operates differently.
People are posting clips of certain clips. Come on, what team's out there?
The Dallas Cowboys are allowing you to film stuff.
What, all the practices?
No, these scrimmages and things like that. You're allowed on the 11-on-11s. They will allow it. Like certain teams allow it, certain teams don't. And I'm saying that the Raiders and the Niners, what are you hiding?
Plays, formations, tendencies. That's what we're hiding. 888-957-9570 is the phone number for Shameless Shout out to 10 minutes. Let's go to Antoine in San Francisco. Antoine, what's happening, man? You're on the roast.
What's up, fellas? Good morning.
Good morning.
Oh, man, just chilling, man. I just want to go on real quick and just say a few things real quick and let y'all go back to doing what y'all doing. I just wanted to say, are we coming to the time where a third-string quarterback automatically gets the first-string reps? Like, this is crazy. Trey Lance didn't even get pulled out the game. He got hurt. I don't understand how Brock Purdy is the answer to this.
Because he played great last year.
Go ahead.
Because he played great last year. I mean, like, those games really do matter a lot. They matter a lot. Not that this practice doesn't matter to some degree right now and what's going on now, but I think the majority of the weight of why everyone feels the way they do inside the building is because of what he did last year.
I feel what you're saying, but it should have been a competition because both of them got hurt.
Yeah,
Lance got hurt.
No doubt.
Purdy got hurt. We need to put the best quarterback on the field. And from what I'm hearing, Trey Lance is better than all of them.
Huh.
Like Brock Purdy having Interceptions. Every single practice. Every single practice. Multiple interceptions. Almost interceptions. Like, this doesn't make sense. We just need the best quarterback back there so we can get our 6th Super Bowl. This shit is crazy.
All right, Frank, we got to go.
I love it. Our callers are the best.
Somebody
We've
dropped
got the best audience ever.
Even Hillary dropped the bomb the other day. I mean, everybody drops bombs on this show. I just feel like they can say whatever the hell they want to say. People feel a little too comfortable. We got SEC rules. I want to have a job in 2 years. Crying out loud. At least let me live out my contract.
I will say this. It feels to me, just from seeing everything that I'm seeing and trying to keep up with practice, I try to report to those who maybe don't follow as closely as I do. It feels like, at minimum, they are giving Trey Lance really tough love.
Yeah, which is absurd when he was the 3rd overall pick and you traded 3 picks for him. Why would you try to massage him and make him feel like I get tough love? I get tough love, but come on, man. He should never have a rep behind Sam Darnold. Sam Darnold should have reps after Trey Lance.
Well,
Trey Lance should be penciled in as a second-string quarterback.
Isn't there something to be said for earning spots?
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt.
I don't think it's the end-all, be-all, but what?
Purdy's an unquestioned number 1 quarterback.
Yes.
He doesn't have to earn anything. He's number 1. Boom. Here you go. Here's your team. And to that caller's point, although I believe that Purdy should be the leader of the clubhouse based off last season, and I get Shanahan wants to do that. He wants to settle that. I just find it asinine. I find it's mind-boggling to me that the number 3 overall pick from a couple years ago is getting tough love, and it has to compete with Brendan Allen and Sam Darnold for reps. This is the guy you handpicked. This is the guy you thought would take you to the future and lead this team to a couple Super Bowl wins. Trey Lance. This is the guy you salivated over when you got smoked by Josh Allen in Glendale, Arizona on Monday Night Football, and you sat there and said, boy, this is the future of the league. Man, Josh Allen and this, and you got guys who can run and throw and blah, blah, blah. Well, you got that guy, Trey Lance. And people, again, he helped keep your season alive in 2021. But he's got to earn reps against Sam Darnold and Brendan Allen? That bothers me. Come on, man. That's unfair treatment. That's not right. And so Purdy doesn't have to compete for anything. Okay, fine. Whatever. He's the number 1 quarterback. That's fine. But you can't sprinkle in Trey Lance for a couple one reps?
Well, they
can't get a couple number 1 reps?
Didn't they do this to some degree? Maybe not as this, I don't know, scrutinized, but didn't they do this to some degree with Brandon Ayuk? And it feels like Brandon Ayuk came out on the other side.
He did, but what did we say in real time? We said in real time, that's a joke. Let Brandon Ayuk cook. Who did he give snaps to before Brendan? Was it Trent Sherfield?
Yeah.
It was certain
Trent Sherfield. There was so much hype on Sherfield.
Oh, my God. And I was like, this is not right.
Do you know where Sherfield is currently?
Miami, right?
Did he leave Miami or was he in Buffalo? He was in Miami. He was part of
in Miami. I think
that
he might
punt
be in
formation
Buffalo now.
that blew it.
Trust me, I don't keep up with Trent Sherfield. River Craycraft, Trent Taylor.
Remember that Lance throw to Sherfield, though, against Kansas City?
Oh, my God. What about the throw before that? Brendan Ayuk dropped it. When Trey Lance danced in the pocket, made something happen, threw a dime to Ayuk. And when Trey Lance threw it, everybody went crazy, even in the press box. Oh, my God, Trey area. What happened to that? Anyway, 888-957-9570 is the number if you want to chime in on the conversation.
Well, I do find it very, very, very interesting because I'm looking at Kyle Shanahan's track record of relationships at the quarterback spot. And you're either one of his guys until you're not. Right? So, like, I'm looking at him and, like, what he did with RG3 and then the obsession with Kirk Cousins. And we all kind of understand that drama. I mean, they left RG3 for dead.
Oh, they destroyed him.
Right? I mean, Kyle was the OC. Now, I don't know if he was the guy who helped set the pick. He was the OC for Johnny Manziel.
Yeah, he was. He was. Did you see him in that documentary?
Yes, I did.
Young Shetty.
I mean, I look at his stuff with quarterbacks. To me,
Matt Ryan and him didn't get along that first year.
I think it's 100% fair to critique his just basic human relationship stuff when it comes to the quarterback.
Wow.
I think it's the most important. If I told you there's one relationship that's the most important in sports, wouldn't you say head coach and quarterback?
No doubt.
Robert Saleh clearly gets that because you're watching Hard Knocks and he's like, thank God for this guy.
Yeah, I got Ray Rodgers.
I mean, doesn't the whole optimism around the organization feel different with the Jets?
Yep, no doubt. 888-957-9570. You know what we do every Friday? It's shameless shout-out time in 4 minutes. 3 minutes. Shameless shout-outs. 888-957-9570. Line them up. Shout out whoever you want to shout out. You can shout out your dog, shout out your candles in the house, shout out your incense, shout out your damn cannabis. You know, shout out your weed. What strand are you smoking? Shout out your strand. Shout out to some blunts you smoke, the joints. What cannabis club do you go to? I don't care. Shout out anybody you want to shout out. Let's go to Larry in the city. Larry, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, babe. What's up, Joe? What's up, man?
What's up, Larry?
Football.
Larry, get back. Call us back, man. Your line's breaking up. Line's breaking up. Okay, Josh Harper covers the Raiders. Here's what he said about Jimmy, Trey, and Purdy.
Jimmy G looked better. Jimmy G looked like the more mature NFL-ready quarterback, and Trey Lance just looked like that quarterback that could be the next big thing.
Wait. So, hold on, because you skipped over Brock. So you said Jimmy G
looked better than Brock Purdy. You know, they were making the same types of throws, but it just looked – Jimmy looked way more comfortable.
Jimmy looks like the 9-year version of
Brock Purdy is what I'm saying, yeah. And I'll go to Trey Lance. Trey Lance just looks like, okay, this kid could be special. Like, he got something to him. I never really seen Trey Lance throw in person. When he throws the ball, it shoots out his hands. Like, it's just and it was on the money today. So, like, he really changed my mindset of how I felt about Trey. Just seeing him in person, I think he still has a chance to be special crop.
That's Josh Harper on Eric Crocker's YouTube channel. Eric Crocker does a good job covering the Niners.
It is ironic they moved off of Jimmy for a guy who looks like a slightly more mobile, younger version to other people. Now, he performed at the level of Jimmy. Some will say better. I think he played a little better than Jimmy Garoppolo.
I think he played a lot better than Jimmy.
Okay, that's fine. A lot, that's fine. We can have that.
And he threw the ball down the field.
He did. But the same question on Jimmy Garoppolo in terms of can he get over the top is the same question I have on Purdy currently. And then the other question is, can he stay healthy for Jimmy G? Can Purdy stay healthy? I think those are two big unknowns.
888-957-9570. In seconds, we'll have shameless shout-outs. Shameless shout-outs coming up here. 888-957-9570. See it a lot here on the First NorCal Credit Union YouTube page, as well as the Twitch page. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Xfinity Mobile Text Line. I don't care what they gave up for Trey. Shady has to own it. But if Trey is not better than the other ones, then he deserves what he deserves. It is best for the team. That's from the 510, and I agree with that. If Trey's not good enough, then you know what? It's a bust. It's a huge bust, and we're going to have to eat that. We're going to have to wear that as a Niner fan base. We're going to have to wear that as a Niner football team and their organization. If he is a bust, then move off of him. Well, but I just find it ironic that Vic Tafur was saying, boy, he looks like a future starter. He needs a chance. Well, and it looks like the chance may not come in San Francisco.
So there's two things going on, and they can be connected or they cannot be connected. If Purdy becomes the version of Purdy that everyone wants him to be, and you saw glimpses of for long stretches last year, Trey is irrelevant in this equation. If Purdy slips even a little and Trey's not good, now we've got major problems.
Major issues. Maybe Sam Darnold's the savior. Maybe he's the savior.
I wonder what like a Tennessee Titan fan thinks of the Niners situation. What does a Detroit Lion fan think of what's going on?
We know how Philly feels about the Niner quarterback situation. They pulled my tweet when I said Sam Darnold looked like he was the best quarterback in practice from day 2. They go, oh my God, these guys have to rely on Sam. I mean, they had a field day. I couldn't even do it under my. I said, damn, go ahead, cook.
Well, you've been getting pulled. A lot of tweets have been making it viral.
Hey, it's what I do.
Big time Bonte.
Content machine over here. Say it with your chest.
You know what I would like in our new studio, and I want to do this for us, is like when we get really arrogant and big-headed, let's just put the fat heads behind us of ourselves.
So I already want like heads of Farhan.
Oh, yeah.
I want Bob Myers. I want Draymond Green. Yeah, we're going to figure out.
I heard from a little birdie.
I want to steal it from PTI, like the set from PTI, where they got all the different faces. Yeah. And I want my Canadian flag. I want my Canadian flag. I want my Italian flag. Yeah. I want my French flag. I want all that.
Heard from a little birdie. Farhan's very insecure and listens to everything.
You don't think?
And doesn't like any criticism or pushback.
You don't think?
Well, guess what, Farhan? I dare you. Double dog dare ya. Come on to this station anytime, any place, anywhere. Let's have philosophical baseball conversations.
Hell, he could
I'm here for it, doggy.
We'll invite him to the studio, but it's not
happening.
One
thing's for sure. Whether Farhan's here for the next 30 years or 3 months, I know I'll still be here. Maybe not on this platform, but I'll be living in this area rooting for my Giants.
Oh, that's a great accomplishment.
I know everything.
I thought you were saying something else. I thought, well, what's good to say shout out?
I get fired tomorrow.
I thought it was a segue for shameless shout outs, and it just wasn't.
What was that?
I'm saying I'm going to be here somewhere.
Let me read the sponsor, Shasky.
I know.
Relax for a second. Shout out to the Alameda County Electrical JATC. They are recruiting paid apprentices for its 5-year apprenticeship program. Pay starts at $28.08 an hour. Apply Friday, August 18th. Okay, apply Friday, August 18th. For more info, visit 595jatc.org. That's 595jatc.org. When people think of unions, and we met with a lot of union workers last week at the Coliseum, all the Teamsters.
Yeah.
When people think of unions, they think of adversaries. Big bad owners versus desperate workers. Not this union at all. This is a true partnership between owners and workers. They aren't battling each other in the industry. Their struggle is against the non-union side. Unions stand up for workers' rights. Management and labor come together to say we can build a better industry. We can create better conditions for workers. And with training centers like ours, we can keep our industry thriving for another 100 years. Shout out to the Alameda County Electrical JATC. Let's get to the shout-outs. Shasky, what you got?
I'll start here. Shout out Farhan and Bruce Bochy coming back tonight. Excited to see Bruce Bochy tonight. It'll be on Apple Plus, so I don't know how many people will be able to actually access that.
Yep.
Me telling Farhan I'm going to be here, whether I'm on radio or not, which I probably won't be, 20 years from now, 10 years from now.
Most arrogant thing I've heard you say.
You know, it was me, like the guy in our show. Come on, what's the show? Snowfall? Well, at the very, very end. That was me. I'm still going to be here.
Yeah, well, hopefully you don't end up like Franklin Saint. 510, and I'm going to steal off the 510. It's for the mobile text line.
I'll be in my Crocs.
Shout out to the first responders in Maui.
Yeah.
I donated somebody to Maui.
Yeah.
I was just out there in Maui, and the whole west side has basically been burned down. So Leilani's on the beach, a restaurant I went to, me and Anna, Armando from Go to City. He hooked me up with it, met the owner, or got to know the owner, Jason, through text, and they took care of us, comped the meal and everything. Their restaurant is still holding on strong. However, his daughter has not heard from her friends, and that really stinks. And so last I checked, there was 53 people dead in Maui, and that's my shout-out for this week. Shout out to everybody in Maui. Hang tough. Hang tight, man. Your community's tight-knit. I love the camaraderie out there. It's very chill. Hope everybody's okay in Maui. Let's go to the calls here, and then we'll get to split on the allotment. Edgar, San Jose. Edgar, what's happening?
How's it going? I want to shout out the Bay Area in general. Shout out the homeless. Shout out Cookies. Shout out Alamode. I'm smoking on that Alamode right now. Shout out to the Niners training camp. Trey, you going to get in there, get your reps, baby. Shout out to Purdy. Yes, sir.
I love it.
Can I ask you a question? Are you doing rolling papers, cigars? Like, how are you preparing your cookies?
Brother, I'm rolling however we can get it done, right? Papers, backwoods, I'm about the culture. Whatever we can do. Raw papers is the natural way. Bongs, whatever you want to do, however you want to roll it up and smoke it. Do what you got to do. Just get to work, be safe, be there for somebody.
Let's go!
Edgar, real quick, Edgar, do you have something in your hand right now?
Yes, sir.
Is it already lit up?
Yes, sir. In my hand. It's lit up. It's
Can you take a puff for us?
Can you take a puff? Rip it right now.
We're ripping it. That area, we in the building, baby. Yes, sir.
Let's go. Charles in South City. Charles in
I
South
love
City.
this show.
We may not last a year after doing something like that. Charles, that's South City. Charles, what's up?
Morning, guys. I want to shout out my dad, definitely. Happy to have him in my life.
Hell yeah.
Shout out my family. Shout out you guys at the station for doing your thing. All you guys, keep up the good work. Love you guys. Shout out Boch. He's in the Bay.
Hell yeah.
And shout out to the Giants. Let's get this dub. Love you, Boch, but let's get this dub, Giants. Let's go.
Let's go.
I'm with you.
Uncle Gene, Oakland. Uncle Gene. What's up, Uncle Gene?
Hey, fellas. I want to shout out my friend Alex, who unfortunately lost his best friend the last 10 years, his dog, Coltrane, yesterday to cancer. So we're here for you, Alex. On behalf of the gang at Rouge Cafe, we're here to give you all the hugs and all the support you need to get through this. So
Appreciate that.
Losing a
Appreciate
pet is so hard. We lost Riku during COVID.
Yeah.
Your boy was so shaken. I'm like getting emotional right now.
Yeah.
Animals, like especially I'm a dog guy, bro. They're the best. They're the freaking. They drive me insane, but they're your best friend. I'm like getting teary eyed, bro.
Yeah. Shout out to the Sacramento Kings for moving the
Love you.
Hey, shout out to the Sacramento Kings for moving the needle in the playoffs and still not getting that Christmas Day game. I thought that was playing on Christmas after one playoff appearance in 17 years.
It is cute.
That was such a cute
Mark
story.
Willard is-
We're getting that Christmas game, sir. We're getting that Christmas Day game. Oh, D-Lo and KC going to be in a bad mood today. They're going to rip the hell out the schedule makers.
I'm pretty jealous, though. KC, D-Lo. KC, D-Lo.
That's fine.
I do love
They're going to be
their
like,
intro.
KC, D-Lo, and KC's going to get right into it and say, how are we not getting a Christmas Day game? I'm going to put the Mavericks on there. I'm going to put this team on there. And the boys thought they was getting a Christmas Day game. Rich and Fremont.
I bet you Damien had his outfit picked out yesterday for Christmas Day.
Park them Gucci's on Christmas. Spin it with the family. You can watch the Warriors at night, buddy, with your Christmas tree. Rich and Fremont, what's happening?
What's up, Bonte Hill? What's up, Butcher Boy?
What's up, baby?
Your boy, Rich and Fremont, and you know how we roll. We roll with the IFL champions, the Bay Area Panthers. Last season, 1 win. This season, IFL champs.
Let's go.
Go, Bay Area Panthers.
Hey.
Let's go, Sammy. Shout out for the Bay Area Panthers, baby.
One more shout out.
I like that.
Bay Area boy, Sarah High School, stayed local. Aesop Winston Jr., his first NFL touchdown last
yesterday,
night.
yup.
Number 86 for the Seattle Seahawks.
By way of City College of San Francisco.
God, that was awesome.
Washington State. He's got the punt returner
Good for
job.
him.
Esau Winston, my barber, is best friends with
Hell
Esau
yeah.
Winston. He was up at the game yesterday.
I
so
saw that
shout out
last night.
Esau,
I told you I went full football
Oh, no, it
yesterday.
was all
And I
football.
was like, good for him, dude.
It was
I
all
like
football.
fist pumped in the
It
bed.
was all football. Quickly, 408, Xfinity Mobile text line. Want to give a shout out to my boy Randy and his girl Angela there going to Vegas to celebrate and watch the Niners-Raiders game. Let's go.
Yes.
Let's go, baby. Hope Aaron ain't here. What did I say about that? I didn't say anything. Tamir, Oakland, what's happening? What's happening, Tamir?
Hey, what's up, guys? I had to give a shout out to my older son. Me and him just shared a birthday on Wednesday, so I'm saying happy late birthday to him. Man.
Hell yeah.
What's his name, Tamir?
Starting his yeah.
What's his
And
name,
starting
Tamir?
his senior year in high school as well. Go ahead.
Nah, I was going to say, what's his name?
Deshaun.
Deshaun. Happy birthday, Deshaun.
Deshaun, yeah.
Happy birthday, Deshaun. Tamir, call us back, man. That's our guy, Tamir, man. Die hard, man. I love Tamir. Tamir's a good dude. Shot at Hayward, rat-a-tat-tat. Shot at Hayward, what you got?
Hey, what's up, Bonte and Chasky, baby? I just want to give a shout out to my son streaming you guys in Daytona, Florida. He just took a full ride to Bethune-Cookman, HBCU,
Let's
D1
go.
football, baby.
Hell yeah.
Baby.
Let's
I
go.
love you, baby.
Hell
Let's go.
yeah, that's awesome.
All League Chabot College 2 years in a row. That's true girls straight to D1, baby. Rock it, baby.
Let's
Rep
go.
Bay from the bay to the beach.
Let's go.
Let's
I got
go.
goosebumps hearing him.
Yeah, I
that
love
dad is
that.
proud.
Yeah, he is proud. He is proud. By the way, Sean, I'm going to let you go, but Chabot ain't the best you call. We know that where that is. It's over here. City College, San
Neighbor
Francisco,
Dave's
man.
son is one of the quarterbacks over there right now.
Yeah, I'm going up there after the show.
Jimmy Collins was talking about us yesterday, apparently.
Yeah, I'm going up there today after the show. We'll go
Get me
talk to
some
the
gear,
team.
dog.
We'll go talk to the team.
Get me
I'm
some-
get
get me
myself
some
some gear.
swag.
I got to take care of Anna and Big Chance first.
You
You're low on the
jerk.
list. TC
You
Sacramento. TC, what's up?
Hey, look, hey, good morning, man. Bonte and Joe, man. I want to look. What's up with my bros? Hey, I want to send a shout out to the Sacramento Kings, man. Y'all know what time it is.
Have fun on Christmas watching the NBA with their team sitting
We're
at
so
home.
petty.
I love you, KC D-Lo.
We
You know
got
I do. But you know I
smoked by the Lakers, and we're still here clowning the
They
Kings.
trying to tell us we'll see you guys on Christmas Day. It's like,
Hey,
wait a minute.
thank God Harrison
Wait a
Barnes
minute.
missed that shot.
Oh, man. Love to know.
Thank
Shout out
God.
to Spinoni real quick.
I'm going to shout out Boxer and Gerson for the injury report.
Good call.
I swear to God, if I had one wish, a non-sports wish, I would just want to be a Cameron-type Sam Lubman's head. What is going on in his dome right now?
He's furious.
He has a look of like, Jesus Christ, who the hell knows what's going on? I don't know, but George Kittle held out with an adductor strain. Elijah Mitchell still out with an adductor strain as well.
Big injuries.
He's always hurt. Drake Greenlaw left practice early with the hamstring injury.
That's another big injury.
Drake Jackson did not even practice. And Danny Gray's now expected to be out 8 weeks with a broken wrist. Not Danny Gray. Ray McLeod. Ray McLeod has the broken wrist, not Danny Gray. Ray McLeod out 8 weeks with the broken wrist, which gives Danny Gray and Roddy Bell a chance to get some reps. We'll see what happens there. That's the injury report brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping get your workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up in the game? Sponsored by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Your phone calls 888-957-9570. More than Niners or Raiders. And how about the Niners? How about the Warriors? Opening up against the Phoenix Suns. The NBA season opened up with the Warriors and Suns.
You know who he is. Kevin Durant.
Kevin Durant's coming to town.
Hi, welcome to IKEA. Talk.
Talk? What's talk?
That's thank you in Swedish. We're saying talk to our loyal IKEA family members.
football on Sunday. Niners or Raiders, 1 o'clock, Las Vegas. They're scrimmaging in about, say, 50 minutes or so. 8:50 practice starts down in Henderson, Nevada. We got the Warriors schedule released for opening night. Woo! They're playing the Phoenix Suns Christmas Day. They're going to Denver.
Who's their coach?
Who's coach?
The Phoenix Suns.
Oh, Frank Vogel.
That's right. They hired Vogie. He's a champion.
Frank Vogel.
Damn right.
Frank Vogel. He's got that Mickey Mouse ring. Frank Vogel. Kevin Durant.
Bro, you've got burrito all over your teeth, bro.
No, I don't.
Yeah,
I didn't eat no burrito.
There you go.
I'm good.
No, that was me. That was me that ate the burrito. Meat lovers. Yeah. I added spinach, though. It makes me feel better when I add spinach to it.
It's my protein.
I love you, bro. Was that what it was? Whatever.
Protein. What do you mean, whatever?
Well, it smells like burrito in here. I don't know what's going on. I guess it is
SOTA.com. Spinoni was in here during the break eating his burrito. SOTA.weightloss.com.
From 405. I love this show. And yeah, it might not last another year, but no other show will ever move the needle like the morning roast. Let's go.
Yeah, Steiny Guru would disagree with that. Willard and Diz would disagree with that. I'm not going to say that. Hey, I appreciate the compliment, 415. We just try to do what we do. We may be on the air for another year, maybe on the air another 6 months. Who the hell knows?
I feel like I'm better than you.
Yeah,
no way. When did he ever say that? What was the context of that drop?
I don't know.
I love knowledge and history.
I feel like I'm better than you? Play that again.
Mia, what are you doing calling?
Explain to me what happened there.
Do you want to hear the full clip?
Yeah, I'd love to. I've never heard
we'll
it.
Get the Rhea Lancaster. Let's do it right now. Rhea Lancaster, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hi, guys.
What's up, Rhea? Long time no talk.
I know. I love you guys so much. Know that I'm listening. When I don't call, I'm still listening.
See, I knew the ladies loved us. I see some of y'all at practice here like we're listening. I was like, what? The ladies like listening to ours? All right, whatever. Hey, Rhea, we love you too.
So I wanted to shout out whoever scheduled the 49er Raider real football game on my birthday on Sunday, because that's a present to me. That I get to see real football on my birthday.
18 again?
Oh, absolutely. 18 plus maybe 20. I don't know.
Man.
Who's counting?
Hey,
Who's
25,
counting?
aging like 5Y, baby.
Exactly.
Let's go.
Exactly. What are you excited to see on Sunday?
I want to see Trey start. I need to see him play. I've watched his new way of throwing, and I'm telling you right now, I feel like that boy. If you give him some time, he's going to be good. I need him to play.
Yes. How about all the Sam Darnold talk,
I just
Rhea?
want to see it.
Does that get on your nerves, all the Sam Darnold talk?
Yes, Bonte, it does. And I want to thank you for like all the things that you say. I don't want to see Sam Darnold. I just don't. I'm not interested.
You sound like my dad. My dad said the same thing. I'm just not interested in seeing Sam Darnold play.
I'm not. Because I noticed, like, I used to bowl on a bowling league, and I noticed that when I would extend my arm out and throw my bowling ball, I was more likely to get a strike. I see Trey extending his arm straight, so I feel like that ball's going to go further. I just love what I'm seeing, and I need to see it in a real game.
Well, we're going to see it on Sunday. Happy birthday,
Happy
Rhea.
birthday.
Thanks for calling.
And thanks for being a roaster.
Absolutely.
Hell yeah.
It feels like a football season type of show.
Well, it is.
It does. It feels like a football season type of show. The chat's rolling right now. So these mobile text lines they're taking all kind of shots at it, and I love it.
Do you smell that?
On Sunday.
Wait, do you smell that?
What?
Also, I think I smell the NBA coming back too.
Whoa. We got the
because I can feel the fire coming from Sacramento and the anger of them not getting a Christmas Day game.
Kitty Caraway, Damian Barley, I love you guys. You guys are our brothers, part of the same company. You guys own Sacramento, ESPN 1320. But I tried to warn you when y'all was rocking those Gucci's. Y'all was rocking Balenciaga sweaters during the first round.
Oh, their outfits are top notch.
Oh, they're the most fitted, fashionable show in the nation.
Yeah.
They got fits heads down. I give them that.
Yeah, I'm very jealous.
They got style. Yeah. I can't pull off what they pull off.
Well, not only do they have a closet full of wardrobe that I would love to own because it shows me they're making good money, but simultaneously I can't pull off any of the outfits they're pulling off.
The shoes, they're rocking Lucas, they're rocking Tatum's, they're rocking Jordans, they're rocking Kyrie, they're rocking everything.
But do they have Gucci's?
But will they be able to wear Gucci's? Oh, Damian Barley has Gucci's.
Oh, does he?
You better believe it. He's got Gucci's, Louis V's, he got it all. But you won't be wearing them on Christmas Day to go to one center. unless there's a concert or something, or like giving out free food for everybody on Christmas, or giving out presents to all the kids out there in the 916. Ain't no basketball being played at the 916 on Christmas Day. I try to tell y'all boys that. You got to make the playoffs at least 2 years in a row to get a Christmas Day game. And you may not get the Christmas Day game you like. You may be in a nightcap. You may get that Portland, Utah game. And which ain't bad. You got to start somewhere. The Warriors had to start there against the Clippers.
You got to start somewhere?
You know? So.
That's so mean.
That's not mean. I love the Kings. I love my guys. Kenny gonna be hot today on the show. He's going to be hot about this Christmas Day slate.
So I'm looking at it right here. Bucks, Knicks, 76ers, Heat, Celtics, Lakers, Mavericks, Suns, Warriors, Nuggets. Christmas.
They could have done away with the Mavericks.
Well, Luka's a big draw.
He is. Rather see Clippers, Suns.
We don't even know if they're going to be healthy.
Yeah. So wait, the Sixers are not. The Sixers are Sixers. Heat.
I said
Sixers,
Bucks,
Heat.
Knicks, Sixers, Heat.
That's a good one.
Yeah, because Philly and Miami do not like each other. Celtics, Lakers. Got to tug at the heartstrings. Mavs, Suns, Warriors, Nuggets.
Yeah. Well, also the San Jose asked me, Bonte, when does the pool watch start? Well, we will be watching them on Christmas. Wizards not scheduled for Christmas Day.
Are the Wizards scheduled for any presentations on national television?
Probably not until they play the Golden State Warriors. Even then, we don't even know. So, yeah, I'm hyped. And then opening night at Chase Center. So, I was thinking about this. We were talking about this in the show meeting. Think about the Bay Area, folks. All you fans out there. Think about what we've gone through in the Bay Area the last year.
What's that?
We've had the Warriors open up against the Lakers 2 seasons in a row.
Yeah, LeBron versus Steph is pretty cool.
Down at Staples and then last year
that's pretty
on
cool.
ring night. And then now they open up against Kevin Durant and the Phoenix Suns.
That's pretty cool.
That's juicy.
Yeah, it is.
The Giants opened up in Yankee Stadium. They opened up their season in Yankee Stadium.
Against the guy who shunned them in free agency.
And he hit a home run. First at bat.
What I tell you? I told you should have. If you.
So not only that, the Niners.
I hate you.
Think about the Niners. Think about the Niners. They've opened up 2 years in a row against blue blood, iconic organizations. The Chicago Bears last season at Soldier Field, and this year they're going to Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania for one of the more iconic franchises in all of North America.
The matchup that we
Steelers.
haven't seen in the Super Bowl, Niners-Steelers.
Right, and we all thought we were going to get that. So in the Bay Area, we've been lucky with openers, man. Some juicy openers. Kevin Durant coming to Chase Center in front of 18,000 plus.
It's pretty
to
cool.
Open the season. Chris Paul.
Sure beats 2019 Giants versus the Tampa Bay Rays.
Yeah, that's why
to
they
start
go
the year
That's
off.
why they go there. That's why they go there. Who did they start against last year? What, the Royals or something? No, that was their home
Royals
opener.
were the
Their home
opener here because I went to that game and my wife goes, I can't name one Royal. I go,
Not even
most
Bobby
people
Witt
can't,
Jr.
but there's Matt Duffy.
Oh my God!
They won that series too.
Yeah, they
I
did.
think they only have 37 wins right now.
Bobby Witt Jr. hit a home run in game
Giants
3.
lost that series.
Yeah, they did.
I remember.
Should have gotten swept, I think.
Yeah,
Bobby Witt Jr.'s been on fire. Yeah.
Duffy got some big cheers that series too.
Everybody loves his fat ass cat. Rest in peace, Skeeter or Scooter or whatever.
cat.
I think the cat was
R.I.P.
overweight.
Skeeter. PETA is going to be on you.
Well, you know what? PETA could sue my ass because I'm telling you right now, PETA should have been on their job and telling the cat to get on the diet. The cat needed soda, not me at the time. The cat needed soda. The cat couldn't even sit straight.
And that's the owner's fault too. Duffy, come on, man.
The cat was so damn fat, had to lay down. Couldn't do anything. Couldn't even stand on his paws.
My 2 dogs, I monitor the food bowl. Like, I put it down, we only get a little bit, and then I pull it back up because, A, they fight over the food, number 1. And number 2, they, I don't want them fat.
Boy.
I don't want a big fat dog. I saw, by the way, I saw a pit bull yesterday on one of these TikToks. This thing was humongous. This pit bull had to have been 250 pounds.
Wow. Listen, Christmas Day, I forgot. Ravens and Niners, Lamar Jackson's coming to town. Oh, my gosh. Remember that game?
I know. I tried to get tickets for the family, and let me just tell you this right now. Ravens, Niners, Christmas Day, one of the most expensive tickets on the schedule. I'm kind of frustrated.
Don't be. Lamar Jackson's coming to town. Remember that game the Niners had against the Ravens in that raid?
Oh, yeah.
2019?
Oh, yeah.
It was one of the best football games of the season.
Yes.
It's unbelievable.
Back-to-back tsunamis, essentially.
Well, they played that game, and then
Washington.
New Orleans.
But was Washington the week before?
No, was it the week
I
before?
thought they were all in a row.
No, it was Green Bay. No, it was Green Bay. No, because they would have stayed out there. It was Green Bay they played on Sunday Night Football. Then I think they played Baltimore. Then they played New Orleans.
Debo caught a pass in the rain in the first quarter of that game where Jimmy just kind of threw it up. What?
Don't.
No. I'm saying Debo made a hell of a play.
He did make a hell of a play.
And that's all. I'm not ripping Jimmy.
But
I'm
the
saying he
Washington
threw it
game-
up and let his guy make a play.
Washington game was after they beat down the Rams at the Coliseum. So remember that stretch they had?
Give it to me.
They beat Arizona, came back and beat Arizona when Jimmy threw for over 400 yards.
Yes,
Jeff Wilson Jr. Texas route. You love that. That ain't going
the all-out blitz.
The all cover zero blitz.
I just said that. Cover zero.
Green Bay Sunday Night Football when they beat them 37-8. But we had some caller that I remember to this day said, "Boy, we should have beat them 50-8." Jimmy Garoppolo did it. I said, "Man, shut up." They beat them 37-8. All right. Then they went to Baltimore 20-17. They lost. Then they had that wild game in the Superdome. They won 48-46. George Kittle dragging defenders. Yeah. That was sick. Breida showed so much speed. That game was sick. Then they lost the next week.
Juice got almost decapitated in that game.
Oh my God, I forgot about that.
Remember that?
The fake punt.
He got hit so hard on the sideline.
That's right.
And in the era of concussion protocol, no one even looked at him. And I was like, oh my God, how is he still playing?
Yeah, well, they didn't play well the next week. They lost to Atlanta Falcons when Julio Jones took over the football game.
I had my whole family there. I'll never forget that.
Julio took
over
the game.
And they sat Richard Sherman, and
And I remember arguing with our former assistant program director, Danny Freisinger. This Atlanta game doesn't mean anything. And then Seattle ended up losing. I said, you could have had home field locked up.
Without having to worry about fighting week 17.
Yeah. So, a lot of fun. Then you had the Saturday night game against the Rams. Fred Warner with the interception. Boy. All right, we're going to play the Guru clip because you missed out on it.
Yeah, so I was out on vacation last week.
You were out on vacation last
happened?
week. So, Steiny and Guru apparently are going to Vegas in a couple weeks.
Okay.
We're going to Vegas.
I'm very jealous.
And I guess Mia or Guru was under the impression that Steiny and Guru was going to share rooms down in Vegas. Well, Mia was listening.
Wait, they were going to share rooms. Can I? I'm just you and me being honest here. I'm at the age in my life. I'm not really doing shared rooms unless it's my dad or my brother, and it's you know what I mean. Like it's got to be immediate family.
I get worried when the station sends us somewhere. I'm like, got my own room, right?
Yes.
I don't feel. Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. Like work colleagues.
No. Yeah. No,
so we're on agreement there.
So.
And even then, I don't even like doing it. Can I get 2 beds?
Right. But then Steiny was like, I think I'm taking my daughter down there. And Mia happened to be listening because Mia was like, I want to go see Usher. Apparently, Usher's not going to be performing at the time. But I guess she was led under the impression that there was no room for her. Well, here's what happened when she found out there was room for her.
That's my lovely wife.
Let's go to Mia. Hey, hello, Mia.
Hey.
Hello.
Hey, Mia, how you doing?
Oh,
I'm a little upset.
Why? Guru, you should be asking why, not me.
What are you doing calling?
The fear.
Because I was just listening to the last segment, and I heard a bald-faced lie that was told to me.
What was that, Mia?
You guys keep breaking up. So, but anyway.
Yeah, you can keep talking because you're coming through loud and clear.
You're on the air.
Oh, I'm sorry. With this Vegas trip.
Yeah.
Daryl, can I go with you guys when you go to Vegas? Because I want to go see Usher.
Yeah.
I wanted that to be my gift for myself this year. And he's like, oh, no, you can't go. The station is not getting us 2 rooms. We're only getting 1 room. So Steiny is sharing rooms. And then I hear Steiny saying that he's taking his daughter with him. I'm like, wait a minute now.
She's going to stay in her own room, right?
What Daryl just
Mia.
Mia, I don't know what to say.
You start listening to
now. Don't try to change it now.
When did you start listening?
You got caught. Regardless, you don't know when I listen.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
So he will be on the couch.
Oh, my God.
And rightfully so.
I don't know how long.
I cannot believe she's never called the station.
For a long time before his
Steiny doesn't know we're doing 2 rooms. Help me, man.
So I could just have to pay for my ticket. I wouldn't have to pay for my hotel room. That'd be on.
You don't like Vegas, remember?
No.
You don't like Vegas, remember? I don't like. I was trying to take
I like Usher.
Yeah,
I like Usher.
I love. You know what? I think I'm gonna take my daughter.
Oh God!
What room she's staying in?
Oh, so now you're gonna make it even worse.
Yeah, you know what? Me, it's weird. I feel a little awkward because
where are the kids at? Are they home?
Yes, they are.
Oh my
They're
goodness.
listening.
Oh my goodness.
Well,
this is not your finest hour.
Denying their mother to see Usher.
Stop. Mia, you never called. I'm embarrassed.
Mia, don't be a stranger.
Want me to spend more money.
Wow. But, yeah, we're getting bunk beds. Yes, 90 and I. Goo.
Okay. Just stop right here. That is a Picasso of lying. I love you, Guru. I do. I really do. I've never felt more in one with Guru in my life because I've been there. Not necessarily on air, because there's a whole nother layer of trying to fake the on air thing, and keep things going. Dear God, he got caught in a lie, and Steiny, wow.
So
dog.
So
that's the story. It's Steiny, not Guru.
No, it's Evan Giddings too.
Pulled the knife out of Guru's back.
Well,
Jesus.
Number one, we know Guru has no game. There was no finesse to his game at all. No finesse at all.
Well, he was ham-handed.
No, but he could have just on the spot been like pivoted, not panicked, and said, you know what, Mia, I was trying to surprise you. That's all it was. I was trying to surprise you. I already got your ticket and could have finessed it. Now, he didn't finesse it. Evan Giddings didn't help any of it. He just let him drown and played the confessions clip. And I know why Evan Giddings did it, because he was trying to stab Guru in the back and Wally Pip him.
So
I can't be mad at his hustle because he's trying to get paid. Well, and then Matt Steinmetz, what a terrible weak man. Like, I feel like you would have done me like Steiny done Guru.
No.
You would have done me like that with Evan.
I would have just backed off.
Because you set me up when she said.
No, not fair. Look, I'll acknowledge this. And, this is why I like George Costanza so much. I have a tapestry of lies out there at all times, okay? And some aren't necessarily lies. They're exaggerations on truths or things that I'm unwilling to admit at any given time to create the narrative for those around me so they understand why I can't do whatever they want me to do, all right? I'm being pulled in a lot of directions. So I understand from Guru's perspective, maybe you said something a certain way that has roots of truth in there.
There was no truth in there.
The timeout.
Guru
as a married man, I can relate with Guru. I got your back on this one. And when you get caught by the wife and you start trying to interrupt or change the story or whatever, God, I've never felt more. I totally feel where he's coming from.
You don't have to be married to go through something like that. Number one, because I know Anna listens at times when I say some things, and sometimes in dinner she brings something up. I'm like, it's just performance art.
I've been texted by her at times telling me to don't try to save that man. He has buried himself his own grave.
So there you go. And she'll go on a YouTube chat. It is what it is. Couch it is. You know what I'm saying? Couch got my middle name on it right there.
Like a park bench. This couch is dedicated to Bonte Hill.
Go from boyfriend to hubby.
I mean, like, when you set me up with that one on the 40th birthday.
I didn't set you up with that. This is what happened. It was your birthday, your 40th birthday,
I remember.
And I had a variety of people call in to wish you birthday.
I wish you did.
Like a good colleague.
I wish you did.
And Anna, I said, hey, would you like to call in to be a... That's all it was.
And of course she said no. Of course
she went rogue.
Yes. Yeah, no, of course she goes yes because she loves the airtime. She loves it.
I don't blame her. She's very good on air.
She's all right. She's good. She's been wanting to do a podcast for a long, long time. So... she did come in the chat and said the Niners are getting the Super Bowl before.
My favorite was when Guru goes, Mia! Like cutting her off in the middle.
Mia,
what are the kids
you're
doing?
On air right
what are you
now?
doing
like
calling?
She doesn't know.
What are you doing calling? As in, get off the phone now.
No, but you should have saw his face when he heard the voice.
Oh, it's hilarious. The video does it way more justice than just the audio. Go to @SteinyGuru on X, not Twitter, sorry, and you can find the whole thing. But it's tremendous. The face, it was almost like he saw a ghost and his soul was snatched. Shout out Shang Tsung, Mortal Kombat.
But here's the key in...
Steiny sold him out, though. Steiny didn't help him.
Yeah, but when you have a tapestry of lies, vague is better. The more details you provide, the more I know you're lying.
And I didn't say that. That was Shasky. Matt Steinmetz, his role in that. Yeah, I think my daughter wants to go see Usher. She's going to come down with me. And Guru kept saying, she's got her own room, right? She's got her own room, right? And Steiny did nothing to help him out.
Well, first off, what hotel in America has bunk beds? Where are you staying at, dog?
I'm not going to name names because it could be a potential sponsor. You never know.
Help me.
Some 2-star hotel out there. Listen, some motel. Maybe a motel has bunk beds. I don't know. But listen. Steiny didn't help him at all. He just sold him down the river.
Bonte did have a point.
So, you know what? Guru's all right because Usher's not going to be performing that weekend, and so it's all good.
I feel so bad for the Goo.
Why do you feel bad for him?
Because
he slipped up.
I felt like I crawled inside his skin, and I felt like I was him.
See,
I've been in that situation before.
I don't feel bad for Goo. Because when you go, you know what you're doing on these mics. And you know there's a chance somebody's listening. And there's a chance that somebody gets a text about what you're talking about.
That's
and
on me.
We get on here and start clowning, you know. We know the kind of, I know when I'm on this mic clowning, I know I'm going to suffer some consequences at home. That's already baked in. So you might as well go in all the way. Like Johnny Manziel said, you know what? I've lost it all. I might as well go harder. You know what I'm saying? I might as well dig a deeper ditch.
Real quickly on the Johnny Manziel thing, he was talking about taking his own life and stuff, and he had it all predicted about how he was going to do it and everything. It was just, man, that thing was...
Orange County has bunk beds. Perfect for taking kids to Disneyland. Wow. Disneyland Hotel has bunk beds. Great Wolf Lodge has bunks.
Yeah, okay. We're talking about very specific spots. They're going to Vegas.
I need a drink.
Yeah, that is...
Boy, I will have something tonight.
Well, I want to know what the context was of I'm smarter than you, because that's one of the greatest drops of all time. I think I'm smarter than you.
No, I think I'm better than you.
I feel like I'm better than you.
Who was he
I
talking
want to say it's about him and Steiny's basketball game. I hope it was.
By the way, ESPN closing in on a deal with Bob Myers.
What?
Bob Myers is going to be working with ESPN soon.
Doing what?
Obviously, analyzing basketball games.
Would you tell Bob personally that I said hi?
No, I will not.
Who's got better out of context drops? It's got to be the Goo, right?
Guru is a drop machine. We play drops like we are Steiny and Guru. We don't even play our own drops.
I know I don't like candy, but you could call me Butterfingers because I slipped that tape through my hands.
No, that's good. The best one from Goo.
What was it?
Is, I don't mean to go Hawaiian here, but I got to go back to the punch.
He's got bars. He's got bars.
I said, wow, I didn't think about that.
Raekwon, Guru, same guy.
All right, Skills and Vallejo. We're going to get you on the air coming up on the other side. Skills and Vallejo. We got Scott Osler, Chronicle, coming up at 9:20. Scott Osler, he's a Bay Area legend. We'll get to Scott Osler, 9:20. Skills coming up in Vallejo. And the rest of your calls, 888-957-9570. What's coming up on the game, sponsored by Cars.com, is your calls. By the way, football's back, baby. And tune in Sunday immediately following the final whistle for overtime. 95.7 Games post-game show. Mark Grandy, Sterling Bennett will bring you instant reaction and analysis after the first preseason game of the year. Check out Overtime immediately following every game this season. We love overtime because we built overtime. More coming up on the roast.
I'm Malcolm X when I need to be.
Oh, that's the sound of a car being active.
11th. It's the 8th annual Pettinelli Charity Golf Tournament. 100% of the proceeds from this event benefit the San Francisco Autism Society. The Autism Society is a complete resource for families of autistic kids and adults, providing activities, information, and education. A few of our personalities will be out there golfing, and we want your company to join us. There will be a $10,000 hole-in-one contest. An auction. Wow, that was an abrupt end to that song. Where's Fade Out, love it? An auction with some great memorabilia and a chance to hit some balls at the iconic TPC Hardy Park with some of us from 95.7 The Game. Go to sfautismsociety.org for more details. Again, that is sfautismsociety.org. Great golf, great cause. September 11th as we roll along here on the Morning Roast. Austin Slater, a.k.a. Joe Spinotti, filling in. Shasky had to handle something personal. He's all good. He'll be back Monday. So we got Joe in for Joe.
There we go.
Joe in for Joe.
More Tristan Beck replacing Alex Wood, I would think, right?
Oh boy.
I mean, going into that third and fourth hour for Shasky, it's tough, man. You got to pull him sometimes.
AJ Pollock, you about to pull a groin?
I'm a better matchup for Scott Ostler. Just say it, Bonte.
Yeah, you probably are. You probably are. Scott Ostler, 920, SF Chronicle. But I want to get the skills. He's been waiting for a while.
Skills that kills.
Skills and Vallejo. And a lot of people are anticipating this phone call. Apparently, Skills he's a made man here at 95.7 The Game. What's up, Skills?
Hey, good morning, Bonte. Good morning, Joe. Good to be on with you guys again. And Bonte, I agree with you that music was like somebody just kicked the cord walking past it by accident.
Yeah, well, was it? We was jamming, right? It was like, man, whoa, what's going on here?
I was 23 years old again for a minute, man. I was liking that, but all of a sudden, gone.
Just like that.
Just like that. But the main reason, before I get to my main point, you guys were talking about before you went to break the Bob Byers going to ESPN.
Yeah.
It'd be interesting to know what he's making over there. I know we won't find that out since it's just that his salary, they've been firing so many people. It'd be interesting to know what he's making compared to the people they let go, but I digress. The main reason I called was about Robbie Gould, and I mean, I don't listen to every minute of every show on any platform, but I've listened enough to where I haven't heard a word mentioned about how his absence from the Niners is going to make some kind of difference on the team, especially since they're bringing in a guy who didn't even kick last season, who was hurt all last year. Gould, I know he was getting expensive. He was making, $5.5 million or something like that. He's 40 years old now, coming up on 41. And he even said in July, he was talking to Mayoko that he was hopeful of coming back, but no one ever made him an offer. Now, the thing is, with Jimmy gone to Vegas, and we know he had problems getting in the end zone a lot of the time, so maybe the kicking game will not be as important to the Niners as it's been in years past with Brock throwing the ball.
Well,
Skills. Storylines have been about
Skills.
Brock.
Look up Jake Moody, rookie out of Michigan, who the Niners took, third-round pick, and a lot of people went crazy. Jake Moody has been nailing 60-yard field goals like it's nothing. This guy has such a powerful leg skills. You're going to fall in love with this kicker. This guy, he can hit him from 50 easily. Easy. They're like extra points for Jake Moody. I'm telling you, watch him Sunday if he gets a chance to kick. I don't think Zane Gonzalez may be on his roster. I think they'll cut him and go with Jake Moody. Skills. Jake Moody has a powerful leg.
Okay, yeah, I've heard the name. I haven't seen him in action yet, but I trust you. I trust your word, and I'll definitely be watching him on Sunday. Thank you, Bonte.
Anytime, Skills.
It's
anytime.
A good point, though, Bonte, because, listen, say what you will about Robbie Gould. He's missed some kicks. I remember that one last year in Vegas where he thought it was going to win in regulation, then he missed it, went to overtime.
Right.
They still ended up getting the win.
Yep.
But he made a lot of big kicks for this team the last few years.
Yep.
And bringing in a rookie, it's 50-50 with these kickers. We've seen it in the past. Remember, who was the next slam dunk? Roberto Aguayo. Remember him?
Yeah, from Florida State.
From Florida State. That's your guy, right?
Even though I went to the Rose Bowl where he missed a kick.
Right? But he was supposed to be, he was, second round or whatever it was?
He didn't work out.
Didn't work out. Daniel
brothers.
Daniel Carlson was drafted high by the Vikings. They moved on from him quick. Now, much to the happiness of the Raiders, he's been a baller over there. So these things can be tricky. Going up and getting a kicker that high, if he misses early, and we've seen it, head cases, Brett Maher,
It'll get
Dallas Cowboys. You saw it in the opening round of the playoffs.
Yeah, no,
it becomes a head case for these guys. So that's something to monitor, I think.
No, it is a good point. This kid, Jake Moody, hit a 59-yard field goal against TCU before halftime of the Fiesta Bowl against TCU. He's got a powerful leg. There's no doubt in the strip. But you make a good point. Yeah. He misses a couple early. Fans start getting on him. Hey, man, what's up? We had Robbie Gould. Why didn't we re-sign him? Blah, 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 blah. So, looky, man, as long as his head is clear. And look, he was a high price. Harbaugh, I think Harbaugh may have gone to his house to recruit him and was doing all this weird stuff. But Jake Moody's a good kicker. I think he's going to be fine. I mean, 59 in college?
Yeah.
The last time you seen a college kicker nail a 59-yarder?
Not usually. Usually they're scared to do 45-yarders and stuff like that. So, yeah, no, he's got a boot. We'll see what happens there. It's funny. I'm thinking of the highest drafted kicker, Sebastian Janikowski. He lasted a long time. That was a good one.
Lasted a long time.
Although the 45 and below were shaky at best to see Bass a lot of the time.
I mean, he missed a lot of kicks.
He did, but he made a lot of the 50-yard plus. It's the short ones that he usually shanked. Love Seabass.
It is something. That is,
sneaky storyline. It's not sexy, but you got to monitor it.
Robbie Gold did miss a playoff kick.
Yeah.
He did miss a playoff kick.
Mm-hmm.
That is something we're going to be monitoring all season long, the 49ers kicking situation as well as the quarterback situation. I know you're hopped up on the scrimmage, your Raiders against the Niners.
Oh, Jimmy's back, baby. Are you kidding me?
Are you all on Jimmy?
He diced up that number one defense, Bonte. Come on, my guy, Jimmy Garoppolo.
Here, I'll do this for you. I'll play some Garoppolo sound.
I mean, obviously some new guys here and there, but for the most part, I mean, it was the same guys I was going against last year. Fred running the show and everything. The D-line's still damn good, so it's a talented group, but I thought we held our own today.
What about catching up with Brock Purdy?
Brock was a cool dude, on and off the field. He really, I mean, as a rookie, he was pretty quiet off the get-go, but he started to open up towards the end, especially once he started playing. We got to talk it up a little bit out there today, so he sounded like he was doing good. That's cool to hear. That was kind of one thing I always take pride in, just how the guys see you, how you interact with them. You don't want to be that quarterback that's separated from the whole team and doing your own thing. I've always wanted to be one of the guys, and it's kind of how I go about my business.
That's how he goes about his business.
It's really funny following along on Twitter and social media, these joint practices, because Niner fans are split down the middle on Jimmy Garoppolo. Either they want him to see him succeed or fail miserably. There's no in between here, Bonte. Right. There's maybe a couple of people, I just hope all the quarterbacks are good. That's nice. That's rare. I'm wondering how 49er fans are going to be monitoring Jimmy Garoppolo with the Raiders, because I feel like they think that he was just a product, a lot of them was a product of Kyle Shanahan.
Half of them will hate watch him.
Yes.
Hoping he turns the ball over and hoping that he doesn't have any success in Las Vegas. Half of them will be rooting for him, saying, see, Shanahan, you had this guy. Should have just made him yours.
Yeah.
He was your guy. That was the guy. But you know what? You move on. We'll be watching Jimmy. I hope nothing but the best for Jimmy Garoppolo. But Josh Harper, who played football at Fresno State, and he's now covering the Raiders, joined Eric Crocker on YouTube. And here's his thoughts on how Jimmy, Purdy, and Trey Lance looked.
Jimmy G looked better. Jimmy G looked like the more mature NFL-ready quarterback, and Trey Lance just looked like that quarterback that could be the next big thing.
Wait. So hold on, because you skipped over Brock. So you said Jimmy G
looked better than Brock Purdy. They were making the same types of throws, but it just looked. Jimmy looked way more comfortable.
Jimmy looks like the 9-year version of
Brock Purdy is what I'm saying. Yeah, and I'll go to Trey Lance. Trey Lance just looks like, okay, this kid could be special. Like, he got something to him. I never really seen Trey Lance throw in person. When he throws the ball, it shoots out his hands. Like, it's just and it was on the money today. So, like, he really changed my mindset of how I felt about Trey. Just seeing him in person, I think he still has a chance to be special crop.
Still has a chance to be special. Now, we heard from Vic Tafur from The Athletic earlier today on the show. Go back and listen to that interview on the Odyssey app. Vic Tafur basically said, look, man, he could be a future starter. Doesn't feel like it's going to happen in San Francisco. Limited reps. They're kind of just wasting him away. Sam Darnold's there. You know what you're going to get from Sam Darnold, which is a lot of turnovers and a lot of inconsistent quarterback play. Trey Lance, future starter somewhere. Will he be traded? And then Q, your boy Q, our Raider Nation Radio our boy Q, basically said, first snap, Trey Lance fumbled. However, there's a detail here. These beat reporters are so far away from the field, they need binoculars to watch.
Well, yesterday it was like Crosby after their media, whatever, availability. He was like, yeah, Marcus Peters had a great day. He's been swaggy. He got an interception for us. I was like, wait, I thought it was Duke Shelley that got the interception.
Right.
Like, no one even knows who the guy intercepting the passes are. So these guys are so far away. But Josh Harper, a guy who plays, and apparently I'm looking at his Wikipedia right now, and maybe I'll ask Evan Giddings, one of the voices of this team. He plays for the Bay Area Panthers, is what I see right now. So he's a champion, Bonte Hill. That's what it says anyways on this Wikipedia page. And he's first cousins with Gabrielle Union, and he's the uncle of the rapper Saweetie. Look at that.
Damn.
Josh Harper that was just singing the praises of Trey Lance.
He's a somebody.
He is a somebody.
Damn.
Look at that. Bay Area's own.
Unbiased opinion. Unbiased at all. So we'll see how it plays out on Sunday. Practice is going to start in 7 minutes between the Raiders and Niners. Joint practice.
What are you looking for this day 2? Because I'm surprised there was a little bit of scuffles the first day. They don't want to. The cooler heads prevailed. I want to fight today, Bonte. I don't even care. I want to see some hard hitting. I want to see some feistiness.
Why do you want to see a fight?
I want to see a fight.
Why do you want to see a fight?
Because joint practices are all about that. I want to see someone get cooked, someone get upset, and someone have a fight.
Listen.
Am I the only one here?
Yeah, you are the only one.
Well, Vic Tafur was tweeting about it. You had him on earlier. He's like, I wanted to see a fight today.
I don't know if I agree with that.
What?
I want to see no fight. Somebody get hurt.
No,
Somebody breaks their head swinging at the helmet.
serious. No.
You know what I'm saying? We don't need none of that. Just get some work in. Get some good reps in. I don't need no fights.
No injuries, but come on.
I need guys swinging that face mask and spraining a finger.
That is the dumbest thing, by the way.
You know what I'm saying?
When someone tries to square up. Thank you.
They go fight at T-Mobile Arena. They go fight at the UFC gym. They don't need to fight on the practice field. They need to get work.
It's fun.
Now, I'm not looking for anything today. I don't really care.
No
anymore.
injuries. No injuries.
No injuries. Looking forward to Sunday, though.
Ooh.
Sunday, how does Sam Darnold look?
Is this one of the most highly anticipated preseason games you can remember?
Outside of Trey Lance's debut.
Yes. He had a bomb.
This is even bigger.
Wow.
This is even bigger. Because it feels like if Trey Lance does have a bad start or a bad performance against the Raiders on Sunday, it feels like his time's going to be ticking.
Yeah. And it's funny, your boy Q was trying to sing the praises of the Raiders defense, which has been atrocious. They gave up so many double-digit leads at halftime last year. I just find it hard to believe that after 1 year, and they don't even have their first-round pick, Tyree Wilson, who's recovering from a foot injury.
Right.
He was a top, 7 or 8 pick, whatever it was this year. They don't even have him there. It is concerning to see if he is struggling against the third and fourth stringers of the Raiders, who are, again, backing up guys who aren't even that great to begin with.
But you know what, man? You know what? We'll see the games. I mean, the Raiders, we don't know what teams are going to look like in the regular season. You can't base anything off of practice. Can't base anything off of preseason games.
CJ Stroud's a bust after last night. I don't know if you saw that. He's done.
Yeah, he's done, apparently.
He's done.
Yeah, he's done.
It's over with.
So, like, you think about teams that have gone 4-0 in the preseason, not win a damn game. I think the 0-16 Lions.
They were 4-0.
Were 4-0 in the preseason. Lion fans were feeling good going into the season.
Yeah.
They didn't win a damn game. This stuff doesn't mean anything.
I think the Raiders were undefeated last year, too.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah. There you go. Well, look, man, Q had his opinion. He thought Brock Purdy was great at Iowa State. I didn't. The NFL told you that they didn't think he was great. He went last in the NFL draft. Yeah. He went last.
It's fascinating, the differing opinions on all these players because of just training camp. But we just want to see them play. So that's why this game is so important. Like, it's one thing for practice and stuff like that. What are the live reps and live bullets going to look like? Because for Trey Lance, the thing that's been the knock on him is just the easy stuff.
Yep.
Like the intermediate to short routes. Like, can you just hit the layups?
Yeah.
That's what we've been talking about with Trey Lance. We know he has the arm, the athleticism. It's not the deep balls I'm worried about. It's the short stuff.
Short stuff, apparently. So we'll see about that. By the way, I know you're a big NBA fan.
Oh, huge.
Kevin Durant's coming to town opening night.
Finally.
Chris Paul going against his former team. And Kevin Durant's played a game inside of Chase. There was no fans. Remember, it was the pandemic season. No fans in the building. I was going to play in front of 18,000 at Chase Center for the first time. Kevin freaking Durant. Devin Booker, Bradley Beal, this new big four with the Phoenix Suns with Frank Vogel. Opening night against the Warriors.
So these were all the 4 teams in the conference semis last year, correct? Yep. You willing to place a wager that these are going to be the same top 4 teams next year in the Western Conference semis? Suns, Warriors, Nuggets, Lakers. You think there's going to be a surprise in there, a shakeup? Because right now, I'd say that's probably the odds-on favorite of those 4 teams would be the Final 4 in the West.
Yeah, I think Memphis did get better.
Okay.
You subtract Dylan Brooks.
I don't know where Ja's head's at.
Yeah, but you got Marcus Smart.
Yeah.
Marcus Smart's a good player. Like, he shoots too much at times, but I think getting rid of Dylan Brooks and all those distractions and all that, the unnecessary shenanigans that he would pull, I think they got better.
Okay. Addition by subtraction.
Yeah, no doubt. Luka and Kyrie, we'll see. We'll see.
Yeah.
The Clippers can't stay healthy, so how can I believe them? It's the Sacramento Kings who could surprise everybody.
Ooh.
They were the number 3 seed last year.
They were. But no one respected them. They took the champs to 7 games.
Sacramento got better. Yeah. Oh, then he should have let Harrison Barnes go. That may be your team in that top 4.
Okay.
That may be your team.
And who are they replacing?
I can see the Lakers, Warriors, or Suns not being a top 4 seed.
Okay.
because of load management, and trying to get to the playoffs, older teams, and all that. So, look, man, opening night, Chase Center, 888-957-9570. Is this what you wanted? I mean, we've seen the Lakers 2 years in a row. Yeah. That's always fun. This is juicier. Yeah. Chris Paul going up against his former team in game number 1, a team he helped go to the NBA Finals.
Well, it's interesting because it feels like that's the second game is usually the primetime one, isn't it?
Yeah.
Like in the past, like the defending champions are playing first. That's the Denver Nuggets. And that's something I'm going to be interested in following along next season. We're talking NBA schedules. Warriors playing opening night at Chase against the Suns. And then Christmas Day, we'll get to that in a second. But the Denver Nuggets, how are they going to rate with teams or with fans across the U.S.? Because they're great. I think they're a tier above everyone still. Right. Like Jokic is that dude. He's the best player in the NBA. I just don't know how well they rate still, even with being champions.
Well, casual fans may not rate with them, but I think NBA fans appreciate the way they play basketball.
But casuals bringing the money, Bonte. They're bringing the money. That's what I'm saying.
Stop being casual.
Okay.
Lock in on the chaps. Lock in. Jokic is a dynamic player.
He is.
He may not say a lot. He's a dynamic player. I don't get why a casual fan can't get behind Nikola Jokic. 707, Xfinity Mobile text line. I agree with him. Don't sleep on Oklahoma City. They will be a dark horse. They're very, very intriguing.
Very young, too. Very young. Chet Holmgren coming back this year, redshirting. How's that going to work?
But Shea Gilgeous-Alexander, an all-star.
He's
Lou
a
Dort.
baller. Josh
Giddey.
I was very impressed with Giddey's play down the stretch. I didn't see it early on, but when his shot's going in, his three-point shot, he's tremendous. He does everything else. He's a walking triple-double.
And of course,
beautiful hair, too.
And of course, the Christmas Day slate where
our
boys in Sacramento.
Oh, no. Lump of coal in the stocking?
Didn't get the present they were looking for.
Oh, no.
Santa Claus said, ho, ho, ho. Actually, Santa Claus said, no, no, no. No Christmas Day cake for you.
That's a 5.
Come on, man.
That's the one thing we can both agree on is laughing at the Sacramento Kings.
I mean,
that's really fun. It's just...
but they thought they moved the needle. And Steph Curry's been part of the 27 highest-rated NBA games of all time. And they thought they moved the needle.
They really did say that they were the reason that they were the ABC game.
Have fun watching at home.
They'll be enjoying their hard eggnog, right? Sitting down.
KC going to be so mad. Oh, he mad. Oh, they so mad up there in Sacramento. Oh, my gosh.
Incredibly tough scene. And Christmas Day, we got Niners-Ravens overlapping with
Ravens.
with Warriors
and Nuggets. Yeah, Warriors
They're
Nuggets.
overlapping.
Yeah, that's
How are you
going
to do that? I think dual screen it. You're fine. You're savvy.
I'll be at the game, Niners game. Take Christmas Day off.
Oh, really?
Dave Bernstein, Justin Hathaway. If you guys listen to NBC, Christmas. I worked the first 3 Christmases. Help your boy out.
Huge.
I need to spend a Christmas with Baby Jazz.
Come
Just
on.
once.
Come on.
Just once, boys. Just once. Let me have Christmas Day off, please.
It's going to be Chilio at Levi's on Christmas Day.
Whatever.
Lamar Jackson, that dude. Lamar Jackson, Brock Purdy. Is there a more different
Will Brock Purdy be the quarterback at that point?
Wow.
See, that's what I think people aren't accounting for.
That would be if Brock Purdy's not the quarterback on Christmas Day, that feels like a lump of coal in the stocking.
Well, no. Maybe Trey Lance comes in and balls out. Maybe Sam Darnold comes in and balls out.
We
don't know. We don't know. But here's my thing. We don't know if Brock Purdy's going to be there in Week 17. We don't.
We
just don't. And it may not be a bad thing. If the Niners start the season off slow and they lose at Pittsburgh, got to remember, Shanahan's 2-4 season openers. That's not going to be an easy game in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
They've had some slow starts the last few seasons. They have.
They started 2-4 2 years ago. Last year they were 3-4. They lipped into the bye week at 4-4. Yeah. Then they took off. But it was not a pretty start. They start off 0-2, and they struggle. And like the Rams game, divisional game, they're always different. I don't think this fan base, or there's going to be more heat on Brock Purdy to bench him. And it depends how does it look?
Yeah, how does it look?
Because he's throwing an interception every day at practice.
Yeah.
Like that's we can talk about Trey hitting the ground on out routes, and we can talk about Jimmy G's 5 straight interceptions in practices on 5 straight plays. Brock Purdy's throwing an interception in every practice. That's alarming to me.
It is. But it's also practice. So, right, like, that's the thing. Like
practice being perfect.
Yeah,
practice throwing picks.
And he's not going to play in the preseason game 1. I think he talked to the media yesterday and said he hopes to play at some point in these preseason games. It'll probably be week 2. They're playing, Denver next week? And that'll be interesting to see there. Sean Payton and co. coming into town. So, Yeah, how does it look in game? If he looks shaky the first couple weeks, then yes, there will be chatter, there will be conversations. But outside of injury, I don't think he can lose his job outside of injury, right?
By the way, he can't. Outside of injury, he can't. But poor performance.
Even if he's
earned that one? Has Brock Purdy earned equity? Say he goes first 2 weeks of the season. He throws for just over 400 yards, which is just over 200 yards per game. Yeah. Which is low by today's NFL standards. But we understand the Niners love to run the football. But he has, say, 3 picks in those 2 games and a lost fumble. Performance. How you going to hold up?
Well, Shanahan...
How much leeway? That's an interesting question, Spinoni. 888-957-9570. How much leeway should Brock Purdy be given as a starting quarterback of the 49ers?
I mean...
Does he not get bitched no matter what? Do you ride it out with him no matter what?
I mean, I don't think outside of injury he's getting replaced by either of these quarterbacks. What has shown you that? Like the way these people are talking about it, and we had your boy Q on earlier. Download the Odyssey app, favorite 95.7 The Game to find it. Twitch and YouTube brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Like, he was saying Brock Purdy, he was believing in that guy all along. He didn't see much with Trey Lance. He was going up against third stringers. So, outside of injury, I'm not seeing it with Brock Purdy. Just the way Kyle speaks about these quarterbacks, like he just needs to stay healthy to me, right? I mean, is that crazy? Even
even if he struggles a little bit,
he has to be really. I think he has to be really bad. I think he has to be like 200 yards, like 2 picks, no touchdowns, like bad. And that's 4 or 5 weeks in a row we're talking. Like I just at that point you have to commit to a quarterback, because what if you take him out after 2 or 3 games, Bonte, and they're 1-2? What's the message to your locker room right now? Like you're unsure of your quarterback position?
Yes, absolutely. The message to your locker room is we're trying to win a Super Bowl, and we can't afford to have lackluster performances. That's the message.
I mean, I thought Brock was the real deal, though.
That's what Shanahan said.
So if he's but that's your head coach.
Shanahan said.
If he's the real deal, you got to let him work through it.
He also said Jimmy Garoppolo was a top 15 quarterback, and he was the best Niners quarterback since Steve Young. Yet he moved off of Jimmy Garoppolo and tried to do it multiple times.
So
are we taking everything Shanahan says? Are we taking everything he says as a truth?
Well,
because coaches lie. Coaches lie at the podium.
Well, he's only played 8 games. So
how do we know he's a real deal?
That's the thing. Don't we have to let him work through that? Like, because this is basically his rookie season still. He hasn't played a full slate, right?
Exactly.
We have to let him play through it.
So you let him play through the struggles?
Yes, you have to.
How long do you let that happen?
I mean, and if you're 0-5, I guess maybe that's when you make it. That's when
if you're 0-2, I'm thinking about making a change.
I think that's a little drastic.
Thursday night game against the Giants, you go to 0-3? You go to 0-3?
I'm saying 0-4, 0-5, 1-4, 1-5, maybe. But again, how's it going to look for him?
All right.
I expect this defense to be legit. I do. I even know Jimmy Garoppolo, my guy, diced him up yesterday.
How did that look?
Hunter Renfrow, Jacoby Myers.
See, here's the Raider talking to you, man.
He's just smoking them.
Right, King of the Hill coming up in 10 minutes. King of the Hill coming up in 10 minutes. You know what we're going to do? We're going to list the 7 best quarterbacks in the Bay Area since Rich Gannon won the MVP.
Oh, my God. Is Jason Campbell going to make that list? Bruce Gradkowski, Charlie Fry?
He might.
Was it Austin Walter? J.P. Losman?
Andrew
Walter, thank you. Charlie Fry, yeah.
You guys had some bad quarterbacks.
Yeah, I'm listing them all right now. It's been bad.
We got some times.
Oh.
Warriors Denver on Christmas Day will be around 2:30 p.m.
Oh, that's perfect.
Maybe I do the pregame, step out, and go down to the game. Can I do a half day?
Wait, that's Pacific time?
Pacific time.
Okay.
And the Niners, I believe, play at what, 5 o'clock?
5:15. NBC. 5:15. They're the Sunday night football one. Yeah.
It's not bad.
It's not bad.
Not bad.
Football's going to dominate. That's the thing they're going to do every single year now, right? Is Christmas.
Right.
They're leaking into that NBA action.
I don't know. 888-957-9570. How long of a leash should Brock Purdy have? Has he done enough to work through his struggles this season? The Niners, they start off 1-4. Because the schedule ain't, it's no cupcakes. Pittsburgh, Rams, you got the Giants. Then you play the Cardinals.
Yeah.
You got the Cowboys. You got the Cleveland Browns on the road. They've got a good defense.
Minnesota.
That's going to be tough.
Yeah.
How much leeway should Brock Purdy be given on this football team? How much? Well, here's Brock Purdy on if he wants to play in the preseason.
think eventually be able to get to that point. Yeah, I don't think, there's a necessity to do it like this week or anything like that. I still, getting my 11 on 11 reps at practice, getting on, my timing and everything down with the receivers and as a whole. So, eventually, hopefully we can get to a point where we can talk about that.
Hopefully we get to a point where we talk about that. It sounds like he's not going to play week 1.
No, get to a point. Is that just his body just getting to that point? That's kind of what it sounds like, the arm.
Well, here's what he said on if he's satisfied with where his arm's at.
Yeah, in terms of my arm and everything, yeah. Yeah, my arm feels great. Just still building back-to-back days and, trying to gain all the strength that I can back from, obviously, just the rehab process of things, and I feel really confident.
Arm feels the same, he says.
It's about the same. As a thrower and a quarterback, you'd ask all the quarterbacks that we got. A lot of us do a lot of soft tissue work and you just try to work out the soreness and then do some, rehab exercises after. I've been doing that, for the last however many years through college and stuff. So my routine really hasn't changed. I feel like I'm, back to a normal routine with my arm and stuff. So obviously taking care of it as much as I can on an off day and whatnot, but I feel, almost back to normal.
He almost feels back to normal, which is fine. And here's an alternate question from the 707. I'll answer it from the Xfinity Mobile text line. What does Purdy have to do so that Bochy thinks he's the real deal? We play 17 this year.
Yeah.
You play at a high level. You replicate what you did at the end of the year in regular season, I got no doubts you're the guy.
Mm-hmm.
And the reason why I'm holding reservation 707 is because I thought Jimmy was a guy after 5 games.
Yeah.
I thought Jimmy was a guy after 5 games.
It feels like we got duped a little bit there.
And I'm not saying that Purdy is Jimmy Garoppolo. I think he played better than Jimmy last year. That offense averaged 34.5 points per game before they saw the Dallas Cowboys in the second round. Brock made throws outside the numbers. He threw it down the field. He did. He let it fly. Now, it's not the prettiest deep ball, but he let it fly.
He did.
So, if he does it again for another season, yeah, he's the real deal.
If Brock Purdy replicates what he did last season, I think they win a Super Bowl.
Right. Why does Jalen Hurts have to prove himself all over again and Brock Purdy doesn't? People are still asking that question about Jalen Hurts in Philadelphia.
Well, he got paid, though.
They
believe in him. They
believe
paid
in
him.
But they also paid Carson Wentz.
Yeah.
And he wasn't the guy after a while.
Well, he did look that injury again. The injury, Bonte, with Carson Wentz, he was the MVP,
right?
Until he got hurt.
So
Derek Carr was the MVP. Well, in the conversation until he got hurt. Brock Purdy got hurt. This is the big equation here. With
Look,
that.
man, I'm not going to hate on Brock Purdy, but
no one's hating on him.
So I'll ask this then, because there seems to be a lot of haters saying, "Hey, man, Bonte, you hate on Purdy." No. If you believe Brock Purdy's the real deal, I would love for you to call in and explain why he's the real deal. Shanahan said he's the real deal. Shanahan also said that Jimmy Garoppolo is the best quarterback the Niners have had since Steve Young, and that's a lie. That's a bold-faced lie.
Really? Who is it then?
Jeff Garcia and Colin Kaepernick.
Ooh.
We're both better than Jimmy Garoppolo.
I'd say Cap. Yeah. I don't know if I'm putting Jeff over him, but Jeff was really good.
Everybody. 7 out of 10 Niner fans are taking Jeff Garcia.
Okay.
And the 3 that's not taking Jeff Garcia is because of the things he said in the past that has gotten him in trouble.
Here on Steiny and Guru 95.7 The Game, you can find that on the Odyssey app.
There you go.
But, Cap was dynamic. I think it's selective memory when it comes to Colin Kaepernick, and we all know why that is. Yep. He was awesome.
He was
until
awesome.
his body, again, broke down on him.
He was
a
awesome.
la Jimmy Garoppolo. Will that happen to Brock Purdy?
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. You got Spadoni in for Shasky. You're listening to 95.7 The Game. KGMZ, FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app, your favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. Scott Osler, San Francisco Chronicle, coming up at 9:20.
He's the real deal. He's the real deal.
Everything.
Yep.
College football. What's going on there with the Pac-12 teams? Stanford and Cal. Get to the Warriors. Get to the Niners and this quarterback controversy. Or, the backup quarterback controversy, because Brock Purdy's the starter.
He is.
He is the starter.
Real quick, you mentioned it real quick, Pac-12. You always view college sports through the lens of college football only. I think a lot of people do. But the more and more I'm thinking about all these moves from the conference, obviously UCLA, USC, moving all that sort of stuff. I'm thinking about the college basketball aspect. I was like, it's going to be pretty fun, actually. UCLA playing some of these blue bloods, like Michigan and stuff like that.
Well,
Ohio State,
Arizona gets to play Kansas twice a year now in the Big 12.
That's pretty
Arizona Wildcats against Kansas.
That's pretty sick.
That's sick.
That's pretty cool.
Baylor against Arizona.
That's fun.
Baylor's got a great program now. So no, I'm all into it. I'm all into it. We'll have a conversation next week about leagues and realignment and stuff like that. I believe the NBA should just be one table, like the Premier League.
Totally.
You get 3 points for every win, and you have here's how you load manage No overtimes in a regular season. If you're tied at the end of the regular season, it's a tie.
It's a tie.
Both teams get the point.
Yep.
We do it like hockey.
Or why not do like what they kind of do in the NBA All-Star game where they have like the Elam ending or whatever. They have like, first to score 24 points and that ends it. I mean, so there's no I don't like ties in sports.
Yeah, I don't like ties, but you know what? You put more miles on the legs. I'm trying to help low managers. You might as well play the overtime instead of the Elam ending.
Well, that's the difference between us and like the Premier League and leagues over across the pond, if you will. They care about their players' health because they have the amount of money invested in them. That's why they don't have turf fields. It's all grass everywhere over there because you know what? They actually care about these guys.
No doubt. Let's go to...
What a concept.
Let's go to Joe in San Jose. Joe, what's happening? You're on the roast.
What's going on? As far as Purdy, he's good. He's good. He'll get you guys where you need to go because he listens. But as far as getting hit, that's a little dude, man. So, these gentlemen out here playing this league, they're big dudes, and, their body's going to have to hold up. That's about it. I got to say.
So you don't believe he's a real deal yet?
No, he's good. He's in there. He's better than half these bums that play out here right now.
Yeah, I'm with you.
I go with Purdy over Kirk Cousins.
I do too.
Yeah, I will.
Yeah, I'm with you, Joe.
I'm not even an Oakland fan. All right, brother.
We're taking 8 games of Brock Purdy over the entire career of Kirk Cousins. Come on. What are we doing?
Sounds about right.
No. Kirk Cousins on the Niners this year. I don't want to get started on the Kirk Cousins talk. You guys know how I feel on this. If he's starting for the Niners this year, you guys are in the Super Bowl. Like, come on. He's playing every single game. That's the question mark about Brock. That's the only question mark. Right? Playing in all the games.
You like that? You like
that? Love it, Kirk.
But in 6 of those games, he's losing you the game with some of the throws he makes.
Because he has to come from behind. It's all on him.
Why do you care?
This scheme helps so many different quarterbacks. That's why it's the question mark on Jimmy Garoppolo this season.
Why I love it? Why? King of the Hill. We're not going to do this today. We're not going to do this. We're not going to do this. Kirk Cousins with the fake hustle yesterday, wearing a helmet on the sideline in a preseason game.
That's grit
stop.
right there.
Stop.
That's having his teammates back just in case.
Time for King of the Hill.
Give it to me.
We got a sponsor.
Oh.
Brought to you by West Coast Men's Health. Successfully treating men for ED and chronic pain. Visit westcoastmenshealth.com. The top 7 quarterbacks in the Bay Area ever since Rich Gannon won MVP of the National Football League. The top 7 quarterbacks to play in the Bay Area since Rich Gannon.
Oh, my God.
Retired.
That's pretty wild that Rich Gannon was the last quarterback in the Bay to win MVP.
I'm going to tweak it a little bit on the spot. It's supposed to be NFL quarterbacks, but I may even add some college quarterbacks. Number 7. Number 7. Best Bay Area quarterback since Rich Gannon won MVP. Number 7. I'm going to go to Jason Campbell.
Yeah.
Jason Campbell, Auburn University. Hey, listen, he was playing well for the Raiders. He got hurt. They make the trade for Carson Palmer. That was all she wrote for Jason Campbell.
Collarbone injury.
Injury.
Hugh Jack City. Yep.
Stinks, but you know what? He was pretty damn good. Number 6. Alex Smith. I don't even know how I feel about this. It's a nice guy.
You just said it right there. The moment you have to say the first thing you say about someone is they're a nice guy.
Got a great personality.
You're going to crush them right after.
All right.
She's got a really big personality.
Yeah, I put Alex Smith at number 6. Whatever. Number 5. Number 5. Jimmy Garoppolo. Jimmy Garoppolo, 5th best quarterback since Rich Gannon won the MVP back in 2002. Jimmy Garoppolo, he did a lot of good, but he had his limitations. He really did. He had his limitations, but he's number 5 on the list. Number 4. I got to go Aaron Rodgers at Cal Berkeley. It should be higher.
Yeah.
Should be higher. Aaron Rodgers was special.
So sick.
When he started off at USC, 1 versus 7, Memorial Coliseum. I think he started off 23 for 23.
Wow.
Man, 1st and goal inside the 10-yard line, and Jeff Tafur decided to throw the ball 4 straight times.
Did you want Aaron Rodgers in that draft?
What?
I mean, well, because you're Mr. College Football here at the station. You're locked into every single game.
You're
going back to Cal in the 1990s earlier.
Sean Dawkins, rest in peace.
R.I.P.
Yeah.
That was very sad.
They beat Clemson in the Citrus Bowl back in the day, man. It blew out Clemson. But he grew up a Niners fan.
Yeah.
And Joe Montana, he was in your backyard. And the fact is, Alex Smith, when they went undefeated in Utah, they beat nobody. They beat nobody that season. And I'm just thinking to myself, boy, you're going to run the West Coast offense. You got Mike McCarthy out of all people, your offensive coordinator, and you still took Alex Smith. Mike McCarthy leads after the season. He goes to coach up Aaron Rodgers at Green Bay.
Yeah, I never think about it like that. You're right. Mike McCarthy was there. Then he takes over that guy.
Unbelievable, right?
That's one of the top what-ifs, I think, in Bay Area history.
All right.
If not number one.
All right. You know what? Number three. Number three. Maybe a little high on this list. Maybe a little high, but longevity matters. He did play, didn't have the best personnel around him, didn't have the best coaching around him, and that's Derek Carr.
Yeah.
Derek Carr, third best quarterback since Rich Gannon won the MVP in the National Football League.
Derek.
Third best quarterback.
If he didn't get hurt on Christmas Eve, what could have been? That's what I always think of.
Yep. Nah, that was, the Indianapolis Colts. You guys are going to go to the AFC Championship game that year.
I think they were at least going to the second round.
Well, they're going to have a bye week.
Well, if they win the division, the Broncos were still really good that year.
Denver would be Derek Carr.
Yeah.
All right. Number two.
Oh, number two.
Colin Kaepernick.
Yeah.
Colin Kaepernick, number two best quarterback in the Bay Area, won iconic playoff games. We know about the game against Green Bay, over 180 rushing, over 300 passing. The guy was dynamic. Terry Bradshaw said it after getting some of the best quarterbacking he's ever seen in his life. Kaepernick was special. Number two best quarterback in the Bay Area since Rich Gannon retired. And number one. How can it not be Andrew Luck at Stafford? Should have won the Heisman Trophy.
Yeah.
Should have won the Heisman Trophy. Andrew Luck, the best quarterback in the Bay Area since Rich Gannon retired, or since Rich Gannon won the NFL MVP. So 7 best quarterbacks.
There you go.
Since Rich Gannon won the MVP.
There you go.
There it is.
I think I said Broncos that won the year. That year was the Chiefs that won that
Who'd
year.
I leave off?
2016.
Who'd I leave off? Oh, I left off Brock Purdy.
It's 8 games. Trey. Relax.
Left off Trey.
Sean Hill?
Maybe Jared Goff.
That's interesting. That's not a bad one.
He put some big numbers at it in that Bear Raid offense.
It's not a bad one. Maybe I left him off. He didn't make the cut.
His head coach is now head coaching at TCU, correct?
Yeah. They got blown out in the national championship game.
Shout out Sonny Dykes.
Destroyed in the national championship game. My God. That was fun. Little memory lane right there.
Yeah.
Long story short, it's been tough here in the Bay Area quarterback.
When you have to add in college quarterbacks to your list, that means it's bad.
Bruce Gradkowski, that's a tough snub.
I loved Bruce Gradkowski.
Some people may say Blaine Gabbert.
As a thrower of the football, some might say that.
Some might say Josh McCown.
Oh, my God.
Some might say Kerry Collins or Marcus Tuiasosopo.
Andrew Walter.
Some might say Troy Smith.
Charlie Fry. I like J.P. Losman. That's my favorite.
Nick Mullins.
Oh, my God.
That's bad quarterback play here. All right, we'll talk to Scott Osler coming up on the road. Scott Osler, SF Chronicle, longtime columnist. He was down in L.A. for a number of years. He's been in the Bay Area for a long, long time. Love Scott. He's going to join us here on the road to talk about everything in the sports world right here on 95.7 The Game. That is presented by 7-Eleven.
A small blue raspberry Slurpee drink from 7-Eleven is the perfect frozen accessory for any summer outfit, winter outfit, or midnight.
Bochy and Shasta, 95.7 The Game.
I think we're going to get Baldy next week. Baldy. Brian Baldinger. Highest rated segment in the Bay Area last year.
I love Baldy.
Comes to radio. Everybody can't get enough of Baldy.
Just don't be speeding, Baldy, around these Bay Area highways.
Slow down. Slow down.
Come on.
I can't believe. Look, Shasky, you're out there listening. 50 over Ja. Come on, man. We're not saying Ja didn't have hits. Nobody was saying that. Come on, man. Listen to this. Listen to this. Come on.
Now, it's not a payday here, but I feel like I still got money listening to this.
Come on, man.
Do you know what's funny? So I took over for Shasky, Austin Slatered him, if you will, or Tristan Beck, Alex Wood, whatever. On the tab that's open here on my computer, more top 100 hits, 50 Cent or Ja Rule.
Did he really look that up?
What are we doing?
Oh, my God. Who had more hits?
The two Queen staples have over 60 Billboard Hot 100 hits between themselves, 40 for 50, 26 for Ja Rule.
I don't
even want to see him again.
He didn't want to mention that.
He really looked that up. Oh, so he looked it up.
And he didn't mention
found out the information didn't help him, so he didn't mention it.
And it's highlighted 40 for 50, 26 for Ja, and he didn't even say it.
Oh, what a loser.
I love that Sam's letting the bed roll here because you scared him off last time. Because he
just abruptly got to fade it down softly.
It's all right, but he doesn't have the reps there.
I know, but he was running around with his head cut off. And I was like, whoa, what happened?
I got Solo Dolo back here, so we're in command center mode. Things are a little hectic.
It's all right.
There it is.
He's doing a great job. Now you can fade it down.
I can fade it down because we're going to go to Tony and Sam Mattel. Tony, what's up, Tony? You're on the roast.
Tone.
Tony, you there?
Yes, hi, you guys. I just want to give a little plug out to a Bay Area person. You know, Don Nelson, Coach Nelson, I was with him a couple weeks ago in Maui, and he's right now feeding the community over there in Kihei. He has a company called Sugar Beach Event, and I just want to give something a positive scenario on challenging time over there in Maui.
Yeah.
And that's about all I wanted to say, my man.
Tony,
thank you for letting me do that shot. Yes.
No, go ahead. No, go ahead. Finish strong.
No, I just want, it's really to hear something positive in Golden State Warriors and giving back to the community at this time. I think it's really, really important. And again, it's a Sugar Beach event. And you know what? I'll reach out to him and maybe you guys want to contact him also. So that's about it. Thank you very much. Have a great weekend.
That's awesome. Thank you so much.
Don Nelson's a good human.
Yep.
Yes.
Yep.
It's very sad what's going on over there.
Yeah,
very
shout
sad.
out to Maui. I donated some money last night to Maui. It was just out there.
Yeah.
These people are so cool, man, and the death toll keeps going up and up and up. It just stinks, man. You never want to see people lose their homes. We've had wildfires here in California. Natural disasters, just what can you say?
In an era where it's easy for a lot of people from other states to crap all over other states because of certain political affiliations, I think we could all come together here on Hawaii and doing what's best for them because they're part of our state. They're part of our country, man.
Yep.
Like, I know it's like to think of it as like out of sight, out of mind because they're so far away from us. It's part of us, man.
Right. No, it is. It is. And it's sad what's happened to the town of Leilani on the west side of Maui. West side of Maui, man. A lot of things are burned down. So our prayers go out to everybody on that island. Stay strong. We're praying for you. We're trying to donate everything we can to you, food, toys, clothes, whatever it is. Do what you can do to help out Maui. They are part of our country here in the United States. Scott Osler in a second. Scott Osler. Males over 20 did not bump Ja Rule when he came out. It's Ja Rule stuff.
I was watching Fast and the Furious the other day randomly, and he has a cameo in
quick cameo.
Yeah, quick cameo. Monica!
He got smoked. He got smoked in that race.
R.I.P. Paul Walker. I love the original Fast and the Furious. God, they're like on Fast 10 or whatever.
I know.
What are we doing?
What am I?
Come on.
Tyrese and Ludacris.
Like it's just as ridiculous. Like Mission Impossible.
Yeah.
But sooner or later, the amount of Mission Impossible's got to be possible.
Right.
Like, come on. What are we doing here?
I don't know. But by the way, Sunday football's back. It's back here in the Bay Area. Following the final whistle for. Immediately following the final whistle for overtime, 95-70 Games post-game show, Mark Grandy, Sterling Bennett will bring you instant reaction and analysis after the first preseason game of the year. Check out overtime immediately following every game this season. Scott Osler, San Francisco Chronicle columnist, one of the funniest dudes I know. Scott joining the morning roast. I'm surprised he's got time for us. Usually he doesn't wake up this time of day. Usually he doesn't wake up till noon. Scott, what's happening?
I only got 30 seconds for you guys.
All right, well, 30 seconds, and then we got to start paying you, right? Well, radio, we're broke just like print journalism, so you're not getting anything here, Scott.
No.
Are you in Vegas? You didn't make the trip to Vegas, huh?
No, I'm not in Vegas, no.
You don't do that stuff. You're not about that life no more. All right. What's your take on this?
I do all my clubbing down here.
There you go. What is your take on this 49ers situation here? We know Brock's the starter. We don't know who the backup is, but what do you make of everything going on with San Francisco when it comes to the quarterbacks?
Well, I think it's great because I think they got 3 viable quarterbacks. And here's what I'd like to see Shanahan do. He won't do it. I suggested this before, but this would be a good situation for this, is to you got 3 quarterbacks. At least 2 of them are going to be really good and hot or whatever going in, probably 3 of them. Why not mix and match? Use them situationally. Run a different quarterback out there every series. Confuse the defense. The last thing an opposing defensive coordinator wants to see is different looks every series, every quarter or something like that. So, again, Shanahan won't take my advice, but he could use his entire creativity package.
You're the first person to suggest that, Scott. This is why you're you. So you want a quarterback maybe every single series. You made a best. Yeah. That would be insane. You know that, Scott. That's not happening.
No. But that would be great. Wouldn't you you'd go to the ball game to see that, right?
I would, just to see the disaster that is the San Francisco 49ers quarterback position. Recently, Shanahan, Scott, said Brock Purdy's the real deal. What do you think he meant by that?
I'm going to take him at his word. I think he's been convinced. They like Brock Purdy. They scouted him. They talked to people. They kind of had a sense that, hey, he might be good. We can come in. We can use him in camp and all this stuff. And he's been around for a while now, and they've got a chance to see him. Last year, they got a great long look at him, and I really think that their eyes were opened up. I think, man, this guy is much better than anybody thought. He's the real deal. I believe that they think he is a legitimate quarterback. I don't think they think he's the next. You guys talking to Andrew Luck or anybody like that, but he's a Super Bowl caliber quarterback.
Yeah.
And I think they believe that.
Yeah, by the way, Lahaina is the town that's unfortunately been burned down. And Nawi, thanks for the correction there, everybody on the text line. Scott, Shanahan said something yesterday that just sometimes at the podium I want to take him for at his word, what you just said there. Brock Purdy's a real deal, but I don't know if I can take Shanahan at his word. He said something yesterday that was just alarming to me. The way they jerked around, you could say they jerked around Jimmy Garoppolo, but obviously the love there wasn't the same. There was no loyalty towards Jimmy Garoppolo, but yet Shanahan went out yesterday and said, hey, you know what? Jimmy Garoppolo's a top 15 quarterback. He's the best quarterback the 49ers have had since Steve Young. And I'm thinking to myself, well, if he's the best quarterback they've had since Steve Young, why isn't he still on his football team? Do you take Shanahan's word at that?
Yeah. That Jimmy love is kind of weird. Why not he doesn't have to say that stuff.
It's good for content, right?
Yeah. That whole Jimmy episode is still. You can spend hours breaking that down.
Yeah, we're kind of tired of it. We've
from
done it
start
for
to
7
finish,
years.
from the way they got him, the way he came to be in the Bay Area. Just the whole chapter all along is crazy.
So they have joint practices right now with the Raiders down in Henderson, Nevada. Obviously, quarterbacks talk of the town. Who do you think has more to prove this year? Is it Jimmy Garoppolo with the Raiders or Brock Purdy with the 49ers?
Oh, I think it's Jimmy. Yeah, Jimmy's. The jury on him is so divided right now. I think I think there's people in the NFL who think he's the term the real deal, and others that think it's just been a complete sham all along. So this is his big chance. This is Jimmy's big chance. But if he can't make it with the Raiders now, he's just a guy who just fell into the right spot and did a pretty good job all along. But Purdy, they both have something to prove. But Purdy is what he is. But we don't really know. We still don't know what Jimmy is, right?
Yeah, I guess not. By the way, somebody on the text line agrees with you. Trinity Mobile text line 510. They agree with you. They should use the quarterbacks like a bullpen. The 49ers, that is. All right.
I'm telling. Yeah, I don't say not every down, not every play, but situationally, there's nothing wrong if they get to third and goal at the 4, bring in Trey. right? What's wrong with that?
Oh,
Doesn't that make sense?
Well, Trey, we've seen him get blown up at the goal line, Scott. I mean, I don't know if that's the best.
Well, yeah,
that's the best
I'm not
use.
saying use Trey for the fullback dive every time.
Yeah, you know, speaking of which, you've been around the Cal Stafford football programs. Pac-12 dissolving quickly. USC and UCLA going to the Big Ten next year. Arizona State, Utah, Colorado going to the Big 12. What does that mean for Cal Stafford? They're stuck with Washington State and Oregon State. Are we going to have the Pac-4? What's going to happen to the Pac-12? And specifically, what's going to happen to Cal Stafford?
Yeah, not Pac-4. I'm going to rename it. I'm going to call it the Forlorn Four.
That's pretty good.
That's a 4.
Yeah. You know, what do you guys think is the best, most likely thing? I think it's most likely they'll try to add on probably 4 other teams and pull together a lesser, smaller conference.
Boise State, San Diego State, Fresno State.
Yeah.
Maybe some of those schools. Or would Cal Berkeley fold their football program? Is that a possibility?
It's a possibility because when you think about it, Cal and Stanford are not, they shouldn't be competing against the Oklahomas and the Texases and the big schools like that, Notre Dame's and stuff like that, because they're just not. I know fairly recently, 4 or 5 years ago, Stanford was in the hunt, and not too long before that, Cal was legit and all that stuff. But just the reality of today's sports and everything, and the reality of the situation the two schools are in, they're not really big time Power 5 type football teams, I don't think. So I think they'd be better off either dumping football or playing down, playing in smaller conferences.
So where did it all go wrong here with the Pac-12? How did we get to this point, Scott?
I've been reading reams of stuff in the paper and listening to stuff, so it would take about a week to explain it all. But I think the money got too big, and this is not it's an ongoing process over the years. It used to be that football was simpler, the TV contracts weren't so massive and all that stuff. Once all the TV money came in, and then schools started competing and conferences started competing against one another for those huge money packages, then that became the overriding factor. The money became the overriding factor, and it was almost inevitable. You just can't, with all the TV contracts and stuff, you just can't keep stuff together. So I don't blame SC and UCLA for jumping. They did what they thought was right, and it's always done without regard to anything but football. Forget about the minor sports, the so-called minor sports, the Olympic sports, but basketball. The way I understand it, every basketball coach in the country is mad about this stuff because they're getting jerked around by the football programs. They're having to realign and all that stuff when they don't want to. But it's just the whole situation needs to be ripped apart and redone right now because it just doesn't work to have lacrosse teams and volleyball teams and stuff flying coast to coast 2 and 3 times a week to play in these far-flung conferences. That stuff's not going to work. And I'm not the first one to say this, but they have to redo the whole structure where football goes one way and then all the other sports have to play in regions. That's the only way it can work because they're all going broke now as it is.
Yep.
And you start stretching them more, it's just not going to work. So that has to be done right now.
No
it's a
doubt.
good time to rethink the whole situation.
Scott Osler here on the Morning Roast, San Francisco Chronicle, longtime columnist for the Chronicle here on 95.7 The Game. You recently wore a Sell T-shirt to an A's game. How was that experience?
It was kind of fun. It was like joining a club. It was like, if you drive a little weird exotic sports car and you drive down the highway and you see another one, you beep at each other like you're in a club. So I became a member of the Sell Club for one day, and I did it in reaction. There was a story at last Sunday's game where a couple fans said that they were wearing Sell T-shirts at the Coliseum, and they were asked to leave the suites area at the Coliseum because they were told that these T-shirts are not allowed in this area. And so I figured, I'll go out and see what the mood is and the atmosphere. And I did not get thrown out of the suite area because apparently all of the employees have been warned. The media's after us, and so don't hassle anybody in the Sell T-shirts. But I talked to a bunch of people wearing the Sell T-shirts, and it was interesting experience. The whole phenomenon is weird,
Yeah, no doubt. What's going to
like
happen?
that I can remember in sports ever. There's been disgruntled fans and people who are mad at ownerships and stuff like that. But this whole kind of grassroots movement is there. Yeah, I don't think anything's really going to come of it other than embarrassing the A's and embarrassing Major League Baseball and Rob Manfred. But that in itself is worthwhile, I think.
Are they playing in Oakland next season?
I think they will, and the reason is, Monte, that I don't think that if they play in Oakland next season, the crowds will be even smaller than now. The team will be terrible. The product will be horrible, and it will be embarrassing to the A's, to John Fisher and Dave Kaval. It'd be really embarrassing to Rob Manfred in baseball. But what we've learned to this point is those people can't be embarrassed. There's no such thing as embarrassing those people. So I think they'll just suck it up, play at Coliseum next season because they have the lease and they really have nowhere else to go, and then just try to figure it out for 3 or 4 or 5 more years after that until they get their ballpark built in Oakland. But yeah, I think that my sense is they'll be back. If I was running the team, if I owned the team right now, I would play anywhere but in Oakland next season. But they don't think like I do.
Scott, we appreciate your time here. Real quick on your way out. When I first started here at 95.7 over at the programming side, I worked with your son Gabe in my very first shift here on the board. Gabe Osler was producing Chris Townsend at night, Bonte. So if you can, Scott, just tell Gabe Joe Spadoni said hi. He helped me a lot when I first started out here.
All right, Joe, I'll give him a shout. And Bonte's always been good to him, too, so I appreciate that from you guys.
We'll let Gabe know that the station has gone up since he's left, so we thank him for his services.
Call him back. Maybe you can get him back.
Yeah, I know he wants to come. He's going through jobs quick, man. I don't know what the hell he is.
No, he's doing well. Now he's working in news down in San Jose. So.
Oh, nice. That's awesome. That's awesome. No, Gabe's a good kid. We love Gabe. Real quick, Bochy coming back. You going to the yard to go see Boch?
No, I did not get a chance to see Boch. But good for him. Isn't that cool? Isn't that a great story?
It's an awesome story. Yeah.
One of the problems with baseball is that it's become a little bit dehumanized, with all the analytics and stuff. Yeah. And I'm not saying, this is terrible and everything, but it's kind of the way of the future. You have computers, you use them, and I understand all that stuff. And so does Bochy, by the way. But to me, the cool thing about baseball is the human side of it, and and Bochy is a master of that. He's like Dusty Baker in a way. Guys like that to me make baseball, and it's not all about just punching in numbers and putting the right guys in the right positions. It's also about just interacting with players and with the media and with the fans and just being a good person. And Bochy is holding that off forever. That's why he's in the Hall of Fame. He's not in the Hall of Fame for his win-loss record because it's still, I think, in the negative. But he's just his heart is in the game, and I think that's cool.
That is cool. And you're cool too, Scott. You're all right as well, man.
Thanks, Monte. So are you,
buddy. Love seeing you.
And you too, Joe.
Yeah. Joe's not bad. Joe's not bad over here. He's looking
like a big hug, right?
Yeah. There you go. We'll be looking for your work at the Chronicle. You're doing a great job for a long time. Scott, thanks for the time today.
Monte and Joe, thanks.
Anytime. Scott Osler, man, longtime columnist at the San Francisco Chronicle. The one thing he said, you got 3 quarterbacks. At least 2 of them are going to be really good. Or hot, whatever. Why not mix and match? Use them situationally. Run a different quarterback every series.
Yeah, that's not happening.
Yeah, I know. Can you imagine how crazy we would go?
Well, remember we were talking about a couple years ago, we were the dual quarterback thing with Jimmy G and Trey Lance.
Oh, that preseason game
against
the Raiders.
That? We were talking about that. What was it? Trey Lance had the first touchdown of the year against the Lions.
And Mark Sanchez was like, if you're Jimmy, I don't care what you say, you're not happy about that.
I don't think he was. Oh, my God.
And he threw a dime to Sherfield on that.
I can't believe we were talking about dual quarterback system. Can you imagine him doing that this year with Brock Purdy and Trey Lance? Can you imagine that?
I can't imagine that.
Oh,
Shanahan is.
He's smarter. He's smarter than you, Bonte.
He's an evil genius.
He's smarter than everyone. He's the boy wonder.
Well, I want to know what the real deal means. He says Brock Purdy's the real deal. What does he mean by the real deal? Franchise quarterback that he could play in this league. What does he mean by the real deal?
It's a great question.
I also just listened to Scott, listened to Vic Tafur earlier today and Q. I wonder if there's any Niner fans that's going to regret or are going to be mad that the Niners let Jimmy Garoppolo walk. Are the Niners going to have any regrets on letting Jimmy G go?
If the Raiders make the playoffs this season and Jimmy Garoppolo is a big part of that, in that conference, in that division, there's going to be some people saying, what the hell, Kyle? Why couldn't you make this work? Because that was the thing, ultimately, with Jimmy Garoppolo, why they move on from him, right? It was health. right? Was that the
Yeah.
because it felt like that. He just couldn't stay
Yeah.
healthy. I mean, this guy was in the Super Bowl. You had talks of maybe bringing in Tom Brady because he was fading out of there in New England. It's like, no, we got our guy Jimmy Garoppolo. And in hindsight, that was obviously not the right move, but hindsight's always 20/20. But that was the reason ultimately they moved on and got Trey Lance, because it was health. Also, now that we're learning about it, it was the upside factor of a Trey Lance, right? You looked at the Josh Allens of the world, the Pat Mahomes, right? Kyle Shanahan wanted that dude in this offense. He felt like Jimmy Garoppolo, after all those injuries, was limited. But ultimately, it was health, and that's what's going to be the factor this season. If Jimmy Garoppolo stays healthy and the Raiders make the playoffs, I do think there will be chatter. Now, we'll wait and see what happens with Brock Purdy. And if they don't stay healthy, and if the Niners quarterback situation, again, isn't healthy, I think fingers will start to get pointed at Kyle Shanahan, and rightfully so.
Bad.
Right?
Yeah. I mean,
because sooner or later, he's the problem if all these quarterbacks keep getting hurt, right? Fair or unfair. Like, he's the guy putting them in these situations.
650. Xfinity Mobile text line. Bonte, Evander Holyfield is the only real deal. Period. 831. I think he means that last season wasn't a fluke and Purdy will be ready. 602. As of right now, I have more faith in him than Trey Lance. And I understand that.
Yeah.
I understand that.
He's shown you more. How could you not? Like, he's shown you double of what Trey Lance has shown you in the NFL so far. And I'm fascinated. You called it the most hyped preseason game maybe in 49ers history.
Yeah, I can't think of one.
This Sunday.
This one's hyped.
It's going to be, and I didn't even know it was Sam Darnold yesterday that got the snaps at second team.
But no, I got a text saying, no, it was Trey Lance.
Oh, my God.
So the media members being so far away.
Joint practice gate? Like, what's going on here?
I got told he got the second, so I don't know what's what anymore. Jordan in Union City, help us out, J-Dub. Help us out, J-Dub. What's up, baby?
What's going on, fellas? Good morning. How's it going?
What's going on,
It's
man?
going.
No, I hear that. First off, Bonte, look, I got to put it this way, because I know you put out your King of the Hill, and at least from what Niners told me, like, one of the reasons why one of the guys that's on there is because all he does is win. So I got to push back on you as to why Kevin Hogan can't be on that list.
Oh, my God, Kevin Hogan. Why are you going to do this?
I have to.
I love Kevin Hogan.
I'm Pac-12 champ. I'm Rose Bowl champ.
Yeah,
I mean, all he did was win, right?
Yeah, he was winning. You guys carried him, J-Dub. I love Kevin Hogan. Honorable mention. He's honorable mention. I'll give you that.
Okay.
I can't put him above Luck, though.
No, I mean, obviously, like, no, I'm not. Listen, I can go on and on about Andrew Luck, but I wanted to go on to this point real quick because, obviously there's been a lot going on with the Pac-12, and there was one thing I just heard about how, the likes of Stanford and Cal, they can't compete with certain levels of maybe like Oklahoma or Texas, which, me, obviously I think that is completely not true, and it's been proven, these last couple of years. And also I think even you could look at certain recruiting rankings and also see that's not true.
Right.
Stanford just had 25 recruits in June.
Mm-hmm.
And they're all like some pretty big time recruits. Whereas I just saw this one note the other day, at least as it pertains to, again, the schools that were named like Texas. Texas just had their first 5-star defensive line recruit, I think, commit since like 2010.
Wow.
So it's just, I feel like there's a certain narrative or certain belief about those schools that are going on that's completely false.
Right.
Which, again, I feel like is a big part of why it's so sad that the Pac-12 is, what's been happening to it is that I think a lot of people lost faith and belief that they can compete on a certain level, whereas if you look at the conference this year, this is going to be the most exciting Pac-12 that was going to be, that was going to happen in a long time. It's the deepest quarterback conference in the country. I stand on that firmly. It's just unfortunate that it looks like it's going to be the last, potentially, Pac-12 season that there is.
What happens to Stafford, J-Dub? What happens? Do they independent? Move on to the Big 12? Do they go independent? What's next for that university?
It's a great question, and the way I look at it is there's so many rumors and so many different directions that I hear almost every day, and I'm sure, like y'all too, it's just the sports followers that you are, right?
Uh-huh.
Even just lately, there was a big thing like, okay, maybe the ACC takes them. Maybe there's this merger with the 4 teams remaining, and they go with the Mountain West, and they merge that way. I honestly have no idea. And it's unfortunate because not even just looking at Stanford, like I know some people, in Washington State and Oregon State and all those schools, and there's just so much because of all the uncertainty. I know a lot of those teams and a lot of those programs, they're losing recruits so quickly, and the coaches don't know what to do. They don't know what to tell people. So again, I don't know what the next direction is, but I hope whatever it is, it happens soon because it's sad what's going on and happening, and so much of that is out of certain people's control.
No doubt about that. Let's go to Josh real quick in D.C. Josh, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, what's going on, fellas, man? I love the show.
Absolutely.
All right, so I'm going to say this. Brock Purdy is the real deal on this team. He's faced ups and downs in college, you know what I'm saying? Like, he's not coming in with so much pressure on his shoulders and stuff. You know, he started throughout high school. He started throughout college. He only had to wait, 13 weeks to get back on the field?
Right.
It's not new to him. He's completely comfortable. That's why I think Shanahan is going out on a limb saying that he's the real deal, you know, all this. And this just proves to me that Trey wasn't his guy. Yeah, I mean, I'm not the only one I'm taking crazy pills. Like, this dude only played 1 year.
So hold on, Josh. Let me ask you something. If Shanahan didn't want Trey Lance, why was he drafted? Because Shanahan had the final say. And from everything I've heard was that he wanted, like, how can Shanahan be talked out of Mac Jones? It's his baby. It's his big move. You make a big deal.
So hard to believe, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's like, I saw him for a year. Yeah, his highlights look amazing when somebody chops it up and edits it with the best music in the background. You know what I'm saying? And you can make anybody look dope. But it's like, and then when he comes back for that COVID year, he has a terrible game. That one college game that he had before he sat out. So to me, it's a no-brainer. I think a lot of people would look good in this offense. But Brock Purdy is so seasoned, and he's been playing literally all his life.
Right.
So for me, Brock Purdy on this team is the real deal. Thanks a lot, fellas.
Anytime, Josh, call back. Love it.
I mean, how many real deals have the Niners had at quarterback?
Don't know.
Like, if that's the metric we're using, 8 games is the real deal. Like, that's what I'm saying. When you say it's the real deal, I'm thinking of Justin Herbert. I'm thinking of Joe Burrow. I'm thinking of Josh Allen. I'm thinking of Patrick Mahomes. Real deal to me, and my definition, is this guy's a top 10, top 15 quarterback. Now, what he showed last year, sure. 8 games, great. Do it for a full season, then I'll say you're a real deal. I just thought it was interesting, the timing of the whole thing. Like, is he trying to put the fire out of this quarterback, quote unquote, controversy? Because he said he's the QB1. He doesn't really need to double down on anything. Right. What he's shown in practice is that Brock Purdy's already that guy. So why did he have to go out of his way to say that?
I don't know. But something that Josh in DC said that was very, very interesting was that he doesn't know Shanahan didn't really want Trey Lance, right? Trey Lance wasn't Shanahan's guy. And again, I go back to his father, Mike, who was part of he was traveling with them when they were going to visit Trey Lance in North Dakota State. And you think about the quarterback lineage Mike Shanahan has had. He was offensive coordinator with the Denver Broncos for a long time. John Elway. What was John Elway? Powerful arm, mobile quarterback who could sling it from the pocket.
Stanford's
could make
own.
everything. Could make every play happen on the football field, every throw happen on the football field. Then he coaches Steve Young. All right? Mobile. Not the strongest arm in the world. I know I said that the other day. Not the strongest arm in the world, but he could get it down the field.
Mm-hmm.
All right? Then he goes and coaches John Elway again. And then he moves on to Jake Plummer. Then he moves on to Jake Cutler.
Kyle Orton.
Well, not Kyle Orton.
It was solid. Solid. Remember when he played for the Cowboys in a playoff game?
That was by mistake. Stay on point, Spinoni. Stay on point.
Sorry.
It was Mike Shanahan. What is going on? Mike Shanahan.
There's something he can back there. I wanted to point at him.
Oh, why? No, they got their own fires. Mike Shanahan had these guys who were big, strong arm, mobile quarterbacks who can improvise, who can make things happen. It's true. So that's why I believe Trey Lance was Kyle's guy. I don't believe that, oh man, he got pressured into Mac Jones. I mean,
is it possible that he made the trade at the time with the Miami Dolphins, and then after reviewing all these quarterbacks, he had the initial mindset of going after Trey, and then he was just like, oh boy, maybe they started working out all these guys.
Right.
And be like,
then why'd he take him? Just take Mac Jones at 3.
Because maybe he was like, you know what? I'm going to go with my gut instinct. I think I saw something in Trey initially. I'm just going to go with him. Maybe I liked Mac Jones after reviewing everything, but I'm going to go with my gut. My gut says Trey.
Boy,
and his gut failed him.
He
was going heart over head, maybe.
That is a borderline fireable offense to blow a pick like that. When you give up all that compensation to get a guy and you're not going to get this guy you hand selected at number 3 overall. And Justin
It
Fields
is
is right
a
there on the
shame.
board.
It's embarrassing.
Thanks, Boch.
Justin Fields is right there on the bill. Bochy is back in town now. Justin Fields is right there. Mac Jones is right there. Just take those guys if Trey's not your guy. If you're good, if after all the workouts, and you have that week to say, you know what, let's just go with the guy I want.
Yeah.
Get your guy.
Yeah.
He told me that Trey was his guy. So now, why isn't he his guy? Just because of 8 games with Brock Purdy?
Well, it's not going to be a fireable offense because it only is if you lose, right? And they haven't been losing. They've been winning. They've been going to NFC championships. They've been to a Super Bowl, obviously. Now we'll wait and see what goes on with Trey Lance, with Brock Purdy and Trey Lance this season. Because if Brock gets hurt and he misses time and then Trey is still not very good, and then you have to go to Sam Darnold seeing ghosts or vice versa, then I think there's hot seat chatter going on with Kyle Shanahan. Absolutely, there should be. Because at this point, you still don't have a quarterback. It's year 7 now we're going into. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, whatever it is. And there's still no quarterback. I don't care who you are. You ain't winning in this league if you don't have a quarterback.
No, you're not.
That's going to be the ultimate question that needs to be answered after this season, Bonte, is whether or not they have a quarterback.
So we'll see. We'll see if he's the quarterback of the future here. We'll see. We have Vic Tafur who said, boy, if I'm somebody out there, I'd trade for Trey Lance. He could be your future starter. This is what Raider beat writers.
If I'm the Raiders, I'm doing it. Why not?
Wow.
I mean, it'd be terrible for Jimmy Garoppolo. He thinks he got away from that situation, and then all of a sudden you give Trey back in here. But why not? Like 4th or 5th round pick, whatever it is, because that's what it feels like the value is. Trade for him, and sure, let's see what happens, because Jimmy's getting hurt this year. Sorry, it's just going to happen.
You guys, man, know these injuries. Eric in San Jose. Eric in San Jose, what's happening?
Hey, Bonte, how are you?
What's up, Eric?
So I have 2 things I want to say. Number one, I mean, obviously I believe Brock is the real deal. With Trey Lance, I mean, I go to a lot of 49er games, and I've watched them all warm up, going from Sean Hill, JT O'Sullivan, Alex Smith, you can name them all. And in pat and go, which is where they're throwing on air, I've never seen a quarterback throw a ball directly into the dirt. And, I mean, I've never seen that. And Trey Lance has done that multiple times. I've watched multiple warm-up sessions of him.
I mean, real quick, Eric, not to cut you off, Eric. Jimmy Garoppolo did that multiple times. Go ahead.
Fair enough. That's fair. But, I mean, to Brock Purdy, I mean, to go back to his first start, I mean, those throws that he threw in the end zone, the one that he threw to Christian McCaffrey, that back shoulder fade was incredible. I don't remember Jimmy Garoppolo ever doing that or any other quarterback in the recent memory. And then you go back to Seattle, in the Seattle game when he threw that, it was an incomplete pass to Brandon Ayuk when he made that guy miss and threw a dot to Brandon Ayuk. I mean, that was incredible. I mean, I don't care, who you are, but that was an incredible throw, and I do think that he can mimic that going forward.
Yeah, all we're asking is, what does Shanahan mean? Good call, Eric. What does Shanahan mean by saying Brock Purdy's a real deal? Hell, I hope he's a real deal. I'm tired of talking about the quarterback carousel. It's driving me insane.
You can't be
the fact that I got to be locked in for a week 1 preseason game. I mean, it's talking preseason football.
You can't be the real deal if you play 8 games. Like, I'm sorry. You got to do it for a whole season. Does it again this entire season, then you're the real deal. What are we doing?
Shanahan disagrees with you.
Oh my God. Well, he's smarter than me. Clearly, he's the quarterback guru. The quarterback guru has had 50 different quarterbacks the last 10 years. God.
Josh Harper.
It's a shame. It's embarrassing.
With Eric Crocker. Here, we'll end it on this soundbite to get to Fast 5.
Jimmy G looked better. Jimmy G looked like the more mature NFL-ready quarterback, and Trey Lance just looked like that quarterback that could be the next big thing.
Wait. So, hold on, because you skipped over Brock. So you said Jimmy G.
Jimmy G looked better than Brock Purdy. They were making the same types of throws, but it just looked – Jimmy looked way more comfortable.
Jimmy looks like the 9-year version of
Brock Purdy is what I'm saying, yeah. And I'll go to Trey Lance. Trey Lance just looks like, okay, this kid could be special. Like, he got something to him. I've never really seen Trey Lance throw in person. When he throws the ball, it shoots out his hands. Like, it's just and it was on the money today. So, like, he really changed my mindset of how I felt about Trey. Just seeing him in person, I think he still has a chance to be special crop.
Still has a chance to be special. The question is, will it happen in San Francisco? By the way, news and notes, in case you missed us, Warriors opening the season against the Phoenix Suns at Chase Center.
Can't wait.
Kevin Durant in front of fans. Chris Paul against his former team. Christmas Day.
You coaching?
Christmas Day. without the Sacramento Kings. The Warriors will be playing the Denver Nuggets. Sounds like that game will be at 2:30 p.m. Bob Myers may be working that day for ESPN. Apparently, he's nearing a deal with ESPN to be on one of their countdown shows. Bob Myers, former GM and president of basketball operations with the Warriors.
That's going to be fascinating.
A lot of people can say, oh, Bob, already getting back into work. It's been at Team USA.
It's a little different, though. Let's be honest. Like, it's not the mental game that being a GM for this team is.
It's still work.
It still work.
It's still work.
But this is more fun for him.
Bob could be chilling. Bob doesn't have to work another day in his life.
No, he doesn't.
But he's deciding to work at ESPN Countdown. I'm sure Steiny and Evan will get to, why is Bob working? Is he forced out? I don't know.
Is he forced out? Wow.
I don't know.
I think so.
He's working at ESPN.
I don't think he
Big
makes that
Bob.
move. I don't think he makes that move for Chris Paul, by the way, if he's still here.
You don't think so?
I don't think so.
All right.
Yeah. Just saying.
Chris Paul, I can't wait. I'm all about it.
Chris Paul and KD.
I can't wait.
Head to head.
Can't wait.
Over under on the amount of games until a scuffle happens in the sideline.
Between who?
Chris Paul and Draymond Green.
They'll yell at each other. There will be no fights. These guys are grown-ups, man.
Over under the amount of fights today at practice for Raiders-Niners. Any today?
Under one.
Okay.
Under one.
I'm thinking Marcus Peters got to start one somewhere. Come on.
They'll be popping off.
Let's
They'll
go.
be popping off. Let's get to Fast Five. Fast Five. What you got? Final thoughts. Hey, man, football's back in the Bay. We get a game on Sunday, 1 o'clock. 1 o'clock, Niners and Raiders. We'll see what's up with Trey Lance. We'll see what's up with Sam Darnold. The backup quarterback spot, boy. It's juicy.
My final thoughts? Jimmy Garoppolo's back, ladies and gentlemen, dicing up the Niners' first-team defense. You know what? I'm all in on Jimmy Garoppolo this year for the Raiders. I'm all in on it. Until, of course, he gets hurt, and then in which case, we're tanking for Caleb.
You're unbelievable. You flip-flop more than Guru.
I
Guru.
said I'm all in on Jimmy until he gets hurt, in which case, shut it down.
You're all in on Jimmy until he throws that first incompletion.
No,
Love it. Let's
he'll be
go.
fine.
Love it. What you got?
I can't wait to watch Spadoni's slow descent into madness this season as Jimmy continues to be the quarterback. My final thought, it's kind of more of a shout out. John Dickinson, Alex Espinoza, Whitley Sandretto, Sterling Bennett. Want a big shout out to them because as our YouTube viewers have noticed, we're showing a lot of training camp highlights during the breaks now. And the four of them are the ones who are sending me this video, these videos that I'm using to put these videos on during the break. So shout out to them for getting that content to me because it's made our YouTube experience, I think, a little bit better.
All right. And that's brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union, YouTube and Twitch, no doubt about that. Final thoughts here from the text line, 415. Fast Five. You guys can count, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, I can count. That counts as one. Final thought.
Jay LaFrey on the YouTube chat. Bonte, give Spadoni your Jimmy Garoppolo apology letters.
Oh, he's going to need them. Hey, see, Jay LaFrey knows. Tyler and Ernie knows. Drew Care knows. Dude, the Jimmy Garoppolo experience is not what I wish upon nobody. It's not a fun experience. It's an experience I never had to experience ever again.
One more here. We have Jesus Christ. JC himself is on the YouTube chat. See you next week, Bonte. That's JC.
Am I going to die or something? I'm going to heaven?
No, JC's always with you, bro.
Okay.
Jimmy.
Or is he talking about in church?
Jesus is going to see you next week. Jesus.
Jeez, I hope I'm not. Please, Lord, don't take me. I'm not ready to go.
This is fun. Did I do well in my pinch hitting appearance, Bonte?
You did all right. You struck out a couple times, but
okay.
you're all good.
All right. If I was a pitcher, did I get out of a jam? Kept it afloat? Game still tied?
Well, you said you're all in on Jimmy G, so I have no idea.
Until he gets hurt.
Good luck to you, brother.
The OPS took a hit today for you, Spadoni. Sorry.
Good luck to you, brother. Good luck to you. May God be with you. That was Fast Five, brought to you by Xfinity, the next generation 10G network, only from Xfinity. The future starts now with Steiny Nevin. Wait a minute. Was Shaska on KTVU? Is that why he left us? That bastard.
Jimmy.
It's finally here. Football is back.
So wake me up when
All right, what is going on, Bay Area? Evan Giddings with Matt Steinmetz. Gerald the Guru Johnson is going to be back on Monday. He's wrapping up his trip in North Carolina. A little bit of a switcheroo here on a Friday, Steiny, but I'm happy to be rocking with you because it's the end of the week, and you're coming up just a day away from Ireland, right?
Yes, I'm really looking forward to it. And there are all kinds of different leaders that teams have, and I like to lead by example. That's why today I'm giving up the power chair to Evan Giddings, who frankly deserves it. And I'm going to be heading into the weekend. I'm coming to play today. It's just, you know what? I'm probably going to have a lot of assists. Not going to have 38, but I'll probably have about 15 to 18 assists today.
Well, and to take people behind the scenes, this is something we discussed last night. You were kind enough to have a couple of us over. John, our producer, was over with his lovely lady Tracy, and I came over to the house. Your boy Dana was there. They're just chopping it up a little bit, and you kind of say, "Hey, you want to drive tomorrow?" I said, "Well, you have." I mean, I'd love to if you're okay with it.
Oh, sure.
Selfless Steinmetz on a Friday.
We did this once before. We can, if you're going to be in this studio, we can switch it up. I got to do it with Guru though.
Yes, you do.
But you've done it with Guru too, right?
Well, so
what happens when you do with Guru?
Well, the one day I was going to do it with Guru was unfortunately a day he had to go to a funeral, and so it kind of got messed up. But like on Monday, I'll say, "Hey, Goop, like if you want me to drive, I can drive. If you want to do it, you could take it. But I'll be with Goo on Monday and Tuesday, so we can kind of mix it up." Look, like this is the thing. It's around that time where the sports schedule begins to change. It moves from summer into officially football season because for the next 6 months, we are going to be locked into the San Francisco 49ers. And look, we got some stuff we can get to today. The Golden State Warriors schedule is announced. They're playing Kevin Durant on opening night. They got a big game on Christmas against the Nuggets. Bruce Bochy's back in town for the Giants. All that stuff is well and good. Also, I got to give you an opportunity to take a W on the Warriors. I guess it's some late news that was announced.
Yeah, what a year I'm having. I mean, by the way, the year continues. 3 months ago, I had it. Bob Myers to ESPN. It's official.
So you're saying
what have I gotten wrong?
You're saying the report that was released yesterday was late news, was old news.
Oh. People inside the business knew Bob was going to ESPN months ago. And I said as much on the air.
You did.
He's going to ESPN. Just, it is. It's just, hey, I'll tell you what. Something tells me I'm going to play some pretty darn good golf in Ireland because that's the way this year's going.
You're shooting straight.
Yeah.
That's what you get from 10 to 2 with Steiny and Goo.
Good for Bob Myers. He'll, I guess he's going to be on the countdown, NBA countdown.
Yes, ESPN's NBA countdown. That was the show that, Jalen Rose is no longer with the company, so he might be taking Jalen's seat. Could be Will Bond, Stephen A., and now Bob Myers. Very interesting. So we'll dig into that also. But where we want to start today, Steiny, is with football because we finally got a game this Sunday. 1 o'clock, it's on NFL Network. 49ers is going to be taking on the Raiders. And you might say, it's just the first week of preseason. Brock Purdy's out enjoying practices today, was there yesterday. He's playing. We won't get to see him on Sunday, but we will get to see Trey Lance. We will get to see Sam Darnold. But this marks the beginning of the campaign for the 49ers because if you are a believer that this team can go all the way, that they have what it takes to win a Super Bowl, well, today we want to hear from you because we're going to be jotting down, we're going to be taking some notes. We're going to be collecting receipts at this point. This is your last chance to get something off of your chest about the San Francisco 49ers before the season officially gets underway. And I know the regular season begins on September 10th, week 1 in Pittsburgh. But after today, every single Monday from here until February, we are going to be talking about football. That is what is going to drive the conversation here on this show and this station, really, because everyone is, we talked about it early in the week, Steiny, like everyone is locked into the San Francisco 49ers because the expectation for this team has never been higher.
Certainly not in the Shanahan era, I would think. Looking back when Jim Harbaugh was the coach, there was definitely some excitement there, and obviously when Colin Kaepernick was doing his thing. But I think heading into a season, this is gold this year because you know me, I'm not a Super Bowl or bust type of guy or NBA title or bust, and if you don't win the title, everything's a failure. But a couple teams in different sports can claim that. They're at that point, and the 49ers are at that point. They just are. They've been to 3 NFC championships in the last 4 years, and I think they feel better about this team than any team they've had under Kyle Shanahan. In other words, I think Shanahan and Lynch and the players think that this is the best team of the last 6 years under Kyle Shanahan. So if that's the case, this team's got to get to the Super Bowl. They've got to get to the Super Bowl. And I know, when you get to the Super Bowl, you got to win it. But that's where I stop. Because who knows what's going to happen if maybe they end up playing Kansas City and Mahomes throws for 7 touchdown passes and it's just greatness. Mm-hmm. But after last year, after the slow start, after all the injuries, they've named Purdy the starter. They got to get to the NFC Championship game again, and they have to win it this year. That's what I think this year comes down to.
And I think the origin of this too is because Chris Say on YouTube is throwing his opinion into the table. Like, you can say the same for the Bills. You can say the same for the Bengals. Well, the reason why we're not talking about those teams, even though I think a lot of people expect them to be competing with the Chiefs in the AFC, is because of that. The 49ers are in a 2-horse conference. It is them and the Philadelphia Eagles. I think the Dallas Cowboys got something to say, but they also play in the same division as the Eagles. So if Philadelphia is a better team, Dallas is going to have to play on the road. And this is where, look, we were talking to the boss before the show, and just kind of get an idea of what he's feeling, what the audience might be feeling. And this is why we want to offer the opportunity for people to chime in at 888-957-9570. Get it off your chest now before the preseason officially gets underway for the San Francisco 49ers, before we got football to talk about each and every Monday for the next 6 months. What is it about the San Francisco 49ers that you believe rests on this season? Like, what are you feeling from your San Francisco 49ers? 888-957-9570. One game at a time from Alex on YouTube, which is all powered by First NorCal Credit Union. I am with Alex. It is one game at a time. But it's one game at a time, not in the sense of, well, let's just wait and see. To me, every game is so important because of that 2-horse race. It's almost like you're not even competing in the same division. Like, the NFC West does not matter at this point. To what you're talking about, the Super Bowl is the only thing that the 49ers have their eyes on. Now, maybe not winning it, but getting there, getting out of the NFC. And that's why where I'm at with the 49ers and what I got to get off my chest is they need to approach this season like Alabama football, like a college football team that is dominant year in and year out, that expects to compete for a national championship, which is you're not playing the rest. You're not competing with the rest of the SEC. You're competing with the top 4 teams around the rest of the country. If you're the San Francisco 49ers, you got to be having your eyes on everything that the Philadelphia Eagles do from week 1 on, because you got to beat them in order to get what Kyle Shanahan had identified as one of the team's goals, which is win the division, make the postseason, but most importantly, get those 2 home games, one of which they didn't have last year.
When I think about the 49ers season coming up, I feel like they're one of the best teams in the NFC. I think we all agree that their talent on paper is as good as every team in the NFC, with the possible exception of the Eagles. You hope to find that out as the year endures. So I look at the 49ers this year, and I expect them to win the division and get into the playoffs, and then make some noise in the playoffs. But to me, not a bigger issue, because that's the biggest issue, is how the season goes. But parallel to that is what happens with Brock Purdy and the quarterback position. When the season's over, if the season ends in the Super Bowl with a Super Bowl win or with a Super Bowl loss, or maybe they can't get over the hump against the NFC, the Eagles again, where are we with Brock Purdy? Because if you go through the season, you go 12-5, you play the Eagles again, you lose to the Eagles, and Purdy is essentially the quarterback he was last year, then where are we? Then what do we do if the Eagles get us 2 years in a row and Jalen Hurts is really good, he's better than Purdy, then where are we after this year? That to me is going to be an interesting portion of this year if they don't win the Super Bowl. If the 49ers run the table, win the Super Bowl, then obviously everything changes. But if they get there again, knock on the door, don't get over it, then where are they? And I'm not saying, Kyle Shanahan might be. No, it's not that. It's, do we try to retool? Do we overhaul? Do we take big chances? Do we stay the course? So that's what I think is going to be the fun part of this year. The other thing is they got to get off to a good start. They can't start 3-5 again because they're going to have to go on the road and win a game against a really good team. And you can, but it's harder to do it that way.
Yeah, and 3-5 was a 2021 season. Of course, they made the run to the NFC Championship where they were on the road. They lost to the Los Angeles Rams, who went on to win the Super Bowl. Last season, they started out 3-4. After the Week 7 loss to Kansas City, they got Christian McCaffrey integrated, Jimmy Garoppolo, then on to Brock Purdy, and lose another game. And they made the run to the NFC Championship where they lost on the road. Now, I'm not saying that the 49ers can't win a road NFC Championship game, but you make it significantly easier for yourself if, to your point, you get off to a fast start. You place every emphasis on the solo game on week in and week out because, yes, over the course of a season, you're going to have some tough games. You might get banged up, and we'll talk about some of the injuries that have befallen the 49ers already in these joint practices with the Raiders. But if you do not start the season neck and neck with the Philadelphia Eagles or playing from ahead, well, then I'm looking at this Niners team, and I do wonder if this is a team that can go into Philadelphia and win. And to me, this is where they are unique from that point of the quarterback signing, because let's say the Niners, same scenario plays out. They go 13-4. Eagles are a game ahead of them. They get the home game. Niners advance to the NFC Championship. Brock Purdy has another 2 playoff wins under his belt. You fall short. We're not in a place next offseason to where you're questioning Kyle Shanahan's job, or at least I'm not, because that'd be a third, NFC title game.
Right.
But it's not what I think the fans want to hear. It's not the result that they're looking for. Anything less than a trip to the Super Bowl, and maybe even for some, a win in the Super Bowl, is not going to be enough. And while that might be unfair, that's just the reality, and that's the expectation. That's the weight of the expectation that the 49ers have built for themselves because of their successes.
Here's why I struggle with saying if the 49ers don't win the Super Bowl, it's a failure or it's a disappointment. Because I think we got to acknowledge that there's some really good teams in the AFC, obviously Buffalo and the Kansas City Chiefs. But the NFC for the 49ers, it's right there. Let's be honest, it's the Philadelphia Eagles right now. Now, maybe the Rams have something in them. Maybe the Seattle Seahawks are going to be 2 games better than we think. But it's the Philadelphia Eagles. That's a team that the San Francisco 49ers can target and they can beat. So I want them to do that because that's first thing. Now we get to the Super Bowl. This is where I do think, okay, well, you may run into one of the greatest quarterbacks of all time who is so great that he might be able to single-handedly be the difference in the Kansas City Chiefs winning the Super Bowl over the 49ers. In other words, I'm willing to acknowledge that Mahomes could have a performance in him that's unbeatable because the quarterback position is that important. So that's why to me, yes, you want to win the Super Bowl, but that's the outlier. We'll try to beat the Chiefs after we beat the Eagles, and we have 2 weeks, and we'll try to figure out the Chiefs. But you gotta get there. You gotta leapfrog the Eagles this year. To me, that's the number one goal for the 49ers.
What do you want to get off your chest about the San Francisco 49ers before the first preseason game gets underway? That's going to be on Sunday, 1 o'clock at Las Vegas. We want to hear from you. What is it that you want to get off your chest about the San Francisco 49ers before the season officially gets underway? David in Denver wants to chime in and his hope for this season for the 49ers. What's up, David? You're on 95.7 The Game with Steiny and Evan.
Hey, what's up, guys? Yeah, I got something I got to get off my chest, and I've been stewing on this for a minute. I knew, and it all revolves around the whole quarterback situation, and I get it. That's kind of the way that things are, but I feel like that, as much as that loss to the Eagles hurt last season, I knew that the way it happened and with Purdy going down, it was going to open up a whole can of worms. And what I got to get off my chest is that I feel like he's the dude who's actually been getting slighted, because every outlet, every hot take is about Trey Lance. The depth chart is Purdy, who's going to be this and that. And the thing is, I'll say this straight up. The last half of last season, as a longtime Niner faithful, was the most excited that I've been watching my team in years, probably since when Kaepernick first burst onto the scene. It was the most exciting with that whole team playing, and it just so happened that Brock Purdy was at the helm doing that. Now, everyone wants to bring all the other context in that he's Mr. Irrelevant, and now, of course, he has an injury, so it's easy for everyone to question, can this guy be the dude?
Right.
Him getting hurt basically opened all that up. And I just think it's been unfair, because all you hear about every day is, how is Trey Lance doing? How even Sam Darnold's getting conversation. I'm just like, what's happened? Did you guys watch the second half of last season? Or when's the last time we saw a rookie quarterback in that position come in and perform that way? I asked that question of you guys, but yet all we hear is all the conjecture and hot takes about everyone else, every other quarterback, and can he do it? So I just feel like this dude has gotten shortchanged, and I think he's going to be the guy this year, and I think he's going to show everyone.
You know what I think, Evan, as
Thank you, David.
as it relates to Purdy, like all we've taught, and maybe this may be unbelievably naive. All we've talked about in the preseason has been the quarterbacks: Purdy, Lance, Darnold, Lance, Purdy, everybody. I almost think once this game starts on Sunday, we won't. But for sure, once the regular season starts, we're not going to be talking about the quarterbacks nearly as much. I really don't think so. Because if they start winning, if they get on 4-1, and Purdy looks fine, it's over. Then it becomes all about the team, which it is hard to focus on the team when they're not playing games and when there is an issue at quarterback and there's decisions to be made. But Purdy's going to take the snaps in Pittsburgh, and when he takes the first snap in Pittsburgh, it's about the Niners' season at that point. It's about, can the Niners have a great regular season, get home field, and leapfrog the Eagles and get to the Super Bowl? Like, it won't be, of course we're going to talk about the quarterback position like every city talks about the quarterback position, but there's not going to be maybe you should put Lance in, because I don't think it's going to get to that point.
Well, it better not. And that's kind of what we're talking about, is like they have to get off to a good start. But I do think, and this is where I'll disagree with you, the reason that I do believe we will continue to talk about the quarterbacks, not just because it's the most important position in sports, but because of what we were talking about off the top of the show, which is it's a two-horse race. It's the San Francisco 49ers and the Philadelphia Eagles. That is who I believe everyone, or the majority of analysts, fans, NFL watchers everywhere, believe is going to be representing the in the NFC Championship game. Those are the two teams that we expect to get there. So what do you have to do? Well, throughout the regular season, I got my eyes on Philly. I got to measure the Niners based on what the Eagles are doing. And the one clear-cut advantage that the Philadelphia Eagles have is a quarterback. Now, I think it's possible that Brock Purdy can, in Mike Sando's quarterback tier list, he had him 24th. I think that's probably low based on what he did last year. I don't think it's out of the question for Brock Purdy to play like a top half quarterback this season. And to me, that's going to be good enough for Kyle Shanahan to win a lot of games. If Brock Purdy's playing like a top 15 quarterback like he did last year, which was borderline top 10, he's going to win a lot of football games. But Jalen Hurts lost one regular season game as a starter last year. That's the reason why I think we're talking about the quarterbacks, not as far as should there be a change. Is Trey better? Is Brock Purdy deficient? Is he this? We're measuring the 49ers quarterback room against the Philadelphia Eagles one, and that's why I think we'll continue to talk about it.
Well, and I think it is fair that by the end of the season, depending on how the season ends, how Brock Purdy plays, whether he can stay healthy or not, by the end of this season, there's going to be two things we're asking ourselves. Either what now? What do we do now if it doesn't end well? Or, wow, we have no more decisions at quarterback because Brock Purdy's good. Like, that's where they would hope to get by the end of the year. Yep, there it goes. We don't have now the quarterback thing is done. Brock's good. But is there a scenario in which the Niners season ends in a way and we're saying, oh gosh, what are we going to do? What are we doing at quarterback now next year? Like that shouldn't happen, right?
That can happen. If you want to be taken seriously as a Super Bowl team, that cannot happen. I see you, Ryan. I see you, Diego. I want to get to you on the other side. What we're talking about today is the San Francisco 49ers, who start their preseason on Sunday. This is your last chance before we get games to react to every Monday for the next 6 months. Your last chance to get something off of your chest about the 49ers, and we want to know at 888-957-9570, what is it? What do you want to get off your chest about the San Francisco 49ers? Evan Giddings with Matt Steinmetz. Daryl the Guru Johnson is going to be back on Monday. And on September 11th, join 95.7 The Game at the Pettinelli Financial Partners Charity Golf Tournament at Harding Park. All proceeds benefit the Autism Society in SF Bay area. There will be a $10,000 hole-in-one contest, an auction with some great memorabilia, and a chance to hit some balls at the iconic TPC Harding Park with some of us from 95.7 The Game. Steiny might be out there. Learn more at sfautismsociety.org.
Hi, I'm Nabil Ahmed. At East Bay Law Practice, our mission...
Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Spadone locking in for you, Steiny. What do you got?
He knows he's trying to get on my good side. He's got some making up to do.
Yeah, after yesterday.
Nah, man, you know what? Hey, we have a lot of guys in here with young children at home, and they're responsible fathers, and they can't be at my beck and call all the time when I want to have a playmate.
Or any of the time.
So, wish we could have seen you, Spadone, yesterday, but you were there in spirit.
No, you had your priorities straight, as you always do. Joe Spadone, family man. Evan Giddings in for Daryl the Guru Johnson with Matt Steinmetz. We'll be back on Monday. Steiny, you're taking off for, what, a week and a half? A week?
A week and a half, yeah. I'm going to play some golf in Ireland. You know what's funny is during the break, I texted my buddy who runs the trip, and I said, because I looked at the courses we're playing in the I said, geez, these courses are long.
Now, what does that mean?
It means they're 6,500.
Okay.
I'm
yards,
6250
meters. Whether they use the metric system,
6250 is about what
clicks.
And he says, don't start your crap. We're using the shorter yardages this year. Okay.
So does that mean you're playing from the blues and everyone else is playing from?
It just means no. I'm playing from the blues, but these courses are deep, man. I mean, I don't drive it that far, so I get it. If I can get it out there 220, I'm still looking at 195 in.
Finesse. That's all you need. Just keep them straight. Keep them narrow.
Thank you very much.
Stay on the fairway.
And that's, you know what? It's kind of like what the Niners need to do this year.
Exactly.
They need to hit fairways, get to the green in two putt. 49ers win 30-17. Week in, week out.
Well, that's something that Brock Purdy did often last year was score points. And this offense is now looked at one that maybe isn't as good as its defense, but is damn close. Whereas the last few years, the identity of the San Francisco 49ers has been their defense, specifically that D-line, which they added a major piece from the Philadelphia Eagles and Javon Hargrave. And that's what we're talking about today. That's what we want to hear from you about at 888-957-9570. This is essentially the last chance for the next 6 months for you to get something off your chest about the San Francisco 49ers before we got games, before we got quarterbacks to analyze, before we got secondaries to dissect, before we got linebackers to talk about how hard-hitting the Fred Warners of the world are, before hopefully Nick Bosa signs a contract and gets out on the field.
Let me just jump in here. Comcast, or I don't have any of my reading prompts.
Xfinity Mobile.
Xfinity Mobile text line. 925. Eagles had a cupcake schedule last year. They're in the toughest conference in the NFC. Toughest division. Come on now. Who was the third best team in football? It was the Cowboys.
It was. Well, actually, it was the Minnesota Vikings.
In the NFC.
It was the Minnesota Vikings.
Well, that's
last
true.
year.
That's true.
Your boy. By the way,
just saying.
Steiny, your boy's in trouble this year.
Who?
Kirk Cousins.
What are you talking about?
I mean,
You like that?
Let me tell you something.
I don't like that. I don't like their schedule.
49er fans may not like to hear this, especially in light of the fact that I'm having a hell of a year.
Yeah, you going to put this one on the cap too?
I may put this in the cap. Look, Kirk Cousins is going to be the 49ers starting quarterback next season, week 1.
You like that?
Put it in the cap.
Like that?
Put it in the cap.
What would prevent that?
Purdy winning the Super Bowl.
So if the 49ers do not win the Super Bowl this year,
put it in the cap.
Kirk Cousins.
God, I would love to see that.
I kind of would too. I think the question is, would Kyle Shanahan?
Oh, he would. Might give up Bosa for Cousins. Loves Kirk Cousins.
I think you're speaking in jest. Let's get out to the city. Let's get to the calls.
Although, no,
why not?
No. I mean, the Kirk Cousins thing. I would take 10-1 odds on that.
There's going to be some good odds, I believe. Ryan's out in the city, and I think this is kind of the sentiment that a lot of fans feel about the 49ers. What's up, Ryan? What do you want to get off your chest about the 49ers?
What I want to get off my chest is, and it might sound like a little bit selfish, but I'm 26. I didn't get to see the Super Bowl. I didn't get to see them play and win a Super Bowl. I really don't care who's that quarterback. I mean, I love Brock Purdy. I love Trey Lance. They're really great quarterbacks and everything. But I just really want to see them just take a knee in the Super Bowl, and that's it. We win it. We can celebrate and everything. And
That's what I believe, and I think the what we need to do this season is just avoid the turnovers like Purdy was doing it, and I think just with that it should be enough to get us to the Super Bowl and win it, and just avoid mistakes against people like Mahomes or Josh Allen if we get there.
I like it.
Well put.
You know what I was thinking while I was listening to that call is, I can't be in the minority on this. You ready? Again, yes, we talked a lot about the quarterback situation. But once the season starts, it is all and only about 49ers winning and losing. That is all that matters. Am I interested to see if Brock Purdy is a little better than last year, is a little worse than last year, is the same? Yes, of course. But they've got to, it's all about winning the games any way they can. And to me, that's where, once these games start, the quarterback is almost, for me, going to be another position on the field. We're going to talk about Brock Purdy. We're going to talk about Ayuk. We're going to talk about Bochy. We're going to talk about Trent Williams. But it's not, I don't think there's going to be a reason for it to dominate the conversation. I'm not going to want to talk about it if there's not a lot to talk about outside of the way you usually talk about a quarterback in a city that's talking about their football team.
Yeah, I think it comes down to, look, how did they perform? And that's secondary to, did they win the game? Like, I do think we will be talking about the quarterback if and when the 49ers lose a game, which is why I think it's important to get out to a fast start, not just so that, of course, you stack wins and you keep pace with Philadelphia, because you got to have your eye on the 1 seed. You got to have your eye on home field advantage throughout the postseason, because I think the 49ers can beat Philadelphia here in Santa Clara. I'm not so sure they can beat them in Philadelphia. I think they have a chance, and they were a 2-point underdog last year going into that football game, but it's significantly more difficult. And the reason why I brought up the college football example in the first segment is because, for example, last year, there were 6 college football teams with 2 losses.
Okay.
Only one of them got into the Final Four. Only one of them got a chance to compete for a national championship. So if you lose a couple of games, now, it's a 17-game season in the NFL. The 49ers are obviously 13-4 wasn't good enough last year. They were the 2 seed. So you are looking at every single game as a must-win. Every single week is so important because you have to, in my opinion, be the 1 seed this year. That should be the goal. The goal should not just be to win the division. That's secondary. Not just to get a home playoff game in the wild card or divisional round. That's secondary. It's be the 1 seed. You have to have home field advantage throughout the entire playoffs. And I think the 49ers understand the importance of that now, because someone like Kyle Juszczyk, Kyle Shanahan, they understand, and their tone is, yes, it is difficult. You have to go through an entire season, much like they did last year. You can't just fast forward to the Final Four. But I think they realize how important that is, that they weren't playing at Levi's Stadium last year.
I think it's fair to say that they've put an emphasis on a fast start, or not putting themselves behind the 8 ball 6 games into the season. I think that's something that Juszczyk talked about in a recent interview, and I think it's a fair talking point. When I look at the NFL now and how many games are being played, which is 17, I almost think you got to allow for some stuff. What we got to go 14-3. That's the way. If I were a football player, I'd kind of look at it. Let's get 14 wins. 14 wins would be a really good number. It's a hell of a number. That's a lot. You know what I mean? That's a lot of wins, and that means you're winning most of your close games, and you're not giving away any games. So 14-3, that's kind of what I would be thinking. I wouldn't predict that. If that were the number, I would say, well, I got to take the under. But I think don't you think the Niners are thinking we can win 14 games?
Well, I think Diego and Marin wants to talk about how that might play out because of the schedule of each of those teams. What's up, Diego? You're on Marin and you're on 95.7 The Game with Steiny and Evan. What do you got? What do you want to get off your chest about the 49ers?
Not so much get off my chest, just an opinion about the season and the team. I think if you look at the schedules of both Niners and Eagles, you could say that when they meet, that the Niners should only have maybe 2 losses at best, maybe 4 at worst, and the Eagles should have at least 4 if you look at the schedule leading up to the Niners game and the game right after against the Cowboys for the second time of the year. The Eagles could effectively be dropped to almost 500 if they lose to the Niners that game, and maybe have to go on the road the entire playoffs. So I'm really not worried about the Eagles.
There you go.
Interesting.
You know what? You know what's going to make this year fun, too? Eagles fans don't really think much of the Niners.
And Niners fans don't think much about the Eagles.
I know. I mean, my buddies from back east who are Eagles fans, they do think we're better than you guys. We have a better team. We have a better overall team. We certainly have a better quarterback. That's the way they think.
I think that's the reason for confidence. But outside of that, I can make a case the Niners got a better running back. They got just as good weapons on the outside. They got a better tight end. Could say they got a better defensive line. They actually stole your guy. Although I know a lot of Eagles fans maybe not too high on Hargrave.
No, they think he's good, but they think the guy...
Jalen Carter, the guy they drafted, can come in and be just as good.
Yeah, they do.
Linebackers probably favor the 49ers. Secondary maybe favors the Eagles. I think they're very even outside of maybe the quarterback, which could be the reason you have doubts or confidence, depending on what side you're on. But what the caller was talking about, and I think this is important, Week 13 of the regular season, Sunday, December 3rd, is when the 49ers meet the Philadelphia Eagles. In Philly at Lincoln Financial, it's going to be 125. But the point is, what do the Niners need to be going into that game? And from what the caller was laying out about the schedule, I don't know about the Eagles having 4 losses at that point. But if the Niners want to give themselves a chance to jump the Eagles, because that's a point in the season in which you're going to start to look at, all right, who's the 1? Who's the 2? Who's getting the bye? Who's getting home field advantage?
I mean, ideally, that game is a game that, by that point, either the 49ers already have 2 games in hand, or a 49ers win ties with the Eagles or leapfrogs the Eagles and then gives them the tiebreaker in a home field playoff scenario. That would be where I would like to be if I'm the San Francisco 49ers against the Eagles that week. That if we beat them, now we're both, 10-3, but we have the head-to-head. That would be a good spot to be in. Even better spot would be to be up 2 games on them, and if you lose, you're still up a game on them, But I want to address this on the Xfinity mobile text line. Steiny, so what you're saying is that the 49ers are the only team in the NFL where the quarterback is not as important as the other players. Really, I mean, more. No, what I'm saying is that, although some people would make that case, but what I'm saying is once the regular season starts, I don't think it's going to be about Purdy anymore. We're going to talk about him like every market talks about their quarterback the game after a win or a loss. But the concentration on who played well at practice, is Trey going to get a shot, who's the second string quarterback, Darnold or Trey, I'm sorry, but that doesn't matter anymore after the first week of the season. I don't care how Purdy plays overall. Of course it's going to impact the team. It's about they're 1-0. Now they're 2-0. Now they're 3-0. Now they're 3-1. Now they're 4-1. Now they're 5-1. That's all that matters.
And I want to know if people are with you, Steiny. Because are we not going to be talking about the quarterbacks as much as we did? Or are we going to talk about them like we talked about Jimmy Garoppolo? Because Jimmy Garoppolo was a very record-centric quarterback. If you won, Jimmy did good. Or maybe didn't. If you lost...
If Brock Purdy plays exactly like Jimmy Garoppolo, he will take far less criticism than Jimmy Garoppolo because he's a younger player with less experience. The other thing about the Niners, too, is you can't be getting caught up in the numbers game. the individual numbers game because they're going to fluctuate game to game to game. Ayuk's not going to have 17 great games. McCaffrey's not going to have 17 great games. There's going to be periods where maybe Kittle will have 8 catches in a 3 or 4 game stretch, and he won't be getting his numbers, but in a perfect world, it's not going to matter. That's the other thing that I think is going to happen. Outside Christian McCaffrey, there's going to be variation in the numbers from the other playmakers, but who cares? It's going to be who's utilized best on that given Sunday.
Well, I think people will care if they don't win.
Correct.
Like if they do not, again, we're all assuming that they get off to a great start, but if they don't, which to be fair, they have not each of the past 2 seasons. In 2021, they started off 3-5. In 2022, they started off 3-4 before they got McCaffrey. If that happens again, and the reason why I think we will be talking about the quarterback is because the noise will get louder about what to do because you don't have a veteran behind center. To your point, you have a younger guy. If Purdy loses, he might get less criticism than Jimmy Garoppolo, but there's going to be more people calling for his job, I believe, because you have either another young quarterback in Trey Lance or you have a more veteran quarterback in Sam Darnold. And that is why we do talk about the backup quarterback position, not because we assume Brock Purdy's going to fail, but if he doesn't play well, if the Niners get off to a slow start, if, God forbid, Brock Purdy has an injury or has a setback with his arm, then that backup quarterback position does become very important. And the text line is chiming in as a 40-year-old Niner fan. I want to get off my chest. I am happy that ownership, as well, in his words, have gotten out of its own way. Brock is our Brady. Get ready for a wild ride. People on YouTube also chiming in. If Purdy isn't playing, fans are going to be calling for Trey. I think that's where a lot of the quarterback conversation is going to go. But again, if they win, Steiny, all of that gets silenced, I think. And it just becomes, all right, it's a 2-horse race. How are you doing on your side of the fence? And are you winning games? Like, every week, if they lose, I don't know, maybe the conversation is more about Kyle Shanahan than the actual quarterbacks.
It's not a bad point. That's not a bad point. And I also think, the one thing about Kyle Shanahan, and this is why I don't think there's going to be an issue at quarterback unless there's an injury, is Kyle has a way of, he'll try to convince the fans that Purdy's playing better than he is if people think Purdy's not playing great. Kyle will support him and say, well, the people that are saying Brock's not on point, I know what's on point. That's why I'm the coach, and he's doing great. To that extent, I do not think, again, that Kyle Shanahan's system doesn't really lend itself to quarterbacks having terrible numbers. You know what? I'll bet you in the last, bet this, just for a stat, just to see if a hunch is right. Last 3 years, I'll bet you the 49er quarterbacks have thrown 3 or more interceptions in a game among the lowest total in the, you know what I'm saying? Like they've had the fewest 3 or more interception games from the quarterback position in the last 3 years. 48 games, how many times did the 49 games or whatever, how many times did the quarterback position for the Niners turn it up, get intercepted 3 times in a game? I'll bet it's not a lot compared with other teams.
Well, it's a good thing we got a break in a few minutes so we can actually fact check that. That's a very specific stat you're throwing out there. So I'm going to have to roll on my ESPN
and
stats
I could be
and
wrong,
info.
but this is the beauty of live radio and thinking off the top of your head and maybe being wrong about something.
Well, I'll give you a chance to check that out right now. Robin San Mateo's been hanging on. He's got a gripe about the 49ers. What's up, Rob? You're on 95.7 The Game. What do you got about the San Francisco 49ers?
Hey, guys. Happy Friday.
Yeah.
The thing that really concerns me the most about this year is the offensive line. Going into last year, we had our 2 tackles were the only established guys, and then the killer bees there in the middle were kind of finding their way. And then Philly really, to be completely honest here, Niner fans, they exposed us in the championship game. Their D-line just blew our offensive line up. And then conversely, on the other side, their offensive line, then blew our defensive line up. So, I mean, we all know all the great components and everything that we've got with the 49ers, but those key guys, those hogs in the trenches, especially on the offensive line, we allowed McGlinchey to go, who wasn't the greatest in the world, but at least he was our 5-year starter, and then we just promoted a backup. And then the Niners did absolutely nothing in the draft to address it. They allowed the offensive line to get worse. So this could be a huge snake that comes back to bite us again down the line here, and especially, with Philly again or other teams like Dallas that's got a really powerful pass rush and stuff. The one time that we got to the Super Bowl, that we got over the hump, won the championship, and got to the Super Bowl was because of what? Not Jimmy G's sterling passing. Not even because of the passing game. We all remember that Green Bay game when Jimmy only attempted 8 passes the entire game. It was about the running game and asserting our will and our power on the other team and just overpowered them. We ran it 45 times in that game, and Raheem Mostert had 4 touchdowns and 220 yards, as we all know. So, we've got this great passing game, and if Brock picks up where he left off, that's going to be a big strength of ours, but we got to get back to the basics and run. I mean, we run the ball, but we've got to get back to that power running where we, can impose our will on other teams, because that's what, champions do. They have a complete team, and year in, year out, you see every year the champion has a great offensive line, and last year was the perfect example in the Super Bowl. Philly got there with what they set the record for. For the front four, each guy had double-digit sacks for the first time in history, and over 70 total. But they didn't sack Mahomes once. KC's offensive line, won the day and didn't allow any sacks. So, it's not glamorous. It's doesn't catch the headlines and stuff. But we need to have a dominant offensive line to be a champion.
No doubt.
That's what a champion does, and not addressing it in the offseason here and not addressing it in the draft is not an all-in championship move.
Thanks, Rob. Appreciate that. But it's kind of what you're talking about, Stein. It's like we're not just going to be talking about the quarterbacks. We're going to be talking about what affects the quarterbacks, and that's the running game. Is it the receivers? Is it the offensive line? Is it the D-line?
Why do you think it bothers me a little bit that he did run Mostert 30 times that one game?
I actually don't know. If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
I know, but he wouldn't do that with
Christian McCaffrey?
Correct.
Yes, he would. I think he did it last year. The game in Seattle Thursday night.
How many carries?
Like 28.
Was that high?
Also touched the ball out of the backfield as a receiver.
Well, that's... Yeah.
I think the game against Dallas...
28? McCaffrey had 28 carries in the game?
McCaffrey had over 30 touches as a 49er.
Well, touches are different.
The same.
They put him out in space. You don't take the punishment.
Well,
that doesn't count.
Unless you get hit by a linebacker.
Well, he's elusive. He is. He's elusive. McCaffrey's great at avoiding big hits, by the way.
He's a competitor.
Thank you. Hey, Bruce Bochy. He's in the house.
He is in the house.
Yeah.
Over this weekend. Yeah, Bruce Bochy's back in town for the first time.
Here's something you never...
As an opposing manager.
Here's something I don't think I've ever heard. Mm-hmm. Bruce Bochy, he's a jackass.
Well, we've heard it now.
Get that cut. Thank you.
Yep.
We'll play that on Monday.
Is there anybody out there, seriously, that...
It's a shame. It's embarrassing.
...doesn't like Bruce Bochy?
I don't know.
I don't think there's anybody out there in the Bay.
He's an idiot.
Boch, there's nobody that doesn't like you in the Bay. That's a fact.
Not unless there's any former Detroit Tigers, Kansas City Royals, or Texas Rangers that live in the Bay.
You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, no, I'm with you.
Bochy's, he's what we used to call aces. Okay.
Well, now he's winning games for the Texas Rangers.
Right.
We're going to keep this conversation moving on the other side. We're discussing the San Francisco 49ers. They got a game on Sunday against the Las Vegas Raiders, first week of the preseason, first time that will mark the beginning of football season. 6 straight months with football. Every single Monday, we're going to have something to talk about with the San Francisco 49ers. So we want to take some receipts. Your last chance to get something off your chest about the 49ers before they start playing games. 888-957-9570. That's the Xfinity Mobile text line. That's the number to call in on. Evan Giddings, Matt Steinmetz, Daryl the Guru Johnson is going to be back on Monday. Also, a reminder, ladies and gentlemen, football back in the Bay Area. Tune in on Sunday immediately following the final whistle for overtime. 95.7 The Game's post-game show as Mark, Randy, and Sterling Bennett will be bringing you instant reaction and analysis after the first preseason game of the year. Check out Overtime immediately following every single game this season. We'll be back on the other side. I want to hear from you. What do you got to say about the San Francisco 49ers?
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Evan Giddings sitting in the chair of Matt Steinmetz. The old switcheroo on a Friday. And aloha
Water
Friday.
dance, huh?
This is
Lord of the Dance.
Dropkick Murphys. This is shipping up to Boston.
Yeah.
49ers trying to ship up to Philadelphia at the end of this season. Well, actually, they want Philadelphia to ship over to Santa Clara because they'd be the 1 seed.
You know what's funny is the one team that nobody's talking about, it's Seahawks. Don't sleep on the Hawks.
Well, let's be honest. If the Seahawks win the NFC West this year, Niners got big problems. Big
It's
problems.
one of those something will have gone wrong.
Yes.
You would think. Unless Seattle goes 15-2 and the Niners go 14-3.
What?
If Seattle goes 15-2,
yeah,
and the Niners go 14-3, that doesn't necessarily mean something went wrong for the Niners. And they split, body bag games. Now all of a sudden, maybe something didn't go wrong. Maybe the Seahawks just had a great year. So you have to allow for that.
Yeah, that probably
things
also means
outside
that,
of your control.
That probably also means that Geno Smith ascended into heaven, was given a blessing by the Lord himself, and then came back to earth with a right arm from God. Like,
did you
watch
his season last year?
Yeah, I saw the last half of the season. Where he's an average quarterback.
Really? He pushed them into the postseason.
Yeah, led the league in completion percentage.
Mm-hmm.
Ran into who?
What's that?
Said he ran into whom?
The Niners.
There you go.
Yeah, a team that was just significantly more talented, and he kept them hanging around. I think. Let me tell you something,
Niner. The Seahawks.
Let me tell you something, Niner fans. Hey, let me tell you something, Niner fans. Just respect the bird. Respect all birds, whether it's the Eagles, whether it's the Seahawks, whether it's the Falcons.
They call Bird why? Because he looked like a bird?
You cannot. You better respect those Seahawks. That's all I'm saying.
They lost to 3 different Niners quarterbacks last season.
That's why they're due.
That's a stat for that ass, is what
That's
it is.
why they're due.
The 408, absolutely correct. Condolences out to Maui in Hawaii. It's an Aloha Friday, Steiny. I'm rocking my shirt, but Lahaina needs all the prayers that we can get, and they can get. So what we're talking about today is, this is basically your last chance before we got games for the 49ers to get anything off your chest. And is there anything that you would like to further communicate to the fans, Steiny, about where you're at before we actually get games underway?
I would say if I'm a 49er fan, by the end of this season, I would like to think that we know who the quarterback's going to be for the next 6 years.
You think we will?
No, I'd say that would be a goal of mine as a fan to forget. There are 2 things. One is to get to the Super Bowl. And I don't say win the Super Bowl. I say get there because to me that's I just don't want to be a Super Bowl or bust guy and not allow for the fact that maybe Kansas City's just a better team. But yes, get to the Super Bowl and then know that Brock Purdy or Trey Lance, but the first crack would be Brock Purdy to be your quarterback for the next 6 years. Yes. That's not too much to ask, is it?
Well, apparently it is, because it's been 6 years and Kyle Shanahan still hasn't found a franchise quarterback.
Yet
he's still also gotten to 3 NFC championship games.
Here's what I'd like to know is if Purdy stays healthy this year, let's say he quarterbacks 14 or more games and the Niners go 13-4, and they go to the NFC championship again. Let's say they get beat again by Philly. Are we really going to be sitting here at the end of the year saying, are we back to square one? I think at that point it's Purdy.
I don't think we're back to square one, but I also think you have to allow for the possibility that there's another shuffling of quarterbacks due to injury. And last year, like this, we're coming into this season off a 13-4 campaign, and we don't know who the quarterback for the next 6 years is.
I'm sorry, one more time? Well, that was because of injury.
Well, but that's what I'm saying.
Well, what I'm saying is if the 49ers go 13-4, and let's say Brock's 11-3 as a starter, and they lose in the NFC Championship game, and Brock's season was like Brock's 14 games in the regular season and playoffs were like this past season, a little bit better. Not much, but a little bit better. Then I think it's over. I think he's their quarterback until he gets hurt.
Well,
for
the
years.
408, if Brock plays like he did last year, barring injury,
yes,
should their record be 13-4, exactly what it was last year? Or should it be better? Because he hasn't lost a game as a starter. That's finished.
Yeah, but if he has the same kind of year,
incredible last year.
They could be. Yeah, I mean, if he has the same kind of year as last year, they could go 13-4. And I know he went 8-0, but I'm gonna.
Yeah,
I'm not expecting him to go. He's going to lose some games, I think.
Well, especially if he did if he does what he did today and joint practices against the Raiders.
What happened?
Something that Jimmy Garoppolo has only done once in his career.
What?
Throw 3 interceptions.
Well, didn't Garoppolo throw 5?
In practice, yeah.
He threw 3 interceptions, Brock Purdy?
Brock Purdy did today.
I'll tell you what this is telling me.
Uh-oh. You ready to walk that 13-4 back?
No, I'm ready to walk the Raiders up to 13-4. This team's got some talent on the defensive side of the football.
Especially at cornerback. Yeah, especially at cornerback, right, Steiny? In fact, one of those interceptions, I believe, went to Oakland's own McClymonds High School attendee, Marcus Peters.
Good for him. Nice. That's great.
Might be an all-pro this year, Steiny.
Want to bet?
Oaktown is big time.
On what? I'll bet you Marcus Peters is an all-pro if you bet me the Raiders go 13-4.
Which, no.
That's what I thought.
No. No. I think the Raiders are going to surprise some people. Actually, you know what? I have no idea.
888-957-9570. This is an opportunity to get whatever you need off of your chest about the San Francisco 49ers. I believe that...
Oh, go ahead.
What? Yeah, so no. This is Steiny first. Go for it.
People sometimes get on me because of I love hypotheticals.
You do?
I do. I love hypotheticals.
In fact, you got one.
And I got one. I got one for you guys.
Okay.
What if? Yes, what if? Can we play along? Can we have a fun Friday?
Let's do it.
All right. What if before the Angels game tonight, Shohei Ohtani met with reporters.
Back to baseball.
And said, I've been giving a lot of thought. I want to play for the Oakland Athletics. I want to go play for the Oakland Athletics. I want to leave a legacy there. There's something about him I've always loved. I want to play for the Oakland Athletics, and I will, if you give me fair money. Somebody's got $400 million for 10 years right now. I'll take $450 million right now from the Oakland A's, and I will promise them I sign.
Why?
Would John Fisher do anything different? Or would he say, no, sorry, hit the pike, Shohei Ohtani? Or would he say, oh my God, I have the money, and this guy could, he'll build the stadium, right? What would you do? Would John Fisher just walk away and say, I pretend like I never heard it? I don't know. It's fun.
It's a hypothetical.
Yeah, it's a hypothetical.
You just had a guru moment, by the way.
What was that?
Hashtag random.
Back to the Niners. Yeah.
Where'd that come from?
Spadone, you guys are both A's fans. What do you think?
Well, it depends. Spadone, do you believe that the A's were cutting payroll this year because they didn't want to win or because they were loading up to give all the money to Shohei Ohtani?
Now, is that going to be deferred for the next 100 years so his great-grandkids can get it, a la Marcus Simeon?
No, it's going to be one of those 10-year, $500 million jobs.
Yeah, but over the course of 1,000 years.
What do you mean?
So what Spadone's referring to is when Marcus Simeon was a free agent to be, the A's offered him $12 million.
Right.
In $1 million increments over 12 years. So he's saying over 450 years, they would pay Shohei Ohtani $1 million per year.
No, Ohtani's saying, look, you give me 10 years for 500, just the normal contract. Fisher's got the money.
Well, he does. He's profited more than anybody else.
Hey, I'm just asking a question.
The answer is no.
He would.
Like Shohei Ohtani could come out and say, I want to play for the Oakland Athletics, and I'm willing to take 10 years of $450 million to do it. The A's would say, no, thank you.
More likely scenario, Shohei Ohtani joins the Oakland Athletics or Sam Darnold leads the 49ers to a Super Bowl.
Yes. Or actually, no.
Okay. So,
No.
Spadone, do you believe that too? That the A's would just be like, yeah, no, we can't.
Yeah, because what has John Fisher shown that he's going to sign anyone? Doesn't even matter Shohei Ohtani.
Okay, is there any other team in baseball that if Ohtani said that, they would do the same? Like if Ohtani said, I want to be a Detroit Tiger, would the Tigers say, yeah, sorry? Is there any other team besides the A's that might say, yeah, no, we have no interest?
Orioles are kind of weird. Maybe them.
Yeah, they've been in the news a lot. They're also like the 29th highest payroll, but I do think
even a
that
team,
they would sign.
the Pittsburgh Pirates
That's another one. They were cheap with
him.
Brian Reynolds. No, Pittsburgh's one.
Even though the guy could almost single-handedly guarantee, at the very least, Gates' success for a decade.
I think there's only one. Man. Well, that's the thing is you can't guarantee Gates' success. But
yes, you can.
How so?
I think in Oakland you could. I think if the A's, going further with a hypothetical, if the A's would say, yeah, okay, we'll do it, but they're going to have, all of a sudden they'll have 25,000 season ticket holders in 3 months.
So
I think.
I've been to a few games at the Coliseum when Shohei Ohtani pitches, or just says he's in town and he plays. Those games do get and draw more, but it's more like from 3,000 to 8,000 or 10,000.
But I think
you don't automatically jump to 25. There's only one team in Major League Baseball that would tell Ohtani no, and it would be the Oakland Athletics.
I've gotten my answer to the hypothetical that way, but I'm pushing back and saying that if Shohei Ohtani were an Oakland A, next year they would average 25,000 fans a night. I get maybe that when he comes in as an Angel, things don't go noticeably off the chain, but if Ohtani signed here, it would almost kind of wipe out the awful history with Fisher. Fans would start coming out. Fans would come out.
Well, no, because they're still leaving the market. Well, like if they said they were not, and we'll get back to the Niners here in a sec, I'm sure, put a bow on this. Yes. But like,
who says?
But what do you? No, I'm saying like there's no chance. No, I'm saying there's no chance that they automatically get 25,000 people there. No chance because they're still leaving.
Yeah, unless you could also guarantee that with Shohei Ohtani would bring a new stadium to the city of Oakland and they'd stay. Then you might get 25,000.
First of all, like the other thing practically, and yeah, we can get back to Niners. They're not leaving anytime soon. Where are they going?
Well, the
like where are they going? There's no stadium.
Yeah, you can play in Reno, or you could play in Sacramento, or you could play somewhere other than Oakland because your lease is up at the end of next season. At least, look, I don't think it's a foregone conclusion that they're gone, and we will get back to the Niners in just a sec. But your hypothetical is interesting to me, but because I think the A's are the outlier. Like, do you think the A's would pay Shohei Ohtani $45 million beginning next season if he said, I want to come here?
I mean, they could. They have the money. But do I think so? No, probably not.
Well, they also...
But that's why I asked the question.
Yeah, I mean, they also had the money to pay Marcus Semien, or to pay Matt Olson, or to pay Matt Chapman, or to pay any one of those guys.
With all due respect, they're not Shohei Ohtani. They're not the biggest draw that baseball's had in, 20 years? Since Bonds?
Sure, but those are also homegrown players. Like, those aren't free agents. Like you could make the case that keeping together a core of homegrown players keeps your attendance afloat more than bringing in a big-name free agent, even if it's the biggest one ever.
Okay, what are we debating? That if the A's were to get Ohtani, they still wouldn't draw?
They wouldn't draw as much as I think you're hoping for.
Okay. And
of course, we'll never know, but
the possible move is clearly the big reason.
It is.
I get it.
Dave, what's going on? He's out in Fresno. Wants to get something off his chest about the 49ers. That's what we're talking about today at 888-957-9570. What's up, Dave? You're almost Steiny and Evan. How you doing?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. Happy Friday.
Yeah.
And, sir. What I want to get off my chest is, let's just say, Brock Purdy doesn't look as good last year, and this whole Trey thing doesn't work out. How can you trust Kyle Shanahan to pick a quarterback after you say all those hypotheticals go down? Like my trust issues with him already are in fact how it's been 7 years and we still have QB care stuff. So let's just say, Brock Purdy, he turns back into the 6th round last pick quarterback, and Trey is the bust that everybody think he is. How can you trust Kyle Shanahan to pick a quarterback after all this whole experience doesn't work out?
Yeah, I think that's going to get magnified if that's the case. And that's why I said, to me, when the question's asked, like, what do you want to get off your chest about the 49ers? Or what is this season? What's at the crux of it? Because everybody knows that there's expectations. Okay, you got to get past Philly, and by the end of the year, I'd like to know who the quarterback's going to be for the foreseeable future. Ideally, Brock Purdy establishes himself as a legitimate starting quarterback in the NFL who's good and has the ability to get better, and you leapfrog the Eagles, and that would be, to me, a great season.
But I think what Dave is talking about is what the 204 is chiming in on the Xfinity Mobile text line, which is Brock Purdy, to him, equals regression to the mean. There's probably a reason why he was Mr. Irrelevant in the first place. So if Brock Purdy shows himself to be Mr. Irrelevant, well, then aren't you kind of back at square one?
Well, I mean, look, yes, you would be. But, I mean, Tom Brady wasn't Mr. Irrelevant, but he obviously came into the league, was pretty good, and then kept getting better and better and better and better. I'm not saying Purdy could beat Tom Brady, but I think that's the big question. I mean, and I kind of have thrown this out too. I mean, what do you expect from Brock Purdy? Do you think he's going to look exactly the same as last year? Do you think we're going to watch him and after 10 games say, you know what, he is a little bit better than last year? Or are we going to say, he's not playing as well as he did last year. He's got a few more picks, a couple more bad decisions. Nobody knows the answer to that.
I think
What do you think?
I think the hope for Brock Purdy is this year that by week 6, he looks like the quarterback that he was last year. Because to me, it's fair for him to struggle out of the gates. Number one, because he's a young quarterback. Number two, because he's probably 7th-round pick for a reason. Number 3, he had off-season elbow surgery. And number 4, he had a shortened training camp. Like, all of those things combined to me equal immediate regression from a guy that had the best quarterback rating in the NFL the last 5 weeks of the regular season.
All right, well, let me stop you because now you're 3-3, and we talked about we got to get off to a great start.
And you're in trouble.
So at 3-3, is he playing well enough that there's no issue? Or at 3-3, are we like, could we possibly want Trey? How is he? You know what I mean? Because he's theoretically 6 weeks in, then he will have knocked all the rust off. Mm-hmm. But they're 3-3, so you better be pretty sure that he's going to start taking off at 3-3.
Well, and that's why I think Kyle Shanahan has to make the choice. And from his actions and basically the label of leader in the clubhouse for Brock Purdy, I don't know if it's always fair that you give a young quarterback the kind of leash that Brock Purdy, to me, has on this team. But isn't that's kind of what you have to do. Because if you start shuffling quarterbacks due to performance, well then, do you go to Sam Darnold? Do you go to Trey Lance? What if they struggle? To me, Brock Purdy appears to be the guy that the 49ers feel the most confident in. And so you have to give him a leash. I think you have to give him 5 or 6 games to allow for that rust to knock off. And I think, to your point, signing earlier, just because Brock Purdy doesn't look great doesn't mean that the 49ers can't win football games, which is the most important part of this. So people will be calling for Trey Lance or maybe some for Sam Darnold, an even smaller minority for Brandon Allen if Brock Purdy doesn't look like the quarterback he was last year. But to me, that's also a ridiculously high standard that I can't expect. I will measure Brock Purdy by victories, just as I measured Jimmy Garoppolo, just as I was prepared to measure Trey Lance last season when he was named starting quarterback. That's the way I look at it.
I look at it the same as you. And again, by the way, so Jimmy Garoppolo threw 3 interceptions in a game once.
In 2018 for the 49ers, yes.
So in other words, the 49ers have not had a quarterback throw 3 interceptions in a game since 2018.
Well, one of Kyle's guys. I mean, I didn't check about Nick Mullins or any of the other guys that have had to fill in.
It kind of stands. For the last 5 years, they haven't had a 3. So what that tells me is like Kyle's game plan won't be risky enough for Brock Purdy to 5 games into the season have 13 interceptions. You know what I mean? He can camouflage that, if you know what I mean. Or he can make 90% of his throws be the kind of throws that almost can't get intercepted if they're little swing jobs out to McCaffrey, or even if they're thrown out to a wide out on a quick snap where it's just a completion and then he runs up the side of the field. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, but I also think that one of the things that separated Brock Purdy, in my mind, from Jimmy Garoppolo, or even in the small sample size that we saw from Trey Lance, was his escapability, improvisation. Like, I do think that Kyle Shanahan likes that in his quarterback. The question is how much, and does Brock Purdy's decision-making get in the way of what Shanahan wants to do? Last year didn't happen, but there were a couple times, and I'm sure Guru's got a laundry list of examples of where Brock Purdy got let off the hook and probably should have thrown an interception, and the ball should have been picked, or there should have been a fumble, or there should have been something that happened to him that didn't. And maybe those 50-50 plays don't go in his favor this year, and then we look at him as more of a gunslinger than someone who takes care of the quarterback and manages a football game like Kyle Shanahan wants to. And that's what we're talking about today at 888-957-9570. Whether it's the quarterbacks, whether it's Kyle Shanahan, whether it's just simply the record. Do you measure the 49ers against only the Eagles or the Cowboys in there? Do you throw another team in there? Get whatever you have to off of your chest before we start playing football games this Sunday. That is what we're talking about from now until 2 o'clock. Evan Giddings with Matt Steinmetz in for Daryl the Guru Johnson. 888-957-9570. That is the number. We'll be back after this break, and that's all sponsored by Fremont Bank Full Service Banking. No compromises.
AJ Anunoby.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
AJ Anunoby, he might be in the Golden State this year, but not on opening night because Kevin Durant's going to be at Chase Center for the first time, Steiny, on the court playing.
You know what? That game's going to be... Suns are going to blow the Warriors out that night.
You think so?
Yes. I'll tell you why. It's going to be like that game when they got Durant. Remember the very first Durant game? Warriors lost by like 60. And then they won like, I think about 47 in a row. No, that's... and Bob Myers going to ESPN. Good for Bob.
Well, yeah, but that's, as we established, that's old news. I mean, if you listen to Stein and Guru from 10 to 2, you had that news 3 months ago.
Well, I mean, yeah, it was a badly kept secret. I mean, he's going to ESPN, and then he'll become a GM somewhere else in the National Basketball Association. And
what are you sniffing?
I smell the Clippers down the road. Mm-hmm.
Put in the cap.
Put in the cap.
You want to reveal your source or sources?
No, the source is right here. It's my nose. That's what I'm sniffing. And as Guru says, I'm nosy, so... or New York.
Which one? Brooklyn or the Knicks?
I'd say Brooklyn would be one. But you know what? Don't sleep on the Knicks because one bad year in New York, when they have some expectations, and he could probably command a lot of money from Dolan. Oof, boy, he would.
I think you've been spending too much time with your dog.
Well, that's a fact.
While you've been sniffing.
That's a fact.
So Steiny had Bob Myers to ESPN. He's going to be a part of ESPN's NBA Countdown. Not sure if he's replacing Jalen Rose, but last year was Stephen A., Wilbon, and Rose. Myers is going to reportedly be in the mix, according to Matthew Steinmetz. And according to Matthew Steinmetz, he's also going to take this year, work for ESPN, and then maybe head on down to Southern California or New York City. So
there you go.
There's your news of the day.
He's going to be very highly sought after.
We also got some other news to report about the 49ers and the Raiders and their joint practices. And while the reports have been, kind of not all aligned, there does seem to be a lot of noise about the amount of interceptions that 49ers quarterbacks have thrown. Brock Purdy threw 3. And the number that Spadone was telling me was 6. 6 times that the Raiders have intercepted the 49ers in joint practice today. But I've seen as many as 8. Now, again, these are conflicting reports, but the fact of the matter is the 49ers quarterbacks do not look very good right now. And that rust that people were talking about for Brock Purdy in training camp has spilled over into Sin City.
That's troubling.
It ain't good. I don't know if it's bad, but it's not good.
Maybe I'd like to get that segment back where I said, we're not going to really be talking about the quarterbacks once the season starts. Wow.
So Brock Purdy might be throwing 13 picks through 6 games. He's not.
Well, stay tuned. I mean, what else is there to say? I mean, this is one of those things where when did we start charting not charting it, I'm sure they've been charting it forever, but when did we start getting access to all that information? How important is it? And we were chuckling because we do remember the Jimmy Garoppolo 5 interception practice, and I almost want to say it was 5 in a row.
Yes.
It was really bad, and of course he came. He ended up being the starter, so I don't know. It's funny, though, football people be like, hey, those joint practices, they're really important. Unless you're a 49er fan. Yeah, that don't matter now. Hey, just slinging it around.
Well, and of course, we get a football game finally to react to next week. So we'll actually have legitimate, kind of jotted down statistics to go by.
If you're a 49er fan out there and you've just heard what Evan said, that their quarterbacks today have thrown at least 6 interceptions in the joint practice. Dead serious. Does that worry you? One sliver. One sliver if you're a 49er fan. 888-957-9570. Because if you were a Niner fan, would it worry you?
It would.
Would it really?
Yes.
I'm not saying you can't be worried. If you're worried, you're worried. But I'd probably be more likely to dismiss it.
Well, just like it just doesn't matter at all. Because, and so this is the thing, I do believe that...
I don't think it matters.
The way I look at the 49ers offense is I give them advantage over any team in the NFL if they win the turnover battle, or even. So all you really have to do with a dominant defense, and I believe a really good offense, is not give the football to the other team. And this isn't just in joint practices, but we've seen the 49ers quarterbacks turn over the ball during training camp. And, man, it's practice. They're just getting the rust off. They're getting back into the rhythm. They're learning the offense or familiarizing themselves with the offense. But I would like to see on Sunday 0 turnovers. That's just what I would like to see from the quarterbacks, because I believe that turnovers are probably the only thing holding this offense back.
I don't know what to make of it. Because it could also be one of these things, Evan, where it's like a pitcher in spring training working on a pitch that he knows is going to get hit. I mean, maybe Kyle Shanahan was not calling plays that he knew would get picked off, but risky plays. Maybe he was looking for something. And he might say, well, okay, the number was 6, but there were only 2 that I really cared about, or that I could envision being a real problem in a game scenario.
Yeah.
So
some are situational.
I wouldn't be worried.
Like, it could be a 2-minute drill, and you're trying to force a pass into a tight window, and you're trying to. If you're Brock Purdy, you're probably trying to get a gauge of what you can and can't do at this point in your recovery from your elbow. Right.
I mean, the other thing is, what kind of interceptions were they? Were 2 of them balls that the receiver should have caught? Was it because he didn't have the velocity that he needed, and it was a hair late, or the ball took just a split second too long to get there? Like, all that stuff's important. So I wouldn't read too much into it at this point.
Well, let's see what Mark, who's out in Vegas, has to say about this. Mark's on 95.7 The Game. Evan Giddings in for Daryl the Guru Johnson with Matt Steinmetz. And we're talking about the 49ers. Mark, do you have any concerns about Brock Purdy? Does it have to do with these interceptions, or is it something more?
I have to say that you guys are putting him on a pedestal too early. He's not healed from the Tommy John surgery, and I think it's just a little too early. Somebody always throws something, interceptions. Like you said, it could be their tip. It could have been he's a little behind them. But I think they should just let him sit on the sidelines for at least 3 games. Even the whole preseason. I mean, it's nothing to rush. I mean, like you said, picture scenario, and that's what maybe he has in issues right now. He's out there handing the ball off. He's out there throwing the ball short. He's throwing the ball long. And if you have a professional person, he's excited. He wants to throw, be the perfect quarterback. But sometimes it just needs the time to heal. That's it. Thanks.
Appreciate the call. Saying he's not ready.
Well, and that's why I said that I would give him 6 games to basically evaluate, like, if the rust is gone. Now, he's saying don't even start him at the beginning of the season, which I don't believe is going to happen. All signs indicate that he's going to be the Week 1 starter. And look, it's not like, all right, if he goes out there in the rest of the preseason, doesn't throw another pick, it's... The point simply is that if we're following the breadcrumbs of Brock Purdy's progress, like, I don't know how I'm supposed to just dismiss turnovers in practice and in joint practices, and then if they follow in preseason games and just continue to sweep stuff under the rug.
Well, let me throw this at you.
Yeah.
From everything you've read, heard, and seen about the 49er quarterback since training camp started, how does it feel like each one of them has done? Because it feels to me like, and this is what I'm gathering, Purdy looks a little rusty. Lance looks better, but still has some work to do. And Darnold has shown a lot of the same signs that he showed when he wasn't considered a successful quarterback. That's how have you assessed it by everything you've read from the media and seen in person or seen on video?
About where he's at?
No, where all 3 are. The quarterback position.
Well, I think it's
like, how's Purdy done to you? Do you think I'm right in my assessments of each of the quarterbacks, or am I? No, Steiny, Purdy's been great, or Lance has been the best quarterback there.
No, I don't think Purdy's been great, but it sounds like this is where you're at too. It's understandable why he hasn't been great or flawless or any of those perfect synonyms.
I'm just saying it feels like Purdy's rusty.
Yes.
Okay. What about Lance?
And that doesn't worry you at all?
A little bit, but
it's more. I look at these things as receipts. Like if the rust continues, if there is some sloppiness once the regular season gets here, if he continues to not look like the Brock Purdy from last year, maybe there's a sophomore slump. Maybe he's coming off of injury. I'm just saying I am taking note of all of these practices and performances by Brock Purdy so that when the games do happen, I have an idea of why they might be happening. Because right now, 1 practice, 3 picks, yes, the individual practices do not mean much. But if Brock Purdy throws 2 picks week 1 against Pittsburgh, then I'll say, maybe he was getting a little uncareful with the football in training camp. Didn't look that great against the Raiders. But he's also got a couple more weeks left in preseason. And this is why we're asking the question about what you got to get off your chest about the 49ers. Is it about Brock Purdy? Is it about Trey Lance? Is it about practice? Do you not care? Do you just want the regular season to start tomorrow? Because from here on out, for the next 6 months, we're going to have football games to react to preseason or regular season. And I think G in Oakland wants to address the practice interceptions. What's up, G? You're on 95.7 The Game with Steiny and Evan. How are you?
Good afternoon, guys. How you guys doing today?
Hey.
Good.
Hey, so I was just listening, and I just had some thoughts about, the 49ers quarterback throwing picks. And my thought is, it's practice. Of course, they're going to take chances, in practices because they're practicing. They're practicing on plays of, tighter spots of where they need to place the ball or maybe plays they're practicing on, new plays they're going to practice on. And, of course, they're going to take new chances. Am I concerned? No, because preseason, and it's only a practice. They're not going to show the Raiders anything from their playbook. So that's my thoughts. I'm not concerned. It's just practice. They're practicing on throws that they normally wouldn't make during the games.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you. The one thing I do think is different this year is I do think the preseason games are far more intriguing than most preseason games because Trey Lance is going to play on Sunday, and that's an important game for Trey Lance. And Sam Darnold will probably play on Sunday, and that's an important game for Sam Darnold. So, to me, I get that they're a preseason game, but though the Sunday game at least, and probably the 2, those are real those are real games for Trey Lance and Sam Darnold. They are real games. To me, if Trey Lance plays terribly, it's not, it's a preseason game. No. And ditto for Sam Darnold. Do you agree with that? I mean, if Sam Darnold is not very good, well, that should mean something. That should mean that Trey Lance is the backup quarterback.
And that's who I want to be the backup quarterback because I think that Trey Lance, if Brock Purdy, God forbid, goes down with an extended injury, not only gives the 49ers the best chance to win, or gives the 49ers just as good of a chance as Sam Darnold to win football games, but I think he has a higher ceiling. And I think if Trey Lance got the opportunity and got the rope, Brock Purdy's the best quarterback on the roster right now. I think he should start week 1. But if he goes down for an extended period of time, I think Trey Lance should be next up. And so we're going to get a chance to see not only Sunday, but then the preceding weeks, or the following weeks before the regular season, if Trey Lance can get it done, if Trey Lance can do it. And I'm excited to see that, which is why I'm going to be watching the preseason. And it seems like a lot of people are pretty split on the Xfinity mobile text line. From the 209, yes, worried. From the 415, I'm with Steiny. This is practice. It's not a game. It's a pretty good defense, by the way. I don't know about that. It is the Raiders. But from the 925, Brock Purdy threw a lot of questionable, coulda, shoulda been INTs in his 8 games last year. The 707, knocking off the rust. That's nonsense. Isn't Trey Lance coming off of injury too? The point is to stop making excuses from these players. There's a lot of people that are split on this topic, and it's why I do believe that even if the 49ers are winning football games, we're still going to be talking about the quarterbacks.
Can I throw something in there real quick? Just
Of course,
that I'm looking at on ESPN.
Mm-hmm.
Just what do you think of this? Patrick Mahomes is expected to play the first quarter when the Kansas City Chiefs open their preseason on the road against the New Orleans Saints on Sunday. Patrick Mahomes is playing a quarter. He wants to play more.
I'm sure he does.
Patrick Mahomes is playing a quarter.
I kind of read that as, especially with the last detail, that Patrick Mahomes wants to play in the preseason. Andy Reid probably doesn't want him to. I'm sure the ownership of the Chiefs doesn't want him to play in the preseason. But you kind of have to meet your star franchise quarterback halfway.
So why wouldn't Brock play?
Well, because he's playing in the joint practices. And that's more important to Kyle Shanahan. At least that's what
Do you think Brock Purdy will play at all in the preseason?
It sounds like he will.
Okay.
I mean, I'm sure there's a lot of people that think he needs to. I
got to believe Mahomes is playing. I got to believe
injury.
that's all Mahomes is going to play in the preseason. Just that one quarter.
Yeah, I personally don't think that preseason games are all that important for your number one quarterback. Or at least they shouldn't be that important. And especially not for someone like Patrick Mahomes. But if he says, hey, Andy, I want to play, well, then I guess Reed kind of has to give him a little bit of rope.
Well,
right?
and John just said, would you want Mahomes to play if he were coming off the surgery that Brock Purdy has?
Well, I don't want him to play either way, to be honest.
Mahomes.
Yes.
Okay. Well, I know this is kind of semantics, but I don't like that Brock Purdy. I don't like is the reason that Brock Purdy's not playing Sunday because of the injury?
I'm sure that has something to do with it.
Yeah, I'm not crazy about that. It probably at the end of the day won't mean anything, but that tells me that, does that mean that Purdy's better than Trey Lance at 80 with his arm strength at 80%? Or does that just mean, no, once he gets up to 100%, he'll be better than Trey Lance?
Well, and John just brought up an interesting point in my ear, which is the fact that Brock Purdy, just due to his throwing schedule and returning from injury, would have thrown now 2 days in a row. And so he will get the next day off of throwing, or he'll take a break this weekend for his elbow. Like, that also might be a reason why he's not playing. And then they'll kind of ramp him up accordingly for the next two preseason. But, like, if Brock Purdy plays the first quarter of the next two preseason games,
that's fine.
Like, that's good enough for
That's
you.
fine, yeah.
And Brock was asked after practice yesterday on if he wants to play in the preseason, and here's his response.
I think eventually be able to get to that point. Yeah, I don't think, there's a necessity to do it like this week or anything like that. I still, getting my 11 on 11 reps at practice, getting on, my timing and everything down with the receivers and as a whole. So, eventually, hopefully we can get to a point where we can talk about that.
So there you go. It sounds like he wants to play.
You know what I want to hear?
Like Patrick Mahomes wants to play in the preseason.
Of course.
I mean, they're basically the same guy.
Pretend I'm a quarterback and say, hey, Steiny, would you like to play in the preseason games?
Steiny, would you like to play in the preseason games?
No, of course not.
Why not?
Because that's for Scribinis. I'm a star. You're not stars to play in the preseason.
It is interesting when you compare leagues.
I'm not playing in the preseason.
Well, Steiny, you compare it to NBA, they play a lot of those preseason games. The Currys, the LeBrons, the Kevin Durants, they play in all those, right? Because I've been to the last couple ones at Chase Center when it's the Lakers Warriors. No, I know for a fact. I know for a fact they do. Because I saw a couple years ago, last few years, when the Lakers and Warriors scrimmaged, LeBron's played, Westbrook's played, Curry's played. Like, these big boys play in those ones. What's the difference in the NFL?
But I'm sure those guys are only playing like 20 minutes.
But even if they are, it's close to half the game. I think the reason why NBA players play is because
you got to be in shape in basketball. In football, you can just you don't have to really work at it.
According to Nick Bosa. What did Stink? What did Mark Schlereth say yesterday? Don't be worried unless it's September 10th for Nick Bosa.
Yes,
that would be week one, game one. No, I think like NBA players also just have less. I think there's probably less of a ramp up, right? Like, training camp isn't as long for NBA teams as it is for the NFL. Like, they get started a month out, if not longer. Plus, there's off-season practices, mini camps, OTAs. There's a lot more to help you get in.
Let me ask you this question. Just on Monday, after the 49ers play their exhibition game or preseason game, is it still training camp?
No, then you're officially into the preseason. So, yeah, you wouldn't be at training camp.
Because in the NBA, they start their first exhibition game is about 5 days after their first practice.
Which is probably why they all play.
So, no, what I'm getting at is I think training camp in the NBA is essentially 5 days, and then you're into the preseason, whereas football, training camps for multiple weeks.
Gotcha. Let's fit Anthony and Benicia in before we hit the break here.
Yeah, why not?
Let's talk about the 49ers. What do you want to get off your chest? 888-957-9570. Anthony, what's up, man? You're on with Steiny and Evan. How you doing?
Good. Almost afternoon. I'm doing well. Thanks for asking, fellas. So, first of all, let me say you guys at the station are doing a really good job. I appreciate you. So I just want to say that first.
Thanks,
Secondly, I did want to say that I think, regardless of who plays quarterback for us, I'm looking at Kyle Shanahan because, Bonte says this a lot. We're in our 7th year, and we still don't have necessarily a quote-unquote guy. Now, I think that everything Brock did was fantastic, and, of course, the jury is still out on Trey. But, Kyle Shanahan had several opportunities to get, like a really good quarterback, whether it was Watson, whether it was Patrick Mahomes. And, I really start to doubt what he knows and wants in a quarterback because he said that Tom Brady was slightly better than Jimmy G when he had an opportunity to get Tom Brady. And I always thought that was just like flabbergasting to me. Because I don't believe that he was incrementally better. I mean, we all know that Tom Brady is and was the GOAT before he rolled out. And so, regardless how the season goes, I'm looking at Kyle Shanahan because he's the puppet master of all of this. And you guys are talking about is Brock Purdy going to play or going to not play? I think that they're really they've already sold us that Brock was ready, but I think behind closed doors he's not 100%, and they don't want to take any chances because it sounds like everybody in the organization believes that he can be the one, and so they want to slow play him as best as possible, but they also want to give him an opportunity to kind of knock the rust off. So that's why it seems to me that, he has, this pitch count, and he also, is not going to play at least the first preseason game, which I think is cool because I do want to see whether it's Sam or whether it's Trey, how they look with live bullets. But all my arrows are pointing at Kyle Shanahan because it is now or never that they really need to win a Super Bowl. At this point, everything falls on his lap.
Let me ask you this. What's at stake this year for Kyle Shanahan?
I do want to answer that on the other side.
What's at stake for Kyle Shanahan?
It's a great question. 888-957-9570. And that's where we're going to go next because we're halfway home here on a Friday, a feel-good Friday, an Aloha Friday. Shout out to Maui. Prayers up to Lahaina on the west side of that island. Not a lot of good stuff going on over there. But we are going to keep things rolling with the 49ers on the other side. Evan Giddings in for Daryl the Guru Johnson with Matt Steinmetz as always. Guru's going to be back on Monday from his trip in North Carolina. Also a reminder that on September 11th, you can join 95.7 The Game at the Pettinelli Financial Partners Charity Golf Tournament at Harding Park. All proceeds benefit the Autism Society SF Bay Area. There will be a $10,000 hole-in-one contest, an auction with some great memorabilia, and a chance to hit some balls at the iconic TPC Harding Park with some of us from 95.7 The Game. Steiny might be out there. Get a chance to maybe even golf with Daryl the Guru Johnson. Learn more at sfautismsociety.org. Also, that segment was sponsored by AC Transit.
Get in where you fit in. AC Transit wants you to drive it.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Evan Giddings in for Daryl the Guru Johnson. Matt Steinmetz is here when he gets off his phone. He'll be back on the air with us. Halfway home, taking you up until 2 o'clock, Dan Dibley and Alan Stiles. Got you on a Friday. A feel-good Friday, Steiny. Got the Aloha shirt on. I know that, well, you got a white T-shirt under there somewhere. You're feeling good.
Yeah, I'm trying to scan my passport.
Relaxed?
Check in check in for my flight tomorrow. I'm really
so you're
looking
taking
forward
off,
to it.
you're in the air 24 hours from now to Ireland?
10:56 is when it takes off.
AM or PM?
In the morning, tomorrow morning.
Okay.
Yeah, international flight. I like to get there. Let's see, for a 10:36 flight, I'll get there probably 5 a.m.
Now, are you flying first class?
No.
Economy?
No.
Peon?
No. I'm a 27C or some crap like that. Although, what's funny is anybody could theoretically transfer a dude miles and bump him up to business class. Like it could literally be a listener that I don't even know who could do it theoretically.
Nice.
If they wanted to.
Yeah, if he or she wanted to.
If they felt so generous.
Sure.
And I do want to get back to that question about Shanahan in a minute, but John popped in my ear with another good one. Aisle or exit seat?
I'm a window guy.
You're a window guy.
Window.
Is that because you like to sleep, or you just like being a nuisance when you have to go to the bathroom every 15 minutes?
I don't. I get by the window and I face the window and I don't bother anybody for the entire trip, for the most part, because I usually take care of what I need to take care of before we leave, and I just zone out.
Well, you allow for other people to engage in conversation with you.
Depends who they are.
Or are you the guy on the flight that has like the headphones you have on right now, just massive headphones, just do not bother me, don't touch me.
No, I'm the guy.
Don't talk to me.
I'm like if you're a Seinfeld fan, I'm like Putty on Seinfeld. I just stare ahead at the chair in front of me. That's all I do. And then every once in a while, I drift off. And then, of course, you have the requisite about 3 or 4 times a trip when you've kind of fall asleep. And what I think I'm going to do this time, though, is take a pillow, like an actual pillow.
You're
not
one of those guys.
I think I might be.
Not
like
even a travel pillow. Not even a neck
not
pillow.
a travel pillow. Like the pillow I use in my bed at home. I think I may, because I'm just going to check everything. I like walking onto a plane empty-handed. I don't like
except for your pillow.
I don't like carrying crap and putting in the overhead, and that's it. Okay.
So not much baggage, kind of like, I should say unlike the 49ers right now.
That's a 3.
Because apparently their quarterback threw
another one?
12 and a half interceptions today.
And you get an interception, and you get an by the way,
it's the Raiders defense.
Is Lucas back?
He does have your food waiting for you during the break, so we got 20 minutes to get through.
There's coffee. Can he please, Lucas, can I please have my coffee?
I'm with Uncle Looney on
And you can bring
YouTube.
the eggs in.
I like the aisle seat.
Do you?
I do. Yeah.
I'll tell you what, you better be careful, because you come by with a tray and you hit the kneecap night.
Well, that's why I keep it all inside. Like, I'm not on the right or the left shoulder of anyone.
Let me ask you a question.
I'm pretty petite, Steiny.
On a scale of 1 to 10, how much do you enjoy flying? 10 being you love it.
I mean, I don't, probably a 5. Like, I don't dislike or like flying. I don't really care. Thank you, Spinoni. I'm neutral. Like, flying is fine. It's a necessity. But I can fall asleep just about anywhere, so it doesn't really bother me too much. Like, some people hate it. I don't know anyone that loves flying, unless they're actually the pilot.
Or they're business class. You can like that, because then you are catered to, and if you're a really hard worker, then you get on the plane and you just... For example, like there's a lot of enjoyment when you walk into a hotel room and there's completely clean and empty. You know what I'm saying? I think you do.
Actually don't, because I've never flown business class before, so I wouldn't know what that's like. I'm more like Pinoy Mamba on YouTube.
I don't know. I'm sorry.
I fall asleep in church.
Who doesn't? When's the last time you've been to church?
God. I went on Easter.
Do you
I go every
practice?
Easter. Well, I don't know what practice
It means you go to church. Are you practicing?
I try to go on Easter.
Or are you Zion Williamson? I mean, what kind of a dude are you really?
Your lower extremities
Thank you, Stephen.
were compromised.
A lot to be said for my Catholic high school education.
No doubt. I also went to a Catholic school, which is why
that's right.
I have the right to make fun of it when I want to.
Steiny, don't forget earplugs. I don't usually put those in, but then I don't usually use earplugs.
Actually, a piece of advice that I got for
Give it to
international
me.
flights was bring a pack of gum and offer a stick of gum to everyone in the aisle so everyone will like you. Because
that's dumb.
Have you ever had gum on a flight? It helps you like with your ears pop
You
when
know
you
what?
ascend and descend.
I found that it doesn't really help that much. I think that's more of a myth.
No, it's true.
What is?
That chewing gum helps you adjust to the altitude.
I don't think that's universal.
When you come down.
I don't think you can say that about every human being. I'm
Well,
not
yeah,
sure that it
that's true.
helped
I
me
don't know
that
what
much.
your ears are like. I haven't examined.
Well, I'm an
what's
ear.
in between your ears.
I do have.
Although I do get an idea.
I do have a lot of earwax. You know, earwax. Some people have a lot. Some people have a little.
Is that a side effect of stevia?
I'm using Splenda right now.
Oh, Splenda. Sorry.
I'm not going to be able to eat during this segment. Hey, you know what though? Let's not. Are you excited for Italy?
I am. I'm actually. My mind might already be over in Rome.
Really?
Maybe. No, so I have a list of things that I kind of want to get done. But in general, I was told by multiple, it's going to be really hot, so maybe try and plan one thing a day to do in the city, and then just eat your way through the town. Like whether it's getting to the Pantheon, the Colosseum, the Vatican, exploring different neighborhoods. Some are more historic than others. Just walking around because it's, from what I've heard, an amazing city just to witness.
Yes, and you're going to lose probably weight because you're going to walk a lot.
I don't have a lot to lose,
and you're not going to eat a lot. Believe it or not, you'll eat, but you'll digest your food very fast. Europeans walk a lot. That's why they tend to be in better shape.
Now I heard there's not a lot of big meals over in Italy. Just a lot of them.
Correct. You'll probably you'll eat a later meal. Cena, I believe, is what they call it.
So what I have like first and second breakfast, and then
they're not big breakfast.
Lunches.
Not big breakfast. They Danish, a bread of some sort, perhaps.
So I'm just going to be consuming a ton of carbs.
A
across the sea.
a tart, maybe. But no, they're not. I don't think you'll be getting a big Denver omelet in Italy. I don't
usually eat breakfast, so that's why I'm asking. I don't really know what the
a cup of coffee and maybe a muffin on the run, something like that, and then you work up an appetite. Have some lunch at about 1, 2 o'clock. 1, 2, 2, and at 1:22, and then get some more walking in. Oh, you're gonna have a great time. Yeah,
1, 2, 2.
650. Rome is an awesome city if you're into ancient history. I am. Florence is a great city to have great food, so I might try and make a day trip up there. That's possible.
I think you just can't go wrong. Milan, Florence, Siena, Rome. I was in Genoa. That was really cool.
It does seem like a lot of the cities
Verona.
that people have suggested, and yourself included, are in northern Italy.
Mm-hmm.
Like there's not a lot in the south.
I don't know if there's not a lot in the south, but
that's worth exploring.
But south of Rome, I think you go a few hours and then you get to Naples.
Yeah.
But I'm pretty sure that the Rome north is much more more touristy than the bottom half.
And as you know, Steiny, when you're looking for great gelato when you're over in Italy, don't go to the big, flamboyant shops when you see them all fluffed up in the front, the gelato and stuff like that.
Sure.
That's when you know it's not legit. You go to the back streets, off the beaten path. That's where you find the good gelaterias, if you will.
Okay, good to know.
Somebody saying, did I get the sniffle? Oh, yeah, I love it.
No, that's just because I have a big nose. Sorry. Unintentional.
Bologna, another one.
Don't
Bologna's
sleep on
great. The one I'd say, I don't think you got to go to Venice.
Assisi?
But I haven't been. That's incredible too. Yes,
beautiful.
Spadoni likes Assisi.
It's incredible. Montepulciano.
Is that also in the north?
It's like Tuscany area. I'm pretty sure. Siena's near Tuscany.
Gotcha.
There is, although I've never been to Venice, so I shouldn't recommend you not going. I don't know, but I never had an interest.
Well, there's
in
only
going
so
to
much time, correct?
Yeah.
It sinks like 5 inches every year. Oh, cheap shot from the YouTube chat. By the way, powered by First North
What are you talking
Credit
about?
Union. Real pizza in Italy looks terrible like Trey Lance. Come on.
Looks like Trey Lance?
That's a shot at pizza.
What?
And Trey Lance. St. Francis Shrine in the Cathedral. Oh, yeah. I'm just going to walk into, by the way, I'm just going to try and see as many churches as I can, too. I love ancient architecture.
And as my mom would say, you ought to, when you get in there, get down on your knees and be thankful. Mm-hmm.
To the Lord.
That's right.
God.
You know how many times my mom said that?
Be thankful?
No. You need to get down on your knees. I know. Your mind's in the gutter, but she really meant you need to give thanks. You're so lucky and you don't even know it.
Yeah, when was the last time you went to confession?
Just do it and do it. I'm sorry?
Oh, thanks, Gil.
Wait, what?
When was the last time you went to confession?
Bless me, Father, for I have sinned? My last confession was years ago?
Yeah, you got about 130 Hail Marys coming your way.
I believe in a higher power where you can confess in your mind. You don't need a confessional. As long as you're truly sorry for something, I believe the good Lord forgives you.
So basically, you don't have to answer to anyone.
No, I answer to him or her, a higher power.
So you're like Kyle Shanahan.
Who's his higher power? Or is he my higher? I don't answer to Kyle Shanahan.
No, I don't answer. The highest power in football.
Yeah, no, I don't answer to Shanahan.
Brian Los Altos has got some advice. Just got back from Italy. Oh, I cannot wait. What's up, Brian? What do you got?
Guys, what's up?
Hey.
I've been listening to you guys for like the past few days talking about your trips to Europe and stuff. So we've gone twice to Italy. We did Northern Italy once and then Southern Italy because they're like two different worlds. You know what I mean? But the food in Italy is amazing wherever you go. You know what I mean? No matter where you go, you're going to enjoy yourself.
No doubt about it. No doubt about it.
And then the other thing is, I don't know if are you going to have a car? Are you going to do trains? How are you getting around?
I do not have a car, but I plan to use as much public transportation as possible. And
killer because
I'll be taking trains most places.
Yeah. So I don't know if I can say this or not, but there's a website called ItaliaRail.com.
Yep.
That's
the
where
one.
You want to buy all your train tickets.
Look at you guys.
Well, that's the one I got. In order to go from Milan to Rome, there's like a bullet train and I think there's a ton of them.
And there's 3 levels on the train. There's like your economy, your middle, and executive.
Okay, you'll be economy.
Middle ticket.
Simmer.
You're going to be staying in hostels, aren't you?
Like water, snacks, nicer seats, all that good stuff.
Did you upgrade, Brian?
A couple extra bucks. What?
Did you upgrade? Like if you because like my train ride is I don't know about 3.5 hours. Would you recommend upgrading?
Yes, 100%. Because the trains are super nice there, and like I said, in the middle class, in the middle, I forgot what it's called, but they give you like snacks while you're driving. They have USB charging. They have places to put your luggage. The simple little things when you're traveling make all the difference. Because you're going to be keeping your stuff with you,
Thanks,
Good stuff.
Brian. Appreciate that.
By the way, and Brian, thank you so much. And let me share it was a really nice moment the other day between Evan and myself.
Which one? We have so many.
I know. This was, I think, Wednesday when you came in and said, "Hey, Steiny, you know how we were talking about our trips? You taking a trip to Ireland and me taking a trip to Italy, and remember how we said to the listeners, hey, if you got a travel tip for us, pass it along." Steiny, I logged on to Instagram today, and there were like 6 people that offered.
This is true.
That offered traveling tips, and I was like, I bet they were pretty good, huh? And he goes, they were really good, like really thoughtful. Like a lot of people reached out in a really nice way, and I could tell you were so touched because you're used to negativity.
What? That's what you took away from that?
Yeah, you're used to people sticking it to you on social media. Not you, but everybody. And it was an affirmation of goodness in people, I felt.
I think you might be projecting.
You don't think? It looked like I thought you were trying to say that you were very thankful.
Well, I was. And shout out to MJ the Seeker. I don't have your name, but that is your Instagram name. Sent me a Instagram account to follow that's got just some simple Italian phrases, things that you can do, because callers on Wednesday, when we kind of ran through this and we're taking tips, they were like, just make an effort. I think it might have been, was it Gene in Oakland? And just make an effort. Just try and speak the language, and people will love you for it. So someone reached out with a couple of easy phrases that I can memorize. Can't say I have yet, but I'm going to try. And I really appreciate that. And it's not because I get negativity. It's honestly because I get a lot of people that try to sell me stuff on Instagram. Not because I'm a big deal, but because they think I have money, which I don't, because I spent it all on Italy.
Gotcha. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I really am. You know, I've preached this my entire tenure as a human. Try not to get too high or too low. But now I am, now we're in that 24-hour window, and I am getting excited for vacation. I really am. Even though the golf courses are unbelievably long. 6,500. Now, you pulling a little bit of a guru here.
What do you mean?
Hey, you're a little glazed over.
Oh, no. I thought you were talking about bringing up something like a hypothetical during the middle of our conversation.
I can.
No, you already did.
Oh, you want me to come up with another one?
No, I know you have a bunch of them, and they're good.
Yeah, what if tonight, Bruce Bochy, upon meeting the Bay Area media again, says, you know what? I want to come back and manage the Giants next year.
You think they want him back?
Right before the Rangers-Giants game, he'd say that. What do you do? Sorry, we got Gabe Kapler.
Infinite number of outcomes.
Yeah, I'd leave out the "we got." I'd just say, sorry, Gabe Kapler.
Steiny, two superior Irish golf courses, Adare Manor and Waterford Castle. Yeah, we're playing Adare Manor. In fact, we're staying there one night. I think it's supposed to be a nice place.
See, and this is where, okay, if we're going to talk about conversations we've had throughout the week.
Sure.
One of them is, you're looking at your itinerary yesterday and you're just saying, God, like I just can't believe the circle of people that I run in because of how expensive and how nice some of these hotels, and not even the difficulty of the courses, but just the cost and the Steiny, you're going to be living in 5-star venues for the next week and a half.
Yeah, no, let me be clear. I'm paying for one thing, the flight over. This is all on my buddy's arm.
Yep.
My buddy from college. He does this once a year. Takes me on a golf trip.
Takes care of you.
Yeah, listen, it's just a bigger scale of me taking you to the ship. It's the same concept. It's just, a bigger scale. So, yeah, and this year, we went there about 10 years ago, and this year we're going, and we're staying at a nice hotel. Yeah, it's going to be, it's a bucket list. There it is.
I mean, it'd
it's
be like going from a sailboat to a cruise ship if you're talking about scaling up from the ship, the old ship saloon, to going over to Ireland.
Fair enough.
On
Fair
a
enough.
dime.
How about this? I'm getting a very unusual for me, and I'm sure nobody cares, but it's all right. I'm out of here in less than 2 hours. I'm getting a haircut for the trip. My hair's getting unwieldy right now, so I'm going to...
So, and I don't have to check your pockets again. Like, how much are you comfortable paying for a haircut?
Well, this one is...
As I can't go over 50.
This one's 70 that I'm getting.
Including the tip?
Including a wash. I get a wash, too. I love getting my hair washed and then cut.
But you can wash your own hair.
I did this morning, but I like...
So why do you need to get it washed again?
Because I like when somebody else washes my hair at a salon. I enjoy that. It feels good. It's like one of those tinglers, that you use. There you go. Steiny, I stayed at Adare Manor on my honeymoon. Absolutely beautiful. Horseback riding. We won't be doing that. And a masseuse. Oh, cool. Yeah, it looks nice on the website. In fact, not for anything, but clearly you're going to kind of be like roughing it, and I'm going to be, staying in castles. That's a shame.
Well, I'm going to be staying in buildings that
did you get
might be older than the ones.
Did you get your Eurorail pass?
No, not yet.
Okay.
I actually probably need to do that. No, the one thing I do need to do that I have not yet is get an eSIM card.
Don't worry, the buses are nice over there. They are. You'll be all right.
What, in the back or on the top?
Listen, I asked this question before.
Steiny goes to a salon, not surprised. That's from the 415.
Don't ruin my day. What's at stake for Shanahan this year? Kyle Shanahan, the San Francisco 49ers. They're opening up against Pittsburgh. Their preseason starts on Sunday. and we were talking about this before the break. What's at stake for Shanahan? And what I mean by that is, what does he have to do this year? Not to stay off the hot seat, but what's the biggest thing that's at stake for him? And to me, I think he's got to do two things. They got to win. They got to lead. They got to figure out. Here's what, and you had said this before. What does it boil down to for the San Francisco 49ers, if you're a fan? There's more expectations on this team, to me, than any other Shanahan team. I'm not a huge Super Bowl or bust guy. So I want to see the 40. To me, it's about leapfrogging the Philadelphia Eagles, getting to the Super Bowl, and then knowing that Brock Purdy is going to be pretty good. Like, if either of those things don't happen, then I think we're in a much different place than had they happened, if you know what I mean.
See, I feel like Kyle Shanahan's safe just about no matter what. Like, what is at stake for him? His reputation. But I don't know how much his reputation actually changes if they have a similar season to last year. To me, his reputation can only go down if the season ends up in catastrophe. But like if it's in turmoil and they don't have a quarterback, or Nick Bosa gets hurt, or maybe holds out.
Let's
actually
forget
don't
about
think
the
a
hot.
whole lot.
Let's forget hot seat. Okay, let's forget firing, because
he's not getting fired.
Correct. So that's not necessarily what I'm talking about. But what I'm talking about is if the San Francisco 49ers play this year out, and Philly's still better than them, and we still have questions about Brock Purdy, then I'm not saying that's a problem, but then we've got an issue. We just do. Because then it will be, here he comes on year 8, still no quarterback, still can't get over the hump. Not saying he's going to be fired, but then it's going to become more real. It's going to become realer and realer and realer. If they get to the Super Bowl, they beat Philly, Brock Purdy has a really good season, and we're saying, oh, Brock Purdy he's going to be the starter for the next half a dozen years. Well, then we're in a great spot moving forward if we're the San Francisco 49ers. That's, to me, what's at stake this year.
But I think unless the season culminates in a Super Bowl, you're not going to look at Brock Purdy that way. Or at least I won't. Like,
what if he takes the 49ers to a Super Bowl and has a really good year? You don't think there's...
I think you want him to be the quarterback of the future, but that doesn't make him the guy for the next 6 years. Like, he's still got 2 years after this on his rookie deal.
But if the 49ers go 13-4, beat Philly in the NFC Championship, they lose in the Super Bowl, let's say, to the Chiefs, 40-28, I think I'd be surprised if we aren't moving forward at that point, assuming Purdy's the quarterback. That kind of year would lead me to believe this guy's going to be the quarterback for the next 6 years.
And that's just not the way I look at it because of the past under Kyle Shanahan. Like, was Jimmy Garoppolo
So you don't think Purdy's, let's say, closer to being the franchise quarterback than Garoppolo was?
Garoppolo was here how many years? 5?
4 or 5.
5?
Okay.
You think Brock Purdy's going to be here for longer than 5 years?
If I had to bet, my answer would be yes. And the reason I would say yes is mostly just because it sure feels like this is Kyle Shanahan's guy. Maybe it is just his new flavor of the month. I don't know. But it does feel to me like Kyle Shanahan really likes Brock Purdy and is going to give Purdy the chance to be the franchise quarterback.
Well, Purdy may not be on the field on Sunday, but make sure, ladies and gentlemen, to tune into Overtime on 95.7 The Game after the final whistle between the 49ers and the Raiders, week 1 of the preseason. It's 95.7 The Game's post-game show with Mark Graney and Sterling Bennett. They'll be bringing you instant reaction and analysis after the game on Sunday. Starts at 1 o'clock, so following the final whistle, you can catch Overtime on 95.7 The Game and check out Overtime immediately following every single game this season. Evan Giddings in for Daryl the Guru Johnson, Matt Steinmetz with you as always. Guru will be back on Monday off his vacation. Stein is going to be on his. And we're taking you up until 2 o'clock when Dan Dibley and Alan Stiles will come over. And they're going to hop in for the crossover beforehand. But what is at stake for Kyle Shanahan? This is the question we're going to get into on the other side at 888-957-9570. Chime into the conversation. We're back after this.
We're going abroad for the first time in years. to Spain.
But we don't speak Spanish.
So we started. Fairgrounds in Pleasanton, August 25th through 27th. Hang with the good guys, where real car people come to play. Details and tickets at good-guys.com.
95.7 The Game is streaming live on Twitch and YouTube right now. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union, the smart choice for low auto loan rates and super simple online application process.
The only thing Curry's got on me is a better handicap in golf.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, let's go. 90 minutes left. Alan Stiles and Dan Dibley taking over at 2 o'clock, but Evan Giddings in for Daryl the Guru Johnson with Matt Steinmetz. We're talking about the 49ers. We're talking about the upcoming football season. And it sounds like, Steiny, you guys are going to have, you and Guru are going to have a pretty unique opportunity to kick off football season in a place the 49ers are at right now. That's Las Vegas.
Yeah, Guru and I headed to Vegas. We're going to be broadcasting from the Circa Hotel on Friday, August 25th. The Circa Resort and Casino has two incredible contests happening this football season. First one is the Circa Million. You pick 5 games against the spread every week. Winner takes home $1 million. Entries are $1,000 per person. The second one is the Circa Survivor. Pick 1 game straight up every week. Use each team once. Winner takes home, a cool $8 million, or it's split among multiple winners. We wouldn't be turning that down. Entries, again, $1,000 per person. Anybody who enters the contest can take part in events like Radio Row, an open bar at Bar Canada, a party at Stadium Swim. I've heard about this place. And our football preview panel on Saturday, August 26th. Come out and get engaged with us in Vegas. Guru and I.
Have you ever done a Survivor pool, Steiny?
I don't think I have.
But
maybe
are you
once.
Familiar with the process
sure.
of it?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, so you get one team to pick every
Yes.
single week, but once you use them, you can't use them again.
Right.
You try and make sure that you're winning every single week to be the last man standing. So a team like the San Francisco 49ers, you wouldn't necessarily want to use them early in the year. You wouldn't want to use them against the Pittsburgh Steelers or
Right.
the Los Angeles Rams. You know where you might want to save them for is Week 13 against the Philadelphia Eagles in Philly. Because by then,
nobody's going to be picking that game.
But see, this is by that point you've already used kind of the
I
gimmies.
see what you're saying.
So you could save a team like San Francisco that you think is going to win that.
I'll tell you what, Brock Purdy,
if you're still around,
keeps throwing the ball like he's throwing it today. I may pick Pittsburgh in Week 1.
3 interceptions for Brock Purdy is the report from joint practices against the Raiders. Vaunted number 1 defense.
I want to hit this one on the Xfinity Mobile text line. Steiny, I like how the Eagles have one good season and they're the team the Niners need to get by. How about the Eagles need to get by the Niners? How about you take a look at the franchise page for the Eagles? They made the Super Bowl last year. They eliminated the 49ers. Year before they were in the playoffs, they lost a wild card. Year before they didn't make the playoffs. They lost wild card. They've been to the postseason 5 out of the last 6 years. That's more than the Niners. The Eagles have been to the postseason 5 of the last 6 years, and they've got a Super Bowl, which the Niners don't have. So, come on now. Really? Are you 49er fans think they should start the season as a team that you think is better than Philly? You're not better than Philly until you beat Philly or have a better record than Philly or beat them in Week 12 or beat them in the NFC Championship. You're not better than Philly right now.
Well, and that's why the result of last season is kind of the springboard for our conversation about Kyle Shanahan, and would love you to weigh in at 888-957-9570. Is there something at stake this season for Kyle Shanahan? Like, what is at stake? Because I think the injury at quarterback, in a way, kind of press these expectations or move them down the road. Like, okay, so for example, if Brock Purdy, hypothetically, does get hurt last year, the 49ers lose in Philadelphia. Right. Now, they were underdogs, but by 2 points. Pretty even game on the road. Do you think we're at the place that we could be at the end of this season for Kyle Shanahan, which is like Kyle's got the built-in excuse of his quarterback getting hurt.
Right.
I don't think you can predict who is going to win that game one way or the other. I'm not of the side that the 49ers were going to win that football game. I also don't know if the Philadelphia Eagles were.
Okay.
But this year, if all things are equal and health assumed, if Kyle Shanahan loses in Philadelphia to the Eagles in the NFC Championship, then what happens?
Well, I'm going to assume that the Eagles were 14-3 and the 49ers were 13-4 or something like that.
It plays out the exact same way it did this past year.
What happens at that point?
Yeah,
to me,
what's at stake? You just that's a good season.
No. What happens at that point is you're very disappointed. You didn't get by Philly. You couldn't get by Philly a year before, and you had a quarterback situation. Fine. Okay, great. You want to say it's a quarterback? We'll say it's a quarterback, so run it back. Well, if you don't do it with the quarterback this year, then what? Then you can't even say, we would have beat Philly with Purdy. No, you wouldn't have. You had Purdy this past year, and the Eagles put you in your place. So, but I do think there's a scenario in which, like, Purdy has a really good year. They just happen to not get over the top against Philly. But Purdy's entrenched as the quarterback because he was really good this year. That's very possible.
But that's also why I feel like I don't feel comfortable saying that Brock Purdy is the quarterback of the future unless the 49ers get to a Super Bowl this year. Like that, I can't do that. Let me ask you this. If the 49ers get upset at home at any point in the playoffs, let's say they are the ones who go 14-3 or 15-2, they're the 1 seed, they win a playoff game, maybe they lose in the division round, maybe they lose in the NFC Championship to the Eagles at home. Like, if they do have home field advantage and they get what they want, the goal of the season is to have home field in the 1 seed and the bye, and you lose, then what's at stake?
If the San Francisco 49ers make the playoffs and they're 12-5 or better, I'm going to assume that Brock Purdy had a good year. I'm going to assume that Brock Purdy was as good as last year or better. Then he goes into the playoffs, and even if, to me, he has a bad game, he stubbed his toe, meaning he threw 2 interceptions, then I think there's only one thing he can do, and that's come back the next year, and Brock Purdy's your quarterback, and you've got to say, hopefully Brock's just going to keep getting better and better and better and better, and eventually we'll beat the Eagles. I don't think if the 49ers go 12-5 and get beat by the Eagles in the NFC Championship, how can you move off Purdy? Because to have gotten back to the NFC Championship, I'm going to have to assume Purdy was pretty good.
But if you're at home, you're going to be the favorite. And then you still, so they went on the road last year, and yes, they lost, and there was injuries. But they were an underdog. If they lost to Philadelphia, it would be a very disappointing season. But in my mind, it can't be a failure. I think there are a lot of people that will look at the 49ers, if they have home field advantage in the playoffs this year and lose at any point, as this season being a failure. Because your question is, what's at stake for Kyle Shanahan?
Right.
Well, I don't think his job is at stake.
Wait, did we beat the Eagles?
No, you lost.
Okay.
You didn't get to the Super Bowl.
Okay.
Kyle Shanahan's reputation, in my mind, is what's at stake in that scenario.
Yes.
And that's what's at stake for him this season. Like, his job's not at stake. He's going to be the head coach of the 49ers next year and probably for another few years.
I would agree.
But his reputation is absolutely on the line this season. It's funny to me how...
Well, to me, okay, his reputation's on the line. So what happens again? The Eagles go 14-3, the Niners go 13-4.
No. I'm saying the 49ers lose at home in the playoffs. To the Eagles.
Okay. So you had home field.
Yep. And you lost.
So it's the NFC Championship, essentially. I think under that scenario, the only way I can see that happening, or one of the ways I see that happening, is if you're telling me the 49ers had the best record in the NFC, got to the NFC Championship game and lost to the Eagles, I think at that point it'll be obvious that Brock Purdy's pretty good and we can expect him to get better, notwithstanding even if he had a bad NFC Championship game, because he'll still only have 20 pro starts on, 25 starts. You know what I mean? Like, I think, yeah, people will be disappointed, and people say, that's 4 out of 5 years Kyle Shanahan has gotten to the NFC Championship but can't get over the hump. But he also will be able to say, we absolutely positively have our quarterback of the future.
But
right?
No, see, I don't think you can say you have your quarterback of the future.
After a 13-4 or after a 14-3 year and 2 wins, and then really?
But and this is something we've talked about, how Kyle Shanahan is somebody that's not going to let his quarterback fail. So, like, unless Brock Purdy just turns it up and throws 35 touchdowns this year and looks like a dude, like, I think there's a possibility that Brock Purdy he could be a 65% completion passer, throw 20 touchdowns, 6 interceptions, and they win 14 games.
I'm kind of
that doesn't scream franchise quarterback to me.
This guy on the text line doesn't get the conversation. He says if Purdy makes the playoffs and plays decent, he's the guy. I'm kind of with
by
that.
Process of elimination. Like, I don't think that means that he's all of a sudden your quarterback for the next 5 years.
Why wouldn't? Okay, tell me why I'm naive to think that if Brock Purdy quarterbacks the Niners to the best record in the NFC, 2 playoff wins, and they lose in the NFC, like I almost look at that as how could he not be the quarterback moving forward if we had the best record in the regular season, got back to the NFC Championship game, a game which Purdy got hurt in last year, by the way. Now Purdy plays in it, but he stubbed his toe. He's still a young
Well, I think the example of why is Jimmy Garoppolo.
But Purdy's 25. Garoppolo is
in his late 20s.
Yeah.
Quarterbacks are playing until their mid-30s. Put in the cap, right? Kirk Cousins is going to be the quarterback next year for the 49ers. I know not in this hypothetical we're talking about. Kirk Cousins is 35 years old.
Right.
Jimmy Garoppolo, if he was a franchise quarterback for the 49ers, would have a runway of another 5 or 6 years, and yet he's no longer with the team.
But Purdy's career is just starting.
There's probably the amount of quarterbacks that are going to be franchise guys for their teams for 5 years and beyond. You could count on a hand.
Right. That's why right.
And
That's
you're saying Purdy's one of those guys if they finish this season where they did last year.
Yeah, I think so. I think so. Because to me, if this team's going to go 13-4, 14-3, I'm assuming he's quarterbacking 14 of the 17 games. So he's the quarterback most responsible for a 13 or 14 win season. I mean, at that point, think about this for a minute. At that point, Brock Purdy is 20-2 as a starter.
Yeah.
So then you go to the playoffs and he wins 2. So now he's 4-1 as a starter in the postseason. But I got hurt. Absolutely, he's going to be the man at that point.
Yeah, and look, if Brock takes us to the playoffs from the 5-1-0, he's our guy. It wouldn't have failed us to date. Why risk moving on to an unknown? I'm not saying you move on from Brock Purdy. I'm just saying that just because he has a great second season doesn't mean that he's Ben Roethlisberger and he's going to be your quarterback for 15 years, which is what it sounds like you are assuming.
5 years. Let's just say 5 years.
So that would put him in year 7.
Something like that.
So Brock Purdy is basically he's going to finish out certainly his rookie deal. Because he has, even if, I don't know, God forbid another guy comes in.
You kind of seem incredulous that I'm putting 1 and 1 and 1 together. If they go 13-4, if they have the best record in the NFC, they win 2 playoffs games, they lose in the NFC Championship. Yeah, I'm trying to envision a scenario, honestly, in which that happens, and after the season, people are saying, I don't know if Purdy's good enough. I don't think he's good enough. I think at that point, it'll be like, this guy just completed his second year. He's only played 2 years in the league. And, I guess there's a scenario in which he wouldn't be, but I got to think that would almost ensure that he is the guy.
Well, and if Brock Purdy tears it up and he looks like a guy that can be a prolific passer, then I do think you have reason to believe he's your franchise quarterback. But what I'm saying is that I don't believe that Brock Purdy, because of the way this offense is constructed as run first, is going to be one that's going to be either ridiculously good or ridiculously bad. And to me, that's someone who's replaceable.
I got you there.
Like, I think that is someone that you can make the case that, look, if he gets to the NFC Champion, even if Brock Purdy makes the playoffs, I'm not saying you move off of him, but I just don't see from what the track record has been at the quarterback position with Kyle Shanahan, not just in San Francisco, but throughout his coordinating career as well. I don't see anything to believe to say, that's going to be the guy for the next 5 years.
I have an answer for you there, and it's a very practical answer, and that is, if you're telling me Brock Purdy's the primary starter for the Niners this year, they go 13-4, 14-3, win 2 playoff games, lose in the NFC Championship game, Brock Purdy will be the franchise quarterback moving forward, if for no other reason than you got him on no money for the next 2 years, essentially.
Yeah, and then you got to pay him.
That's right. Right. Now,
and then his roster gets significantly worse. Like, that's what quarterbacks run into and why it's so hard to win Super Bowls when you don't have a guy on a rookie deal. That's why I think there's so much importance on this season. Because if they don't get it done, I don't see how their roster continues to improve beyond this year when you're going to be paying Nick Bosa probably $35 million a year.
Well,
when you're going to have to pay Brandon Ayuk a ton of money. When you're still paying Kittle, Warner, Debo, McCaffrey.
But there's good news and bad news about the 49ers quarterback position. One is it's uncertain, but two is there's a chance that whoever quarterbacks, but Purdy or Lance, there's a chance that 2 years from now they're going to be better quarterbacks than they are now. Like the 49ers still have 2 young quarterbacks capable of getting better. So who's to say Brock Purdy is the quarterback? You know, again, they lose in the NFC Championship, but it's obvious that this guy gets it. And he's going to be a reliable starter in the NFL and pretty good. Like if he showed it, do you think that if Brock Purdy right this year were to show himself to be like Kirk Cousins, Kyle would take that in a heartbeat right now?
He would.
Yes. Don't you think?
It also means he might not win a Super Bowl.
I don't know if I'd say that. But I hear what you're saying. All I'm saying is if the 49ers, I can't see a scenario in which the 49ers win 13 or 14 games, a couple playoff games. Purdy's got to be the man at that point, I would think, just using my head about how it must have happened.
Yeah, I don't think he has to earn anything. Like, he doesn't have to earn his starting spot beyond that year, but when you're making the decision about what you're going to pay a quarterback after his rookie deal, like it's not. So Trey Lance right now is making, I don't know about this season, but next year his cap hit will be like $9 million because he's a first-round pick. He's a top 3 pick.
Mm-hmm.
Brock Purdy doesn't have that cap hit because he's the last person taken in the draft.
Yep.
So if you wanted to pay, if Trey Lance was your hypothetical franchise quarterback, you would have to pay him at least $30 million a year. That's a $20 million pay jump. Brock Purdy, if he is the franchise quarterback for the next 5 years, you're going to have to find $30 extra million at least for just one player. That's got to come from somewhere else.
Are we 2 years from that, though?
But we're talking about the result of this season. Like, what's on the line for this year?
Well, he's still got 2 more years after this upcoming season, correct?
But you're saying he doesn't have to prove anything if they make a run through the playoffs.
I mean, okay, right.
I'm talking about what happens if they don't win the Super Bowl, if they don't even get there.
Well, then they bring back Brock Purdy, and he's still under contract for 2 more years at incredibly low money, and they try to hope he gets better, and they keep adding around him and make another run next year.
But I'm saying it's going to be very difficult to continue to add around him.
Why?
Because you're going to be paying Nick Bosa $35 million.
Well, that I understand. You're going to have to do that regardless of who the quarterback is.
And then in another couple of years, you're going to have to pay your quarterback. You might, all these problems aren't going away.
No, but they don't need to be addressed right now. I mean, Brock Purdy's essentially under contract for 3 more years at very little money.
$700,000, $800,000, $900,000.
So if he shows this year hey, I can quarterback this team to 13-4, win playoff games, get to the NFC Championship. God, there's going to be this issue with the Philadelphia Eagles. We're going to have to get over them somehow. But at that point, like, we got Brock Purdy for at least 2 years. Now, sure, in that period of time, if he regresses, then maybe he won't be the franchise quarterback. But I'd have to bet. I would bet on Brock Purdy. Okay, who's going to be the 49ers starting quarterback in 4 years? Brock Purdy, Trey Lance, Sam Darnold, or somebody else? Who would you bet the most on?
Somebody else.
Yeah, see, I would bet on Purdy right now.
Well, he's the leader in the clubhouse.
Exactly, and that's the only reason I would bet on him, but that is the reason I would bet on him. How do you think 49er fans would answer that question?
That's a good one. If you had to bet, if you had to put stock into one of those options, Brock Purdy, Trey Lance, Sam Darnold,
let's
or
say even
other.
2 years from now. 2 years from now.
Well, Brock Purdy's going to be here through the end of his rookie deal. But again,
you would think so.
I'm talking about, like, I don't think it's a foregone conclusion that he's just going to get paid.
I never said that.
I mean, I'm looking at someone like Jared Goff, who was number 1 overall pick for the Rams, got them to a Super Bowl. In fact, made the playoffs in each of the first 2 years with Sean McVay, lost in the first round in McVay's first year, got to a Super Bowl in 2018, and then they eventually told him to hit the pike because they could upgrade the position after they paid him a huge amount of money because he wasn't the guy. He wasn't good. I shouldn't say he wasn't the guy, but he wasn't good enough for them to win a Super Bowl.
Garoppolo.
So no. Jared Goff.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
But the Rams found someone that was good enough to help them win a Super Bowl.
See, the reason I hear you. The reason I think Purdy is the guy is for one important reason. After watching Shanahan run this team for 6 years, it feels like to me he has more confidence in Purdy than any of the other quarterbacks who's come through here. And I think that's very important because of the way Shanahan is. Because he just, for whatever reason, I feel like it's hard for him to get on board a quarterback, but he's gotten on board Purdy more than any other quarterback.
More than Jimmy Garoppolo?
Yes, in my mind. And that means knowing Shanahan like I know him, he's going to bend over backwards to make Purdy work, meaning work out.
Yeah. I'm curious what the fans think. At 888-957-9570, we're talking about Kyle Shanahan. What is at stake for him this season? What is at stake for Brock Purdy? And then Sonny's question I thought was interesting as well. If you had to put stock into 4 options at quarterback, Brock Purdy, Trey Lance, Sam Darnold, or other, who would it be? September 11th, join 95.7 The Game at the Pettinelli Financial Partners Charity Golf Tournament at Harding Park. All proceeds benefit the Autism Society SF Bay Area. There will be $10,000 and a hole-in-one contest, a $10,000 hole-in-one contest, pardon me. An auction with some great memorabilia, a chance to hit some balls at the iconic TPC Harding Park with some of us from 95.7 The Game. Learn more at sfautismsociety.org. 888-957-9570. That is the number to call in. Also the number for the Xfinity mobile text line. Evan getting his in for Daryl the Guru Johnson with Matt Steinmetz. Guru's going to be back on Monday, and that's all sponsored by Cars.com.
Oh, that's the sound of a car being added to Cars.com. And since up to 50,000 cars are added per day, over the course of this ad, 8 new cars will have been added. Ooh, there's a nice truck. Oh, a purple one. Cars.com. Where to next?
It's finally here. Football. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Hour left until the weekend, or an hour left until Ireland if you're Matt Steinmetz. Evan Giddings in for Daryl the Guru Johnson. He'll be back on Monday. Steiny and I have been discussing this idea about what's at stake, what kind of stock you put into a quarterback, and the Xfinity Mobile text line's been chiming in a lot of kind of different directions, and I think this is why the conversation is so interesting to me, Steiny. Look, Sam Darnold, definitely not the answer. Trey, obviously not the answer. Brock Purdy's a flash in the pan from the 707. From Lori in Phoenix, the 49ers continue to knock on the door. They won't be making a quarterback change.
I'm with Lori.
From the 707, Shanahan really hasn't ever had a great quarterback. I don't think Purdy will be great, but it's more than likely that he is really, really good. And I think there's a really good chance that he could be better than Cousins and Ryan. He's talking about Kirk and Matt. And that's from the 707. Like, everyone is, I think, just so excited, and there's a lot of anticipation around this season, not only because of where it can go, but also what it probably means for the future.
Absolutely. The 49ers right now have two young quarterbacks, and they're trying to figure out if either of them is going to be any good. They think Purdy's going to be pretty good. They hope Lance is going to be pretty good. But it's, to me, first and foremost about the 49ers winning. And if Brock Purdy plays like he did last year, what do you think? Automatic 12 wins? Automatic.
Yes. Like, they'll be a... I mean, look, if Brock Purdy plays the way he did last year, they should be the 1 seed.
By the way, did you see the thing, and I forgot to bring this up, did you see Kyle Shanahan acknowledged, affirmed, confirmed that they would have signed Phillip Rivers last year?
He was the contingency plan for the Super Bowl.
Had the 49ers beaten the Eagles, and Brock Purdy got hurt like he did, Kyle Shanahan said they would have signed Phillip Rivers to start the Super Bowl against the Chiefs.
Well, I believe retired in 2021. Oh. Yeah. That's how desperate Kyle was for a quarterback. And why do I also think that Rivers wouldn't have even been that bad? I don't know. They probably don't win the game. But I don't know. Like, and it's as much about Shanahan, the play caller, to me, Steiny, as it is the offense and just the machine that's been the 49ers, which is, if the running game is right, the quarterback just has to stay out of the way. Like, that's kind of how I look at him.
Was the quarterback position just good enough to get the Niners beat the last 4 years? Or can they break through and win a Super Bowl with similar quarterback play that they've had the last 4 years? I mean, that to me is the essence. If you think the 49ers quarterback position has been the reason they haven't won a Super Bowl, well, then Purdy's got an opportunity this year to play at a level that no 49er quarterback has played at, and maybe he'll be able to elevate the 49ers to a Super Bowl. If he isn't, at what point do you say we won't be able to win a Super Bowl with this kind of quarterback play? Like, do you think, like, answer that question?
I measure the 49ers quarterbacks, or really just their team, against others. So, like, what we're talking about, and the reason why my expectation for the 49ers is so high, and you've gone so far as to say you expect them, to represent the NFC, right? Like, you believe the 49ers can get to the Super Bowl this year.
Yeah, the more I think about it, if I were a 49er fan, it'd be pretty simple. Get to the Super Bowl and see throughout the course of a season that Brock Purdy's going to be the quarterback for the next couple years, for sure.
And Brock Purdy is a pretty good quarterback. I know he's still a relative question mark because he hasn't played that many games, but he's a pretty good quarterback, right?
Yeah.
Can the 49ers beat the Philadelphia Eagles with pretty good quarterback play? Can they beat the Kansas City Chiefs with pretty good quarterback play? Can they beat...
You're going to hate my answer.
The Cincinnati Bengals? Can they beat the Buffalo Bills with pretty good quarterback play? Can they beat the Dallas Cowboys, who they did last year, with a pretty good quarterback play?
You're not going to like my answer, and this is why the injury to Brock Purdy last year hurts, is because had Brock Purdy not gotten hurt, then you would really have been able to assess how he did against that Eagles defense. There's a chance that Purdy could have a pretty good year. They lose to Philly, they make him look not so great, but that still isn't the end of the world as far as I'm concerned because he's such a young quarterback. I'm going to continue to think that he's going to be better next year than this year, and in 3 years he's going to be close to in his prime at that point.
Yeah, from the 408, I think Purdy has to be better than average, which he can and will be.
Well, he was last year, wasn't he?
Oh, last 5 weeks of the regular season, statistically speaking, he was one of the best quarterbacks in football. And I think people have doubts about whether he can continue to do that. But he played better than Jimmy Garoppolo did, who is playing arguably the best football of his career.
So
when he got hurt.
Let me see here, 2022. So Brock Purdy comes in 25 for 37. That's Miami. 2 touchdowns, 1 pick. Tampa Bay, 16 for 21, 2 touches, no picks. Seattle, 21-13, 17 for 26, 2 touchdowns, no picks. Washington, 37-20, 2 touchdowns, 1 pick. Raiders, 285, 2 touchdowns, 1 pick. And then the game against the Arizona Cardinals, 3 touchdowns, no picks. I would say that with those kind of performances, they can win a Super Bowl with that kind of quarterback with the talent around him. So, yeah, I would say that if that's who Purdy is, they're in good shape, especially because those were his first 6 games essentially as a pro football player.
I'm inclined to agree, but also because of the other numbers that are associated with those games, which are Miami, 120 on the ground, Tampa Bay, 210 on the ground. Seattle, 170 on the ground. They ran for over 100 yards in every single game outside of the one they lost in Philadelphia, which is completely understandable. Every single one of those games they won. If the Niners run for over 100 yards in a game, I feel very confident that they can win the football game. If they run for 150 yards, I feel even more so. I mean, if they run for 200, night. Like, that's why I feel confident in Brock Purdy, because I believe he is a better complementary piece to the running game than maybe any quarterback that they've had so far. I just don't know if that's good enough to beat the best of the best. That doesn't mean that you can't have a great regular season, but what we're talking about and the expectation that they've set for themselves is you got to get to the final game. You got to get to the Super Bowl. Maybe that's unfair for people, but that's what happens when you go to 3 NFC championships in the last 4 years. People expect that.
And it's fair. They've gotten there 3 out of the last 4 years, and the quarterback, and it's not like they're going with Joe Burrow or Josh Allen or Brady or Mahomes. They've gotten there without those kind of quarterbacks. Purdy, I do kind of want to talk about this because the 209, Purdy got away with 3 interceptions against Cowboys. I think there is, when I look back at Purdy's season last year, I do think, yeah, he got away with some stuff last year. Doesn't mean he wasn't good, but yeah, he kind of got away with some stuff last year. It felt like. So, but I don't necessarily think, well, he's going to throw more interceptions because that's going to catch up to him. Maybe you get better so you don't put yourself in that position as often where you throw a ball that could possibly be intercepted that you don't get a break on. Like, I think there's something to it. I really do. But until we see how it plays out this year, I can't make a judgment on it. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, you know what? There are a couple plays where they go the other way. But I always wonder, is that true? Or does every quarterback have plays like that over the course of a season that they either pay for or they don't pay for? And some guys have a little more luck than others in that regard.
I'm sure it probably evens out. I mean, like, for example, like Mahomes has thrown more 3 interception games, or has had more 3 interception games than Jimmy Garoppolo when he played for the 49ers because Jimmy Garoppolo's only had 1. Does that mean he's a better quarterback? No. It means that Patrick Mahomes throws more, is willing to take more risks, and tries to fit the ball, in my opinion, into tighter windows than Jimmy G does, because Jimmy G is out there to, manage the game. Now, Brock Purdy, I believe to have played better than Jimmy Garoppolo did, But that's why I'm very interested to see how he looks the first 6 games. And even if he plays in the preseason, I'll obviously be watching.
Right.
But those first 6 games in which he is trying to not only get back from injury, but also probably improve as a second-year player, and the importance of getting off to a hot start, all things combined, like, I don't know, maybe my expectation for the 49ers this year is very high. My expectation for Brock Purdy is not on that level. Like, I don't view him as the reason why they win or lose.
No. Probably not.
But that doesn't sound like a franchise quarterback to me. Like, he's the guy for now. He's the guy in the immediate future. But what we're talking about is, in 5 years, whether you want to play stock in Brock Purdy, Sam Darnold, Trey Lance, or other, that's why I would lean other if we're looking at what this quarterback situation is going to be in 5 years. Especially if Kyle Shanahan's still around, which I think he'll be.
Well, think how long Jimmy Garoppolo lasted because of his record, essentially. Like, I can't remember what it was, but at a really good point, it was what? Something like 30-8, or I can't quite remember now off the top of my hand, but we had it at our fingertips when he played here. Here's the real question. Can the 49ers win a Super Bowl with Brock Purdy playing like he played against the Cowboys last year? 19 for 29, 214 yards, no touchdowns, no picks, 2 sacks. Like, that to me is the game, because he was just okay that game. Would you agree?
Yeah.
He was okay. So in a game like the 49ers can't beat the Chiefs if they play an offensive game like that.
Yeah, and I'm sure Guru would tell you the reason why the Cowboys lost that game is because Prescott threw 2 first-half interceptions.
Right. So,
like, those kind of scenarios to me are inevitable, and I do believe in the regular season they can win those games because they have a magnificent defense, they have a great running game, and they have a head coach that, to me, understands, probably better than most, like how to kind of manage those situations. Like, I don't think he's going to ask Brock Purdy to put the ball in harm's way in those spots, because if Kyle Shanahan's just about winning the football game. And in the regular season, to me, that's like, you can win the field goal. Like the game against the New Orleans Saints last year in Week 12 when they won 13-0. Like, Jimmy Garoppolo was average, not very good. You see, he was fine in that game. But their defense was pitching a shutout. And so, well, you don't need to throw the ball 30, 40 times. You don't need to put the ball in harm's way because your defense is having a field day.
What's the 49ers win total over under? Do you know off the top of your head?
11.5.
I would jump on that over. I think. Well, let me think more about it. But I think I would.
I think a few weeks ago you took the under.
I think you're thinking of the Warriors. Warriors was 48.5.
Yeah.
The Warriors, I wouldn't touch the Warriors number. I hate 48.5 for the Warriors. I would not bet that. There is a team, though, I'm going to jump on.
Which team? The Vikings? Or are we talking who?
This was who. This would be who. But give me some, what's the Eagles over-under number?
It's a good question. It's probably similar. I mean, my guess would be...
nobody's...
would be 12.5.
Like, not even the Chiefs are going to be 13.5, you would think, right?
No, I think that's a little high.
Yeah, 12.5 is probably the highest number, I would think, of any team. That's...
how many wins do you think it will take for the 49ers to get the 1 seed? Because that's the first goal that should be on their minds. I know you're looking beyond the division, but
13 with a win at Philadelphia. That's what I would say. The Eagles are gonna lose two division games. They're gonna lose one to the Cowboys, and somebody's gonna beat them. Other than them, other than it's gonna be the Giants or the Washington. So the Eagles are gonna lose 2 games there. Then you beat them in Week 12. That's 3 losses. And they'll lose another game somewhere along the line.
I'm with you because I also think there's going to be some room for regression with Philadelphia. I think that Jalen Hurts is probably going to lose more than 1 regular season game.
Damon Chang has 49ers 1, Eagles 2. Ooh, he's got the Lions at 3.
They are a popular dark horse pick. But not even dark horse. I just think that since Rodgers is out of the division, people view the Vikings as fraudulent that by the progression that the Lions made last year, they almost made the playoffs, that they'll be the team to win that division. So, yeah, Lions 3, Vikings 4, Cowboys 5.
Hey, Austin, come on now. Whatever Steiny says will happen, bet the opposite. No. You better not. That would be a real bonehead play this year.
Well,
that would not be smart.
Well, you know what they say about the hot hand, Steiny?
What about it?
It eventually cools.
Eventually, but not till the year's over. Yes.
So according to DraftKings, we have 4 teams all equal for over win totals at 11.5. That's Cincinnati Bengals, San Francisco 49ers, Kansas City Chiefs, and the Philadelphia Eagles.
How can the Chiefs be at 11.5?
And that's the highest win total?
That is the highest win total.
Well, that would be why.
What do you mean?
Well, you're not going to have like the Chiefs and the Niners are seen as similar in their own conferences.
I got you, but so theoretically, they don't have any team winning 12 games in the NFL, right? This upcoming season.
Well, it's
like
set,
I would hit the Chiefs
there,
over,
and history might tell you that it's very difficult for a Super Bowl champ to repeat, and there's going to be some regression.
I don't need for them to repeat, right? I just need for them to win 12 games.
Yes, so they got to go 12-5.
Yeah, come on, it's child's play, don't you think?
Well, it depends what you think about the rest of their division because
give me their schedule.
The Kansas City Chiefs?
Obviously, Broncos lousy.
Well, they got a new head coach, and if you believe that Sean Payton is going to get them to a better
Raiders.
spot. Well, you just said the Raiders going 13-4 earlier.
And that was for that was a joke.
So the Chiefs get the Detroit Lions, the number 3 team according to our YouTube chat.
All right,
week 1. Then they're on the road at Jacksonville, a team that, well, again, you can assume these things. Home versus the Bears, at the Jets, who are going to be better.
They stink.
At Minnesota, 3 of the first 4 games on the road.
Now that's a loss.
That's a loss, okay. Home versus the Broncos.
That's a win.
That's Thursday night, so that's a short week, not an easy one.
Yeah, they're good in that short week.
Home versus the Chargers.
That's a win.
Doubtful. At the Broncos the week after.
That's a win.
So they're going to go undefeated against their division.
I got them 6-3 at this point. Go ahead.
No, but you're saying they're going to beat their division flat out. Like they're going 6-0 against the AFC West.
They've already played all their division games 9 games into the year?
No, but you only get 2 more games against the Raiders and 1 versus the Chargers.
Yeah, we'll give the Chargers a win.
Okay, so that'd be the last game of the year.
Yeah. It won't mean anything. They'll be over the win total anyway.
Home versus the Eagles.
It's a win. It is.
Home versus the Dolphins.
That's a win.
This is a damn tough sketch. Like, that's the point of the betting. And I think that's...
You want to bet?
That the Chiefs...
Yeah, you take the under. I'll take the over on the Chiefs.
Okay. Yeah, sure. That's fine.
Now, why would you do that? You really think they're going 11-6? Ooh.
I got to think about it. I'm inclined to make a bet against you, though.
I'll take the Chiefs over.
Okay.
If it's 11.5. So there's 4 teams with 11.5. The Bills, the Bengals, the Chiefs, and the 49ers. 49ers. Wait, Eagles have to be 11.5. 49ers. What are the Eagles? Win total.
The betting. Okay, one sec. We're asking what the Eagles' win total is going to be this year. In the chat, no, I'm not a Raiders fan.
There's no way the 49ers can have a higher win total than the Eagles this year in Vegas, can they?
Well, again, just because of what happened last season doesn't mean that they're just going to be equal or more like.
No, I get it. I understand all that, but what we're the win total for some of the favorites, we're saying the Chiefs are 11.5.
Yes.
The Bengals are 11.5.
Mm-hmm.
The Bills are 11.5.
That's what according to DraftKings.
Yes. The 49ers are 11.5. How can the Eagles
not the Bills?
Pardon me?
Not the Bills. Cincinnati Bengals, the Chiefs, the Eagles, and the Niners.
Oh, the Eagles. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense to me.
So it sounds like you're hammering all these overs.
No, not all of them. Not all of them. I just didn't I misunderstood and thought somebody had the Eagles with the lower win total than the Niners, and I wondered how that was. I misunderstood. So the Bills are what, 10.5?
10.5 for the Bills.
Huh. So they think the
So
Bills
they're
are
going
just
over too, right?
It's a tough division.
Well, that's kind of my point. Like statistically, all 5 of those teams cannot go over.
I get that.
Okay. Sorry. Sorry.
But They actually could. It would be unusual.
Well, just like you can bowl a 300.
I'm not trying to stump Evan. I'm trying to understand him. 650. No, I get it. I would have thought that the Chiefs' Vegas win total would have been the highest of any team in the league. That's all.
But and to me, it just speaks to, well, one, as a gambler, you're trying to place it in a spot that you can get an equal amount of one or the other. But also, those are the teams that are in the highest tier. Like, those are the teams with the most confidence behind them, not only just from a monetary standpoint, but also I think the majority of NFL fans would identify those teams as the ones with the highest expectation. Like, because getting 13 wins is pretty hard to do.
No doubt. Absolutely.
So that's why I think that's the reason for the 11.5. So the Niners, I would take the over. The Eagles, I would take the over.
Okay.
I think that the Chiefs are due for some regression, so I'd take the under. I think the Bengals, I'd have to look at their schedule, but I would lean under. And then what was the last one?
Bills 10.5.
Oh, well, Bills, we were talking about the 11.5 teams, but those are the 4, correct?
The Eagles.
Okay.
Those were the 4.
So, yeah, that's the way I would look at it.
But so let me just be clear on something.
It's primarily because of their conferences and divisions.
Last year, for example, there could have been a team whose number was 12.5.
Sure.
Okay.
Could have been. I also think, too, that the Chiefs are a team that, the regular season does absolutely matter, but that's a team that feels just as confident going on the road as at home. Yeah.
Kansas City.
I think the 49ers are looking at the number 1 seed because, well, sure, you want the bye, but home field is...
Well, look.
They haven't had an NFC championship on their home turf since 2019, and that's what helped get them to the Super Bowl.
And I'm with Alex, too. 11.5 is a lot. It doesn't sound maybe like a lot, but you're going to have to go 12-5. How many? You're going to have to go 12-5 to get the over. And then the question is, how many 12-5 teams will not win their division? Probably, you go 12-5, you're going to win your division.
Maybe not Dallas.
Maybe not. Maybe
not Buffalo. Maybe not the Jets. That's what I'm saying. I think the AFC West, that's one of the reasons why, as the Niners, I think it's fair to overstep and overlook the rest of the division because I don't think there's any 12-win teams in that division alongside them. We do have to hit a break. Got to get to the other side because we got the crossover coming up in just about 15 minutes. Alan Stiles and Dan Dibley are going to be in here. And a reminder, ladies and gentlemen, football is officially back in the Bay Area, so tune in on Sunday immediately following the final whistle for overtime. 95.7 The Game's post-game show. Mark Grandy and Sterling Bennett will be bringing you instant reaction and analysis after the first preseason game. That's on Sunday, 1 o'clock kick between the Niners and the Raiders. Check out Overtime immediately following every game this season. Evan Giddings in for Daryl the Guru Johnson. He'll be back on Monday with Matt Steinmetz. We're back after this.
It's finally here. Football is back.
So wake me up when
Scotty, let me know if you open. Mm-hmm.
And, some call Sausalito like a mini Italy a little bit, just because it's kind of in the countryside and it's got a microclimate.
Who says that?
People out there.
That's one of my pet peeves,
What?
People say...
People comparing...
Everybody's out there. Who?
Don't give up your sources.
Just give me one person. That's all I'm asking.
Well, if you don't have to reveal your source for Bob Myers joining ESPN's NBA Countdown crew, which you had 3 months ago, you're also not revealing your source for Bob Myers, doing this year to take television and, but then join the GM ranks with the Clippers or the Knicks. If you don't have to reveal that source, why should I have to reveal mine?
I made up those sources because I don't have a source other than knowledge. That's my source, is knowledge. And if you would talk to people who, let's just say hypothetically, know a little bit about basketball and the NBA, I think 95% of people would say, yeah, Bob Myers is going to be a GM again in the NBA. Don't you think? Do you believe that Bob Myers will once again be a general manager in the National Basketball Association?
If he wants to be.
Well, that's... Look,
but I don't
you're
know
not
Bob
in
Myers.
front of Senate right now. Just answer the question.
Bob Myers better than I do. Do you think he has aspirations to be a general manager? This is where I defer to you.
That's not the question I asked.
I have no sources.
Okay, fine. You don't want to play the game? Don't play the game. But then you know what? Don't ask why you never sit in the power chair again after this. John, do you believe that Bob Myers will be the general manager of a basketball team in the NBA at some point in the future?
I do. I don't think it will be with the Clippers, though.
Okay, that's fair. And of course, him too. You don't offer any information. He offers too much.
I asked a question, and you said it was not the question.
And I'll bet you, let me just go to our
your
YouTube.
Defensiveness, I will say that I believe Bob Myers will be a general manager in the NBA again, because you seem pretty convinced that he is, and so far you're having a great year. So I'm inclined to follow your lead.
No, and I want to be clear. I feel like you're painting what I've said as a hot take.
No, I'm not.
And my feeling is,
right.
I think most people would say Bob's going to be a GM again.
Yeah,
what do you guys think of the text line, the YouTube chat? You don't know Bob.
Oh, you're asking them.
Yeah,
I thought you were asking me.
I bet you most people on the text
answer.
line. Come on, all you guys, you got mouths a minute ago. You're chirping on the YouTube text line. Now I asked you a question. I can't answer that. It's too car. I think most people.
How about this from Mr. Hecatite on the YouTube chat, by the way, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. What happens first? Bob Myers is a GM in the NBA again, or the Niners win the Super Bowl?
Bob Myers is GM in the NBA again. Because the Niners aren't going to win it this year. They're going to knock on the door again.
And then next year is going to be the year.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. When they establish who their franchise quarterback is.
I think we know.
Kirk Cousins?
I don't have a strong opinion on Bob Myers.
You got a lot of things in the cap right now.
That's a 3, Drew down.
I don't have a strong opinion.
Bob could do other things besides GM. Travis Irby. Bob Myers will again be a GM. Francois Nagel. Yes, I'm with you, Francois. For sure. Bob is like 43. I know. He's going to have 7 more jobs in his lifetime.
Maybe he really likes television. I mean, maybe he picks it up. I'm sure he's going to be really good. Looking forward to watching him this year, especially.
Yeah.
Well, actually, technically, he won't be on the broadcast for opening night because usually that's TNT, and that is going to be on October 24th when Kevin Durant comes and plays at the Chase Center for the first time against the Warriors on opening night. But we won't get to hear Bob Myers because it's on TNT.
Maybe one of the reasons that I theoretically know a little bit about Bob Myers is because I actually listened to him speak. And the last time he spoke publicly, not privately, I don't speak to him very often privately, he said he's going to miss the competition. The competition. So the way I think about sports is, okay, he's going to miss the competition. That tells me he might not be long for television announcing. Because you can't scratch that itch.
Well, if you're working with Stephen A. Smith, I mean, you got to compete and embrace debate every day of the week.
You better be careful.
Or I guess once a week if you're on NBA Countdown. How about this, Steiny?
Yeah.
From for the 408, my money is on Bob becoming GM of an NBA expansion team. Also, go Seattle.
Huh.
I don't know, in a year or two. Around the time he's done with television.
I mean, I mean, my first reaction to that would be he'll probably get a crack at a big boy franchise. So the question then becomes, does he want to go to a big boy franchise with things in place, or does he want to start something from scratch? Let me tell you what, I got no interest in running in running an expansion franchise. That's a lose-lose. It's too hard.
To build it from scratch?
Yes. Because it's not like you start with the first pick of the draft, too. The first pick you get in the draft is like 6.
Well, maybe he can finally prove it because he doesn't have players like Stephen Curry, Klay Thompson, and Draymond Green, so he can prove how good of a general manager he is.
So here's how you start an expansion team.
Yes, with a draft.
Right, an expansion draft. So every team gets to protect 8 players. So the best you can do. So the Golden State Warriors. Who we could take off the Warriors if we could? Well, they're going to protect their top 6. Kuminga's going to be protected, and. Jackson Davis, maybe?
Trace Jackson Davis is on the chopping block.
Maybe?
I mean, Brandon Podziemski, better watch out.
See, I wouldn't select Brandon Podziemski if I were an expansion team. Who else do we have? I forget. Corey Joseph. I don't want him.
We do. He'll be up for grabs.
So, now, what the Warriors could do is leave Draymond Green unprotected. Yeah. Come off his money.
That's one way to get off of a contract. You wouldn't have to send anything back, I don't think.
No, we'll take Draymond Green. Of course, then again, if you're an expansion team, do you want Draymond Green?
We can ask the boys on the other side. We're going to expand to a 4-man show on the other side of this commercial break. Dan Dibley, Alan Stiles are going to be taking you from 2 to 6, but they're going to join us next for the crossover. And Evan Giddings in for Daryl the Guru Johnson. He'll be back on Monday. Steiny's final segment before his trip to Ireland is coming up next, right here on 95.7 The Game.
I need a guru in my life.
The best time to get a great deal on a Jeep 4xe SUV is now, during the Summer of Jeep event. Well-qualified lessees get low.
And apparently, August 11th, Niner practices time to panic. So going to be a lot of Styles hot takes today here from 2 to 6.
Oh, did the Raiders get another interception?
At this hour, yes. They just actually they picked off Shanahan in his press conference. So,
What's your problem with Christmas Day games?
Don't spoil the bit here. He's leaving in 11 minutes.
I just think
sure
it's a pro-warrior thing that...
No,
not at
no,
all.
it's anti-schedule is what it is.
No,
Yeah, they shouldn't have to go to Denver.
There were conversations about the Kings, right? And I know the Morning Roast had some fun with the Kings, our buddies in the 916, and I just feel that it's less about the Nuggets because obviously the champs are going to play, but it's more about storylines. And I would have liked to see, okay, you got to slot the Nuggets in. We know the Nuggets, they don't bring a lot of hate or love either way. They're just the Nuggets, right? But I would say it could have been the Kings against the Warriors, and then
I didn't know this was your take. I never would have teed it up.
Why? Well, it could have been Lakers Warriors. It could have been Kings Warriors.
It could have been Santa Cruz against Fort Worth.
No, I would have gotten rid of the
Ants.
I would have gotten rid of the Mavs, but there is a strong Luka agenda and Kyrie agenda. They didn't make the playoffs, right? The Kings did, and I know it's not just about that, but I would have had the Mavs out of there. I would have went Warriors Kings, and I would have had the Nuggets playing whoever the Mavs are playing.
In Sacramento then, right? Just take
Who
it
are
the
they
whole
playing?
way. The Warriors, if they're playing the Kings in this hypothetical. Yeah,
They would play in Sacramento. Yeah.
So the Kings clearly aren't playing on Christmas.
No.
Nor is Memphis. No
I
is
hate to see
Orlando. Charlotte's not. I don't believe Minnesota is. If we can
what I would
we
say,
can small market this bit into oblivion if we need to.
What I would say, 10 minutes before I'm ready to get out of here, and
I
I
wanna
could
see
just be
Wiseman.
like, here's what the joke is. The joke is that the league and the TV networks are trying to shoehorn the Warriors down our throat as if they're actually a Western Conference contender like the Nuggets are.
Well, that's a flimsy take.
Why
is
does
what that is.
where does a 6 seed get off playing the defending National Basketball Association champions?
You understand that the matchup is of the last two champions, right?
No, actually, I didn't know that.
What? Because the Warriors and Nuggets are the last two teams to have won titles
every year?
in the association. No, but this year,
this year it is.
That matchup is a matchup of the two last champions. So the real take, and I hate to do this to my partner because I'm going to need him until about 5:56. And Steiny, a very good friend of mine, your take is even flimsier than his Sacramento take. The real problem is the confluence of the Niner game and the Warrior game at the same time. And this is where the association and the commissioner, Adam Silver, a.k.a. Skeletor, read the room, bro. You know the NBA is playing a triple header that day, and you know the Niners are playing the third of 3 games. So why would you try and go head-to-head 2 games, 1 market? That's the bigger problem.
Well, do we know that
that's a separate problem?
Do we know that the Warriors? No, it is the problem. Do we know that the Warriors are playing at 5:00? Like, are they the prime time?
I thought they were the second to last game of the day. Well, traditionally you have that the Boston game, or I think Boston Lakers is going to be in the marquee spot. So you have the Knicks game, which will be in that 9:30. Hey, we're done opening presents, and somebody Irish up my coffee, and let's throw on the NBA. And then you'll see, Alan, you've got kids now. And then you get to Lakers Celtics, and then I think the Nuggets Warriors would be in that marquee spot in that early evening, late afternoon, where it's like, hey, is it still Christmas? Somebody
Then
wake
what
up, Daddy,
crossover?
he's snoring.
Adam Silver living in 2017, thinking the Warriors are a marquee type of team that can compete with a team like the Nuggets. I mean, what are we doing?
I love your takes.
What's the last 6 seed that got to play in that type of primetime position?
None, because they didn't have Stephen Curry.
Thank you.
Can you answer?
That's again.
I got a couple questions for you, Steiny, before
they
you
get handed everything.
Before
this
you
franchise.
dip out. When are you flying to Ireland?
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow, okay. Yeah. So before you go, I have some questions. And the first question is, why or what makes this the year of Matt Steinmetz? I don't get that. And you've mentioned it ad nauseum, but this to me feels like any other year for you. you've been wrong more often than you've been right.
No.
Nothing really has gone or broken your way.
Everything has.
Please explain. Roxy Bernstein.
Just name a team, and I'll tell you.
The Giants.
I'll start with the Warriors. I'll start with the Warriors.
Okay, the Golden State Warriors.
Despite overwhelming criticism that at times was difficult to stand up to, I told everybody at the beginning of the year they weren't winning it. They weren't winning it, guys. In fact, they're not really even going to make a run. Ding! That's a win. After the season was over, Chris Paul's name came up. Chris Paul, he stinks. You know what? Chris Paul, I'll tell you what, man. Chris Paul would make some sense for the Warriors. I'll tell you what. I could say, hey, Chris Paul, they go out and get Chris Paul. Ding! Before the Giants season started. All right? And we didn't get Correa. And we didn't get Judge.
Arson.
And we're going to stink. And no, there's no interest. And I said, dude, it's baseball. Farhan has proven he can field a competitive team. Good chance we're talking in the middle of August, and they're right in the thick of it. Bing! Another right. I mean,
right. Attendance is up 1%. So
no, I didn't.
You get credit for that.
No, I didn't say that.
No, you mentioned interest.
That's the cherry on top, right?
You know, you said, and you're going to be no increase.
Oh no, but radio ratings sky high here. We're talking baseball.
Yes. Gotcha. I thought you were talking about the radio ratings for the play-by-play outlet because,
No, we generate.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
Because
our great ratings are on the back of our, in particular, in-depth Giants talk.
Yeah, you know what?
What else have you gotten right?
Well, you know what? And the text line can help me because I've forgotten half of it now.
Well, so far, all I'm hearing you say is...
Something about the year of Steinmetz.
You typically, and you have every single year, bet against the Warriors. And in fact, you had a bet with your on-air partner, and you don't have to pay me. And in fact, I'm going to pay you. It was a capitulation sensation. So that, to me, doesn't feel like the year of Steinmetz.
He was having some money issues. I want to... I'm lying. He wasn't, but
dude, that's
I'm trying to get myself off the hook.
That got crazy. Your Giants take is TBD, to be determined. Because right now, you know what they're doing?
What?
They're having a Michael Crabtree year. They're running the fade route. Thank you. That's a 3. I'll take a 4. I've used it so many times. I feel like
I haven't heard that.
I feel like another midday guy using great material. But
number 3.
It's a Michael Crabtree season right now with Bochy coming to town.
What else did I get right? Oh, I've been right on.
You've been having a real good year, Stein.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
I'm just wondering how and why it was the year of Steinmetz, because I always hear that on your show, and I always think, this guy, I mean, he's more full of it than a piñata at a 12-year-old's birthday, babe.
It's clearly a bit. It's a fun bit.
The other one
is, especially because some people think I'm serious.
I would love to get a piece of this one. Your put it in the cap.
Yeah.
Which, first of all, put it in the cap is something that he and I started about 7 years ago. We were at his house, and you were just there yesterday. And Steiny and I were enjoying an afternoon. Oh, John was there too.
Couple beverages.
So, lovely house. We were enjoying an afternoon of frivolity and tomfoolery, and he and I had this idea. Let's write down a bunch of predictions, make a time capsule, and we will bury it in his yard. So we wrote down like 14 or 15 things, and we put it in the cap. Put it in the cap. We put it in the time capsule, and we were going to unearth it years later, but we couldn't wait more than like a year. And we dug it up, and it was hilarious, the amount of things that we got both right and wrong. But that's
I wish I could remember some of those, because there was...
I can only remember a couple, one of which came true years later.
Lonzo Ball?
No, they were...
There might have been a Mark Jackson in there, I think, or something. Of course, I was right on all counts.
But I do want a piece of your Kirk Cousins bet. You said 10-1, $100.
Do you think that's a fair number, though, to put on it?
I actually think that 10-1 is I think the odds on that happening are closer to 25 or 30-1. But 10-1 is just enticing enough to have drawn out my money.
Do you know what we're talking about?
No, what's the bet?
said... Listen, Kirk Cousins is going to be the 49ers starting quarterback week 1 next year.
Put it in the cap, he said.
Yeah.
So I was just thinking, what would the odds? What kind of odds could you get for that? 10-1. He says maybe 25.
Well, so is that when you?
I think I would. I'd put 100.
Is that when you believe like?
I put
100. You also
100
said the
to win.
Raiders are going 13-4, and that was a joke.
No, that was a joke.
Yeah.
I'd put $100 on Kirk Cousins starting week 1 next year for the Niners to pay off 2,000.
No, it'd be 1,000. 10-1.
It'd be 1,000.
Yeah. I think on the surface. On the surface,
can I get 15 to 1?
It's interesting.
Can I get 15?
You already locked in 10 to 1. Sorry.
You locked
once,
it in.
Once the odds makers put it out there and you hit cash, can't take it back.
I was going to pull over, but I was on the Bay Bridge, and it wasn't worth being with flashers on the shoulder to get a piece of that bet. But in a vacuum, I don't think you're wrong. But with this team and this salary structure and Nick Bosa and Ayuk, and they need a quarterback on that rookie deal.
That's why a big part of our conversation today was I think Purdy, you want to come out of this year saying Purdy's the quarterback for the foreseeable future.
Well, it's funny you say that because my guy Styles is going to not tear down that wall, Gorbachev. No, he's going to tear down the depth chart because he's not.
Hey, you better be careful.
No,
it's an unofficial.
I'm not speaking for Styles, but man, a lot of interceptions today at practice.
Well, look, you don't have to. Nobody has to pay attention to these joint practices. All I know is nobody would be quiet last week when it was Purdy and how good the offense looked. So I don't know if it's about Nick Bosa not being out there. I don't know if it's about just a difference between that part of training camp versus facing another team. We know the Raiders are not supposed to be world beaters defensively, but they didn't look great. And when you don't look great against a team that's not supposed to make any noise, that's not good. You don't have to pay attention to it if you want. My question is this. Brock Purdy, and we'll get into this during the show, Brock Purdy was cleared, but does that mean he's 100%?
And you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
I think this is parsing words to me, but that's fine. There's a chance that he is healthy and been cleared, but he's rusty and it needs more strength. But then you would say, well, then that's not totally healthy. So I get like the game we're playing. They got to think he's getting better, though.
Right. But the thing is, they haven't addressed it. They said he was cleared to play. They said he was healthy. From what I'm reading and what I'm seeing in Vegas, it looks like the interceptions and the almost interceptions seem to be coming from a lack of arm strength. That's the only reason I bring it up.
Well, let me throw I asked Evan this, too, and it's not even what you guys think. It's how have you interpreted all the coverage of the three quarterbacks? If I said, give me one word for each quarterback from the media's information they've given you. So, like for Purdy, I would say, seems like he's rusty, a little rusty.
Sympathetic would be the word
Coddled.
I would use.
Okay.
I'd use the word coddled.
Trey Lance, it feels like he's improving, not there yet. I know we can't.
That was more than one word.
I know, and I knew you were going to go there.
Judgmental would be the way I would say.
And Sam Darnold, to me, would be like, yeah, same old, kind of.
Same old, kind of. 7 words. And,
benefit
of the doubt. I can walk anytime now.
You can walk anytime. You're a wordsmith. I expect more from you. When you say one word.
It's too hard for the listener.
It's really not.
No,
especially
one word's too hard.
When you sculpt the bit.
Forgiving. Okay. Like for Sam Darnold, forgiving. I feel like there's been a lot of that out there.
I would say patient.
Yeah.
They've been patient. And I think forgiving is fair, though, considering he's thrown one pick for every game he's ever started, and he's known to see ghosts.
But Steiny is talking about how the media has covered them, not how the Niners, not what the Niners
Does it
have
feel
said.
like Brock Purdy to you has been rusty in camp?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And Trey Lance, does it feel like he's improving?
Yes.
And Sam Darnold is
who we thought he was.
I was going to say.
I was going to say.
Yeah. And Sam Darnold is
expected.
Right. Exactly. Expected.
That's what I would say.
Okay. Because I just want to see that I'm reading it like other people are interpreting it too.
The question is rustiness versus, and I hear what you're saying, Steiny, but rustiness versus, does rustiness mean his arm needs to get stronger?
Exactly.
Right? And how long is that going to take? We know he got all the reps today. I'm assuming he got all the reps because he's not going to play in the preseason game. So I get that. The question is, at what point, when you take away the idea of somebody being not healthy or healthy, now it just leaves everybody's minds to go wild, right? So whenever Brock does get out there, if he doesn't look great or he continues to not look great as he looked when he was facing his own team, okay, well, they said he was they said he was good to go, but is this rustiness? So I would just like the Niners, and maybe they're going to do it today if they get asked the question, what is the deal with Brock? Because it doesn't look like we knew that he wasn't going to be the same guy. But when you tell us he's 100% good to go, what are we supposed to expect? We don't know.
I think that's fair. I mean, look, if he threw three interceptions today, you got to say, hey, what happened today with Brock at practice? And at that point, Shanahan's going to say, he'd probably get in protect mode a little bit. Well, the one wasn't his fault, but
the notion of 3 interceptions, it kind of bothers me because 2 of those were in 7-on-7s. And
so you know clearly more of the details about it.
Well, I know that 3 interceptions includes 2 of them in 7-on-7s that were more passer friendly.
Exactly.
And I have always bristled against practice stats in general because if I'm coaching any of these quarterbacks, what I'm telling them is, don't be afraid to throw an interception. I would rather have you cut it loose and take a chance on a throw as opposed to, oh, God, Matt Mayoko and Matt Barrows and Cam Inman have their pens out and Jenny Lee Chan and Tracy Sandler, and they're all going to do my stats. I can't make a mistake. This is practice.
Right.
Make your mistakes in practice.
But my question is, Dibs, how do you interpret passer friendly? Because passer friendly, to me, I interpret it as you shouldn't throw picks. It should be easier for you to not throw picks.
Yeah.
That's how I took it.
Yeah.
Versus passer friendly, what would be the other interpretation? Passer friendly, meaning
unfriendly.
You're just going to let it fly. I don't know.
For me, passer friendly means there's no pass rush. 7-on-7 means you're not rushing me. We're not blocking you. It's my guys against your guys, and there's not a lot of clutching and grabbing, and there's no pressure on the QB.
Yeah.
When I read passer friendly, I read it as, and Stein, you'll love this, the 3-on-2 drill in basketball. When you're practicing your fast breaks, the defense might get a stop. You're not totally underwater.
Interceptions. Yeah,
exactly.
You shouldn't be turning the ball over.
You got an extra guy.
3-on-2.
That's how I read passer friendly. That's just what I'm
for
saying.
sure. For sure.
That was my favorite drill in basketball. 3-on-2 this way and then 2-on-1 the other way. So you play 3-on-2, and whoever would shoot the ball, or I think whoever didn't shoot the ball, those 2 would have to run back and play defense. It was 3-on-2 one way and then 2-on-1 the other way, and then it was a continuous kind of drill. You were probably great in the 3-on-2. Good decision maker with the ball. And probably not a great finisher at the cup.
That's so
selfish.
Incorrect.
Steiny, you ever play?
You have to stop at the foul line, and my coach made us stop the foul line.
Jump stop, too.
Steiny, you ever play King of the Hill?
No.
It might be, I don't know, maybe it's called something different. When you have the ball at the top of the key, and there's a line, whoever else is playing underneath the basket. So you come out and you guard me. I got the ball.
Sure.
If I score, then I stay on the court, King of the Hill.
Okay.
If you get a stop, then you take the ball. Now you're on offense.
King of the court. I don't know.
King of the court.
Yeah, well, like 1-on-1-on-1.
Yeah. How'd you do in that?
I was undefeated, probably.
Year Stein?
I don't have the numbers in front of me.
He got the ball at the beginning of practice, didn't give it up until he hit the showers.
I wasn't actually a great 1-on-1 player. I mean, I was. Come on, the boss came in. We did stick to the Niners.
Yeah,
back to the Niners.
Oh, is that why you were saying that? Because I heard it on the drive in. You were getting grilled a little bit, like a chicken breast.
No, just a little too much Ireland talk.
Yeah,
back to the Niners.
Okay.
So we went right back to the Niners.
No, it's great. It's great, and I do think, and we're going to get into this on our show today, 2 to 6. Styles in for Willard. It's brought to you by the U.S. Postal Service because I'm going to be mailing it in. But Sunday becomes big for Trey Lance and Sam Darnold because Brock Purdy's not going to play.
Yes.
So for me, this becomes a Trey Lance, and for the Niners, it's a big-time tour de force. We're going to play the Steve Mariucci sound, talking about the idea of potentially trading Trey, or if Trey's able to dominate and look great, do you keep him? I think Sunday, it's probably hyperbole to say the biggest day in Trey Lance's career, but it's up there.
Dude,
you don't think that's hyperbole?
No, and it's for Darnold and for Trey Lance. It's an important game. Like, if you're telling me these guys are battling for the backup spot, then they should both. This should be important for both of those guys. And if Trey Lance is good and Sam Darnold isn't, then I want to believe Trey Lance is going to be the backup quarterback. Like, this has to be consequential. I don't want to hear, oh, well, Sam was working on. No, it's this is why Purdy's not playing, because you said he was the number one, and now we got this young quarterback. It's like, this is it. It is huge.
I think especially because the backup quarterback position in San Francisco is the most important backup position in all of the NFL right now. Like, there is a very real possibility.
Yeah, it's up
there. There's a very real possibility that someone who is backing up Brock Purdy is going to have to play this season, and they're going to need that person to win games. So I think the fact that Trey Lance gets first dibs kind of aligns with what they've done so far in training camp and OTAs. Trey goes first. They get the same amount of reps, but Trey goes first. So if Trey wows us, and if Trey continues to improve, and whatever the one we were talking about him as far as his coverage is concerned, if all of that continues, to me, I feel like if things continue to look equal between him and Sam Darnold, that he should be the backup quarterback. And so to me, I view it in a way as his job to lose. And that does make the game very important. It makes every single rep very important because we're going to be dissecting it from 16 different ways. And it's why I can't wait for, no offense, Donnie, but good to be back on Monday because I'm sure he's going to have plenty of hot takes about it.
Yeah, and we all will coming off of the Sunday game. And it'll be Trey and Sam and maybe a little bit of Brandon in that game. We know Brock won't play, but I think about all the preseason games we've talked about over the years here with the Niners, and this one feels more important than almost any of them because of what you guys are talking about.
And I remember, this is James. I'm bringing up James Wiseman, but I remember before the Warriors traded Wiseman, like a month before we were talking about him, and I just thought to myself, you can't trade James Wiseman. Like, you can't. He's the number 2 pick, and then they ended up trading him.
You got that one wrong in the year of Steinmetz.
No, that wasn't. No, it wasn't literal. I just meant.
I'm just pointing out that
the point I'm making is me saying,
thank you.
Sam Darnold cannot beat out Trey Lance. Like, Trey Lance has to beat out Sam Darnold.
Right.
Or else?
You would hope.
Right. Or else we do have a problem.
Well, I don't know.
Yeah. But you know what I'm saying.
No, I know what you're saying. I'm not sure if Trey Lance is auditioning or trying out for QB2 or auditioning for another team. Because I'm not sure it's both. I don't think it's both.
Well, wouldn't he be ideally a QB2 somewhere else?
Well, sure, but it would be with a better track. I mean, we talked about the Bucks or a team or the Falcons, the teams where he would definitely have an opportunity at some point versus we're just going to take him and see.
Well, okay, so in theory, Purdy's the number 1. Lance, can he be our number 2? And let's say, you know what? Yeah, he's definitely our backup. Trey Lance is our backup. Mm-hmm. You would trade him at that point, possibly? If another team said, you know what, let's talk to the Niners about it. Like,
this is what I said yesterday.
I could live with him as a backup this year, for sure.
Right, you might also have to sell high. It depends. This is what I said yesterday on the show as well. It depends if you see Brock Purdy as just QB1 or if you see Brock Purdy as your franchise guy. Because if Brock Purdy's your franchise guy, I think you sell high on Trey. And honestly, just like the rest of the NFL, if your backup quarterback goes down, it's tough sledding. You live with Sam Darnold. You paid him the money. All right, this is the best we're going to get for Trey. Let's make it work.
You ready to declare Purdy a franchise guy now?
No, I'm not.
It's fascinating stuff.
And I'm sure you guys are going to dig into that from 2 to 6, or 2:12 to 6. But, Stani, I appreciate you. Let me sit in your chair for the day. Have a great time in Ireland. Goo will be back on Monday. It's been a fun show, guys. Dan Dibley and Alan Stiles coming up next on 95.7 The Game.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Transitioning over here to the power chair. Evan Giddings doing a great job holding it down today. Guru back on Monday, and I think we get bonus E-Dog as well. E-Dog back in the power chair, I would assume. And for now, though, I'm thrilled to be joined by my guy. Guy's going to be carrying me. I hope you brought your back brace today. Alan Stiles alongside Dan Dibley here on a Friday show. What's going on, buddy?
Oh, not too much. You're talking about I got a leg brace, I got a back brace.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
hard for me to get out of here.
That's right. Your leg brace, you got the ruptured Achilles, and now you're going to be limping and gimping trying to carry me through a 4-hour show. But we do have a lot.
Back is broken.
Yeah, spinal. We do have a lot to talk about in terms of the Niner conversation we just had, and we'll get some more commentary and some more reports coming out of the second joint practice today with the Raiders and what it means for not only this weekend, but for the long-term health, I guess, of the Niners quarterback situation. How concerned are you about Brock Purdy and his 3 picks today?
Right. And it's the way the picks happen. That's what I'm more concerned about. It's joint practice. We're in August. You can say it's not that big of a deal if you didn't have context. The context is Brock Purdy got UCL surgery. So, and also, he was always ahead of schedule. He was ahead of schedule. There was conversations. Was he rushed back? Was he not? I'm not saying he was. He got cleared to play by doctors that everybody trusts. We get all that. But you also have to get what you're seeing and what people are reporting. And I said earlier in the crossover that I felt like Brock Purdy's been a bit coddled. Every time he throws a pick, there is a 200-word essay after the pick, MLA format, about why the pick happened. When anybody else throws a pick, whether it's Sam Darnold or Trey Lance, there's nothing. It's just they threw a pick. It is what it is. So Brock Purdy to go from that, hey, he's our guy, and I get it. It's not necessarily about Brock Purdy and literally his performance. It's about the background of that performance and the fact that he did get major surgery. We were all a bit surprised. What was he about? A month and a half ahead of schedule, something like that, 6 weeks around there. So maybe he's still trying to get back to fighting shape, but nobody told us that. You told us he was ready to go. So are we supposed to just assume, okay, well, they're not going to say that he's not 100%, but we all know, again, that's grace that Brock Purdy has been given that I haven't seen other quarterbacks being given.
Yeah, and I guess the grace comes from 2 different places. On the one hand, Brock Purdy gets a certain amount of grace because of what he did last year in real games. And, he won every game he started and finished, and he took you to the NFC Championship game. And also the fact that he is coming back off of injury, and it's only August 11th. And I'm looking at all the reports right now, and words like bumpy and uneasy and even bad are being used in terms of Brock Purdy today.
Wow.
So there is a little bit of criticism about Brock Purdy, but also you do have to realize it's August 11th, and it's not necessarily, in my opinion, something that you have to worry about too much. You look at the schedule, and the season opens on September 10th. So you've got basically 30. You got 4 weeks from Sunday when the opener will take place. So you have 30 days between now and then. So if he's bumpy and bad today, that means a lot less to me than if he's bumpy and bad in 2.5 weeks or 2 weeks from today, the final preseason game against the Chargers.
Do you think this could affect how much we see Purdy in the preseason in a couple different ways? Because we know he's not playing in the first game. We think he might play in the second game. I have no clue how long. We've talked about, okay, well, if he gets 1 drive, is that enough? Would you have seen enough? If he gets 2 drive, I have no clue what he's going to get. We know Kyle Shanahan likes joint practices more, so maybe he'll continue to get, he got the majority of the reps today during practice. Maybe that'll be the situation going forward because Kyle Shanahan likes those better than preseason games. But I am curious to see, because now it turns into, you say 30 days. Do we think that he'll be not rusty or whatever word you want to use in 30 days? I don't know. And I'll tell you what, Dibs, talk about the franchise guy. Did you see those hits that CJ Stroud was taking? It's a preseason game, but they're real hits.
Yeah.
They are real hits. So I don't know what they're going to do. We can continue to go back to last season and the magic that Brock Purdy was able to cook up. But as in terms of seeing it against a team with a different jersey, we haven't seen it yet, and we get it. It's early, but all we can do is report on what we're seeing right now. He might be the Brock Purdy of old in 30 days, but I don't know. He was cleared about a month and a half ahead of schedule.
Right, but he was cleared early because he was ready. He wasn't cleared early because they felt like there was pressure from Trey Lance,
right,
or that Sam Darnold was knocking on his door, or, boy, Brandon Allen looked good in OTAs. He got cleared because he was ready. So I wouldn't look at the fact that he got cleared early as anything other than good on you, medical staff, and good on you, Brock Purdy, for rehabbing and getting to a point where you were ready to go. I don't think that he'd be out there playing at all, rust or no rust, if his arm was not ready to go.
No, yeah. I'm just saying, I hear you. I don't think that anybody cleared him prematurely. I'm just saying I wouldn't think about that if I wasn't seeing reports that these picks seem to be due to a lack of arm strength. And there are reports that when he tries to go down the field, he is not as accurate as he has been. That's the only reason I bring it up. Right. If he was dead red, then I wouldn't be talking about it.
Well, I would expect him to still be coming back from an arm strength standpoint because these are practices. We're talking about practice, Allen Iverson.
All right, AI.
We're not even talking about a preseason game or a real game. We're talking about joint practice. So, and I said this during the crossover, and I do believe that this is the way they approach it. Go ahead and make your mistakes now. If you feel like your arm isn't all the way back, the way you get your arm all the way back is by testing it. You're not going to be able to baby him and have him on the side for 4 weeks and 2 days, and then all of a sudden, okay, now you're ready to go September 10th in the opener at Pittsburgh. Now we want you to cut it loose. Now's the time to cut it loose and see, is your arm at 82%? Is it 91%? Somewhere in between? Are you 95% all the way back in terms of arm strength, deep ball, velocity, all the rest of it? I don't know where he is in terms of how close he is to getting back to where he was. All I know is this: in 4 weeks and 2 days, when the real games begin, he'd better be close to being the quarterback that he was. And if he's not, then we've got ourselves a problem.
I would agree. We got ourselves a big problem. And the question is, we don't know where he is right now. All we can go off of is what we're seeing. And if you're in Vegas, what you're seeing with your eyes. If you're not in Vegas, what you're seeing from the reports. And now I am happy that we're at least getting to this stage and we're not at the regular season yet, but at least we're at a training camp, because training camp was ridiculous. And I don't know what to do with it when you are facing your own team and a team that is missing Nick Bosa. And again, at this point in the season, Dibs, who would you say is normally further ahead? Whether is it going to be the offense or the defense? Because you have the Niners quarterback struggling against a Raiders defense who is not supposed to be world beaters. And then you have the Raiders quarterbacks doing well against a Niners defense, even missing Nick Bosa.
Right.
With Nick Bosa, projected fourth best defense. Without Nick Bosa, projected 7th. Those are both astronomically higher than wherever the Raiders are supposed to be. And you got a guy who might be rusty. We don't know, because he was just cleared to play. We have to use our imagination, who is being outdueled by the guy that they ran out of town, young Jimmy G, out in the LV.
Yeah, and thank you for the rhyme there at the tail end. Alan Stiles in for Mark Willard. I'm not too concerned about any of it in terms of who is ahead. I would expect the Niners defense to be ahead of the Niners offense just based on the quarterback situation, with Brock Purdy coming back from injury, Trey Lance coming back from injury, Sam Darnold coming back from 2 failed stops, and Brandon Allen, who didn't even get a snap today, he's kind of out of the picture. It feels more and more like it's going to be Trey and Sam as quarterback 2 or quarterback 3, barring any last-minute trade that pops up where they deal Trey Lance and they keep Brandon Allen. But if they do that, it feels to me like the quarterback room will be weaker if it's Brock, Sam, and Brandon Allen. That's weaker than if it's Brock, Trey, and Sam, in my opinion.
The Niners have an opportunity, and they have a decision to make if Trey's stock continues to rise. And ultimately, it just becomes how much you believe in Brock long term. We know Brock is QB1 this year, at least to start the season. No clue what happens once you get going here. I think he's got a nice runway. You'd really have to muck it up to no longer be the quarterback. And then after that, you get to Trey Lance, who, okay, is Trey starting to figure it out? So you can basically hold him just in case Brock gets injured. He is coming off a UCL. Or you decide, look, we cleared Brock. He looks good. We also like what Sam Darnold is doing. We just pray that you don't have to get to Brandon Allen, because, again, the fact that we have to also remember, Dibs, that last year was not the norm. Last year was not what typically happens for teams when your starting quarterback and your backup quarterback goes down. So this idea that You need 3. I mean, typically teams have 3, but if you get to number 3, normally you just mail it in. The Niners were able to not mail it in because of Brock and how he played. But this idea that you need these 3 extremely strong QBs, I get it, but also that's not normally how this works. If you get to the 3rd quarterback, it just wasn't your year, typically, but it was.
Right.
Last year it could have been for the Niners, but their 3rd-string quarterback got hurt.
Right, but if you're the 49ers and you're Kyle Shanahan and you look at your time here, you needed 3 the first year. Then the next year you needed 3. Then the one year Jimmy Garoppolo started all 16. The year after that, you needed 3.
Right.
Then you needed 2, and last year you needed 3, and then actually you needed 4 if you count Josh Johnson in the playoffs. So in 5 of Kyle Shanahan's 6 years here in San Francisco, he's needed 2 or more. So I do think he looks at it like, we might need 3.
Yeah.
And, Brock's UCL, and he likes to hold the ball, and he will take a lot of hits. And you mentioned C.J. Stroud last night, and he took some early hits in his career. Cracked in August. It's not good.
No, at least it's warm, but it still hurts.
Right. And, last year you had Trey Lance, and he lasted 5 quarters, and then Jimmy G lasted almost 2 months, and then Brock Purdy lasted about 2 months, and then you needed Josh Johnson. So I do think that Kyle Shanahan is dealing with some PTSD with the QB.
But Dibs, remember? He was asked about it. It's just bad luck. It just happened. I don't know how it keeps happening. It's just bad luck.
It is bad luck, but if it happens in 5 of 6 years, you have to feel like you can expect the bad luck, and maybe you're going to protect yourself, and you're going to gird your roster accordingly by keeping as many good quarterbacks as you can.
Okay, so yesterday, bringing up the Bucks, right? That trade, it was a second round swap and a 3rd. That's what the Niners would get. So the question becomes, getting a 2nd round swap for a team that you don't think is going to be very good in the Bucks and a 3rd round pick to lose Trey, move off of Trey to get those back. What's worth more? Keeping Trey in case you need 3 QBs again, or moving off of Trey and, hey, we really like that 2nd and 3rd round pick? That's the question that the Niners have to ask if Trey's stock continues to be where it's at or even rises, and now you're talking about an even better deal. Is it worth it to hold on to Trey in case Brock gets hurt for this specific season, or do you trust Sam Darnold enough, and Brandon Allen for that matter, to move off of Trey and get a better deal than you probably could have imagined you were getting just a couple months ago?
It feels to me like a Brandon Allen question. If you think that Brandon Allen is good enough to be your quarterback at some point, if you need him, then it becomes easier to trade Trey Lance. If you don't think that Brandon Allen can be QB2 or QB3, well, now you have to keep Trey Lance because of what we talked about in terms of if you get into that emergency spot.
Right.
We know that Kyle Shanahan likes Sam Darnold, and they liked him coming out of college, and they like him now. So I don't think that they're going to do anything with Sam Darnold other than keep him as QB2 or QB3. The question is, do you like Brandon Allen enough to where you may have to play him and you like him more than Josh Johnson? Because last year Josh Johnson was straight emergency.
Yeah.
You picked him up and you kept him because you needed a backup. You didn't have Jimmy and you didn't have Trey. You were down to Brock and Josh. And, Brock played and Josh was just there on the sideline. Many of us didn't even think about it until he had to go in in the end of January. So to me, it becomes a question about how you feel about Brandon Allen. Steve Mariucci weighed in on the idea of trading Trey Lance. We'll get into that sound on the other side. Giants and Rangers tonight. Warriors are playing on Christmas. That little drop came out from the NBA schedule. We're going to debate whether or not the NBA got that one right as well. Ladies and gentlemen, football is officially back, and it's back in the Bay Area. Tune in Sunday, immediately following the final whistle for overtime. 95.7 The Game's post-game show. Mark Grandy and Sterling Bennett will bring you instant reaction and analysis after the first preseason game of the year. Check out overtime immediately following every game this season. Steve Mariucci weighs in next. It's Willard and Dibs with Styles in for Mark on 95.7 The Game.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Outside lands this weekend, whatever the hell that means. I heard you guys all talking about it, and you're going to get there. Hopefully all of you live long enough to where you have those moments, but you guys make me feel old. All these bands you're looking forward to seeing, and I'm like, I've heard of them, haven't heard of them. Oh, that's not the way I pronounce that.
I'm right there with you.
I'm a fossil. You're not right there with me. I got you by 2 decades. We are streaming live on YouTube. Head to youtube.com/957 The Game. Watch us live. If anyone swears, you get to hear it. Like and subscribe for all 95.7 The Game content on YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Everybody be safe out there. Drive safe. And just get off my lawn.
Yeah.
Please, if you wouldn't mind.
Hey.
Traffic could be a bit of a nightmare today as you and I try to make our way.
No, we should be fine. Going
we should
that
be.
way.
Yeah, going to the east.
Yeah.
Yeah. Trey Lance may not be fine, depending on who you ask in terms of his future. Steve Mariucci was on the Rich Eisen show and talked about Trey Lance and the idea of the Niners maybe dealing him.
This is my guess. I don't know for sure, but I think if Trey Lance plays well in the preseason, okay, because I think they know what they have in Sam Darnold. Smart guy, experienced guy. He went 4-2 with the Panthers last year. I mean, he's been around a little bit with your Jets, and and he'd be a heck of a backup, and he's a good mentor kind of guy. Doesn't rock the boat. If Trey Lance can show well in the preseason, I think there were a lot of teams that liked him when he came out in the draft and had him graded as a first-round guy. And so I think teams will say, hey, look at him. He's back. He's healthy, and would be willing to give up a nice draft pick or two to go get him. Because, there's such a premium on having a healthy quarterback and a guy that's capable. Maybe somebody gets hurt early in the season before October, trade deadline. I think that might be they might be able to get some draft picks back.
What do you think about that, Styles? He's talking about many teams having him as a first-round grade and, high character guy and somebody that many teams could possibly covet. The trade deadline is Halloween, October 31st. So between now and then, what do you make of the prospects of the Niners possibly trading Trey Lance?
Well, first of all, I think it's funny because I think it was just last week where Rich Eisen was throwing out the idea of cutting Trey Lance for Brandon Allen. So funny how you talk about buying stock in Styles. It's funny how the stock changes so quickly. But back to what Mariucci said, I do think that there is a possibility that this happens, as we've talked about. Sam Darnold, for everything that he can do and can't do, he is one of the better backups. Now, being a better backup still means you're a backup at this point, but he still has the arm talent. He would be playing with a better roster than he's ever faced before, ever had before. So you would like that Sam Darnold would be able to control that offense and not mess it up, right? You're not asking him to be Superman. So I think that there is a chance Trey Lance, and for everything he's tried to do with this organization, I've been on #FreeTrey. I think he deserves another opportunity or just a fresh start, if you will, the same way Jimmy Garoppolo talked about a fresh start, the same way Derek Carr talked about a fresh start. Obviously, they were with their organizations much longer, but I think that it could just work out. I mean, Jordan Love essentially got a fresh start because Aaron Rodgers left, right? If Aaron Rodgers decided not to leave, they'd probably be thinking, all right, let's try to move Jordan Love. And that's also a pretty decent comparison because I don't know, during that time when they were talking about moving Jordan Love, obviously he wasn't picked as high as Trey Lance, but in terms of value, how teams saw Jordan Love, because he was maybe even more of a question mark than Trey Lance because Trey Lance was a higher prospect. So you run into these situations and it's nobody's fault. We'll be having this same conversation. The only difference with Zach Wilson is that we don't think Aaron Rodgers is going to play that long, right? We don't know how much longer Aaron Rodgers is going to play. But all these guys, once you're with a team for whatever amount of time, it's eventually time. All right, do we want to just see what we can get for him? Or are we just going to hold him just in case? And there's people on the YouTube chat, people on the Xfinity Mobile text line still talking about the draft capital you gave up to get him. That's a sunk cost at this point. I don't think the Niners are still thinking about that. I think they're just thinking about what they can get back. I mean, Dibs, if you know what I mean, we just put in for the fantasy football, right?
Yeah.
For the station. In a couple months, would I like to win? Yes. But in a couple months, am I still going to be upset if I don't win and the money I put in? No, because it's gone. Right. So I'm not going to sit there and think about it. I'm going to work really hard and try to win the league, but I'm not going to dwell on it. And I don't think the Niners are going to dwell on the fact that it hasn't worked out with Trey Lance the way they would have liked. They're just going to move forward.
Well, they'll move forward in one of two ways, and I do agree with you from that standpoint. They will either move forward believing that Trey Lance can be a quarterback or their quarterback, or they're going to move forward with the idea that they want to get something back for Trey Lance, because the picks that they sent to move up to get Trey Lance, that is a sunk cost. But that doesn't mean you won't try to recoup something on the back end. And ideally, you would recoup wins. You would keep Trey Lance. You would play Trey Lance. He would win games, and it would make the investment that you made all the more worthwhile. Now, you have Brock Purdy, who's replaced him, so you don't have that as priority number one. Priority number one for the Niners is to have Brock Purdy be the quarterback and win the Super Bowl. If Brock Purdy can't, because of injury or ineffectiveness, be the quarterback to win games and take you where you want to go, then you get to that second step, which is either we believe in Trey Lance, he'll be the backup, and he'll get the shot, or we believe more in Sam Darnold, and he'll get the shot and hopefully lead us to where we want to go. And if that's the case, I think the best route would be to trade Trey Lance. And Steve Mariucci made a good point about the trade deadline in October. Between now and then, you might have quarterbacks get hurt. And we already had the hypothetical trade about Tampa Bay, and they've got Kyle Trask and Baker Mayfield. Could Trey Lance be a better upside play for Tampa this year than either one of those guys? I think the answer to that is yes, but what would the price be? And would Tampa be willing to make that bold of a move? They just drafted Kyle Trask a couple of years ago.
Yeah, and now I'm thinking, Dibs, there's been all this conversation about how Brock Purdy is going to play, how Trey Lance is going to play, how they have played so far. And one thing that doesn't get mentioned enough is Brock Purdy against the Cowboys. Brock Purdy did not play great against the Cowboys, but the Niners won, because the Niners are better than the Cowboys, and the Niners are more trustworthy than the Cowboys. And Kyle Shanahan is a very good coach. But my question is, what if that Brock Purdy starts the year? What if that Brock Purdy goes the first couple games, meaning that they win, right? But it's not the Brock Purdy of old. It's not bad, but it's not the Brock Purdy of old. And you find yourself into a situation, life is but a bitter circle, having the same conversations you had when it was Jimmy G, right? I mean, it's possible. We all assume, and the question mark of, was what we saw last year for majority of the season, was that really good Brock Purdy? Was that mediocre Brock Purdy? Is that the Brock Purdy we can expect? Can he turn it up a notch? What if the end of the season and the end of the playoffs with Brock Purdy and the Cowboys where, okay, yeah, he was fine. What if that's Brock Purdy again, 30 days removed now? That's how long we have. He had that UCL surgery. Then what? Because then you're waiting for that Brock to show up. What if that Brock doesn't show up? Then is it just a QB battle next year with Brock and Trey? Or does it get to a point where whenever they face an elite QB, Brock doesn't win, and now you start having questions? I think the biggest thing here is that the Niners have moving Trey is still a gamble. And you can believe that Brock Purdy is QB1. I do believe that Brock Purdy is QB1.
Right.
But you can still believe that moving Trey is a gamble because 6 games is just a small sample size. That's it. Doesn't matter who it is. It's a small sample size. And then on top of that, he's not just coming back healthy. He's coming back off a major injury.
Right.
So if I'm the Niners, I'm in a conundrum because Trey's stock is rising. If you move him now, you're really going in on Brock. And look, it is still a small sample size. And I know somebody's going to find that disrespectful because Brock is going to be the franchise QB for the next 20 years.
Could be. We don't know that. We don't know that.
We don't know. Nobody knows.
The sample size is bigger with Brock Purdy than it is for Trey Lance. And you look at Brock, and he started 6 games or 5 games in the regular season. He came on early in that Miami game. He almost played the whole game. And then he started 3 playoff games. So you've got 8 starts and 9 games really to look at. 8 games and a dollop of Philadelphia.
Yeah.
So that sample is bigger than what you have from Trey Lance. And you mentioned Jordan Love it's bigger than what you have from Jordan Love, who's only started one game for Green Bay. So in terms of making that leap and figuring out, which quarterback you want to consider as your franchise guy, you look at more than just the game tape you have. Kyle Shanahan's looked at practice tape and knowing the players better than any of us possibly know them. They make those judgments. Steve Mariucci on the Rich Eisen show talked about the Niners being really high on Trey Lance.
They were so high on him last year, Rich, I couldn't believe it. He was going to be the next Steve Young. And it's been the injuries that gotten him. It's his ankle he got hurt in week 2. And so the poor kid has had the injury bug. And if he stays healthy, he's big enough, strong enough, athletic, smart enough, all of it. It's just he's been hurt. And it's that simple. But you got to be available, like Joe Thomas, got 10,000 snaps in a row.
Right.
You got to be available, right? And you can be you can be Joe Montana, but if you miss most of the time, you're not Joe Montana. And so, anyway, that's his deal. And you're going to see him. They're not going to play Brock Purdy, I don't think, in the preseason. So you'll see Trey Lance quite a bit in the preseason with Sam Darnold.
Not playing him at all in the preseason. I disagree with that, Alan. I think that you play him in preseason week 2 and then shut him down for game 3. What do you think they're going to do?
Giving Brock Purdy Aaron Rodgers treatment in the preseason is insanity. It's insanity. And if you do that, you're telling me right now, in my opinion, you're telling me you're afraid of what you're seeing from C.J. Stroud getting cracked. We're going to hold off on him seeing those big boys that are trying to take his head off even in the preseason. We don't want to deal with that. We're just going to take it to the regular season because it would be ridiculous now. Now we're getting ridiculous. All right. And I like Brock Purdy. I was on the 30 for 30, Purdy for Purdy. Brock is hot. I was on all of that. But that's a little crazy now. Come on, man. Really? We're treating Brock like he's Tom Brady, like he's Aaron Rodgers. You don't need to play in preseason.
Especially when you're trying to shake off the rust from Brock Purdy. And I don't think that you're going to give him that treatment. I'm looking at the Patriots from last night as they got beaten by the Houston Texans 29-9 in the preseason. Mac Jones didn't play. Now, that doesn't mean that Mac Jones is not going to play at all in the preseason. Bailey Zappi, by the way, a nifty 12 for 14 in the loss. But I do believe that Brock Purdy will be out there, and he needs to be out there. He doesn't need to play preseason game 2 and 3.
No.
I'd like to see him get maybe 3 series in preseason game number 2, maybe a full quarter, depending on what he can go through and where you feel comfortable because of what you were talking about, the rust and the velocity. And the only way for him to really shake that off is through actual game reps. Joint practice is as close to a preseason game as you can get, and the preseason games aren't quite regular season games, but it's tackle football, so he needs to get into that setting, in my opinion.
Yeah, and we know Kyle Shanahan likes joint practices because of the structure and things like that, but there's no way even a preseason game not being a regular season game, then there's no way that joint practices can compare to that in terms of the speed and in terms of the physicality. Now, there was a report, I believe, not too long ago, Dibs, that talked about how Brock Purdy, he was injured, I believe, when he went to Seattle. He had the rib issue, right? So Brock Purdy's been banged up a little bit too. We know if you watch The Quarterback on Netflix, all these guys are banged up. We get all that, but there is something to be said there because how much do you want to put your QB out there before you have to? But I think it would be a bad look if Brock Purdy doesn't play at all, because now you get into the conversation of if things don't go well in Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
Well, we were just working them back. So now you're sacrificing real games. Now you're sacrificing your real record with guys that are going out there, putting their blood, sweat, and tears on the line. And you have a guy warming up during the regular season. That's wild to me. That's wild.
Agreed, but you do have to balance that against the threat of injury, because you mentioned C.J. Stroud last night taking hits and he's your rookie phenom, and you're hoping for the best for him to be your franchise QB. Yet he's out there getting lit up a little bit in August. And so you've got Brock Purdy, and already we had to hold our collective breath when his elbow got hit in 49er practice.
That's
Not
right.
even joint practice. We had to hold our breath. I think it was Cleveland Ferrell who came in and hit the arm, and we all got a big gasp, a collective gasp, because our quarterback dared to get hit at all. So you do want him to face a little bit of actual tackle football before he gets in there for the first game against Pittsburgh.
You have to. And Dibs, I'm sitting there. We did the show. I'm grabbing my dinner. I sit down, and maybe it's because when you don't see football for a long time, it looks, you get a reminder, oh, yeah, this is football, because I'm sitting down about to eat my dinner, fire up the highlights, and boom, C.J. Stroud just getting knocked up. I'm like, wow, man. Whoa. I mean, this is a big, this is real deal. So I get you don't want to have him out there. He doesn't need to be out there as much as C.J. Stroud or how much Bryce Young is going to be out there. I understand that. But I do think, to your point, you need at least 2 series. I mean, 2 series, you cannot have this guy in bubble wrap because eventually you got to get in the pool and you got to learn how to swim. That's just what it is.
It's Alan Stiles in for Mark Willard today. Willard and Dibs on a Friday. Let's go to the phones. Leroy is in Oakland. He wants to talk about the quarterback situation. What's up, Leroy? You are on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, what's up, guys? Hey, enjoying the show. I'm sitting here listening, and I have a statement, and I have a question. So the question is, I thought a couple of months ago, I was like, man, this quarterback situation is so screwed up to me. I mean, going back to, I'm a lifelong 49er fan, going back to Jimmy Garoppolo and everything that has transpired since then. And I was to the point, I was like, man, we might as well just see what Sam Darnold can do. And my question is, what if Sam Darnold starts to outplay Purdy and Lance in preseason? Will Shanahan admit it? And what will he do? That's the question. And then the statement is, yesterday we were talking about, does Shanahan strike fear, in the players, this healthy fear? And I was like, I think he does, but it's the wrong way. And here's what I mean. I think Shanahan is a guy a high character guy. He wants all these character guys in there that'll say, hey, yes, sir, to everything that he says. And I'm to the belief that, you got to have those Draymond Green guys that are a little difficult. So now when these NFC championship games come, there's this toughness. And I just think he's got too many yes, sir guys. And I want to know what you guys thought about that as well. He strikes a fear in him. Yeah, but I heard yesterday, what's Purdy going to say when he says, hey, you need to start doing this? Purdy's going to go, yes, sir. What is the other guys that they're going to go, yes, sir? And so, I need some guys that, man, they're going to push back a little bit and have a little more nastiness and oomph. And so that's all I wanted to say, guys. Have a great
Thank you, Leroy. I appreciate it. Have a great weekend. I think that Shanahan's approach and his style is fine as long as they keep winning. Yeah. If you get to a spot where you're losing games and players become unhappy or disgruntled, and I think about Brandon Ayuk and last year in camp where he was in the doghouse and Ayuk didn't work hard enough and Shanahan handled it in his own way, and then Ayuk got the message and came out and had a fantastic year. So I think that different coaches will reach their players in different ways. Not everybody has to be an in-your-face, barking, intimidating presence.
Yeah, I guess my question to the question would be, are you asking players to disagree with Kyle Shanahan, to push back? Because then you get into the conversation of disrespect, and he is the coach. So I'm not really quite sure if it's about, if Kyle Shanahan says, you guys need to be doing this, if Fred Warner or somebody would say, no, we don't. So I guess I'm not really sure what you would be pushing back on Kyle Shanahan about.
And because is that really good for the team?
Right, exactly, because that would be seen as messing up the vibes, I guess, and the cohesion of the team. And we know it's supposed to be a close unit of guys, because going to Brock Purdy, hey, you need to be doing more of this. I would love to hear Kyle Shanahan say that. I feel like we haven't seen that enough. We haven't heard that enough, and maybe it's because of the rust. He's getting back. So I don't think it's necessarily a pushback thing. And to Leroy's point quickly about if Sam Darnold starts playing better than Trey Lance or Brock Purdy, I believe that's the thing about Kyle Shanahan. If that were the case, I mean, that's the good thing. You already aren't playing your most expensive quarterback. So
that's Trey Lance.
Yes, if your second most expensive quarterback starts playing better than your starter, who is your least expensive quarterback, run him out. You running him out there. I think it would maybe be a little awkward, but you running him out there. I just don't think there's anything Sam Darnold could do until about week 5, week 6. I mean, Brock Purdy would have to play so bad without injury to get yanked. It feels like it's impossible.
It would have to be a bad preseason, and then that would have to spill over into bad regular season games for Kyle Shanahan to make that move. And today, he threw a pick. He threw 2 more in 7-on-7s. Also, Darnold and Trey Lance threw picks in the practice today as well. So the quarterback play was bad across the board in terms of what Kyle Shanahan wants. So it was not just Brock Purdy was bad and the other guys were good. The quarterback play was bad. So you take that and you chalk it up, and then you look at Brock Purdy. If in the first preseason game that he plays, which will be preseason game number 2 or number 3, if he looks bad then and he looks bad in practice and he doesn't seem to be back to being the same Brock that he was last year, he still gets to start in week 1. I don't think that Brock can be beat out by Trey or Sam in any way, shape, or form over the next 30 days and lose that job.
No, it's impossible. It's impossible to me. I don't know if you remember when Ray J made those glasses and he said, "Hey, I just made these glasses. You can't break them." It's impossible. They cannot break.
That's Brandy's brother, right?
Yeah, they ended up
Kim Kardashian's star maker.
Sure, yes. Also known as
Was that not how Kim Kardashian was injected into the public eye?
It was.
Thank you.
It was.
You've been making fun of me all week for my lack of knowledge.
Well, you were right on this one.
I just dropped a couple of dimes. Now for the bit, I would have said Khloe Kardashian, but I wanted to reestablish my credibility.
But I didn't need you to then tell me what the bit would have been. You know what I mean?
I didn't need you to question my knowledge, though, Alan. This is starting to turn on us again, and I'm here for it. We are presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. More of your phone calls. I see Scott and Marin is waiting with bated breath, and we'll take the other calls up on the big board as well. We're going to talk to George Contos in the 4 o'clock hour. Giants and Rangers. Bruce Bochy's homecoming is tonight. It's Willard and Dibs with Styles in for Willard on 95.7 The Game.
It's finally here. Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
If you haven't already, make sure you subscribe to Willard and Dibs on the Odyssey app or wherever you find your favorite podcast. Willard back on Monday. Styles will be in as well for portions of the week.
Yes.
I'm told.
With my guy Guru.
Looking forward to that. And,
yeah.
I'll be out next week, and then Willard and I back together, reunited. It'll feel so good. August 21st, as we, at that point, will be counting down the last days of Niner training camp.
Well, and now, by the time you get back, maybe, who knows, maybe people will then say at that point we can pay attention to what's happening. Because now it's don't pay attention to anything. None of it matters. None of it matters.
It all matters, but on a scale of 1 to 10, this to me is about a 2 or a 2.5 in terms of it mattering.
2.5 is low to me.
Brock Purdy throwing 3 interceptions today, 2 of which came in a 7-on-7 drill. The other one came in a joint practice against the Raiders. Darnold threw a pick, and Trey Lance threw a pick. That, to me, doesn't matter much at all in terms of come September 10th when they go to Pittsburgh. Will that matter? Like, if Brock Purdy throws 3 picks at Pittsburgh, that becomes a 10 out of 10 in terms of does it matter.
I love the overreaction. I was going to go sensation, but it doesn't work there.
No, it doesn't.
It doesn't work there.
Keep working on it.
Because you know what's going to happen. Well, I've been on fire all week. But you know what's going to happen.
Humble brag.
Right, exactly. You know what's going to happen. Please, because I love the overreactions personally, Dibs. Because why not? I've got nothing better to do.
Yeah, I love it too.
I want Trey Lance to ball out, and I want Sam Darnold to ball out, just so we can have conversations. Because I love the content. Not that it matters, because we know Brock Purdy's number 1, but I love the conversation. If Brock Purdy or if Trey Lance and Sam Darnold stink it up, is that really? I mean, it wouldn't be a great look, but it would be less to talk about rather than if they both ball out. So either way, it doesn't matter. Either way, Brock is QB1 for now. But I would love there to be just more conversation. Did you see what Trey did in the game? Did you see what? Because it's already starting. Even last night with once CJ Stroud, they're already saying it's too early to tell. I was watching ESPN. It's too early to tell, but it took him a long time to process things. So even though these games don't matter, they do matter, and that's what I love about it.
Right. They don't matter, especially for a team that's this established, but I guess they do matter more for CJ Stroud, who was taking his first pro snaps, even though it was just a exhibition game, a preseason game. He goes 2 for 4 with a pick.
Yeah.
And 13 yards passing. So do we now have a quarterback controversy between he and Case Keenum?
That's what we have now because, hey,
nonsense.
Can you give us a breakdown? We know it's his first game, and we know we should take it with a grain of salt, but can you still tell us everything he did bad? Just please let us know.
Yeah.
Sure, Bob, I got that for you. And then they do it, even though they try to caveat it by saying it doesn't matter when we all know, okay, but you already put it out there. If you say it took him a long time to process, but it doesn't matter, everybody just can remember it took him a long time to process. So taking it back to the Niners, whether Trey Lance balls out or looks bad, there's not going to be a preseason caveat. I don't think there will be. There will be if you're a Trey Lance hater, right? And I guess there will be if you're a Trey Lance hater and he plays well. There won't be if you're a Trey Lance lover and he doesn't play well. So that's just what it is.
It just depends on how you see it. And ultimately it comes down to how Kyle Shanahan sees it and John Lynch. Do they believe in Trey Lance or don't they? One thing's for certain, Brock Purdy is QB1. Let's go to Scott and Marin, who wants to weigh in on Brock Purdy. What's going on, Scott?
Hey, how you doing? This it's so out of control with the QB talk. It really has been. And Brock Purdy, he came off the bench cold with nothing but scout reps and balled out like no other quarterback in the league for 7 or 8 weeks. And I'm not worried about him not playing a preseason game. I'm just not. The kid is smart. He knows how to play the position. And I believe what all these people that are into Trey Lance, which I'm not anti-Trey. I want Trey to be a baller too. I mean, that as you can see, they don't make it to too many seasons playing 17 games with the quarterback. So, I mean, it's all to everybody's advantage for them all to play well. But what I don't understand is the people that don't see the wide gap in talent between the two players at this time. I just don't know how you can watch him play for that many games and play that well and with that many intangibles and not think he's the best quarterback on this team by far. I mean, it's just a joke to me. But
yeah.
So anyway, I think they found their quarterback for the next few years. I have no doubt whatsoever. And it's not just he's going to make mistakes. He's going to throw picks. He's going to make mistakes. Joe Montana threw picks. I mean, it just happens. But there's no doubt in my mind that this guy knows how to play the position better than anybody in that room by a lot.
Yeah, thank you, Scott. Appreciate the call. And there's no doubt in their mind that Brock Purdy is the guy. You look at snaps today for the 11-on-11. Brock Purdy had 39 snaps, all with the first team. Trey Lance had 5. Sam Darnold had 4. Brandon Allen got 0. So you had a total of 48 snaps, 39 with the first team, all Brock, and then the other 9 snaps in 11-on-11, they broke them up evenly basically between Trey Lance and Sam Darnold. So there's no doubt in the Niners' mind who QB1 is. There is a question about QB2, and that's where I think Sunday's game against the Raiders, forget the joint practices and the Raiders maybe having the upper hand, and it doesn't even matter if the Raiders beat the Niners on the scoreboard on Sunday. To me, Sunday's about one thing and one thing only, and that's how does Trey look versus how does Sam look?
No, that's what it's about. And look, I don't know how wide the gap is between Brock and Trey and Sam Darnold, and I don't really care. Brock is number 1, and that's all that matters. Brock is the QB for, I would say, for the next couple years, as the caller said, Brock is the QB for as long as they have this top 5 roster. That's honestly all I know, Dibs. If this roster falls from top, and I think it might be better than top 5. It might be top 3. If it falls to top 5, I don't know. If it falls to top 10, I don't know. If it falls to top 15, I don't know. All I know is Brock Purdy is the quarterback right now with this roster. And that might sound like a dig. I don't mean it to be a dig, but that's just all I've only seen him with a Avengers type of offense and a Justice League type of defense. That's what I've seen.
And that's the way you want to have it be constructed. If you're the 49ers, you've got a quarterback who's making less than $1 million, which means you can pay Brandon Ayuk and Debo and Trent and Fred and Nick and all the rest of the guys you want to pay. Christian McCaffrey's making a good piece of change as well. Charvarius Mooney-Ward is making $23 million on the cap this year. So when you talk about cap numbers, you can pay all these other guys big-time money knowing that your quarterback is not among them. And you mentioned the next 2 years. Brock Purdy has got 2 more years of being a Niner before they can even think about renegotiating his deal.
Right.
They're not allowed to renegotiate it. So you're hoping that Brock Purdy can be the guy for the next 2 years. And maybe after 2 years, you realize maybe you need to bring in a more experienced quarterback to get you over the hump. Maybe Brock Purdy isn't good enough. And at that point, Trey Lance is gone and Sam Darnold's gone, and you got to bring in a veteran QB to try to help this roster over the line. You do have 2 years to figure that out, though, based on the small pittance that Brock Purdy's making.
Exactly. And I know we're up against the Dibs, but something that I want to get into when we get back is because of Brock Purdy's cheap price tag right now, does that affect how we view this quote-unquote Niners window?
Well, here's one for you, Styles, and I'd love to get your calls, 888-957-9570. If you were Kyle Shanahan, how would you allocate the quarterback playing time on Sunday? Do you want Trey Lance for a half and Darnold for a half? Do you want Trey Lance to play the whole game? That probably won't happen, but how would you break up the quarterback reps for 4 quarters of football on Sunday against the Raiders? 888-957-9570. We are sponsored by AC Transit. Your calls on that next. It's Styles and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Get in where you fit in. AC Transit wants you.
97 The Game.
Getting through a Friday and enjoying it here with my partner, Alan Stiles. Mark Willard back in the power chair, as Steiny likes to call it, on Monday. But meantime, ladies and gentlemen, football is officially back in the Bay Area. Tune in Sunday immediately following the final whistle for overtime. 95.7 The Game's post-game show. Mark Grandy and Sterling Bennett will bring you instant reaction and analysis after the first preseason game of the year. Check out overtime immediately following every game this season. What will we be talking about in the overtime show, Alan? Will it be Trey Lance and his quarterback play, Sam Darnold and his QB play? I threw out this question, and I'd love to hear the callers weigh in. 888-957-9570. It's also the Xfinity mobile text line. What do you want to see on Sunday in terms of quarterback play? How many snaps for each of the big two?
I don't like the every other snap
every
thing.
Other play?
That would be something else.
QB
but,
in, QB out.
I think I would, or every other set of downs. I think I would like to see Trey in the first half, and maybe it gets messed up because Dibs. I know you said you want to see Brock in the second game, so I don't know. I'd like to see Trey, maybe Trey first quarter, Sam Darnold second quarter, Trey third quarter, Sam Darnold fourth quarter.
They usually will go one QB, you play until you come out, and then they put the other guy in and let him play until he comes out. So I don't know if you're going to see what you are desiring, which would be, one QB now and then the other QB. I think once they take a guy out, that's going to be it. So I guess the follow-up would be, do you want Trey Lance to get the first half and then Sam Darnold to get the second half, or vice versa? And does it matter who actually starts the game, in your opinion?
I think it does for optics, for one. And I also think it does because you got to think that who they're going up against would be more realistic, because that's what I'm thinking. If you want Brock to play, let's say Brock plays in the second game, that might be important too, Dibs. Is it more important for Trey to start this game, or is it more important who comes in after Brock? Because as we know, that second preseason game is when a lot of the starters will play. So maybe, okay, what's more important, starting this preseason game, which we know might be a lot of the guys that are on really the second string, third string, or is it who comes in after Brock, depending on how long Brock plays? But I'd like to see Trey start. I think from an optic standpoint, he should start. I think from what we've seen reported from camp, he should start. And I believe Sam Darnold's going to get just as many opportunities.
888-957-9570 is the phone number if you want to weigh in on this question. We're getting some good comments from the YouTube page. You can always follow us on YouTube/957 The Game. Uncle Looney says 2-2. I assume he doesn't mean 1-2-2, the old Steiny cut, but 2 quarters and 2 quarters, 2 for Trey, 2 for Sam. And Damon Chang says Trey first quarter, Sam second quarter, Brandon Allen gets the second half. Do you think we see Brandon Allen, or based on what we have gleaned from the snaps, and today Brandon Allen got no snaps in the 11-on-11, might he just be in that fourth quarter mop-up spot?
I think so, specifically because when we looked at this unofficial roster, that or, Dibs, if there wasn't an or, then Brandon Allen might be able to get a little bit more action, but it is very important, it seems, for Kyle Shanahan and the Niners to figure out who their QB2 is. So all these reps are so incredibly important. No offense to Brandon Allen. They can't be wasted just so Brandon Allen can stay warm.
And I see that point in terms of wasting the reps. And I thought that earlier in camp it was more of a 3-man race for 2 spots. It feels more and more as we've gotten deeper that Brandon Allen now is the afterthought. Mm-hmm. And, maybe they're not trying to showcase him and hoping that they can get him through waivers after they cut him and make him the quarterback for the practice squad. I don't like the chances of that happening. I do think some team would pick him up as their emergency QB3 if that's the way the Niners proceeded. But it does seem a little curious that he went from, we like Brandon Allen and he looked good in OTAs, and now he's not even getting any snaps.
Well, maybe it's just a bit of Trey starting to pick it up and Sam Darnold getting more used to the offense. I mean, here's the thing about Brandon Allen, Dibs. I don't know if a lot of fans realize, the guy was drafted in 2016. This isn't some surprise. He's 30 years old, right? I mean, everybody kind of knows what he is, which is probably why he would get picked up and wouldn't be able to stay on the practice squad, because he's a reliable guy that if you need him in a pinch, he can keep it afloat for you. But this idea that Brandon Allen was some hidden gem, to be honest, it would be an indictment on Brock Purdy and his ability, because then it turns into, okay, so you got Brandon Allen, who's bounced around, is not really a name to write home about. Sam Darnold, who has seen ghosts, and now all of a sudden they come to the Niners and they're playing well. Now that says to me, it's, okay, well, I guess it's not that hard to play well in the night, and that would be an indictment on Brock. So you should be, if you're a Niner fan, I'd be glad that Brandon Allen is getting kind of phased out here, because it turns into, it's better for the Brock argument of not anybody can do this.
And it's better for the Sam and Trey argument in terms of clarifying it's just a battle for quarterback number 2 between Trey and Sam, it seems. But Brandon Allen has more experience than Trey and more than Brock, and he was Joe Burrow's backup last year in Cincinnati. So it's a quarterback who isn't just fresh off the street. You know, this is not Nate Sudfeld. This is a guy who's done more in the league than Nate Sudfeld last year. So to that extent, it's a quarterback who's got more of a track record, and I don't think that if you cut him, you're going to be able to keep him on the practice squad. So I wonder what he's done to fall out of favor, or if Kyle Shanahan is just looking at it now as we need to really drill down and give Trey and Sam the most opportunity to try to be QB2.
I think you just, at some point, you have to take some chances. And this is, if we talk about some of the gambles about maybe trading Trey and going all in on Brock, that is, moving on from Brandon Allen is a much smaller gamble than the other gambles we've talked about. I look at Brandon Allen and I think, okay, seems like he was playing pretty well in OTAs, like you mentioned. I feel like if Mitch Trubisky came to the Niners, it would be there would be similar storylines. He can throw the football. We know that. He got drafted for a reason. Kyle Shanahan's a good coach. They've got weapons, but ultimately, you know what he is. We have to make a decision here, and I like what I'm seeing from Sam, and I like what I'm seeing from Trey. Now, to your point, Dibbs, with the way the quarterbacks played these last couple days here, maybe that if Brandon Allen was going to get some run, it would be now, because I don't know if you ever been on the bench. That guy, not that I was a bad teammate or anything, but when that guy that if I'm the fourth outfielder and I'm waiting and somebody's gone 0 for the last couple of games, I start looking around thinking, okay, well, if I'm not going to get in this next game, I'm just not going to play this year. You know what I mean? So if you're Brandon Allen, you're thinking, I mean, these guys, it's Pick City over here, Pick City, shout out Tyga. What are we going to do? That's what I'm thinking if I'm Brandon Allen.
Yeah, and I think that he knows the situation, and it's Sam and Trey battling for QB2. I do want to get into your Brock Purdy championship window conversation in just a moment, because it's fascinating what you said to me during the break about how his contract affects the Niners championship window. But first, this for you and the callers, 888-957-9570. What do you need to see from Trey Lance? What does Kyle Shanahan need to see from Trey Lance in order to say, you're going to be our backup quarterback and we're not trading you?
I think it's what we've been talking about this whole time. The layups, right? Once a team or once a coach knows that you can do something, they're not going to be as impressed. If Trey goes out there and throws a bomb to Danny Gray, we're all going to ooh and ah, and it's going to be the first thing on SportsCenter. But Kyle Shanahan's probably not going to bat an eye, because I know you can do that. We already knew you could do that. The things that we've asked you to work on, can you do those things? Kyle Shanahan is going to be looking, can you make the underthrows? Can you make the quick slants? Can you put the ball where it needs to be so that the Yak brothers can get it popping and get rolling? That's what Kyle Shanahan is looking for out of Trey, and I would assume out of Sam Darnold, just be able to operate the offense. You haven't been in the offense as long as Trey or Brock Purdy. Don't give the ball to the other team. Don't see ghosts. Okay, don't say what's up to Casper, and just control the offense and keep the ship afloat. That's what I think.
Trey Lance, 1 of 2 today in his limited 5 reps against the Raiders in joint practices. It's a stat that means even less than, you know, what you want to talk about. Brock Purdy, 15 of 26 with the 1 INT in the 11-on-11 session. Sam Darnold, by the way, a perfect 3 for 3 today in the joint QB session. So I do think that the way you laid it out with Trey Lance is exactly what Kyle Shanahan is looking at in terms of Trey Lance. Show me that you've improved your accuracy. We know he's worked on his mechanics. We know he's worked on his throwing motion and his footwork. Now go out there and prove that you can do it when the bullets are flying. And they're not the real live bullets of regular season football, but it's preseason football, and there are defensive players on the other side trying to make that team. So guys are going to be playing hard as you can in preseason game number 1. But Trey Lance I think Trey Lance has more to show, more to prove than Sam Darnold does in this preseason game, because Sam's done it in the regular season for 4 years with 2 different teams. And so he's put a lot of tape out there, good and bad, maybe more bad than good. Trey Lance still has to show what kind of quarterback he is.
And I'm going to take a step back. Besides just the actual gameplay, throughout this preseason with Trey, he's going to get a lot of reps. Can you stay healthy? Can you stay healthy? Can you stay on the field? I mean, every year he's been with the Niners, he's had, whether it be a small injury or a large one, he's been injured. So Trey, I mean, I talked about Brock Purdy earlier and his UCL and the ribs. Trey, can you stay healthy? Can you stay healthy?
Yeah.
Can we trust you? Because as QB2, you have to be available. If you're injured as QB2, you do us no good. You can't make the club in the tub.
Yeah, the number one availability or number one ability is availability, as they always say. But especially when you're a backup quarterback, if you are QB2, you've got to show that you can be reliable in order to be healthy to go out there and play. If the starter gets hurt, you got to be able to go out there and get it done. Austin's in Redwood City. Then we get into Styles' Brock Purdy takes. Austin, what's going on? You're on with Styles and Dibs.
What's up with you guys? Hey, I want to see from Trey Lance. What I want to see is Trey Lance not only go for the number 2, go for the number 1. Push that ball down the field. Show them that you got an arm. Show you can throw the short passes and do whatever you need to do to take that number 1 spot. Show them that you can do it. Man, I feel like it's still wrong that he's Brock Purdy getting the shot and Trey Lance didn't even get the shot. But 4 games and now we're talking about Trey Lance. This is the craziest thing I ever heard. But let's go Trey Lance.
Austin, just real quick, Austin, what do you think it would take for Kyle Shanahan to flip that and put Trey Lance in as a starter over Brock Purdy? What would it take in terms of Brock's bad play or Trey's good play?
Trey just got to ball out. I think for Purdy, man, he can't show no rust. He got to show he got that arm strength, and he can show he can push that ball down the field. We don't want no dunking and dinking here and there like Jimmy G like we had. We just got rid of that. Now that his arm is a problem. Like I said, we don't want no dinking and dunking. We want that ball going downfield. And that's what Trey is there for. That's why we drafted him.
Yeah, thank you, Austin. I appreciate the notion of Mayor Dinkins and Dunkin' Donuts. They're Dinkin' and Dunkin'. That's what Shanahan does. And that's where I have, at times, I have issues with, certain parts of the fan base when you're asking for this Niner offense to be something that it's not. And I've had this debate with Mark Willard, who comes back in on Monday. It's kind of a chicken or the egg. Do the Niners throw the short ball because they don't have a quarterback who can throw it deep? Or do they not throw it deep because they don't have a quarterback who can throw it deep because Shanahan prefers the shallow routes? Which one is it?
Exactly.
Is it personnel or preference?
It's a combination, and what's weird is...
It's a combination sensation is what it is.
There you go. And that's what's weird, because you had Jimmy G, who has arm strength, right? But you start to forget that simply because of the things that you laid out, Dibs, and that's why I asked the question myself, is it crazy to think that Kyle Shanahan would want a Kirk Cousins instead of Josh Allen? Still sounds insane, but when you look at the type of offense he wants to run, it is insane, but it's not as insane as it probably sounds when you initially say it, because of what Kyle Shanahan wants to run and wants to do. So you have a guy in Trey Lance. We'd love for him to push the ball down the field, but I don't think that's what Kyle Shanahan wants to see from him, because he knows that he can do that. And when Brock Purdy, whenever he does get in, to the caller's point, I think that would be a great sign. If I'm Kyle Shanahan, whenever Brock Purdy first gets in, go route. A go route, I know they don't run them often. A Kyle Shanahan version of a go route, whatever that looks like. Throw the ball
it's
more.
It's called the screen, is what the Kyle Shanahan version of a go route
I want to see Brock Purdy first play, whenever that is, throw the ball over 20 yards. Just because. Just to
see him
all the noise.
Cut it loose.
Yes, just to dead all the noise. So I know.
What if he throws it and it's a big deep in route? It doesn't have to be a go route, but something where Brock's got to hit that back foot and really fire the ball.
Yeah.
What if it's either late or high or a pick?
Then we're gonna start panic. Talking. Then we're gonna start talking.
We can all go crazy.
Yep. And I need it.
Yeah, you know who else needs it? Friend of the show. He's a legend. Let's go to him now. Phil Mike. Phil Measy, what's going on? You're on with Styles and Dibs.
Hey, what's up, Dibs? Alex Styles, you sound good. Dibs, you shady for acting like you don't know no rap music. You need to stop that because everybody know, you know probably the most music on the station. But people hating on Brock Purdy, why? Let the man play. We ain't seen nothing of him, so you can't hate on him, and you can't really congratulate him. My last point is Dibs, a friend of mine, a friend of the show, by the name of Rebecca Sinicio, wanted me to tell you, she worked with you and Gary. She wanted me to tell you what's up and to wash your back as well.
Okay, I appreciate the wash your back. Rebecca Sinicio, legend in this market, and give her love. And Philmo Mike, my favorite rapper, Snoopy Dogg.
I thought you was going to say Andre Nickatina.
No, I've heard of him, though. Boy, he's good at those rhymes. He's one of my favorites, too, Philmo. Hey, have a good weekend, Philmo. And, make sure you wash your back, as Philmo would like to say. That's I believe that's the name of his podcast. Not watch your back, but wash your back.
That's right.
So, a little shout out there. But Philmo Mike with the quarterback calls as well. You were mentioning Kyle Shanahan maybe wanting a Kirk Cousins. Explain to me why he won't want the Kirk Cousins, and I think it has to do with the salary that the Kirk Cousins will command when he's a free agent after this year.
Right, and we know that Kirk Cousins, really one of the most confusing quarterbacks that's ever played, just based on the fact that he's really good, but he hasn't won the big one, but he's much better than these quarterbacks, but not as good as these quarterbacks. I think that Kyle Shanahan in a perfect world, and Steiny talked about the odds for the Niners to land him. I think Kyle Shanahan would be thrilled, but Kyle Shanahan after this season might feel as if he has Kirk Cousins 2.0, which is making some Niner fans cringe right now to think that our guy is going to be Kirk Cousins 2.0. But if you trust Kyle Shanahan and trust his ability to operate the offense and having these weapons, you should feel good about it, because who knows what Kirk Cousins would do with Kyle Shanahan in San Francisco. I don't know that we'll ever see it. But when you look at Brock Purdy and the idea of this window, I think it's a very intriguing conversation, because you look, okay, they have him this year under $1 million, next year under $1 million, and to your point, that's the end of 2024 season. Like you were saying, Dibs, that's when they can offer him an extension. So the window for the Niners essentially to win on this small QB salary, it's only 2 years. So this idea that, okay, well, Brock Purdy, he has time and we need to develop him. The thing is, you talk about chicken or the egg, you have Brock Purdy and you are able to keep all these pieces because you're not paying Brock Purdy. You're also only seeing Brock Purdy with these weapons. So when, at the end of 2024, when that time comes, how do you value Brock Purdy, knowing that if you pay him the way he's performed as he has with these weapons, you're not going to be able to hold on to said weapons. So these next 2 years, everybody talks about the Seahawks and the Legion of Boom. They are one of the teams, and I believe what the Chiefs did too the first time they won it on Patrick Mahomes. Right. So the Chiefs did it. The Seahawks did it. You have to get that Super Bowl early, because after you get the Super Bowl early, not that you don't care as much, but you understand, hey, we're not going to be able to hold on to guys. But you only have 2 years now. If Brock does end up being the real deal, now you have to pay him as if he's a real deal. There's no more discount, and you're probably going to lose some of the weapons that have helped Brock look like the real deal.
Yeah, and the Seattle comp is the one that everyone wants to make, because Russell Wilson, when he signed his deal, as a rookie, 4-year deal. 2012, they go 11-5, playoff team. The next year, they win the Super Bowl at 13-3. 12-4, they lose the Super Bowl. Then they go 10-6, they lose the division, and that was the end of his 4-year contract.
Yeah.
Russ gets the bag, and you start to see an erosion of talent. You lose the divisional round the next year, then you lose a wild card. You never make it back to the conference championship game. Eventually, Russ goes on. You let Russ cook, and now he's cooking in Denver, and the team was never able to get to that same lofty spot. So to your point about Brock Purdy, you've got to strike while the iron is hot. While Brock Purdy's on that rookie money, last year he got you to the conference championship game, and this year you're going to sign Nick Bosa. He's going to get a massive deal, hopefully sooner rather than later, although it doesn't matter. You got 30 days until the opener. When he gets that contract, it'll be structured to where he's going to get a raise next year. This year, I think his cap number is going to be largely the same because he's already got a big cap number. But going forward, if you want to keep all these guys and re-sign Ayuk, you got Trent Williams who might be getting close to retirement. If you want to keep him around for a couple more years, you got to make hay while the sun shines with Brock Purdy on that rookie deal.
Exactly. And I'm looking here. So basically, if they didn't give him an extension, then after 2025, they just say, hey, we're just going to pay you, it looks like $1.1 million. After 2025, 2026, after that season, he'd just be a free agent. And anybody that's interested in Brock, come on down. He'd just be going on a world tour for potential suitors.
Yes. Shout out, was that Tribe Called Quest Award Tour?
Yeah.
I do think, though, and that's one for you, Phil, I'm like, if Brock Purdy is doing anything at all, you're not letting him get to that final year. You're not letting him get to that 4th year where he's going to be still playing on that rookie contract. So you really have 2 years. And that's where the Trey Lance question becomes so interesting to me. Trey Lance is entering his 3rd year. At the end of the 3rd year, you've got to decide on whether or not you want to pick up his 5th-year option. As a first-round pick, you can pick up that 5th-year option. If Trey Lance is a backup, if he's QB2 or QB3, you're not going to pick up his 5th-year option, and you're going to move off of Trey Lance at that point if you're already in love with Brock Purdy. But if Brock is kind of mezza and Trey plays some and Trey looks good, well, then in the offseason, you're going to have a very interesting question between Brock and Trey.
Right, because if at that point, moving off of Trey, are we still talking trade at that point, or he's just gone?
It would be trade because he still is under contract for year 4. You wouldn't pick up the 5th-year option, or you would pick up the 5th-year option and then trade him. I'm not sure how all of the cap ramifications work with that, but if Brock balls out and you don't trade Trey this year, you get to the end of this year, and I think you're probably going to end up moving off of Trey Lance at that point.
But what if they didn't pick up the option?
Well, then Trey Lance is I think he's signed for about $10 million in year 4, and you're paying your backup $10 million. And that's where you might get into a spot where Trey Lance would, and I'm not saying he would do this, but if I'm in his spot, I would think about, holding out or, starting to play the role of disgruntled quarterback because he's been a good soldier.
Yeah.
And he's done everything that they've asked him to do. And now here he is in year 3. And I'm sure he understands that Brock Purdy has beaten him out. I mean, Brock Purdy was basically undefeated last year. So what's Trey going to go in and tell Shanahan, you need to play me over Brock Purdy? That's not the way this goes.
No, it's not the way it goes. And I'm glad you brought up Trey being a good soldier because we heard so much about it with Jimmy G. Don't hear as much about Trey. And I know we're up against it, but that's what I want to get into when we get back. Just about Trey Lance and his mindset, his mentality. Just because he isn't QB1, should he still think like it?
If you're on hold, stay there. We'll get more football thoughts from Alan Stiles. Plus, I do want to touch on this Giants-Rangers series because it's a big series for one member of the Giants organization, and it's not the one that you would probably think of first. We are presented by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. If you're on hold, stay there. We're going back to the phones in just a moment. It's Willard and Dibs with Stiles in for Willard on 95.7 The Game. It's my Steiny. Steiny sings The Weekend.
Wow, I can't believe you.
What?
That was a layup right there to call him the weekday or something.
I should have. Yeah, this guy's nickname is Thursday,
It's too
right?
late.
I
It's
know,
too late.
Way
It's
too
too
late.
late.
Hey, September 11th, join 95.7 The Game at the Petnelli Financial Partners Charity Golf Tournament at Harding Park. All proceeds benefit the Autism Society of the San Francisco Bay Area. There will be a $10,000 hole-in-one contest, an auction with some great memorabilia, and a chance to hit some balls at the iconic TPC Harding Park with some of us from 95.7 The Game. Learn more at sfautismsociety.org. Styles is in for Willard, and we are picking through, and I'll say the wreckage because, boy, it wasn't pretty. The wreckage of joint practices with the Las Vegas Raiders, Styles, and the disappointment that's come out surrounding the quarterback play of the Niners.
Yeah, and you can take it with a grain of salt. You can say, okay, it was just practice, but hey, there were a lot of people that were very excited from what they were seeing with the Niners when they were playing their own team. So I don't see how you can feel that way when they're just practicing against their own team, but now against a team with a different jersey on, an actual different team. Now it doesn't matter. So look, is it time to sound the red alert and alarm? No, but it's always nice when you're doing the conversation talking about how it doesn't matter, even though they played well. You still don't want to have the conversation.
Right.
Either way, you could say it doesn't matter, but it's nice to say, oh yeah, they balled out. It's just joint practice versus they didn't play well, but it's just joint practice.
Right. It's easier to say that when you don't play well, easier
Right.
to dismiss it as, oh, it's just joint practice. But when your guys play well and you ball out, if you're the Raiders, you're saying, yeah, we look good against one of the favorites of the NFC.
Exactly. Get the ring.
You don't have to couch it in any way when you're the team that actually looked better.
Right. Joint practice bowl.
Yeah.
Champs.
Coming up at 4:15, George Contos going to join us here on 95.7 The Game. And at the top of the hour, I do want to pick your brain and talk a little bit about this Giants-Rangers series because I think it's a big series for one individual in particular. But first, Tommy in Mountain View wants to talk about Shanahan. What's going on, Tommy?
Hey, not much. Hey, I got to say this, man. But we're talking about practice.
Thank you.
We're talking about practice.
Not a game.
I'll never have another chance to say that again, but so I had to shoot my shot there.
It's all you've got.
With this thing with Shanahan, I have a problem with him being labeled as the offensive genius because we've been so spoiled in having, Bill Walsh and Seifert come through and do their thing at a legendary pace. And I'm thinking sometimes that we lose perspective on what that really means. And so when you compare the opportunity that Shanahan has had with quarterbacks and then what you had in the past, it's kind of hard to say that he's at the same level as those guys, especially Walsh. So, I understand Joe came from lineage, from Notre Dame, and he had some talent, but not what was expected and what you got afterwards. And for Shanahan to have so many opportunities with these different quarterbacks and still be in a conundrum to the point where he looked out. Mr. Irrelevant turned out to be a baller, but is it really because Shanahan developed him that way and he's a genius? Or was it just by need and figuring out what the strengths were for this kid to be able to read and react and get the ball down the field to be productive, right? Because if he can do that with him, then you have to question why he hasn't been able to do that with the others and why did the Jimmy G experiment up to a point fail? And I point it back to him. I don't really look at him as a genius. That's my 2 cents worth, man.
Interesting. Thank you, Tommy. And it's always, to me, a curiosity in terms of how you look at any coach based on their personnel versus the coach when their personnel actually gets better.
Right.
So Kyle Shanahan takes over this team, and the roster was bereft of any real talent, and you lost your first 10 games. Then you traded for Jimmy Garoppolo. He came in, and he won the last 4 or 5, and you wound up with a decent year. Then Garoppolo gets the job, the roster gets better, and Shanahan starts to win games. So did Kyle Shanahan learn to coach overnight, Or was the roster just better, and so the team started playing better as well?
Right. Well, number one, Kyle Shanahan, the idea of him being an offensive genius, that's not just a Bay Area thing. That's not a Bay Area media thing. That's not a Niner thing. I mean, all across the football world, all across the sports world, if you follow football, Kyle Shanahan is known as one of the top offensive coaches. That's just what it is. And number two, it really just depends on your definition of success. Right? If your definition of success is multiple Super Bowls, then not only has Kyle Shanahan come up short, then basically every coach in the NFL has come up short besides the couple that do have rings right now. So when it comes to the definition of success, I think it would be very hard to say that Kyle Shanahan hasn't been successful because NFC championships year in, year out, he's been to a Super Bowl, hasn't been able to get it done, but he has still performed at a high level, and if Kyle Shanahan were to walk, he would get picked up off the street immediately. I don't even think he'd get to the street. He'd be walking down the stairs out of the the Niners building before somebody picked him up. So I understand that you still want the big one. You want that parade. You want number 6. But Kyle Shanahan, compared to the rest of the NFL, it's still one of the elite coaches. And I don't really know if that's debatable. And when you look at how this roster looks right now, besides Christian McCaffrey, offensively and defensively, we can talk about the drafts and how they've missed, but look at all the guys that they have been able to draft and they have been able to, produce. So I understand that you want the big one, but sometimes you got to take a step back. You got to put it in perspective, because if you look at Debo, Brandon Ayuk, and you put a collection of talent together so that, Jimmy G looked really good and Brock Purdy's looked really good, but that's from a roster that Kyle Shanahan has constructed and he is calling the play. So it was very hard for me to say that Kyle Shanahan is overrated or not an offensive genius, whatever you want to call it.
If you did a coaching draft, if all 32 coaches became free agents right now and all the teams had a chance to draft the head coaches 32 through 1, Shanahan goes in the top 5.
Easy.
Maybe he's in the top 3.
Yeah.
You put him in the top 5 in terms of what he's done. I'm looking at the ranking styles, and we'll get into some Giants talk here in just a minute. But the Chip Kelly year, 2016, the Niners ranked 31st in offensive yards and 27th in offensive points. They were 2-14 that year. So Shanahan takes over largely the same team, and he gets Garoppolo toward the end of that season. They were 12th in yards, 20th in points, and since then, they've been in the top 10 in 3 of his subsequent 5 years in both yards and in points. So Shanahan, yes, your point is well taken. They've improved the roster dramatically, but also having Shanahan there has helped the offense become a completely different unit. And, put the quarterback aside. If you look at just the team this year, you've got multiple Hall of Famers on the offense. Trent Williams is a lock. He's a first ballot Hall of Famer. Christian McCaffrey is on a Hall of Fame track. George Kittle, if he can play another 5 years or so, he might be in the conversation. Now, Fred Warren on the defensive side of the ball has been elite, and he might trend toward being in that group. Nick Bosa is on a track to be a Hall of Fame type player. So, yes, they've drafted and done well in many ways, and Kyle Shanahan has made a lot out of this team, 23-11 over the last 2 years, and all of this while searching for his franchise quarterback.
Well, that's the thing. If the big knock on Kyle Shanahan would be his decision-making. At that point in time, your decision to take Trey Lance, your decision to take a rookie QB. I mean, any of these guys, Mac Jones is supposed to be the safe pick. I don't know what this team looks like with Mac Jones, and you still have all these weapons. So his decision-making in terms of the big picture of, okay, do we need to keep all these weapons? Do we say no to? Do we say yes to maybe having a lesser defense or less weapons on offense so we can afford to pay a franchise guy that should be able to make up for what we're missing? Kyle Shanahan has decided not to do that. And if you're gonna rag on him for that because that was his choice, and they do not have a Super Bowl yet, and they do have this that's the thing. Everybody says, oh my gosh, they have this Super Bowl ready roster, they can't get it done. Well, who was the mastermind behind the Super Bowl ready roster? Kyle Shanahan.
And John Lynch.
John Lynch. So Kyle Shanahan, and he makes it hum and he makes it go. If anything, it might be a little bit of Kyle Shanahan having too much on his plate. I've heard that conversation before. And maybe you should, jack of all trades, master of none. Maybe you should just focus on the coaching aspect instead of just having your hand in everything. But as of right now, he runs it along with John Lynch, and that's how it's going to be. And it's hard to argue their success, but every fan is going to make that argument if you don't have a parade.
Right.
Because we want a parade.
If you look at the history of Super Bowl winning coaches and you total up the individuals who have won a Super Bowl, I think that number's 34.
Yeah.
So you're talking about the very select few coaches in the history of the National Football League who've been able to win a Super Bowl. And you mentioned it before, 32 teams going into this year. And right now, all 32 are 0-0. 31 of those teams are not going to win the Super Bowl.
No.
So of the other 31 teams who don't win the Super Bowl, how many of those teams would be looking at a Super Bowl or bust sort of ideology among the fan base? Maybe 6 teams?
Right. Maybe.
You're talking about Kansas City and Buffalo, Cincinnati and Philadelphia, and the Niners and, Dallas, I suppose you could throw
Dallas
them in.
Is every year,
right,
I guess.
But they're good enough to where their fans can rightly say Super Bowl or bust.
Minnesota?
I doubt it.
Yeah.
Even the Jets I wouldn't throw in, although the Jets could be a very good team this year. They haven't been close enough to where I would look at them and say it's Super Bowl or bust. So for the other 26 teams who maybe or probably won't win the Super Bowl, what are their fans going to say? Are they going to try to run their coach if they go 11-6 and have a first round ouster in the postseason?
Right, and the comparison that we continue to see, continue to hear about, and we were talking about it during the break, Dibs. Andy Reid in Philadelphia. Everybody, Niners' favorite city, Philadelphia. Niner fans' favorite city, Philadelphia. He was there for 14 years, right? Kyle Shanahan going into his 7th year. So this idea. And it's not necessarily the hot seat conversation or whatever you want to call it. Andy Reid was there for 14 years before they said, you know what, man, we got to move forward. And then Andy Reid, but here's the thing. Here's a good question. Now, Donovan McNabb, obviously, Andy Reid had some really good QBs, I would argue better than what Kyle Shanahan has had so far. I don't know that it's really an argument, but Andy Reid, he did eventually need the future GOAT, as a lot of people would say, to get his, but he did get his.
Yeah, and that's where it becomes interesting with Shanahan because he doesn't have the future GOAT. Can he get it done with just an ordinary quarterback? This season will be an interesting one. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Twitch and YouTube are powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Great Niner talk with Alan Stiles in for Mark Willard, and I know that Mark Willard, somewhere, wherever he is, coming back from his vacation, he's got his eyes on Bochy. That's me doing Willard doing Bochy. And not bad. Yeah, Grandy, I'll take a 3. It's a rare 3. Must be a Friday 3 from Grandy.
That's right.
But Boch is in town, Alan. How big of a moment is it for Giants fans to have Bochy back? And I think it is kind of a neat time for the Giants, who are good, but for me, the pressure is on Gabe Kapler more than anybody else with the Giants organization. The returning hero, winner of 3 World Series, comes to town, and Cap has got his team in a little bit of a tough spot after getting swept by the A's and after turtling up down in Anaheim.
Yeah, and unfortunately, it's very hard for people to give someone their flowers without dragging somebody else, and that's a lot of what Gabe Kapler has seen. Gabe Kapler has been a very good coach as far as I have seen so far, right? Set the franchise record for wins. Obviously, he doesn't have a World Series yet, but it's still early. You have Bruce Bochy. He's a legend. He's a legend in the game, from the way that he acts to his demeanor to the fact that he pressed all the right buttons at the right times. He won those World Series, and Gabe Kapler will never be Bruce Bochy. But that doesn't mean he's not a good coach. That doesn't mean that the Giants can't win a World Series with Gabe Kapler. But in this specific instance, Dibs, what I'm interested in is, a little later we'll talk about the Christmas game or the opening night with Phoenix and the Warriors, right? And how you kind of get up for your guy. You get up for your team. I talked about it with Jimmy G and the Raiders and feeling a little bit chippy that's our guy now. I'm wondering, I know baseball doesn't have the same intensity level as football or even basketball. But I am wondering if the Giants' actual players, they know the narrative around Gabe Kapler. No, everybody sees, with social media now, everybody sees things, right? You talk about Brandon Crawford, and you'll see his wife pop up on Twitter and say some things.
Shout out Jalen.
Everybody sees things now. So I am wondering if maybe, and you're going to have the opener, I get it, but you are going to have the opener, then you're going to have two legit starters, so you got a good opportunity for the Giants. I'm wondering if the Giants, they also are going to have that little, I don't know if it's chip on your shoulder, but hey, Gabe Kapler's our guy, Skip is our guy, and we want to make sure that we show out for him because we love what Bruce Bochy did. A lot of us weren't here.
Well, none of them were here.
Yeah, besides Brandon Crawford.
That's the only one.
Yeah,
and I think if you go up and down the roster, I don't believe any of them were here, even in Bruce Bochy's final season. So to your point, do they cape for Cap?
Yes,
so to speak, and really try to pull together, knowing that the fan base won't be torn. But when Bruce Bochy comes out to exchange lineup cards tonight, or every time they show him in the dugout on Apple TV Plus, fans are going to be feeling some kind of way. There's a warmth for Bruce Bochy. He's one of the true legends in Giants baseball history, and the fact that he's now managing, and he's managing very well for a team that has a better record than the Giants do. And if you look at World Series odds, the Rangers have a better chance, according to the odds makers, of winning the World Series than the Giants do. So it's more than the feeling you would get if he were managing the A's, for example.
Well, exactly.
You'd have a little bit more sympathy for Boch.
Yes.
Now you've got a little bit of envy.
Well, but also at this point in Boch's career, he ain't getting out of bed to coach the A's. No disrespect whatsoever.
Right, but let's say if the Rangers were, 40-70,
yes,
you would feel differently about Bruce coming back. But the fact that he is managing well, and he's got to be one of the favorites for manager of the year in the American League, and he comes in at a time where to say the Giants are reeling is unfair, but you have dropped 4 of 5.
Right, and this goes back to the conversation we had about Travis Kelce and George Kittle yesterday when you want to put them on different teams, because I don't know what Gabe Kapler, what the Rangers record looks like if Gabe Kapler is on the Rangers, or vice versa if you put Bruce Bochy back on the Giants, because like I said, he's not getting out of bed to coach the A's, because the Rangers, they went out and they spent that chicken. They go out to get Marcus Semien, they go out and get a lot of guys, so they had winning on their minds. They weren't just going to go ahead and say, all right, we're going to bring in Bruce Bochy, we're not going to do anything else. So he is coaching a very good roster, and I would argue a roster that is much better than the Giants roster.
Right, but the Giants roster it's kind of built to be this way, at least until they go out there and sign a big free agent. This is kind of what Gabe Kapler signed up for. And he came on board with Farhan Zaidi. He was handpicked by Farhan to manage this style. So this is the hand that Gabe was dealt, and it's the hand that he knew he was going to be dealt.
No, I know.
Maybe this is part of why Bruce Bochy wasn't going to work out long term, because he didn't maybe want to manage this style of ball, which is matchups. It's matchups to the extreme. And you mentioned the opener, and Scott Alexander going to get the ball tonight. Giants have lost their last 2 games in which they used an opener. So might that strategy be coming down crashing to earth, or is that just an anomaly, a statistical anomaly?
Yeah, every other day it's something else. All I know is with an opener, you better put up runs. You can't go out and put up anything under than 3, and I'm being very nice saying 3. You really need more like 5 to 7 with an opener to feel safe. All I'm saying is, and I don't know what the Vegas odds were, the over-under for the Rangers to start the year, but you got Corey Seager. You got guys. That's all I'm saying. So Bruce Bochy comes back into town, and I just want fans to remember that things weren't great. The Giants weren't good, and sometimes things run in
Bochy's last year.
In Bochy's last year,
yeah.
Sometimes things just run its course. And if you think about where the Giants were, it was time for a fresh start on both sides. It's not as if Bochy went back into coaching immediately. It was a long run, right? And it was just time to take a break, take a reset. Like you said, there are a lot of different beliefs, if you will, between Bochy and Farhan, and it probably wouldn't have meshed very well. So sometimes it's just better to say, hey, thank you for the run. You go off and get it done. We just talked about Andy Reid, and the Eagles didn't even get a championship. That's just what that's just what it is, right? I mean, you can't keep a coach forever. And we have the conversations about Mike Tomlin and the Steelers, a little bit different in football because of the amount of games and things like that. But those conversations always come in and out. But Bochy, he had a good run. We'll forever love him and his commercials with Buster Posey talking about tacos in the car. We'll love that forever. But it was time to move forward, regardless of whether the Rangers win the World Series this year and the Giants never win a World Series under Gabe Kapler and Farhan. It doesn't mean that wasn't the right move at that time. It was just time.
But it feels a little bit more painful when Bruce Bochy is, and he never said he was going to retire, but we all talked about, was Bochy forced out? And I said at the time, if Bochy doesn't ever take another job, then no, he wasn't forced out. Well, Bochy sits out a couple of years and then boom, lands in Texas. And it feels at that time like, yeah, maybe he was forced out. And to your point, everything must come to an end. All good things must come to an end. In his last 3 years at the helm of the Giants, they were 58 games under 500, 64 and 98 in 2017, the year after they made the playoff run in 2016. Then they win 73 and 77 in back-to-back years, and that's where they were making the changes. Farhan was already in Bochy's last year, and they wanted to make a managerial switch. And so the rest is ongoing history. Does this also make us feel a certain way about Bob Myers? Just real quick, if Bob Myers, and we had the report yesterday that he's going to go work for ESPN and the NBA Countdown, if that happens, and then after a year, he goes and gets another GM job or a president of basketball ops somewhere else, does that make us feel differently about his departure from here?
I still don't think so. I still don't think so because
I actually think so.
Maybe it's a little bit different, but I feel that people need breaks and people need to feel that it's run its course. At that time, Bob Myers knew how strapped they were for cash, and there's a lot of juggling to go on when you sign those contracts, and they were in a very unique situation that a lot of teams aren't in, and maybe Bob Myers just felt like, I'm tired of doing the juggling act. You know, I'm tired of being in the circus and trying to, pay off Paul to pay Peter. I'm tired of doing that. So I don't look at it like that because of the cap situation with the Warriors, and maybe he just wanted a fresh start.
Yeah, perhaps. And if he sits out a year and then if he goes on to be GM or president of basketball ops somewhere else next year, I'm definitely going to feel a little bit hurt. And not so much at Bob, because, do what you want, Bob, and live your life and have a career. But I would be a little bit more scornful toward Joe Lacob for, quote, forcing him out. And that's kind of how I feel about Bruce Bochy, who is coming back to town tonight as the Rangers take on the Giants. George Conto is going to join us on the other side. We're going to get his thoughts of playing and pitching for Bruce Bochy and what his emotions and feelings are with Bruce Bochy coming back tonight for the first place Rangers. It'll be Gray versus Alexander out at Oracle Park. We are sponsored by AC Transit. Former Giants pitcher George Contos next on Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Get in where you fit.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Well, it may not be October in high school, but it's a homecoming no matter how you slice it. Bruce Bochy and the Texas Rangers are back in town, and so we got an opportunity to talk to one of Bruce's former players, George Contos, here on 95.7 The Game. George working for NBC Sports Bay Area as a great pre- and post-game analyst. George, how you doing tonight?
I'm doing fantastic, fellas. How you guys doing?
We're doing really well, and Alan and I, it's Alan Stiles in here with Dan Dibley. We were talking about feelings and emotions because we're sensitive people, George. We're not just all punches in the arm and, tough guys and the rest of it, but what are you feeling as the old skipper comes back to town?
I'll tell you what, I think everyone kind of feels the same way, right? It's very, very bittersweet because of all the memories that we've had with Boch at the helm. 3 championships in the San Francisco era of Giants baseball, and he was the guy leading the charge for all 3 of them. It's great to see him still in baseball, and I know that everyone still wishes him well, and it's, again, seeing him come into Oracle Park to face his old team in another uniform is, I think, difficult for most people.
Well, George, the manager on the other side, the Giants manager now, Gabe Kapler, it's been tough for him just because Bruce Bochy is such a legend. Do you think it's been fair how Gabe Kapler has been evaluated since taking the helm after Bruce Bochy's departure?
I think that with Gabe coming in, whoever that would have been, anybody, and Gabe happened to be the guy coming in after a guy like Bruce Bochy leaves is going to be difficult. You're going to be already behind the 8 ball, so to speak. You're going to be kind of judged a little bit unfairly, and Gabe's done obviously a really good job. They've had some really good teams for the Giants. You go back to 2021 and what they did and set the franchise record. But when you win championships and when you have a guy who's going to the Hall of Fame, it's a little bit of just an unfair position to be in, no matter who it is, no matter what's going on. When you replace a guy that has meant so much to the city, it's just a little bit of a behind the 8 ball situation.
2-time champion George Contos here on 95.7 The Game. Do you have any favorite memories or maybe a vignette you'd like to share of your time playing for Bruce Bochy?
I have a couple great memories. I have one very, very specific one. In general, Boch always had this very calm demeanor about him. Whether we were up by 10, whether we were down by 10, or whether we were in a tie game in the 8th or 9th inning, you'd always look at Boch at that top step of the dugout where he always would sit, and you always felt this kind of calm confidence that we're either not done yet, or we're not out of it, or we have more work to do. And when the bullpens were back on the fields and the guys in the bullpen, we'd have our little area right down the stairs there. We would always be kind of peeking our heads up, and everyone was up on the top step as well. Whenever you would look to the end of the dugout and see Boch there, it kind of just was a calming factor. So he had that calming demeanor over all the guys that were, in the clubhouse, on the roster, in the dugout, whatever it was. But after we won the 2012 World Series, I always got to the field very early. And on parade day, I did the same thing. I got to the field a little early, and I was in the trainer's room, and Boch walked in. And we had probably a 15 or 20-minute little powwow, and he said to me, he goes, "George, I don't think you realize what we just did." And this was obviously when we came back and won 3 in Cincinnati, won 3 in a row against St. Louis, and swept the Tigers, obviously. But he goes, "You're going to sit there at some point, and it's going to be maybe 6 months from now, 5 years from now, 10 years from now, whenever it is, and it's going to sink in how impressive, how unbelievable this postseason run was for us." And that happened to me as soon as I retired. And I came back and I had hung up my spikes, and I was moving on to the media side of things, and I sat there and I kind of evaluated everything that happened in my career, and what came out was just Boch's words resonating 10 years later. And that was probably one of my greatest Boch moments, was that conversation. And I don't know when it's going to happen for you, but at some point you're going to realize what we did here. And I had it 10 years later, and that was pretty special.
George, Bochy is known as this old school classic guy in terms of how he plays the game and coaches the game. But I do think it gets a little undersold as far as his ability to adapt. Do you think he's adapted well to the new age of baseball and the analytics and things like that?
I think that Boch did a little bit of that, always. I think that we always had what the guys' splits were against righties and lefties, and we always had what a reliever or whoever was facing against the next three guys in the lineup. We always kind of had that. And what Bochy's greatest asset was, and still is, obviously, is his ability to manage people and to get the most out of the guys that he has on his squad. And he would never put you in a position where he thought that you weren't comfortable or you weren't ready. He knows the game, obviously, but he knows his players, and he makes everybody feel comfortable in the position that they're in. And that's why guys love to play for him, is because he puts you in positions to succeed. If you're having a bad day or a bad couple days, and I know this for I've had this many times, I'd go out there, I'd give up a run or a couple runs on a couple straight days. Boch would put me right back in the game. He'd put me right back on the horse, and he wants you to get back in that good mental state so he can use you in the role that he wants to use you in. And he's just had the ability to get the best out of his players throughout his entire career.
George Contos played for Bruce Bochy for 6 years with the Giants, joining us here on 95.7 The Game. Now George, an NBC Bay Area Giants pre- and post-game analyst. How much does Bochy's demeanor help him now in this era of social media and overreaction and all the rest of it, and his ability to your point, remain calm and just continue to keep players calm as well with their ups and downs?
I think it's such a huge, Boch is one of those guys that is kind of timeless, right? He's an old school guy. He knows the game. He plays kind of chess when everybody else can sometimes be playing checkers. But look, Chris Young over there with the Rangers, he sought him out. He wanted Boch. He wanted a guy who was a player's guy, who's going to be able to get the most out of his players. And you saw guys sign over there because Boch was the guy who was going to be leading the helm, and that just speaks volumes about what he has done throughout his career. I mean, there's not that I've ever heard of or spoken to or anything. Not one person has ever said that they didn't enjoy their time playing under Bruce Bochy.
George, I think the narrative is that Gabe Kapler and Bruce Bochy are so different. Do you see any similarities between the two?
The ability to control a clubhouse, I think, is very important, if not one of the most important things that you can have. Team chemistry, that's what we talked about for the three championship runs that we had with the Giants in 10, 12, and 14, is we were never the best team on paper, but we always had guys that pulled for one another. And I think that this Giants team that we've seen the last few years, you have that same kind of style. And I think that you have to give credit to the staff, Gabe, Farhan, everybody, for putting those players in place and to have that kind of, camaraderie and team chemistry that these guys have. If you have some outliers in the clubhouse, that can be a little bit of a detriment, and they don't seem to have that. So you have to give Gabe and Farhan credit for what they've been able to do in the wake of what Bruce Bochy's exit left.
Is it more difficult the way Gabe and Farhan are doing it as opposed to the way you guys did it during the championship run? Because you pretty much had a starting rotation. You had bullpen roles with the core forward, the back end, and position guys pretty much knew when they would be in the lineup. Yet the Kapler-Zaidi regime has been players in, players out, players up, players down. Does that make it more difficult on the skipper?
I think you have to answer a lot more questions because you're compared to your predecessors, and whenever people talk about the San Francisco Giants teams of the present and even the last few years, you're always comparing everything to championship caliber teams, right? I was raised and came up in the generation of baseball where you didn't have the righty-lefty lineups and the platoons and all that. I had the kind of lineups where you knew that you were playing every day, and if you needed a breather for a day or two, you'd get that. But you were the whatever position, and the hot hand was always playing, regardless of whether it was a righty or a lefty. They have decided and chosen to go this path with the analytics and what the numbers say, and the Giants have obviously responded very well to it. I came up in the game a little bit differently. It's not what I would do, but it's working, and you have to buy into what's working. So it's one of those kind of catch-22s where a lot of people are like, hey, this isn't how we've done it, but right now it's working. So, that's kind of where we're at, I feel like.
We're talking to George Contos, two-time World Series champ. George, as a relief pitcher yourself, what are your thoughts on the opener situation that the Giants are trying to do or are doing? Do you think it can last? Do you think it works? What are your feelings on it?
Well, I mean, the numbers so far say that it works. I think they're 15-6 with the opener. So the numbers have been there. I've never really kind of experienced that. The opener came in, I think, or was prevalent, a lot more prevalent the year that I kind of hung them up, or the year that I was not in the big leagues. But it's an interesting kind of. I understand where the thought goes into having the opener, where you want the starting pitcher to not face somebody through a third time through the order. But if you can get your starting pitcher to go 5 innings, and then you bring a guy like myself in, that was my role. I was the guy that would come in the 5th or 6th earlier in my career and get the ball to those late inning guys. That would be my fight back on not using the opener. But they've been doing a great job with it. You have a bunch of guys who have done really well in that role and who have embraced that they are going to use the opener. And the only thing that I think is different is that you are having to get your routine going a little bit earlier if you're that person who's going to be the opener. So it's one of those things where they've implemented it. They're doing a great job. I mean, we're even hearing talks of them using that potentially in the playoffs. So they've bought into it, and it seems to be working.
Yeah, George Contos here on 95.7 The Game. To use it in the playoffs, you have to get to the playoffs. It seems simplistic, but they've dropped 4 of 5, and quite a gauntlet schedule-wise upcoming. How critical is this series to set a tone for the next month, which features only playoff caliber teams?
Oh man, I mean, these are the games that we talk about in April and May, right? I mean, we're in August and September now. And you're going to be in a race, in a division race, and in a wild card race where all of these games are important. And you're going to be facing good teams. And this team specifically is one of the best teams in the big leagues this year. I think they're probably some favorites in the AL. It is very important to kind of win series. You're not going to win every game, but you need to win series and win more games than you lose. Because the Dodgers have upgraded themselves. They have Trinan and Buehler coming back in September, and they're only going to get better. So you have to win these games, and you have to win series.
Yeah, big series against Texas and Tampa, and then Atlanta and Philly, and more Atlanta. It's going to be fun over the next month. George, one more before we let you go, and it's about managerial styles and the playoffs. Does the Bruce Bochy from the gut, and I know it's an oversimplification sensation of sorts, but does the from the gut style work better in the playoffs, or can the spreadsheet approach work just as fine in a short series?
Well, I'll tell you what. I mean, I think that we saw what the spreadsheet said, and this is, you said from the gut, and this is the first thing that popped into my mind. But in Game 6 of the World Series with the Tampa Bay Rays and the Los Angeles Dodgers, they pulled Blake Snell to not face the top of the lineup for the third time when they were 0 for 6 with 5 strikeouts. And they brought in Nick Anderson, who gave up, I think, a couple runs immediately. And Mookie Betts said it right after the game. He said, as soon as we saw Nick Anderson running in through the bullpen, the momentum had shifted, and we felt like we were going to win the game. So the gut reaction, I think, is very important. The numbers are also very important. I mean, there's so many things to take into consideration. But in the playoffs, when there's no tomorrow, there's no let's see what happens a week from now, you have to make the right decision now. I think the gut reaction plays a much more significant role in the month of October.
Might have been a gut move to let Bumgarner get 16 outs in that Game 7 as well, huh, George?
Hey, the gut moves have paid out in the Giants era, at least.
George Contos, thank you so much for joining us. Enjoy the series, and say hi to Boch for us.
All right, guys. Thanks for having me.
Thank you, George. George Contos, NBC Sports Bay Area pre and post, former Giant reliever, pitched a ton in 2012 on that run to the World Series, also on the club in 2014. And interesting the way he broke that down about, in the playoffs, if it's the gut or the spreadsheet, or at some point, do you have to just manage in a different fashion?
Right. And I guess the question is, what is your gut telling you versus the numbers? And I think everything just deserves to have a happy medium, which is kind of a cop-out, but I do think it's the truth. Because to your point, and I was going to say it myself, but you beat me to it.
Nice.
Now, about Bumgarner, now you start thinking how many moves that Bruce Bochy made with the Giants, and we can do this with a lot of the different World Series, how many moves in baseball that ended up helping a team win the World Series, how many moves like that wouldn't have been made if you trusted the spreadsheet and trusted the numbers versus the gut? And how different could baseball be? I mean, who knows what happens if Blake Snell does stay in that game? Maybe he ends up giving up runs anyway. Maybe he doesn't, but now we'll never know. So it feels like just because this numbers, if you look at since the numbers became prevalent, how often have the numbers actually resulted in World Series? I mean, even the Dodgers, they got their championship, sure, that short season, but the Dodgers, they got into a lot of trouble with that, with trusting the numbers. I think the whole thing with the numbers situation is that the Red Sox, when they were rolling, they did it best in terms of the happy medium.
Yeah.
They trusted the numbers, but they went out and they spent some money, you know what I mean? And they made sure they weren't solely relying on the numbers. And that is why, if you're a Giants fan, you have been hoping and praying for a big fish, because the numbers game and the hidden gems game can only take you so far. You need a big fish. You need a cornerstone, a foundational piece to get it done. And then once you get in the playoffs, then you would trust your gut and things like that. And I would say this, honestly, Dibs, if we are going to say that maybe Bochy's numbers game is undersold, right? Maybe Gabe Kapler's gut game is undersold too. We haven't really seen him in the same situations yet.
Right.
But I don't know that every move he makes is I don't know if he's as robotic as everybody wants him to be. And I don't know
That's an interesting point, but you haven't really heard Gabe Kapler say a lot in post-game interviews. I just went with my gut. It's usually we have a process and we analyze the situation, and Gabe Kapler always talks about matchups and opportunities, and the way he speaks about their approach is so fluent and so cogent. It drives some people crazy because it may come across as pompous or arrogant, but Gabe Kapler and his staff work very hard on winning every matchup, which is why Scott Alexander goes tonight as an opener. They feel like they can get those first 3 outs with Alexander. They can get their innings eater or their bulk innings guy to come in and then face the middle of the order and roll over the lineup from there, to where when you get back to the top 3, those 3 wouldn't have already seen that same pitcher already. So then you can get your bulk guy to get through the lineup once, and then maybe you go to the pen again. George mentioned the Tampa Bay game, and I just pulled up the synopsis of it, and current Giant A.J. Pollock played a role in that. Tampa's up 1-0. Blake Snell's got a one-hitter, and they're up 1-0. A.J. Pollock pops out to second. Austin Barnes with a base hit to center field, and that's it. Out comes Kevin Cash. They go to the pen, and George just told the story about Mookie Betts drooling in the on-deck circle. Mookie doubles, a wild pitch, and then a fielder's choice, and the rest is history. So interesting what George said about the question of gut versus spreadsheet in the playoffs.
Right.
And I wonder if we get into the playoffs, if the Giants do, if Gabe Kapler doesn't adjust a little bit and go more to the gut.
Right. And in terms of the opener thing, my question is how many other teams are rolling with the opener layout as much as the Giants are? Because we obviously hear about with the Giants, but how prevalent is it throughout the rest of the league? Because that would tell me if it seems too off base, and even though the numbers do say, okay, this works, the opener thing to me is something that I would not trust in the playoffs, just because you're facing the best hitters. You're facing, you know what I mean? You're facing guys that are just about their business, and they've played at a high level throughout the season. That's why they're in the playoffs. So I am curious how many teams go with the opener. I would say, because the Giants are going with the opener, it's twice throughout the quote-unquote rotation.
At least, yeah.
Yeah.
And now 15-7. I think George said 15-6. I believe they've lost their last 2. Alexander gave up a 4 spot at the Angels his last time out. That was on Tuesday. And so they're going to turn right around and pitch him again tonight. And then Tristan Beck got the loss on Wednesday, another opener. So I believe now 15-7 using the openers. But the Giants don't really have another alternative at this point.
Right.
Unless you want to put your faith in Ross Stripling, which they might do. They might add him to the rotation. And the other piece would be Kyle Harrison, if you feel like he's able to come up. But even if he does come up from AAA, he'll be more of a glorified opener because I don't think he'll be ready to pitch more than 3 or 4 innings anyway.
No, if you wanted him to...
Shout out De La Salle.
I was going to let it go, but thank you.
I got to throw it out there. It sounds better coming from me.
And it's Friday. We had a good run. You got to say it one more time.
We had a good run.
You got to say it one more time. It's almost as if, and I've never done this actually, Dibs. I do watch a lot of Food Network, but I've never done it. It's almost as if the opener, it's like reverse searing a steak. Right? Reverse searing a steak. How do you
reverse sear a steak?
I believe reverse searing a steak is when you bake it off first and then you sear it versus typically you would sear it.
So you would bake it. So you cook the inside essentially first, and then you would sear it after.
Yes, and
as opposed to searing it first and then finishing it in the oven.
I might be butchering it. Somebody can let me know. But yes, reverse searing a steak versus the typical way when you just sear it. And sometimes the reverse searing is nice if you want to show off for your lady or whatever it is. But other times, just sear the darn steak. And I think that's what Bochy would do, and I think that's what a lot of Giants fans want the Giants, even though they are 15-7, great record with the opener, wants the Giants to do, whether it's about the opener or about just the lineup in general, just sear the steak normally.
Keep it simple.
Just keep it simple.
Keep it simple. Stupid, the KISS method. Kyle Harrison pitched yesterday, incidentally, 3 1/3. He gave up 1 run. It was unearned, and his ERA dipping to 4.52. So Harrison just fresh off an appearance in Las Vegas. So if you were hoping or thinking that maybe he would get a call up and be ready to pitch, probably wouldn't be good to go until Tuesday, August 15th.
Right. So the Giants are going to open it up some more, see what they can do. I mean, we'll really know. And honestly, you look at the record with the opener, you've alluded to how tough this schedule is about to get. If they're able to come out on top and still have a nice looking record with the opener after this stretch with the Rangers in town, then the Rays, and then obviously the Braves, then maybe I'll feel more comfortable about it in the playoffs because those are all playoff teams.
Yes, winning percentage of .591, followed by .590, followed by .637 in Atlanta. Then Philadelphia comes in. They're currently leading the wild card. They're at .552 with a better record than the Giants. So the next 4 series in and of themselves are monsters. Then you get Atlanta again. Cincinnati, you might get a break with 4 at San Diego in the end of August into early September because the Padres, as I mentioned, doing the Michael Crabtree, they're doing the fade route right now. So by the time you get to the Padres in late August, early September, they might be ready to hang them up.
Right. Well, it's still somewhat of, and the Padres, they need to figure out. Padres, look, they're trying to figure out who they want a rivalry with. Padres fans want to fight everybody, want to argue with everybody.
They're rivals with themselves right now.
They're rivals with good baseball. That's what they're rivals with right now. So Giants, maybe they'll get a break there, but I'm sure the Padres are going to get up for that as well.
About 4.5 out in the wild card. San Diego is. The Giants have a 2.5 game lead on the Chicago Cubs. It's the Phillies are the top wild card. The Giants are second. Then the Marlins, Cubs and Reds are a half game back of Miami. Then Arizona 2.5 back. Then the Padres, they're lurking. They're trying to hang around 4.5 back, but they've dropped 4 games in a row. So the Padres might be a week away from, in a WEAK week away from dipping out and calling it a year.
Then you have the spoiler situation, though, so they'll be around.
No doubt. We are presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. On the other side, we'll get into some more Giants nuance with Alan Stiles and also Christmas Day games in the National Basketball Association. Alan's not happy about it, and we'll get into your calls. 888-957-9570 on the other side. Wrapping up a great week with Stiles right here on Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
It's finally here. Football is back.
So wake me up when it's all over.
The first game is Sunday, and for the first time in over 6 months, we'll have an actual game to react to on Monday. It's all happening right here on 95.7 The Game.
Sam Hunt, Summer on the Outskirts 2023.
Soon as I get out here on the
Saturday, August 12th, Shoreline Amphitheater. Sam Hunt Live. With special guests Brett Young and Lily Rose. On sale now at livenation.com.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Ladies and gentlemen, football is officially back in the Bay Area. Tune in Sunday, immediately following the final whistle for overtime. 95.7 The Game's post-game show. Mark Grandy and Sterling Bennett will bring you instant reaction and analysis after the first preseason game of the year. Check out overtime immediately following every game this season. We are also presented by Fremont Bank, full-service banking. No compromises. Alan Stiles in for Mark Willard. We're getting everybody geared up for a couple of things. One, Sunday. Raiders and the Las Vegas Raiders. 1 o'clock kick. First preseason game. And we're taking your thoughts on the QB split. What do you want to see from the Niners at quarterback? 888-957-9570. Brock Purdy will not play. Trey Lance and Sam Darnold will play. And maybe Brandon Allen. What do you want to see from your quarterbacks, Niner fans? At 888-957-9570. The other topic we're kicking around is Bruce Bochy back in town at 3rd and King. Giants and Rangers tonight, first of 3. How big is this series for Gabe Kapler? Not for the standings, although it is big for the standings, but for the optics of going head-to-head against his predecessor.
Yes, very important. My question to you, Dibs, is that it's been a long road if you're a football fan.
I'm going to say it's been a long week. No, it's been a long week.
That's for next segment.
Okay.
When we do flowers and other things.
I love it.
In terms of the Niners, and it's been a while since you've had football. This preseason game, we talk about the love fest for football, right? And how, hey, I'll watch any type of football. I get that, and I even get it with preseason. But are people, first Niner game, first preseason game, are people linking up for the first preseason game? I know it's in Vegas, so are you going to somebody's house? Where's the line in terms of how juiced you are for a preseason game? Are you going to your buddy's house? Are you guys getting together for a preseason game? Or it's not that deep, right? It's still preseason. I'm just wondering, you're going to watch if you're a Niner fan,
of course.
Are there preseason parties? I'm just curious.
There can't be. I mean, honestly, there just can't be.
Why?
Well, even though this preseason game is one of the bigger preseason games that I can remember in terms of what we've talked about for weeks, if not months, of Trey Lance and Sam Darnold. And we talked all since Brock Purdy had the surgery. Will Brock Purdy be ready to start week 1? Well, that topic has now been shelved because Brock Purdy will be healthy and he will be the starter in week 1. So then we all pivoted to who's going to be QB2? Is it Trey Lance or is it Sam Darnold? So because of that question, that I think is still as much a part of the tableau of camp as any other question is, because of that, this preseason game becomes much more of a must-watch. I will be locked in on this game. I'll DVR it for the sake of the job, and that way I can, pick through and Larry Kruger the roster and, LB2 and CB3 and be able to do all the things that Larry's so good at. But also, this game feels like it means more than most preseason games have.
Yeah. So, obviously, you're not going to because of your situation, but
I have a baby.
I get that, but
and you do too. So you're not like,
no, I'm not.
Honey, watch our girl because I'm going over to Louie's house
to watch the preseason game.
Lock in on preseason number 1.
This question is for mostly the listeners because I know your situation.
Yeah.
So that is my question. Call line, text line 888-957-9570. Are there preseason parties? That is my question. I'm curious.
I would be blown away if somebody called and said yes.
I would too, but there's a part of me that wouldn't be.
Right.
Maybe for the first one. Football's back party. You know what I mean?
I feel that. And like right now we got Green Bay and Cincinnati up on the tube and it's live. And, I've watched it during the breaks and I've kept half an eye on it just because of what you said. It's football.
Right.
And for me, football is a lot like pizza. If there's pizza out there in the green room or our common area, it doesn't really matter where the pizza is, where the pizza's from, what kind of pizza it is, or, really how long it's been there. As long as it's been within a couple of days, a day or two, I'm eating a slice.
All right.
I'm going to eat a piece of pizza because I love pizza.
Right.
Football's on right now. Next to Little League. Shout out Rhode Island up 4-0 on New York. Possible upset in the making. I love the Little League World Series. You know that. But football's on. So we're watching football because it's on. And that's kind of the way I approach this Niner-Raider game. Now, if it wasn't for this job and having to know everything about football, would I watch it? Absolutely. Because I love football. And it's the first preseason game. Now, I'll be watching for Trey and I'll be watching for Sam. But beyond that, when you get further down the depth chart, it's a little bit tougher to just totally lock in on it, right?
Yeah, no, I hear you. Yeah, I mean, look, maybe there's some preseason parties out there. Maybe they're not. I was just curious. But when it comes back to the Niners and what we're expecting to see actually on the field, I mean, I think the first half is really what you pay the most attention to, unless they do decide to go in the way that you don't think they traditionally do, with Trey one quarter, Sam the next, Trey again, Sam the next. I think the biggest thing is how comfortable do those guys look. I may have come off this week as a Brock Purdy hater. I am definitely not a Brock Purdy hater at all, right? I like Brock Purdy. I think he's a good quarterback. I just don't know how good he is. But one thing I'll say about Brock Purdy, right and dirty with Purdy, by the way. One thing I'll say about Brock Purdy is that the difference between him and Jimmy Garoppolo went beyond the numbers for me. Brock Purdy came in cold turkey, cold pizza, if you will, just for you.
Yep.
And it didn't look as if he wasn't comfortable. It didn't look as if he hadn't done that before. Everything felt very much in control. And that was one thing that I saw with Jimmy Garoppolo that always kind of irked me. It was always a little frantic with Jimmy Garoppolo. And whether it was the happy feet or just the way he turned his head, and a lot of it was after the injury, but it was always just herky-jerky, if you will. Should I pass it here? Should I pass it here? Should I dump off?
Right.
And now there's a pick. Didn't look like that with Brock Purdy. Brock Purdy looked smooth as butter. Brock Purdy always looked in control, and that is what I like to see with my quarterback, and that's what I'm hoping to see with Trey Lance and also with Sam Darnold, because with Trey Lance, I didn't feel like that either. Very small sample size, but I didn't feel as if Trey had everything in control. I didn't feel like that. It felt as if Trey was kind of worried, and am I going to run here? Does coach want me to run? And I got to think about how I'm throwing and my arm motion. There's a lot going on in Trey's head. So I'm curious to see if we are able to see in this third year of Trey in the offense, does it at least look more comfortable? We understand about the long throws and the accuracy, but does he look more comfortable in the offense? That's a little nuance I'm paying attention to.
Yeah, and more confident in terms of what you're describing about, going from the primary to the secondary read and being able to scan the field and still make the play, still go to the check down, but after you've been able to look at the primary route, look at the secondary route, and if they're not open, then be able to go and find the check down, as opposed to you get back in the pocket and immediately you're not sure, and so you go to the check down before you have a chance to assess where the play was supposed to go. And I think for Sam Darnold, I'm also looking at that in terms of the pressure, because Sam Darnold famously said, "I'm seeing ghosts out there," which is a comment that is dogging him. And until you go out there and show that you've been able to put that behind you, that's going to be a part of his resume. The fact that he said that, and he's thrown one interception per every game he's ever started. So for Sam Darnold, I want to see how he reacts to pressure. And you probably won't see a ton of Max Crosby and the first team defense of the Raiders, and he may not even face him at all. If Trey Lance gets the first quarter or Trey Lance gets the first half, I don't know what the breakdown's going to be, but when Sam Darnold's in there, I want to see him have command over himself and be able to face pressure and not be able to make those mistakes we saw in New York and in Carolina.
Yeah, I'm very interested in, and obviously we can't read his mind, but Trey's mentality, because, he's from the same age range as the Ja Morants, and Ja Morant and a lot of these athletes these days, they'll say things that I don't even know if they'll believe. Ja Morant will say, I think I'm the best. I think I deserve the MVP. I think I'm the best guard in the last 10 years. Ja Morant will say stuff like that, and you'll say, dude, you sound ridiculous. But it's this feeling that he has to believe that. He has to say that. So if you're Trey Lance, what is your mentality? Is it, I need to go out and prove to coach that I'm QB number 2? Or is it a bit more of that dog in him? And it's, I need to go show coach why I need to be QB 1. I know Brock did his thing, but I'm not happy being QB 2. You know the famous saying, and my mom always used to say it to me, reach for the moon and you'll land amongst the stars, right? And if your goal is to just be QB 2, is that the right mindset? Is that the right mentality? Should Trey be thinking, I need to show coach that I can be good enough to be QB2, and please, even though I'm the 3rd pick, I just want to be good enough to be Brock's backup? Or does Trey have that dog in him to say, look, man, I know what Brock did, and I respect what Brock did, but I'm not coming out here to be anybody's number 2. I like Brock. He's a nice guy, but I'm not coming out here to be Brock's number 2. I might have to start off like that, but I know that I want more from my career. And I know that, and it's a matter of, and I'm very excited to see it because it is a dance, because you can't be too overly excited because Trey, the way you get on, and we've heard that Sam Darnold has been maybe picking his spots in terms of what he's been doing on the field because he knows what Kyle Shanahan wants to do. So it might not be the read that even Sam Darnold technically wants, but he knows that's what Kyle Shanahan wants. So it's a happy medium between that and also showing you why I am that guy and why you went out and got me. Because the thing is, if Trey has the ability to hit the short guys and then go deep to Danny Gray, that's why you drafted him, right? Because Trey has to still be able to show things that we don't believe Brock Purdy can do.
Right, which is really only the deep ball, and I don't even know if Brock Purdy can't throw the deep ball. I don't think that we've definitively seen any weakness in Brock Purdy's game. The guy has never lost a game that he started and finished. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1, San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Twitch and YouTube are powered by First NorCal Credit Union. It's Alan Stiles in for Mark Willard here on 95.7 The Game. Are you having a preseason game party? 888-957-9570 is the phone number. It's also the Xfinity Mobile text line. This from the 408. No party, but definitely an excuse to hang, sports bar, etc. And that's kind of where I am in terms of...
that makes sense, yeah.
Yeah, and I do, now that I'm thinking about it, my baby, who's a little bit older than your baby, my baby's about to be a year old. I believe she has a swim date on Sunday after her second nap, which will be right about kick time. So your boy might actually have a little go out to a sports bar wiggle room.
Where are you going to be?
That's a good question. I'll text you.
I might slide.
We'll keep it offline, but it'll definitely be somewhere where there are adult libations.
Okay.
It'll be an adult libation sensation, assuming that this swim play date with her cousin actually lines up.
Right. Well, what's going to happen is you're going to text me, because the thing is, now we have to coordinate both being free at the same time.
Correct.
So you're going to text me and say, I got the freedom, and I'm going to text you and say, she missed her nappy time.
Yeah.
I don't got it.
I've got a situation where with my window, it might be big enough, wide enough window to where I can come to you. So maybe we can get you.
You come to the island.
Maybe we can
I'll treat you real nice.
To dip out and do something in the Meta. I got some spots in the Meta now.
You got some spots. I got some spots.
I got some spots in the Meta. Okay, I've been going to the Meta.
We might have the same spot. There's not that many spots in the Meta.
I've been going to the Meta since you were in third grade.
Oh,
okay. As we go back to the since you were in third
grade
portion.
One more. I got it.
Thank you.
1 hour left. Had to get one more.
Had to get that. Coming up at 5:30, the defensive play of the week, and you're going to love this one. I had to tease it because it's an absolute gem. From the 510, I'm a Raider fan, and I'm flying into Vegas tomorrow.
But that's probably to go to the game, I'd assume.
Correct.
That's different, though.
No, but it speaks to the enormity of this preseason game.
Yeah. Everybody wants to. Well, here's a question: Jimmy Garoppolo, does he play?
I think so. Yeah, I think so.
Tomorrow, for the first
Raiders,
preseason.
Yeah, for the Raiders.
I mean the first preseason game.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
If you're Jimmy Garoppolo, I think you want to go out there and play against your guys. And Jimmy Garoppolo, had a nice time catching up with Brock Purdy. And I'm trying to get the correct mouse here so I can play some Jimmy G sound. And he also was, you saw him out there and talking about his brothers. These guys are my brothers and this and that. So if you're Jimmy G, you definitely want to go out there and play. Here is Jimmy G talking about his experience with Brock Purdy?
Brock was a cool dude, on and off the field. He really, as a rookie, he was pretty quiet off the get-go, but he started to open up towards the end, especially once he started playing. We got to talk it up a little bit out there today, so he sounded like he was doing good.
A little handshake there, and Jimmy went on to talk about some of the things that Brock said to him.
That's cool to hear. That was kind of one thing I always take pride in, just how the guys see you, how you interact with them. You don't want to be that quarterback that's separated from the whole team and doing your own thing. I've always wanted to be one of the guys, and it's kind of how I go about my business.
Jimmy saying that Brock had mentioned that he looked up to Jimmy G as a leader. So even though Jimmy may have been aloof and unavailable via the phone to his head coach, he had a good relationship with young Brock Purdy.
Right. And that's obviously good to see and good to hear. And a great business transaction between the Niners, business relationship between the Niners and Jimmy Garoppolo. Very similar to what we were talking about with Bruce Bochy with the Giants. I would say that it was a successful business relationship, and it ended. All is well that ends well. Bruce goes his way, Giants go their way, Jimmy goes his way, Niners go their way. That's what they all say.
And that's why, that's a nice rhyme, the way you brought that home. I think that is in part why Jimmy G will play at least a series. And, Jimmy Garoppolo himself is coming off of an injury, rehabbing and trying to get healthy, and he's with a new team. So I do think you want to see your starter out there and at least get him some reps. That being said, though, I'm looking at the Patriots, and the Patriots didn't play McCorkle Jones at all. They had a lot of Bailey Zappi out there. So, if you're looking at other teams around football, how many of them are going to go ahead and play the starter? I think it's case-to-case basis. The Patriots played Cunningham and McSorley. You did get C.J. Stroud for a little bit, 4 attempts, managed to throw a pick. QB rating is 17.7. Is C.J. Stroud a bust, Alan?
Right. He's not a bust, but we're going to talk about whether he is or not, even though it's only the first game. Just for the record,
2 for 4 with the pick.
2 for 4 with the pick.
How troubled are you in Texans Nation?
Just for the record, it looks like Jordan Love started for the Packers. So that's another guy with question marks, or the presumed QB1, who he needs to get on out there. So again, the reason we're bringing this up is the conversation about Brock Purdy not playing any preseason games. I mean, Jimmy Garoppolo, with his injury background, if there was anybody to not play in the preseason, it would be Jimmy Garoppolo.
Yeah, but if you can just get him out there and have him get a little bit more comfortable with the offense for a series, and they're all safe throws. You're not going to put him into harm's way. I do think in Jimmy's case, you'd want to have him out there to play just a little bit, shake off some of the cobwebs. From the Xfinity mobile text line, I'm from Detroit, living in Pacifica, diehard Lions fan, and this is the year, all caps. So hell yeah, all my fantasy boys back home in Michigan are having a party. So I guess it depends on where you are as a fan base.
Right.
49er fans, are you having a party for the first preseason game? It is against the Raiders, which is the rivalry somewhat tamped down now by the fact that, well, for one, they're in Vegas, and also it's a preseason game.
Yes, but I think it does help. I mean, just in general, right? If they were to face off in the Super Bowl.
Oh, stop.
But no. I'm just saying that's the only time they would face in a regular season game, because they don't play each other this season.
This year, yeah.
Right. So I do think having Jimmy helps. I think it would be more dead if Jimmy wasn't the quarterback and it was just a random quarterback. But having Jimmy, I think, prolongs it a little bit more. But eventually, it's not going to be anything.
Yeah, and I think that it does get prolonged, you're right, for the Jimmy G factor, but being in Vegas and being preseason, I would hope that we don't get a repeat of the ugliness we saw about 5 years ago when the two teams played in the regular year and there was many brawls and the teams had to agree to not play in the preseason anymore just to try to cool things down a little bit. I hope that these fan bases now are at a spot where the block is not quite as hot as it once was.
Well, I to be fair, that is the thing about Vegas. So everybody is going to be taken care of if they want to go down that path. So that's the thing that would make you worry about it in terms of just who's been sipping a little too early, because it is Las Vegas. But yeah, I hear you. I think the thing is, though, those people, if there was a situation, they don't care that it's preseason. So I don't think you're out of the woods with those people because you're coming to the game, you're feeling spicy, you've been drinking since 8 a.m.
Yeah, in Vegas too.
In Vegas, it's hot, you're dehydrated, you haven't drank enough water. If you're looking for trouble, you'll find it. There's definitely going to be some fights. Like there just are. We just hope that they're not too bad. But the idea that there won't be one little skirmish, there's no way.
A look at the NBA Christmas slate here in 5 minutes, but I first want to ask 888-957-9570, what's the home game this year for the Niners you most would like to attend? Because the home slate is an interesting one in that you've got 4 home primetime games. You got 3 home primetime games, which are always good ones. You got New York at home on Thursday, September 21st. You've got Dallas, Sunday Night Football, October 8th. And then you've got all the way on Christmas, Baltimore at home, a 5:15 kick, Christmas night. And then you add in an Arizona day game. Cincinnati comes here. You've got Tampa Bay. You've got Seattle. And then you've got L.A., which is TBD in Week 18. If you could pick one game that you could go to, which game would it be, Styles?
Well, I think there was also Monday, October 23rd, is at Minnesota.
That's at Minnesota.
At Minnesota.
Yeah.
At Minnesota.
And you also have Thanksgiving night at Seattle.
I mean, it's got to be Dallas.
The Dallas Sunday night game.
Yeah, it's got to be Dallas.
That's a big one. That's the Guru Bowl.
I mean, look, we the projections, right? Dallas was up there with the Niners. What are they going to do? Is Dak Prescott going to throw it to the correct team? After Brock Purdy today, is he going to throw it to the correct team? I saw a line from my guy, Ryan Hensley. He said, man, Brock Purdy is dicing up that Niners offense.
Man, that's a bit of a backhanded shot at your boy Brock Purdy. But, it's just a practice, August 11th, so we don't need to overreact. We got 4 weeks and 2 days until the opener, so no real great sense, for me anyway, of practice panic, and he's not going to play in the first preseason game on Sunday at Las Vegas. Then they have Denver at home. Tickets still available as low as $17, according to ESPN. And then the Chargers game, tickets as low as $11. That's almost cheaper than a movie, Styles.
Yeah. I mean, if you really need to go, that's the thing, is Denver, right? And is Russ going to play? I highly doubt it.
In the second preseason game, I mean, maybe he gets a little bit. I guess some quarterbacks won't play at all in the preseason. Well,
Right.
Joe Burrow, we know, won't play because he's dealing with the calf issue. But of the marquee guys, are you better off not playing him at all? Or do you want to give them just a little bit of a taste to break a sweat and get themselves, a little bit ready to play come week 1?
If it really matters to just get one series, will never make sense to me. I'm not in the NFL. I haven't coached. I haven't played in the NFL. One series doesn't make sense to me. 2, I guess, more so does, because then you talk about rhythm. But if you're going to go one series, I truly don't know why you would do that, right? I mean, I think it's two or bust, in my opinion.
I guess it depends on how many plays are in that opening
That's
series.
very
If
true.
it's a 3 and out, I'm with you.
Yeah.
So it's 2 runs and then a quick check down pass, and you bring out the punter, and then that's it. That to me feels like it's a little bit of a waste. Anything between 6 and 10 plays, if you want a guy just to run around a little bit,
right,
and maybe make 2 or 3 throws. Maybe you give him one shot to throw the ball a little bit down the field. Other than that, you just let him break a sweat, and you let him be out there to try to get that feel again of real football. That it makes sense to me.
Right. And I think it all depends on the context. Enough to just get a rhythm, whatever that is. If it's one, sure, and if as assuming it's a long one, if you don't have enough time for that, or if it's a short series, get a couple, do what you got to do. Dibs, Xfinity Mobile text line 707 Styles. Stop digging on Purdy's. It's practice, man. We all know that you want your boy Lance to start. I mean, I just spent the whole week saying Brock Purdy's QB1, but sure.
But you're out here to bury him, and you're burying him based on 3 interceptions at practice.
I'm not burying Brock Purdy. I'm not burying Brock Purdy.
It's been everything you could do to not give him an epitaph and a funeral.
I don't even know if this is a bit right now. I am not burying Brock Purdy. I'm just literally stating the facts. All right. Yeah. Trey Lance, you got Barstool still tweeting out Trey Lance's drill from I don't know when that was in June where he missed through on some stupid drill. So I don't want to hear any of that. Brock Purdy's been treated as if he has the Super Bowls already. All I'm saying is that Brock Purdy is a good quarterback. We don't know. All right. And first of all, it was a joke. But everybody is so obsessed with coddling Brock Purdy that you can't even say anything. Grow up.
I mean, I don't know if it's grow up or
show up
or throw up. I'm a little bit nauseous at how much you're out to get young Brock Purdy.
Not at all.
After just a small handful of starts.
All I've continued to say is Brock Purdy is QB1, and there is nothing that Trey or Sam Darnold can do.
Well, he's not QB1. On Sunday, we're getting reports now that it is official. QB1 on Sunday, Trey Lance.
Let's go.
Trey Lance, your guy. You happy now?
Yeah, my guy.
Are you finally happy now?
My guy, Trey Lance.
First time you smiled all week.
That's not true.
That's also, it's not true, but you have been pretty downtrodden over all this Brock talk.
No, I love the Brock talk. It rocks.
Yes.
No, look.
It's a 2. Yeah,
there's just too many. Look, there's just. I have always been the person that doesn't want to crown anybody too early. I don't care who you are, and I don't want to. Why can't Brock Purdy just be QB1? Why does he have to be? And we took calls earlier. Why does it have to be? I think he's the guy for the next couple years here. How do you know that? How? Maybe, and that if that's your opinion, sure. But talking as if it is such a for sure thing. That's what's wild to me.
888-957-9570. The word is out. Trey Lance gets the start. What do you want to see from Trey Lance on Sunday in Las Vegas as the 49ers have made it official? Trey Lance will be QB1 come Sunday. So all of you Trey Lance acolytes, all you Trey Lance supporters, all you Trey stans, you get your chance.
Am I the captain? Am I the captain
No,
now?
you're not the captain. Oh, captain, my captain. You're on the team, though.
Okay.
I would say the co-captains are Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky. They were at his first ever practice down at Niner camp, and they did a video that remains viral to this day. Bonte and Joe were very excited about the prospects of Trey Lance. And so when it comes to Team Trey, and Mark did a whole thing last week about how there should be no teams. We're all Niners fans, and you're right, but there are teams, unfortunately.
Yeah.
And when it comes to the Trey Lance supporters, I would put Bonte and Joe at the top of the list. From the 831, just move to Vegas and get a job with a Raider station, Styles.
Hey.
React. Pack your things.
I don't want to get myself in trouble, so I'm not even going to respond to that. But hey. Hey, if that's what you want,
You got 43 more minutes to get into trouble.
No,
Don't let the 831 push you around.
No, I'm going to cool it off now. Gotta cool it now. Remember that song?
Yes, that was New Edition. Early New Edition.
Mm-hmm. The good old days.
I remember that song. When that song came out, you were not even a gleam in Mama Styles' eye.
I love the young
Exactly.
people.
I believe Cool It Now came out, and you can Google it. That came out probably in 1985, 84, 85. I already had my learner's permit.
All right.
You were years away from even being a baby, a Styles at that point.
But my problem, to be honest, Dibs, let's just now that we're here, let's pitch a tent, let's hang out.
Let's
all
do
right?
it.
And we can make lunch, we can make a nice dinner, okay? Reverse seared steak. Now that we're here, everybody has their guy, right? I don't know that a pure Niners fan, I truly don't care. I'm sure they're out there, but I don't know how many pure Niners fans I truly don't care. I truly don't like one quarterback more than the other. I just want the Niners to win. I don't know how many of them exist. I know they're out there. I don't know how many exist. Everybody likes somebody a little bit more. Everybody pulls for somebody a little bit more. So I don't have a problem saying that maybe I would like to see Trey because it would be a different type of the Kyle Shanahan offense that we haven't seen before. I think Brock Purdy is a souped up Jimmy G, which is really good. I'm not saying the Niners can't win a Super Bowl with that. And they kind of need to because they have to win in these next 2 years with Brock on that rookie deal. I'm just saying that there's a line between having guys that you like more than others and admitting when somebody plays well, even if he's not your guy, and admitting when somebody doesn't play well if he is your guy. if Trey goes out there and stinks up the joint, I'm not on till Wednesday with my guy Goo. I will tell everyone that Trey went out there and stunk up the joint.
Yeah.
And if Brock Purdy goes out the same way he did last year, I was sitting here and I did overtime last year and I spoke about how well he played and how it looked that much better than Jimmy G. So that's fine. It just ends for me at last year, and I just need to see more this year. That's all I'm saying. My problem is when people have their guys and they never admit when somebody isn't playing well, right? If I'm a Trey guy and he stinks up the joint and it's, well, this happened and that happened, or if Brock Purdy plays well, if this, I don't do that. I don't do that personally.
New information, and you've got to analyze what you can analyze, and if what you thought turns out to not be the case, then you can dig your heels in all you want, but it's better to take that new information and adjust your perspective. And I've been, I won't say I'm anti-Trey Lance, but I've not been a believer in his ability. So he's getting the start on Sunday in Vegas against the Raiders. And if he goes out and flashes and shows that he's a better quarterback than I thought, I will give him his praise. I will give him his flowers when I get back to work after a brief stint away. And that's the nature of what we do.
Exactly.
Our job is to give opinion and to analyze everything that we see, whether it's the team's moves, what we see in practice, what we see in games. That's our job, and that's what fans come to us for, and that's why the YouTube chat is so good, and the text line, and the callers at 888-957-9570. Everybody has an opinion, and we can all share it here in the art of conversation. Kyle Shanahan has made it clear Trey Lance is going to be the starting quarterback on Sunday in Las Vegas. We're taking your calls on that. What do you expect from Trey Lance? What do you want to see from Trey Lance as the starting QB? The expectation will be that he gets more than a couple of token series. He's going to get a good, healthy chunk of that game, I would imagine. What are you looking for from Trey Lance? Jose's in Oakland. He wants to talk about the Niner quarterback situation. What's going on, Jose?
Hey, how's it going, guys? Listen, I get it. Styles is a fan of Trey Lance. I was pretty excited myself when he got drafted, but the guy has shown me nothing. Okay, at this point, he should show me a lot more than he has. Whereas Brock Purdy, he went in, and on the first game alone, he showed me more than Trey Lance has shown me all this time. Honestly, this Sunday, I wouldn't be surprised if Trey Lance gets hurt. Not because he's looking to get hurt, but because some of the players that play on preseason, they try to make an impression, and the first thing they're going to try to do is knock out the quarterback. As far as Styles, let me tell you something. The hate you have for Brock Purdy, it's so hard that...
Jose, I can't allow this to go on, and thank you for the phone call.
Just hear what you want, Jose.
I was giving Styles a hard time, jokingly.
You can't do that. You can't do that because people, they're in love. They got blinders on.
I get it, which is why I need to issue an official apology on behalf of all the Dibleys. I'd like to apologize to all the Styleses out there for portraying you as a Brock Purdy hater. Styles doesn't hate Brock Purdy. He doesn't love Trey Lance to the point where he's blind. You're blind, baby, blind to the fact. He's not blind to the fact that Brock Purdy is QB1. I may have misportrayed Styles' viewpoint for my own bemusement, and for that, I'm terribly sorry. Okay? Jose, he doesn't hate Brock Purdy. He simply thinks that Trey Lance deserves a shot, and we're going to get to see him as QB1 on Sunday.
That's all.
Brock Purdy is the bomb.
That's all. But hey,
is that Styles?
No,
okay.
Absolutely not.
Sorry.
Absolutely not. And look, like I said, you can... I don't understand, and look, I see you on the YouTube chat. The only person that I truly believe really does not care who the QB is Lori Matthews. Lori is the only person that I truly believe on the YouTube chat, shout out Lori, does not care who is under center, who has zero bias. That is the only person that I've ever spoken to that has ever come at us on the call line or text line or Twitter. Lori will hit me up on Twitter, and I truly believe I just want the Niners to win.
And I had to give Jose the quick rush because predicting Trey Lance gets hurt because another player on another team wants to make a mark. I found that to be a little bit reckless. And when he came at my partner for another half an hour, when he came at my partner, I couldn't tolerate that any longer. I'm not known for running callers off. I let you have your say, like Mark in Oakland, who apparently doesn't like anybody. Mark, what's going on, bud?
I don't like anybody, not even myself. So that's kind of where I'm starting. No, I'm kidding. That statement was sort of a dual-layered statement, and it's kind of to what y'all were just talking about. I think, and I know I could be in denial, but I think I don't care if I like the quarterback, and we use the word like them as a person, because I know I don't know them as a person. You all might actually know them because you maybe, interact more. I've never met any of these people. So I don't care if I like them or not. I know I don't really know them. I care who gives us the best chance to win, and I think that Trey Lance, Brock Purdy did not give us as good a chance to win if everyone was healthy as Jimmy Garoppolo did. Jimmy Garoppolo won a lot. He had a better arm. He looked more accurate to me. I actually thought he looked better, and I think Kyle stifled him a little bit when he was coming down the field in situations where he could improvise. I thought he was actually pretty darn good at that. And so I just still thought it was a mistake, but it's not because I like Jimmy Garoppolo as a person. I don't even know him. It's because I thought he just gave us the best chance to win. And I don't think the quarterbacks I see give us the best chance to win. So I think it was a mistake. I think Garoppolo actually showed and could have got us a Super Bowl. Maybe he didn't that one time, but I'm not sure that was really on him.
Yeah.
But to get that close, and it just doesn't make sense still to me. It really doesn't. So what do y'all think about that?
Thanks, Mark. I appreciate the phone call, and good luck with the self-image. I'm pulling for you. I think Jimmy Garoppolo got you as far as Kyle Shanahan thought he could, and they wouldn't have traded up to take Trey Lance if they believed that Jimmy Garoppolo was good enough to be a quarterback that could get them over the hump. So earlier we were talking about new information and changing your opinion based on what you see and what the evidence is. To me, the evidence of trading up to draft a quarterback in that draft was a bit of an indication about how they felt about Jimmy Garoppolo for the long term.
Right. And the whole thing ultimately is, this is what I don't get, Dibs. This is what is kind of weird to me. When you have friends, and I saw on the Xfinity Mobile text line somebody say Raiders, Niners is still a rivalry. We had that conversation. But the bottom line is, whether you have friends that are Raiders fans or just any of your non-Niners fans, they should be the ones telling you, hey, Trey Lance is a bust. It's just weird to me that Niner fans themselves are the ones so quick to be mad at Kyle Shanahan and say Trey Lance is a bust when he is still, 23, 24 years old and still has an opportunity. You should want, whether it's to trade Trey, whether it's, if you think, hey, Brock is our guy, whether it's to trade Trey, whatever, you should want Trey to play well. So I don't understand how, if you are a true Niner fan and FTTB and all this stuff, faithful to the Bay, right? I don't understand how you could not want Trey to play well, or if you are threatened if Trey does play well and you're mad about people wanting Trey to play well. Why? Why? If you're a Niner fan, you should want healthy competition.
Right.
Iron sharpens iron. You want Brock Purdy to feel that heat, because that should make him play better. So I don't know why it triggers people to want Trey Lance to do well. I never said I don't want Brock Purdy to do well.
Yeah, you never said that.
Look, my life is better. This station, everybody enjoys when the Niners do well. The city, no matter what your job is,
absolutely,
everybody is happy when the Niners win. So I personally, I don't care. But I said I would like to see Trey Lance because I think it would be a different version of the offense. But ultimately, you should want both guys to play well, because that. If Trey Lance goes out and stinks up the joint, you get to go to your friend that likes Trey, your Alan Stiles version of a friend, and say, "I told you he stunk." Well, now all you got is Brock Purdy and Sam Darnold. Is that what you want?
You want to win. If you're really a 49er fan, you want your quarterback to play well and you want your team to win. And if it means that Trey doesn't get to play because Brock balls out, then that's just the way it goes.
Them the breaks.
Yep. Shane in San Francisco, unlike our last caller, he loves everyone. What's going on, Shane?
Hey, thanks, guys. Thanks for having me on the show. I appreciate it. I'm a diehard Niner fan, and, having two good quarterbacks, it wouldn't be a bad problem. And I think this is the right move right now for the Niners, even if it rolls into the season with Trey being the starter for the first 5 to 7 games. I think he can, if he can show he can win some games in a Niner uniform, then you know what you have in your investment. It's a win-win situation for the organization to see what they have in him instead of just getting rid of him. They invested so much in Trey Lance, so I think it's a really great thing for him to get some playing time under his belt. And like I said, if it rolls into the season, that's not a bad problem if he's winning games in a 49er uniform as a starter. It would give Purdy some more time to heal his arm, his shoulder and stuff like that, his elbow. And, Trey would be able to get some playing time. And like I said, if he's winning in a Niner uniform, then you have 2 great quarterbacks. Right. As opposed to last season, you had Jimmy Garoppolo, where you knew he can win games in a Niner uniform, but that was it. In the bullpen, you didn't have anybody else.
Yeah, thank you, Shane. I appreciate that. We've got a bunch more callers to get to, and I want to make sure we have room for all of them. To the point about waiting for Brock Purdy to be ready, here's Brock Purdy from yesterday on just how his arm feels.
It's about the same. As a thrower and a quarterback, you'd ask all the quarterbacks that we got. A lot of us do a lot of soft tissue work and just try to work out the soreness and then do some, rehab exercises after. I've been doing that, for the last however many years through college and stuff. So my routine really hasn't changed. I feel like I'm, back to a normal routine with my arm and stuff. So obviously taking care of it as much as I can on an off day and whatnot, but I feel, almost back to normal.
Almost back to normal style. So I don't, Shane's point was let Trey come in and ball out and play well until Brock's ready. I don't think that that's an option. I think Brock is going to be ready.
Yeah. And look, hearing that from Brock now it makes, okay, well, he is acknowledging that he's almost back to the same, which means he's not there yet. So when you talk about what we've seen today and what we're probably going to see for the next couple of weeks, there will be a point in time where Brock will say, I'm back. Right. Just like Steph did all those years ago in Portland. I'm back, right? So once he does that, then the clock is on. Then you turn the timer on and you see, okay, how long are we gonna wait for this thing in the microwave before it's done?
And will that happen in the preseason? Brock Purdy talked about whether or not he actually wants to go in these fake games.
I think eventually be able to get to that point. Yeah, I don't think, there's a necessity to do it like this week or anything like that. I still, getting my 11 on 11 reps at practice, getting on, my timing and everything down with the receivers and as a whole. So, eventually, hopefully we can get to a point where we can talk about that.
Yes, and it won't be this weekend. Brock Purdy will not play, and Trey Lance is going to be QB1. Trey Lance will get the start against the Raiders in Vegas. Dave is in Fresno, and he's now on 95.7 The Game. What's up, Dave?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. You posed the question, what I would like to see Trey in the preseason. What I would like to see, which we won't see Sunday, I would like to see him get the opportunity to play with Kittle, McCaffrey, IU, Debo, Trent Williams, because he hasn't had that opportunity yet. I think that gets glossed over a lot. And when Brock Purdy came in, we were healthy the whole way stretched down, so that made life a whole lot easier. So I just think Trey, if you put him in that similar situation, let's take out the QB dives and let him run the offense. I'm almost certain, I would hope so, this guy that they traded all these picks for can run this kind of vanilla type offense and add that element of, his own kind of, with his legs or whatnot and extend plays. I know Brock did that way better than Jimmy did, but again, I just think people just need to look at everything with context, just look at the whole picture. It's not as simple as, okay, Brock Purdy's the guy because, he won those games. The big reason he won those games was Christian McCaffrey. He was in the MVP discussion. So, it's nice having all those weapons. Again, I would like to see Trey with those weapons. He has never, ever had a game with all 5 of those players on offense on the field when he was playing.
Thank you, Dave. And I do think that that's a fair point, but you may not get that opportunity.
Right.
I'm not sure the full complement of weaponry that will be on display this Sunday. I would bet that even if those guys do play, I don't know if all of them are going to play. And I know George Kittle won't because he's dealing with that muscle strain. But for the other guys, you might get a little bit of time with them. But Trey Lance is going to have to do it with a lot of backups out there.
He is. And look, they did give him the keys last season. That was his opportunity. He got injured. Maybe they go out and get Christian McCaffrey. We'll never know, but just to assume that they would have, so then that would have been another weapon for Trey. So I don't like to use the word fair because life isn't fair. That's just how it is.
Yeah.
But
my dad used to say, Dwayne Dibley, rest in peace. Nobody said it had to be fair, Daniel.
There you go.
And I didn't like that, but he was right because I would always hit him with, it's not fair that, Mike and Doug and Gail get this and I don't get that or whatever. Nobody said it had to be fair, Daniel.
That's right.
And that's where Trey's looking at it right now. Yes, it would be great. Dave had a good point, our last caller, about, Trey Lance being able to play with those weapons and Christian McCaffrey. And yeah, Brock Purdy definitely benefited from the fact that offense was healthy and humming when he took the reins, but it's not fair for Trey Lance, but that's just the way it goes. More phone calls in just a moment, but it's time now for the Defensive Play of the Week, and it's brought to you by East Bay Law Practice. When you need the best defense, you need to call the Bay Area's top criminal defense attorney. Visit eastbaylawpractice.com today. Well, let's go all the way back to yesterday, where Kyle Shanahan defended his love of his former quarterback. Shanahan was asked about his end-of-season press conference back in February when he said he couldn't see Jimmy on the roster next season. Some criticized Shanahan for being too harsh. Here's what Kyle said.
I think Jimmy was unbelievable for us. We won lots of games. I think that was a simple question. Is there a scenario where he'll be back here next year? And I gave a common sense answer, and no. I think that was a little overblown on trying to be a shot at him or anything. I mean, we knew Jimmy wasn't coming back on his standpoint and our standpoint, financially and everything. So that was just the common sense answer. But anytime I've been asked about Jimmy and what he meant to us and how he was, I've never said it differerly. So Jimmy was unbelievable here. I think he was the best quarterback here in about 20 years since Steve Young. Has an unbelievable record, and every time he played and stayed healthy, we were either in the Super Bowl or NFC Championship game. So I hope no one insinuates I've ever said differently.
Man, Shanahan has Jimmy G's back. I would love to ride with somebody who had my back like that, Alan.
Yeah, well, now I feel I've been on Shanahan's side on this, but now I'm really on it after this whole Brock trade thing. Now I really am feeling what Shanahan was saying. I hope no one ever thought differently of what I said about him, because look, the timing with the Jimmy departure, and did Shanahan give him his flowers in that moment? It was right after the game. They had just lost 15 quarterbacks. So for that to be the moment people stick to say, oh my gosh, he didn't give Jimmy his flowers, that wasn't the time or place. We don't know. He could have reached out to Jimmy. And like we said, they had done this dance before. They thought Jimmy was already going to be gone. And Jimmy said, I'm out, right? So
see ya.
So the fact that Kyle Shanahan was looked at and maybe, that was a bit callous and not nice to do to Jimmy hard
but
or whatever.
Did Kyle go too far saying that Jimmy was the best quarterback since Steve Young? Is he forgetting the run of Colin Kaepernick?
Guess it depends on who you ask. Yeah. I would probably right. I mean, the Colin Kaepernick.
Jeff Garcia's in there.
Yeah. It depends on who you ask.
Nick Mullins all
right, come on. Money Mullins.
Yeah. Anyway, the Defensive Play of the Week was brought to you by East Bay Law Practice. East Bay Law Practice knows how to go the distance for you by providing the defense you need to help reduce or eliminate your penalties. Visit eastbaylawpractice.com today. Redwood Dave wants to weigh in on Trey Lance, who will get the start on Sunday. What do you want to see from Trey on Sunday, Dave?
Well, just to go back to the earlier subject, I never miss a game, preseason, regular game, many years. But what I want to see about Trey is I want to see him play well, and I want to see him play first so he can go against the best unit to try to make it not so easy playing against the seconds. And he's got to make good decisions like Purdy. He needs to get the ball out quick. And I don't want to see him check it down all the time like I hear about in practice. I want him to make throws down the field, evade, get away if he can. Even if he doesn't play well enough to stay on the team, he needs to play well so we can get more for him on the open market. Because Jimmy getting hurt we were able to get Bosa, and getting rid of Trey Lance allow us to keep Bosa.
That's all I got to say, guys. Thanks.
Thank you, Redwood Dave. Have a good weekend. I'm not sure if those two things are necessarily interrelated. You're going to be able to keep Bosa regardless. It may make it more difficult to keep Brendan Ayuk if he has a big year, but this is something Mark and I have debated about the salary cap. Parag Marate, the capologist, the president with the Niners, has been so good at juggling contracts and adding voidable years onto the back end in order to get guys money now or defer their money till later. So I don't think that the Trey Lance trade has any bearing on Nick Bosa.
No, I don't think so either. And it was also a comment about Trey not playing well, but playing well enough to get moved. If Trey doesn't look, anybody that's in the trade camp, that goes back to it. Anybody in the trade camp and you don't just want Trey off the team to focus on Brock, you still need Trey to play well, because the Niners end up in a tough spot if he doesn't play well and he loses value. His stock is, the word on the street, if you will, is that his stock is rising right now because he's been playing not outstanding, but
sure,
other quarterbacks aren't, right? And other quarterbacks that we've seen more of aren't. So other teams are starting to look around and say, I mean, we got Baker Mayfield, and Baker Mayfield even was
Kyle Trask, and
Baker Mayfield was even quoted earlier this week saying, "Yeah, I'm not that guy." When someone brought up Tom Brady, so he's already admitted that he can't get it done to some degree. So you need Trey to play well, and
a good game from Trey Lance can only help the Niners in terms of keeping him, or if they were looking to flip him to another team that might be quarterback hungry now or before the deadline. Good stuff, Styles. I do want to get into your hatred of Christmas, and we'll do that next. Styles in for Willard. It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
It's finally here. Football is back.
So wake me up when it's all over.
The first game is Sunday, and for the first time in over 6 months, we'll have an actual game to react to.
like anybody, not even myself.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, yeah. The sweet sounds of New Edition. Nailed the year, 1984. I remember that year well. I was working at the Fairfax Theater, 1984. I would lose that job in 1985. It was raining. We were showing the movie Gremlins. And the assistant manager at the time, Doug Donnellan, who has gone on to become a good friend of mine, I'm out there, I'm working as an usher, and it was my job to change the marquee.
Okay.
The marquee was outside. We're talking about driving rain. And the movie was Gremlins, and the new movie coming in was The Muppets Take Manhattan. Doug Donnellan says, I need you to go up and change the marquee. And I said, I'm not changing the blanket marquee. It's raining. He said, you're changing the marquee. I said, middle finger says I'm changing the marquee. And so I didn't change the marquee. I went home. The next morning, I got a call from the manager, Doug Donnellan's boss, and she said, what happened? We're showing the Muppets Take Manhattan, and all I see up there is Gremlins. And I said, well, it was raining, Audrey. She said, you're fired. I said, I'm what? She said, Doug told me what you said to him. You're fired. And I said, I'll show you. I'll show you who's fired. I'm not going to clean the butter machine for the popcorn then. Fired. Your boy, 1984.
Wow.
There you go. There's a story.
So you said you weren't going to do a part of your job after she fired you.
It was raining, Alan. I didn't want to change the marquee in the rain.
Don't change it.
I thought that my relationship with Audrey, his boss, was such that she would have my back.
You tried to skip level him.
I totally skip leveled him, and I
be
overplayed
careful with that.
I overplayed my hand. I learned a valuable lesson that day.
You better be careful.
Yeah, don't try to skip level. Ladies and gentlemen, football is officially back in the Bay Area. Tune in Sunday, immediately following the final whistle for overtime. 95.7 The Game's post-game show. Mark Grandy and Sterling Bennett will bring you instant reaction and analysis after the first postseason, after the first preseason game of the year. Check out overtime immediately following every game this season. Alan, why do you hate Christmas?
I hate Christmas just like I hate everything else.
Come on. Don't be so sensitized.
I don't like anybody, not even myself.
No, to be honest.
Great caller.
To be honest, it's more about my feeling. If I'm being completely honest, and this is a safe space, if I'm being completely honest, it really bugs me how much people want to give Kyrie flowers when, I don't know if you've heard this term, Dibs. We might have talked about it earlier in the week, the whole Kyrie is the most skilled point guard thing.
I heard that, yeah.
So Kyrie is the most skilled point guard. You talk about crowning early as when we're talking about Brock Purdy and being the franchise guy, and me just saying I'd like to see a bit more. Luka Doncic would be one of those guys for me as well. And when I look at the NBA Christmas Day slate, I see Bucks at Knicks. Okay, I get it. 76ers at Heat.
That's your breakfast game.
Yeah, 76ers at Heat. All right, I get it.
That'll be, I think, 11 or 11:30.
Celtics at Lakers. That's really your
marquee spot at 2 o'clock.
That's your marquee spot, right. Then you have Mavericks at Suns, who have a little bit of, from a couple years ago, a little bit of history, and then Warriors at Nuggets, right? So if you're basing this on how these teams did, obviously it's not completely fair because you have the Mavericks who didn't even make the playoffs and the Warriors who were the 6th seed. Something just came out about how the last most viewed NBA games, last whatever decade, have all included Steph Curry, right? So there's just no way Steph is not going to be playing on Christmas
I'm glad
Day.
you mentioned that stat, and I meant to look this up, darn it, because I think it was a stat like, all the games with a 14 million viewers or more, every game had Steph Curry in it. Right. I also think that every one of those games had LeBron James, or almost all of them, because all those games that were that highly rated were Cavaliers and Warriors NBA Finals games.
That's true. Yeah.
But go ahead.
So now you have, but there's just no way LeBron and Steph aren't going to be playing on Christmas, literally until they retire. That's
right.
Unless things just really take a turn.
And the Warriors now, I think it's 11 straight years they're playing on Christmas.
Mm-hmm.
So they're going to be the Christmas game. The only problem I have with the schedule is I think that it's going to coincide with the Niners and Baltimore.
Right.
So you got Niners and Baltimore at 5:15. If the Nuggets Warriors game is the last game of the day, that would be, I think, a 7 o'clock or a 7:30. But it might actually be the earlier game because it's in Denver. So it's going to be a little bit of a 2-screen Christmas, which takes away a little bit from a huge football game, Niners hosting Baltimore on Monday Night Football.
And that's always going to be a negative for the NBA because, sorry, NBA, you have 82 games. And we really like the Warriors, but they're 82 games. The Niners, specifically against the Ravens, so it's a really good matchup. It might be a split screen, but for those who can't split screen or only have one TV, whatever the case is, Niners are going to win unless you are just a diehard Warriors fan, which you have always been. Real quick on the YouTube chat, just for you, Dibs, I'm not going to make you walk it back again. Gee whiz, Styles, you hate Christmas and you hate Brock. Fine, Kev, I'll take that, Kev Tuck. I'll take that. But I don't hate either.
No, he loves Christmas.
I do love Christmas.
He's just not thrilled with the Christmas Day slate.
Christmas is my number one holiday, I think it's my number one holiday, by the way. Okay, so Mavericks at Suns, Warriors at Nuggets. And my issue is, even though the Warriors were the 6th seed, it's Steph Curry. My issue is, I do think that Nuggets could have played the Suns, so it would have been Suns at Nuggets, and then you go either Warriors at Kings or Kings at Warriors, which you're scoffing at, and I don't get the scoff. Because you and Evan, I'm be honest with you.
They're not there.
I've been honest with you. We had a great week.
It's been a great week.
I walked into the
Never
crossover.
felt closer to you.
I walked into okay. I walked into the crossover. I thought I know you don't want to do the show before the show, but you guys just the scoffing because I've had the TV. I've had I've had the writing below it because of the baby and you can't see. So I've been reading a lot of my TV taking in. So I see scoff a lot. So the way that you both scoffed at me was a bit harsh, and I want to know why.
Because the idea that the Kings have earned a spot.
The subtitles.
May I?
Yeah.
You sure?
Mm-hmm. I just want to make sure. I was trying to be clear.
The notion that the Kings have earned a spot on the Christmas slate, let alone to put them against the Golden State Warriors in the NBA's marquee spot, is laughable.
Come on, people.
Thank you, Rick. The Kings had a nice, quaint little, as my partner would say, adorable run. They were the 2 seed. They overachieved in the regular year, and then they got rickrolled by Steph Curry in a masterpiece, and they got knocked out in the first round. De'Aaron Fox is a great player. They don't have any stars. Sacramento is a mid-market. The Sacramento Kings have not earned a spot on Christmas Day. Do you know why Memphis isn't on Christmas Day this year? Because Ja Morant, although Ja might be back by then, he might not. Memphis is over. Memphis had a nice little flash. They're not the sauce anymore, and they're a small market. Look at these markets. Take Milwaukee aside because they have Giannis Antetokounmpo, and they're champions. You've got New York, Philly, Miami, Boston, L.A., Dallas. These are monster markets.
Dallas for the Mavs is a monster market?
You realize that the size of Dallas.
I know Dallas is a large city.
Okay? Shout out Boston market. They have a good sandwich there.
They do.
Mavericks Suns is a huge game. Luka's a big star. Warriors and Nuggets, the last 2 champs. The Kings don't belong. That's why I am scoffing at your Sacramento Kings notion.
And the Mavs belong why?
Luka Doncic. People want to see Luka. People like Luka and his slow motion efficiency.
It's a Luka agenda. I'm sick of it. They're two guys who have barely done. Look, Kyrie got his ring. We know he got the shot, right? But they're 2 guys, haven't done much. These agendas are crazy. All right, it's a personal thing. Honestly, I'm not saying the NBA got it wrong. It's just a personal thing.
It's EPMD, strictly business.
All right.
One more rap reference for you
to end it off. Huh?
Yeah, they were from New York, Styles, which is where rap was started, I believe.
Right.
Hey, it's been fun.
It's been a great time.
Let's hang out again.
Let's do it. You know where I'm at.
What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. It's best of the game. An hour of 95.7 The Game's best content from the day, hosted by Mark Grandy. Coming up in 15 seconds, my favorite part of the week, and Grandy knows exactly what that is. For the Grandy Man and the newly promoted Lucas and Alan Stiles, my new best friend. I am Dan Dibley. Thanks, guys. Great week. It's Willard and JD next week, and then Willard and Dibs back after that. I'll miss you guys, but not that much.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.
This just in, BMO is coming. Let's go live to the scene.
I'm at what will soon be a BMO branch, and it's remarkable. I'm hearing a BMO debit card gets you more fee-free ATMs than the two largest U.S. banks combined. And you can earn a cash reward for saving every month.
Janet, is BMO a new phenomenon?
New to the West Coast, Tom, but they've been helping customers and businesses for over 200 years.
That's fantastic, Janet. For more on this story, visit BMO.com.
Conditions apply. Accounts are subject to approval and are provided in the United States by BMO Harris Bank, N.A. Member FDIC.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer & Gerson can help get you back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer & Gerson at 510-345-2341 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth